Plundering the Heavens Chapter 1 to Chapter 60. Taoist Master, I beg of you, please accept me into your sect. I was originally from a wealthy family, but I was brutally massacred by villains. My family of 300 people died by their swords, leaving only me and my younger sister to wander the martial world. Because I admired the prestige of the Taoist sect, I begged all the way to the front of the sect. I just want to become your disciple, seek the Tao, and cultivate the Tao. If you accept me into your sect, I will definitely. In the Chu Feng dynasty of the Southern Kingdom, there was a long queue of hundreds of young people in front of the Qingyun Dao sect's mountain gate at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, one of the 9 spirit veins in the world. They were waiting for a fat Taoist to question them. At the front of the queue, there was a boy about 10 years old crying. The boy's face was very dirty, but his eyes were very bright. His voice was sorrowful and pitiful. The fat Taoist glanced at the boy impatiently and asked with slanted eyes, "Do you have a letter of recommendation?" "No." The boy answered embarrassedly. "Do you have any treasures to offer?" "No." "Do you have any rare physiques?" "No," the fat Taoist asked, and the boy answered. In the blink of an eye, the fat Taoist glared and kicked the boy, causing him to roll twice. He scolded, "If you don't have a letter of recommendation, you're a slut. If you don't have any treasures, you're a pauper. If you don't have a rare physique, you're trash. How dare a beggar like you come to our Blue Cloud sect to become your disciple? Open your eyes wide and take a look. This isn't a charity house." The long queue at the back saw this scene and immediately burst into laughter. Everyone felt that this boy was really ridiculous. He was penniless, yet he wanted to come to the Qingyun Dao sect to become his disciple. It had to be known that the Qingyun Dao sect was a Dao sect of the Chu country. It had 3,000 years of history, and its status was respected. Its disciples were all top-notch experts. Take a recent incident as an example. In the northwest of the Chu region, there was a gang of bandits that were running amok and causing trouble. Even the government couldn't do anything about it. When the direct disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect, Xiao Jianming, found out about it, he used his sword and killed his way into the Ghost Smoke Valley. He killed 9 of the 10 most famous bandits in the Chu region, and only one escaped. It was also because of this that the Qingyun Taoist sect had become more and more famous among the commoners in the Chu region. Now, it happened to be the enrollment ceremony of the Taoist sect that was held once every 10 years. No one knew how many high-ranking officials and nobles wanted to send their children to the Taoist sect for cultivation at all costs. For this reason, those with connections used their connections, and those with treasures offered their treasures. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find a way. This child was empty-handed and looked like a beggar, yet he wanted to come and become their disciple. It was really wishful thinking. The little boy was kicked, but he did not say a word. After walking for 100 feet, he suddenly jumped and scolded, "You fat pig with ulcers on your head and your feet oozing pus. How dare you scold me for being poor with your short stature and ugly nose? I came to the Blue Cloud sect to be your disciple because of you. You have eyes but failed to recognize me today. I'll burn down your lousy sect one day, little bastard, how dare you scold me?" The fat Taoist was furious. He raised a long sword beside him and rushed over. The little boy fled at the sight of the situation, weaving in and out of the crowd. He was agile, and the fat Taoist could not catch up to him. He stood on the spot angrily, waving his sword and scolding. The sudden appearance of such a scene in the originally solemn and dignified Qingyun Dao sect's disciple recruitment ceremony caused everyone to burst into laughter. "A genius like me came to the Qingyun Dao sect to be my disciple because I think highly of you. You'd better accept me as your disciple obediently. Otherwise, when I go to other Dao sects and cultivate unparalleled mystical powers, I'll definitely beat you up until you guys cry for your parents." When the little boy saw that the fat Taoist could not catch up to him, he immediately became smug and shouted at the fat Taoist arrogantly. The fat Taoist was instantly enraged. He wanted to chase after him, but there were too many people there. He was fat and could not break through easily. However, he suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly, "Who can help me take down this kid? Let him register first." Hearing this, the little boy was shocked. He turned around and was about to escape. However, when the people who were waiting to register heard that, many people immediately rushed forward to capture him. These people were all waiting to register, but it was a pity that there were thousands of people who came to register on the narrow mountain path. After queuing for half a day, the queue did not move forward at all. After hearing the fat Taoist's words, they naturally could not help but be tempted. If they could capture this little rascal, they could save themselves the trouble of queuing. There were even people who thought that it was fine even if they could save themselves the trouble of queuing. The most important thing was to befriend the disciple of the Tao sect in advance. The little boy's figure was extremely slippery. 4 or 5 young men couldn't even catch him. Just as he was about to escape from the encirclement of the crowd, a pale and skinny young man with cold eyes suddenly jumped out from the crowd and sneered, "You actually know martial arts. Unfortunately, it's not enough." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the little boy's collar, lifting him up. The little boy struggled with all his might, but he could not escape from the young man's hands. He was like a small snake that had been grabbed by 7 inches. "Oh, thank you, brother. How should I address you?" The fat Taoist ran over while panting. He was overjoyed when he saw the situation and quickly thanked the young man. "Greetings, senior brother. I'm Ho Ching. I'm just helping you catch a little monkey." "It's nothing much, it's not worth mentioning," the young man was very polite and said to the fat Taoist respectfully. Well said, well said. I'll teach this little bastard a lesson first, then I'll bring you to the front to register," the fat Taoist said with a smile. Then, he turned to look at the little boy and revealed a hint of ruthlessness. "I'm an outer sect disciple of the Qingyun Tao sect. How dare a lowly little beggar like you scold me? Even if I don't want your life today, I'll teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he jumped over and rubbed his palms, laughing sinisterly. However, at the end of the day, as a disciple of the Tao sect, he naturally could not hurt people. Even if the other party was a little beggar, he would at most give him 2 slaps to teach him a lesson. Don't hurt my young master." Suddenly, a little girl came out from the crowd and blocked in front of the fat Taoist. She was as dirty as the little boy and looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. She was thin, but her facial features were very delicate. Her eyes were very lively, and the most shocking thing was that her ears were a little pointed, making her look like a fox. Her eyes were also faintly green, making her look a little demonic. It seemed like she was not a pure-blooded human, but a mixed-blood barbarian. "Stinky Xiaoman, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to hide at the side?" The little boy was still being carried in the air, but he immediately scolded when he saw the situation. "Young master, if I didn't come out, he would have beaten you," the barbarian maid said aggrievedly, still stubbornly extending her hands to block the fat Taoist. "I'm very capable. Do I need you to stand up for me? Hurry up and scram to the side." The little boy bared his fangs and brandished his claws, making people want to laugh. Although he was not very capable, his tone was not small. "A little beggar like him has a barbarian as a maid?" The fat Taoist clicked his tongue in wonder. He looked at the pretty appearance of the barbarian maid and seemed to be drooling with desire. In this world, this kind of people were called barbarians. They were the lowest race in the world. The demon race did not recognize them, and the human race looked down on them even more. Even if they raised 1 or 2, they would either be pampered concubines or lowly servants. However, even if they were lowly servants, ordinary families would not be able to afford to raise them. This little boy looked like a beggar, but he had a barbarian servant. It was very strange. "Humph, filthy lowly human race," Ho Ching, who was carrying the little boy, sneered. His eyes turned cold, and he kicked the little girl away. "Bastard, you dare to bully my Xiaoman, I will definitely kill you," the little boy screamed like a madman, kicking and punching, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. The young man with the surname Ho kicked the little barbarian maid, and she flew dozens of feet away, crashing into a tree. Although the young man did not kick her to death, he still fell and his head was covered with blood. He lay on the ground, motionless. The onlookers were shocked, but no one stepped forward to accuse him. After all, he was just a little barbarian demon. Even in the secular world, he was like an ant. No one cared about his life or death. I hate barbarians the most in my life. Senior brother, please don't laugh at me. Ho Ching also felt that he had used too much force, and smiled embarrassedly. I didn't defend. I didn't defend, the fat Taoist said embarrassedly. Deep in his heart, he also felt that Ho Qing was a cruel person, but it was not convenient for him to say it. As for the little boy who was struggling in Ho Qing's hands, no matter how he scolded him, no one cared about him. Ah, that little barbarian demon girl's blood, why is it like this? Suddenly, someone cried out in a low voice. Everyone turned to look, and saw that blood was flowing out from the forehead of the little demon barbarian, staining the surrounding weeds. To their surprise, they discovered that the weeds, which had withered and turned yellow because of the harsh autumn and winter, were slowly coming back to life. New leaves slowly grew out, verdant and glistening, like jasper, as if water was about to drip out. It was extremely amazing. Wood Spirit Bloodline, this little girl actually has the rare Wood Spirit Bloodline. Among the people who wanted to be apprenticed, they were either rich or noble, and most of them had some knowledge. Immediately, someone cried out softly. For a moment, the crowd was bustling with discussion. Some were shocked, some were despising, and some were envious. The Wood Spirit Bloodline was one of the strange bloodlines in the world. It had a miraculous effect on the growth of plants. This kind of bloodline was a rare bloodline that was fought over by the Taoist sections. From the question and answer between the fat Taoist and the little boy, it could be seen that the Taoist sects valued the apprentices differently. If one had a letter of recommendation from someone related to the Taoist sects, one could be apprenticed to the Taoist sections. If one had a rich family and bought treasures to send to the Taoist sects, one could be apprenticed to the Taoist sections. If one had a rare physique, then even if one was penniless, it did not matter. One could still be valued by the Taoist sects. This little boy had none of the three, causing everyone to laugh at him. But who would have thought that the little barbarian servant girl of the little boy actually had such a strange Wood Spirit bloodline? Not long after, the discussion of the crowd had alarmed the Taoist sections. Not long after, it alerted an important figure in the sect. About half an hour later, a woman in white with a cold expression came flying over on a huge white crane. This white crane was at least 100 feet long. When it flapped its wings, it almost created an earth-shattering hurricane in front of the mountain gate. It was obviously a demon bird that had been tamed. On the back of the white crane behind her, there was also a little girl with 2 drooping horns. Ah, outer sect disciple Yu Sanliang, greets senior sister Lingyun. When the fat Taoist saw this, he hurriedly knelt down and bowed. Although the young people who were waiting to be apprenticed to the Taoist sects did not know this woman, they hurriedly bowed and addressed her as senior sister. However, the woman named Lingyun seemed to ignore them. She glanced around and saw the demonic barbarian servant girl lying on the grass by the side of the road. She gestured for the white crane to land. She came to the side of the servant girl and picked up the grass beside her to take a look. Then, she used her index finger to touch the blood of the servant girl and sniffed it gently. She nodded with a smile on her face, as if she had confirmed something. Add this person to the list of disciples who will be apprenticed this time. Senior sister Lingyun picked up the servant girl and stood up. Without looking at the fat Taoist priest, she instructed him. Yes. Yes. Senior sister Lingyun, I understand. Although she was just a barbarian girl, she was undoubtedly an official disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect now that senior sister Lingyun had spoken. Everyone stole glances and were extremely envious. From a barbarian to an official disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect, it could be said that she had a meteoric rise. Even the little boy in Ho Qing's arms stared blankly at that scene with his mouth wide open in shock. Senior sister Lingyun carried the servant girl and was about to step onto the back of the crane to fly away. Suddenly, the servant girl in her arms moved and said softly, "Don't hit, young master. Don't hit." Young master Fengxing. Senior sister Lingyun was slightly stunned and asked expressionlessly, "Who is young master Fengxing?" The little boy was stunned and immediately raised his hand. I'm young master Fengxing. Return my servant girl to me." Senior sister Lingyun glanced at him and said indifferently, "From today onwards, she is no longer your servant girl." As he spoke, he waved his hand and tossed a small jade porcelain over. The porcelain was purple in color and was small and exquisite. "Khanate purple chi pill," the fat Taoist priest cried out and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In order to help a barbarian servant girl get rid of her servant status, she actually gave him such a spirit pill? When the people around saw that, many of their eyes were filled with fanaticism as if they couldn't wait to swallow the little boy. Connate purple chi pill is a good item that can change one's muscles and hair. How can it be given to a little beggar so easily? Many people had the thought of snatching it at that moment. The little boy looked at the connate purple chi pill and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, when he saw that the woman named Ling Yun was about to leave with the Xiao man, he suddenly reacted and yelled, "You can't go. Who agreed to exchange this lousy pill for my little girl? I'm not exchanging. Take the pill and leave the girl behind." Huh? Senior sister Ling Yun turned her gaze back and the murderous intent in her eyes made him shut up all of a sudden. I don't want the pill," the little boy mustered his courage and stammered, unless you accept me into the sect." The people who were secretly blaming the little boy for not knowing what was good for him suddenly realized that this kid was waiting for them here. Senior sister Ling Yun was also slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and said to the fat Taoist priest with slight disdain, "Count him in, but I think his aptitude is only average and his character is a little wild. Just put him in the herbal field and train him well." Junior brother, as you wish." The fat Taoist priest was stunned for a moment before he bowed and agreed. Mt Qingyun was a famous Taoist sect in the Chu region. It had been around for 3,000 years and had a deep foundation. In the Chu region, or rather the Nanzhan region, the disciples of the Qingyun immortal Tao sect stood at the peak of the mortal region like gods. The sects and factions of the world were like chickens and dogs in front of the disciples of the immortal Tao sect, unable to withstand a single blow. 3 months ago, the direct disciple of Mt Qingyun immortal Tao sect, Xiao Jianming, single-handedly killed the 9 bandits of the Ghost Smoke Valley. Only one escaped. The heads of the 9 great bandits were already hung at the entrance of the Ghost Smoke Valley as a warning to the public. Xiao Jianming, on the other hand, was determined to get rid of all evils. He was currently chasing after the last bandit in the Yendang mountain region. It was said that he was the most mysterious bandit. Only his name had been heard, but no one had seen his appearance. Xiao Jianming firmly believed that he could find him and swore that he would find him. However, no one knew that the 10th bandit had already joined the Qingyun Dao sect 3 months later and became his junior brother, if a Dao child was considered a junior brother, that is. Every 10 years, the Qingyun immortal Dao sect would recruit 1,000 disciples each time. As for the Dao children, there were more than 10,000 of them. Nominally, the Dao children were also disciples of Mt Qingyun. However, they were different from ordinary disciples. The Dao children did not receive elixirs every month, nor did they have an elder to teach them Dao. They had to do odd jobs every day and only had 1 day of rest a month. What he got in exchange was a thin booklet named, Clear Sky Chi Refinement Chapter. After Feng Xing was led to a row of small wooden houses by the fat Taoist, he handed it to a 18 or 19-year-old man with a large mole on his face. The fat Taoist grinned as he handed him a stack of green cloves, a booklet, and a small wooden plate with a name engraved on it. "Go on, you're really lucky. Senior Ling Yun has specially sent word for you to join the sect, but you don't have any recommendation letter, money, or talent, so you can only start from the bottom. This Clear Sky Chi training chapter is a secret of our Clear Sky Dao sect. It's rare for outsiders to see it. Train well, and once you reach the first level of spirit formation, you can be promoted to an outer sect disciple." After the fat Taoist left, Feng Xing looked at the young man with a black mole, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest and was looking at him with an unfriendly expression. He also looked at the little Taoist beside him, who was not very old but had a silly look of seniority. He asked, "What level are you at?" The mole youth pointed his thumb at himself and said fiercely, "I already have a sense of qi. The others don't even have a fart." Feng Xing nodded thoughtfully and asked, "How many years have you been here?" The youth with a black mole sneered and said, "I have been in the sect for 6 years." "They have been in the sect for 3 years. Feng Xing sighed, threw the booklet to the side and sighed, "Seems like I have been tricked by that woman." The youth with a black mole was startled and asked curiously, "Which woman are you talking about?" Feng Xing said, "Ling Yun, that woman said she wanted to recruit me into the sect. Who knew I was here to work and only gave me this lousy booklet. You guys have either been in the sect for 7 years or 3 years, but you haven't mastered anything. Isn't this a lie? Senior Ling Yun?" The youth with a black mole was shocked. He rushed up and grabbed Fang Xing's collar and said fiercely, "Shut up, don't bring trouble to me. If others hear you cursing Senior Ling Yin like this, not only you, even the few of us will be in trouble. Remember, once you enter this medicinal field, you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to catch bugs, you can't catch chickens. Yes, you will be in charge of emptying the toilet bowls in the future. Also, carry water every day and fill up the water tank," a little Taoist boy with a face full of freckles echoed. From the looks of it, he was probably the one who had emptied the toilet bowls and carried water in the past. "Humph, from now on, you will be the one to wash the clothes until someone new comes," another Taoist boy with a fair appearance said. Needless to say, this person was the one who washed clothes. Fang Xing looked at them one by one and nodded thoughtfully. He said, "So you guys are bullying me." The youth with a black mole smiled coldly and said, "So what if we are?" As he spoke, he punched the table at the side with a bang. The veins on his arms were exposed and he looked ferocious. "Do you want to hit me? I will scream." Fang Xing pretended to shout in fear. It seemed like he would scream loudly if someone touched a finger of his. The youth with a black mole laughed and said, "Don't be afraid, we won't touch you now. It's just that at night, when the door is closed, there will only be a few of us within a 10-mile radius. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will care about you. Yes, every 3 months, there will be a senior brother from the medicine department coming to inspect. At other times, this is our world. Even if you complain about us, the senior brothers in charge will not care. They don't have the time to care about these things. But you are in big trouble. You have a long future ahead of you. As a Taoist boy, it will take at least 10 years before you can leave the mountain." The little Taoist boy with a face full of freckles was very excited as he threatened Fang Xing. It seemed that it was his first time threatening someone and he was inevitably excited. Big brothers, I am an honest person. I will do whatever you say." Fang Xing suddenly became honest and pitifully begged for mercy from these few big brothers. "Haha, a coward," the youth with a black mole and the others laughed. Obviously, they had seen such people many times. The herbal field was very big and very special. In the harsh late autumn, this herbal field was actually verdant. It could be seen that the Taoist sect had some means. On the first day, Fang Xing started to do the heaviest work in this herbal field. Including the youth with a black mole, there were a total of 6 people, but they were responsible for taking care of the herbal field within a 10-mile radius. The little freckles very responsibly taught Fang Xing what to do: watering, weeding, catching insects, loosening the soil. This herbal field was called clear stamen flower, and it needed to be watered at night. That kind of grass was called emoling grass, and it needed to be watered in the morning. Fang Xing learned very quickly, and his attitude was also very good. In the evening, after dinner, he even fetched a bucket full of water and soaked the other people's dirty clothes in the water. He said that he would wash them together at night, hang them out for a night, and then wear them the next day. The few Taoist boys were very satisfied with Fang Xing's performance. They had already patted their chests and promised to give him good guidance in cultivation. Fang Xing smiled and said, all right. Thank you, senior brothers." When night fell, the Taoist children were all asleep, and the entire green cloud mountain fell into silence. Fang Xing took out a sharp dagger from his bag. It looked very sharp with a brass edge, and the blade was not stained with blood. This was a gift from third uncle. At the same time, he also taught him a set of saber techniques. It was sinister and cunning for close combat. There were many good things in his bag. First uncle gave him a cloth tiger, second uncle gave him medicine, fourth uncle gave him a smoke pot that could release sleeping gas, fifth uncle gave him iron copper that could release iron needles, sixth uncle gave him knockout powder, seventh uncle gave him a wild ginseng, eighth uncle gave him a wine gourd. Most importantly, there was also a book from ninth uncle. As for the gold leaves from third uncle, he had already spent them when he bought a servant girl on the way. These things were originally carried on Xiao Man's back. Xiao Man had fainted and no one took care of the bag, so Fang Xing picked it up again. Looking at these things in the bag, Fang Xing was stunned for a moment, then he tied the bag up again. He carried the knife and tiptoed to the bedside of the youth with a mole. He whispered, Big brother Wang Ji, Big brother Wang Ji. The youth with a mole was snoring softly. He only woke up after being shaken 3 times. His beautiful dream was disturbed. He immediately became angry and shouted with dissatisfaction, What do you want to do in the middle of the night? Do you want to die? Fangxing chuckled and said, You're courting death. After saying that, he stabbed the knife down until the handle. The youth with a mole screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He only screamed once before his mouth was covered by Fangxing. He listened to the surroundings. It was very good and very quiet. Sure enough, there was no one within a radius of 10 miles. Wang Ji wanted to struggle, but the knife was in his stomach and seemed to be nailed to the bed. He didn't dare to move for it would hurt. The other people in the room woke up with a start. They hurriedly lit the oil lamps and immediately saw Fangxing standing beside Wang Ji's bed with a knife in his stomach. Fangxing's face was ferocious. The timid freckled girl immediately screamed in fright. If you don't want to die, shut up. Fangxing shouted in a low voice. His childish voice sounded gloomy and terrifying at this time. The little freckle suddenly stopped screaming, but liquid began to seep out of his crotch. Fangxing slowly pulled out the knife from Wang Ji's stomach, leaving Wang Ji to hold his stomach and wail on the bed like a prawn. He held the knife and slowly walked past the few children. Every time he looked at someone, that person would tremble in fear. The timid little freckle had already covered his head with the blanket and let out a sob. However, it was very low, just like a ghost. It's always been me bullying others. No one has ever dared to bully me. You guys are really bold. Fangxing gestured with the knife in front of every child. I'll only say one thing. From today onwards, this place is my boss. Whoever I tell to go east, that person can't go west. Whoever I tell to catch insects, that person can't catch chickens. Otherwise, the knife in my hand doesn't recognize people. I'll kill all of you cheap lives. Do you know who my sister is? Senior sister Lingyun's favorite. Go and ask around. You guys have eyes but can't see. Fangxing's voice rang out in the wooden hut. No one refuted him. After all, the knife was waving in front of them. Fangxing, what did you call me? Boss Fang, help bandage senior brother Wang Ji's wound. He's dying. Fangxing glanced at Wang Ji, who was curled up on the bed without making a sound. He chuckled and swung the knife in his hand before returning it to its sheath. He said disdainfully, he won't die. My third uncle taught me that if the knife pierces the diaphragm acupoint and exits the Bulang acupoint, it won't hurt the internal organs. Therefore, he won't die. However, if my hand slips and I don't hit the mark, that might happen. You, come down and bandage him. Life is so boring under the scorching sun. At noon, when the sun was at its strongest, Fangxing crossed his legs and sat on a chair in the straw shed. In the distance, Wang Ji and the others were busy in the herb field. Some spiritual herbs needed to be exterminated when the sun was at its strongest. This was because the flowers would automatically open when the sun was at its strongest, and it was only at this time that the parasites in the flower stamen could be caught. Boss Fangxing of the C3 spiritual field naturally didn't need to do this kind of rough work. Ever since he stabbed Wang Ji that night, Fangxing had become the boss of the C3 spiritual field. Even his smelly socks were washed and dried. It wasn't that Wang Ji didn't think of revenge. On the second day, he looked at Fangxing with an unfriendly gaze. However, Fangxing just smiled and stabbed him in the thigh again. From then on, Wang Ji was completely convinced. The strong were afraid of the ruthless. Although Wang Ji was known as the boss of the C3 spiritual field, he only bullied the little Taoist children around him. When did he really use a knife against someone? It must be known that although he was a Taoist child, he was chosen because of the kindness of 3 generations. Going back 3 generations, there wasn't anyone who was more ruthless than Fangxing, let alone him. As for the others, they were completely convinced that night. Little Freckle still trembled when she saw Fangxing. After sitting idly for a while, Fangxing got bored, so he once again perked up and flipped through the Xianxia training manual. However, after a while, he shook his head and closed it again. It was useless. He had already tried it. According to the cultivation method described in the Xianxia training manual, He couldn't feel the so-called spiritual energy at all. After trying it 3 times, Fangxing was sure that it was nonsense. It wasn't just him. None of the people in the C3 spiritual field could sense the existence of spiritual energy. Even Wang Ji's so-called sense of qi was just to make himself look good. Fangxing had already forced the truth out of him. However, Fangxing still couldn't bear to throw this book away. After all, he heard from Wang Ji and the others that among the 10,000 Taoist children, there was someone who cultivated the spiritual energy mentioned in the book and became an outer disciple of Mount Qingyun. There weren't many people like this, but there would be 1 or 2 such rumors every year, so it shouldn't be fake. Maybe I'm not cut out for cultivation, Fangxing shook his head helplessly. He thought that it wasn't unreasonable for Taoism to value aptitude. Aptitude was indeed important. Giving up on the idea of studying the Qingyun Qi training manual, Fangxing took out the purple booklet from his bag. This booklet was given to him by his 9th uncle. It was also this booklet that brought about the destruction of the Ghost Smoke Valley. On that night, Xiao Jianming rode an iron eagle and descended from the sky. Riding on a cold flying sword, he killed all 300 bandits in the Ghost Smoke Valley. The only one who escaped was him, the little bandit. Xiao Jianming always thought that the 10th bandit leader who escaped was a strong man like the others. He probably didn't expect that he was only a 10-year-old child. It was also because he was a child that when the others were determined to fight to the death, 9th uncle gave this book to him and told him to take good care of it. He then threw him into the secret passage. Fangxing escaped without hesitation. He ran very fast. He knew that he was no match for the cold and stern man on the back of the iron eagle. Even the iron eagle under his feet could kill him with 1 claw. On the cover of the purple booklet, there were 5 ancient seal characters. Fangxing had learned ancient seal characters from 9th uncle, so he could recognize the 5 big characters, Yin Yang Demon Mirror. However, after opening it, it was empty inside. He looked at it against the sunlight, but it was still the same. He was sure that this was not a blank book, or else the Ghost Smoke Valley wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Could it be that it was written with some kind of potion, like those treasure maps that 2nd uncle made to deceive fat sheep? Fangxing pondered for a while and felt that it didn't seem like it. That kind of potion had a time limit, and this book was obviously very old. This kind of ancient trace could not be deceived. Thinking like this, Fangxing placed this book on top of the clear Sky Qi training manual that was spread on his knees. He raised his head and sighed. He felt that he still had a long way to go. There was almost no hope of revenge. But at this time, he lowered his head slightly and was shocked to find that there was a line of faint writing on the Yin Yang Demon Mirror, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Clear Sky Qi Training Manual, Qi Condensation Realm Cultivation Technique, Refining Essence into Qi, can become remarkable. What the hell? Fangxing suddenly sat up straight and stared blankly at the few lines of words on the book. On the blank page, there was an introduction to the Clear Sky Qi Training Manual. It was not very detailed, but with just a few words, it explained the use of the Clear Sky Qi Training Manual, its principles, and even pointed out the shortcomings of this cultivation manual. After staring blankly for a while, Fangxing lifted up the Yin Yang Demon Mirror. As expected, the writing quickly disappeared. He put it down again. When it came into contact with the Clear Sky Qi Training Manual, the writing appeared again. Fangxing was excited. He quickly looked around, and after thinking for a while, he placed the half-eaten watermelon on top of the book. No reaction. Is it too ordinary? Fangxing rummaged around again, and suddenly thought of the smoke pot in his bosom. According to 4th uncle who had given it to him, this was a good treasure. The smoke released from it was so strong that ordinary people could not withstand it, it could even overturn a cow. He placed the smoke pot on top of the book, and after a while, faint writing indeed appeared. Magic tool, can store fog, not graded. It was just these simple words, but after waiting for a long time, there was no more. It's actually a magic tool, it really is a good thing. 4th uncle is indeed the most practical of the 9 uncles, even though he is a little abnormal, Fangxing muttered. He tried a few more things, but there was no reaction from the book. Boss Fang, it's really hot today. Let's drink some wine to relieve the heat. Not far away, Wang Ji walked over while wiping his hands, and called out from afar. After being stabbed twice, he was completely convinced by Fangxing, and his relationship with Fang Xing gradually improved. In his words, no discord, no concord. Although he was stabbed twice, he got to know a 10-year-old real man. Fang Xing quietly hid the book, and jokingly scolded, "You only know how to drink. Are you done?" "Almost done. The rest can be settled by the few of them. I'm going to buy wine." Wang Ji came over, picked up a piece of watermelon, and ate it, but he did not move. "How much silver can a poor man like you have?" Fang Xing scolded in disdain, threw a piece of silver over, and said, "Get some more pig head meat." "Okay." Wang Ji happily took the silver, threw the watermelon, and ran down the mountain. Although the spiritual medicine field was the property of Taoism, the people in charge of it were all Taoist children. To put it bluntly, they were mortals. Everyone did manual work, so they did not abstain from drinking and eating meat. There was even a small town at the bottom of the hillside 7 or 8 miles away. Many things could be bought there, but they were more expensive than mortals. Most of the customers were the Taoist children who managed the medicine field. Fang Xing was not a ruthless person. When it was time to give some benefits, he would give them some benefits. For example, he often treated these people to wine. The Taoist children would get a salary of 3 taels of silver every month, but before Fang Xing came, the money belonged to Wang Ji. After Fang Xing came, the money became Fang Xing's. Fortunately, Fang Xing was not a person who held on to money. Although the money was snatched, after buying wine and meat, everyone ate and drank together, unlike Wang Ji who enjoyed it alone behind closed doors. To put it bluntly, he snatched the money to show his status. After Wang Ji left, Fang Xing began to think about the yin-yang god and demon mirror again. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was amazing. He guessed that this book should have some kind of appraisal ability, but it could not appraise everything. From the current experiments, it was only effective for things related to Taoism or spirituality, such as cultivation scriptures and spiritual artifacts. Sigh, it's useless. Can I still be an appraiser? Fang Xing thought for a while and felt a little depressed. No matter how powerful this book was, it was not very useful to him. I picked a few more house treasures. I'll find a way to sell them. It's another small fortune. At this time, a laughing voice came from not far away. It was Little Freckle and Hanged Ghost who had returned. Little Freckle was still holding a few green and purple herbs in her hand. She was full of smiles and looked very proud. This was a kind of herb that grew in the spiritual medicine field. It was called essence-transforming grass, also known as house treasures. It was a kind of weed in the spiritual field that had to be removed when found because it was useless for cultivators. However, it was very useful for people in the secular world. This was because the effect of this grass was to transform blood into essence. After taking it, it would make people become vigorous like a dragon and fierce like a tiger. You should be familiar with this term, right? It was precisely because of this that people in the secular world were very popular with this herb. When the medicine boys picked this herb, they would often sell it. Transform blood into essence. Refine essence into qi. At first, Fang Xing only glanced at it and did not pay much attention to it. He only paid attention to this thing because his fourth uncle liked it. But suddenly, he thought of something and sat up abruptly. His eyes stared straight at Little Freckle. "Boss Fang." "I'm not slacking off." Little Freckle was startled. Her butt sank and she almost sat on the ground. Hanged Ghost was also startled. He thought that he and Little Freckle had offended Fang Xing in some way and was so frightened that he did not dare to move. "Give me that thing." Little Freckle was stunned and handed it over with trembling hands. Fang Xing grabbed the essence-transforming grass from Little Freckle's hand. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly putting it in his mouth and eating it in big bites. Under the horrified gazes of Little Freckle and Hanged Ghost, Fang Xing chewed the essence-transforming grass in a few bites and swallowed it. "Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Fang Xing's eyes were a little red as he fiercely gave the order. He wiped his mouth and went into the wooden hut. Little Freckle and Hanged Ghost were quite frightened by him. They looked at each other and felt that Fang Xing had gone mad. Those were the treasures of the room. Even a grown man could only eat one small leaf at a time, and that was enough for him to fight for an entire night. Yet a 10-year-old kid like him had eaten 3 of them in one go. Was he trying to ck the heavens? When Fangxing came to the wooden hut, he immediately sat cross-legged and faced the sky according to the instructions on the Xianxia training manual. The essence-transforming grass took effect very quickly. Not long after, Fangxing felt a violent heat rising from his lower abdomen and his crotch immediately felt swollen. Fangxing took a deep breath and started to circulate the mystic technique according to the incantation on the Azure Sky Qi Refinement chapter, moving his qi and blood. The circulation of the mystic technique at this moment was only a kind of emptiness in his mind because there was no spiritual energy to circulate in his body. The effect of the medicine was very strong. Fangxing's eyes were even bloodshot and his lips were extremely dry. The irascible heat rampaged through his body, making him feel bloated and uncomfortable. Fangxing could not bear the discomfort of his body and maintained the empty state of mind. He did not move or use any strength. Gradually, the time it took to burn a stick of incense had passed. An hour had passed. Even his delicate skin began to swell and turn purple. Suddenly, a strange state appeared in Fangxing's body. As he constantly imagined a stream of air flowing according to his will, a wisp of the violent heat in his body was suddenly shared and turned into a cool and comfortable trickle. It was faintly discernible and began to circulate according to his will. At the same time, the violent heat in Fangxing's body slowed down, but his meridians were extremely painful. It's done, Fangxing was overjoyed, but he immediately guarded his mind, endured the pain in his meridians, and carefully maintained that trace of qi. It was just a small risk, and he didn't expect it to succeed. Fangxing was naturally very excited. When he saw the essence-transforming grass, he inadvertently thought of a description in the Xianxia training scripture that appeared in the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror. This incantation absorbs the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate one's body and store it in one's aptitude. There are few who are suitable, and it can refine essence into qi to make up for deficiencies. Combined with the comments of this book and the insights that Fangxing had gained from studying the Clear Sky Qi Refinement chapter for the past few days, Fangxing already understood one thing. The first step of cultivation was to regulate one's breathing and cultivate one's own spiritual energy. However, this step was not something that anyone in the world could do. Some people's bodies were close to the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so they could naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivation. However, some people, such as himself, and even Wang Ji and the other Taoist children, were what the Taoists called mortals, and it was impossible for them to feel the existence of spiritual qi. For example, Wang Ji had already cultivated for 7 years, but he still could not feel the existence of spiritual qi. This was not rare. In fact, most people could not feel the existence of spiritual qi even if they cultivated for a lifetime, let alone 7 years. But was regulating one's breathing the only way to condense spiritual qi? Obviously not. Even if one had a mortal body, there was still hope to step onto the path of cultivation, and that was to refine essence into qi. Essence was the qi of the human body. This was not difficult to understand. Just think about how you came to be. As for refining essence into qi, it was to transform one's own essence into spiritual qi for cultivation to break through the barrier of the first step. Fangxing thought of this and saw a glimmer of hope. However, ordinary people could not feel the existence of their own essence at all. This also required years of comprehension to experience. However, Fangxing was different. He was a bold person, and his mind was far more flexible than others. When he saw the essence-transforming grass, he thought of a way, and he only thought about it for 2 breaths before he decided to do it. Since he could not feel it normally, he would let the essence be vigorous. After eating 3 stalks of essence-transforming grass, Fangxing could truly feel the vigorous essence. That violent heat was the most direct manifestation of essence qi. It was also at this moment that Fangxing used the method of condensing spirit qi in the Clear Sky Qi Refinement chapter to move that violent essence qi. As expected, he extracted a faint trace of spirit qi from within. Although it was not much, almost better than nothing, he had finally taken a big step forward. Now it was redundant to say, but it was just a fleeting thought in Fangxing's mind, and he immediately put it into practice. Fangxing himself did not know how much danger he had experienced. Using this method to condense spiritual qi was actually a dangerous method. It was like playing with fire. A little carelessness would cause the fire of desire to burn one's body and cause one to lose all reason. In cultivation, this was called qi deviation. Fortunately, although Fangxing was young, he had amazing willpower. He was ruthless to others and also to himself, so he persisted. As this trace of spiritual qi stabilized and spread into his meridians, the violent heat gradually disappeared. At this time, Fangxing felt a strong sense of hunger, and even felt a little dizzy, as if he had not eaten for 3 days. This was also inevitable. Fangxing used the essence transforming grass to release spiritual qi, and then refined the spiritual qi into spiritual qi. But where did the spiritual qi come from? Naturally, it was transformed from his own body's qi and blood. Although he had only cultivated a little, his body had already suffered a great loss. The most direct manifestation of this was that he was so hungry that he was dizzy and in urgent need of nourishment. Damn it, let's get something to eat. Fangxing struggled to stand up with his weak body, and his hand just happened to press on the yin-yang god and demon mirror. It was also at this moment, suddenly a strange scene appeared. After the book received Fangxing's palm, suddenly the faint spiritual qi in Fangxing's meridians moved, and then a strange force appeared on the book, shaking at the same time as Fangxing's spiritual qi. Fangxing subconsciously looked, and suddenly saw a shocking scene. The book had disappeared. At the same time, he felt a slight chill in his mind, as if something had entered. Where did the book go? Fangxing was shocked. He did not expect a book to enter his mind, and anxiously looked around. Just as he flipped to the Qingyun Qi training technique and was about to throw it aside, a message inexplicably appeared in his mind. Qingyun Qi training technique, Qi condensation realm cultivation technique, regulate breath, and achieve supernatural power. This, Fangxing was stunned. After a while, he confirmed that the book had actually entered his mind. He stood there for a long time until his stomach failed to live up to his expectations and started growling again. Only then did he wake up. What the hell? Such a big book stuffed into my mind, won't it squash my brain? As he muttered, he rubbed his stomach and walked out. At this time, night had fallen. Outside the door, Wang Ji and the others were drinking and eating while carefully watching the wooden house. They were afraid that Fangxing would suddenly go crazy and suddenly rush out of the wooden house to kill people, so they deliberately stayed far away from the wooden house. Did he really eat all 3 essence-transforming grasses? Wang Ji asked in a low voice as he took a sip of wine. He had already asked this question 3 times, but he still could not believe it. Isn't it? It's like a cow eating grass, chewing and swallowing it all, little Freckle answered in horror and even looked in the direction of the wooden house, as if she was afraid that Fangxing would rush out. Ayaya, not to mention 3 stalks, even 1 stalk is not something that a person can bear. I say, could it be that this guy is into that kind of thing? He ate so much at once, he will definitely find someone to vent his anger on later. Hanged Ghost, I'll leave it to you. Wang Ji looked at Hanged Ghost and said with lingering fear. Hanged Ghost was the palest among the group of Taoist children. When he heard Wang Ji's words, he was so scared that he dropped the pig head meat in his mouth. He said with a sad face, I can't do it, I'm afraid of pain. How about letting little Freckle do it? How can we do that? Little Freckle jumped in fright. Your face is the palest. The legendary gigolo is you. You're definitely going to be the bunny. What bunny? All of a sudden, a hoarse voice sounded. The 5 Taoist children immediately trembled in fear and jumped away. Unknowingly, Fangxing had walked over. Under the illumination of the fire, his face was extremely pale, but he was in good spirits. He came to the fire and asked casually. Without waiting for the guy's answer, he sat down cross-legged and grabbed a large piece of pig head meat. He tore off a large piece of pig head meat with his snow-white teeth and ate until his mouth was covered in grease. He seemed to be starving. In fact, Fangxing was really starving at this time. His body was so exhausted that he felt like he could not eat enough. He wolfed down all the meat and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine to moisten his throat. Only then did Fangxing stop rubbing his stomach. He felt that it was not enough, but his stomach was really bloated. Let me make an announcement. From now on, take 3. Oh, no, 1 is enough. From now on, give me 1 essence transforming grass every day. I don't care where you go to find it, but it can't be less every day. Whoever gives it to me first will not have to work for the day. Also, you have to improve your living standards in the future. This bit of pig head meat is not enough. In the future, double, no, triple it. After hearing Fang Xing's words, the few Taoist children were stunned. They did not understand what he was trying to do. After a while, Wang Ji said with a trembling voice, This is 5 caddies of pig head meat, and you want to triple it? Yes. Fang Xing nodded. Let's do that first. If it's not enough, I'll add more. But we don't have enough silver. Wang Ji said with a bitter face. Then go and sell your butts, Fang Xing said nonchalantly. Anyway, you were fighting to be bunny just now. A famous foodie appeared in the tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields under the jurisdiction of Mount Qingyun Taoism. For the past 2 months, Fang Xing had eaten more than 10 kilograms of meat every day, and this did not include rice, fruits, and all kinds of alcohol. Occasionally, he would buy some nourishing herbs to nourish his body. In such an environment, Wang Ji and the other 4 children followed Fang Xing and ate well. Their faces were rosy, and their bodies were plump. Even their bellies were bulging, and their chins were folded in 2 or 3 layers. However, Fang Xing did not gain any weight. In fact, he had lost some weight. Now, his physique looked very thin, like a piece of paper, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, his eyes were very bright, and he was in a good state of mind. His every move was full of strength. This clear sky creation scripture is indeed extraordinary. I've only cultivated it for 2 months, and I've already undergone such a transformation. It's no wonder that my 9 uncles, who claimed to be top-notch experts in the Jianghu, were all killed by an eagle and a sword. In the forest beside the herb field, Fang Xing sat in front of a bonfire, staring at a wild rabbit on the fire. After 2 months of eating and drinking, the silver that Fang Xing had plundered from the children had long been used up. What could he do without money? He could not really teach these fellows to sell their butts, and with his appearance, no one would be willing to buy them. Having no other choice, Fang Xing often brought a few Taoist children to the nearby forest to hunt. There were many wild beasts in the forest near Mount Qingyun, and the Taoist children were not restricted from catching them. As long as they were capable, they could catch some to improve their lives. Fortunately, after he cultivated a stream of spiritual qi, he felt that his ears and eyes were sharp, and his reflexes were extremely fast. Even his hands were much stronger. Usually, he would pick up a pile of pebbles and carry them in his arms. Once he saw a wild rabbit or pheasant flying, he would hit it. Within a radius of 300 feet, there was nothing he could not hit. There was even a time when Fang Xing encountered a wild wolf alone. After suffering 2 bites from it, Fang Xing forcibly grabbed the wolf's tail and jumped onto its back. After a series of black fists, he beat it to death while it was still alive. When Fang Xing's small body carried a wild wolf back to the wooden house, Wang Ji and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. From then on, Fang Xing was like a celestial being in their hearts, and all of them were just short of swearing their loyalty to him. Naturally, Fang Xing treated them well. His chivalrous temperament, which had been nurtured in a bandit's nest, did not weaken because of his age. If there was meat, they would eat together. If there was wine, they would drink together. If they couldn't drink, they would pinch their noses and gulp it down. Now, the title of Boss Fang had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the 5 Taoist children. It was no longer just a passing remark. My current spiritual energy can already circulate 1 cycle. I wonder if I've reached the first layer of spirit formation. Fang Xing muttered in his heart. According to the rules of Mount Qingyun Dao Gate, once the Taoist children reached the first layer of spirit formation, they could be promoted to outer disciples. Their status would be raised by 1 rank, and they wouldn't need to fool around in this medicinal field anymore. It was said that there were other benefits as well. However, the Qingyun Qi training chapter only stated how to cultivate, but not how to differentiate the cultivation levels. It was precisely because of this that Fang Xing didn't know what realm he was currently in. Boss Fang, the firewood is back. Not far away, behind a row of pine trees, Wang Ji and Little Freckles walked over with a smile. Each of them carried a bundle of firewood on their shoulders. Usually, there couldn't be a lack of manpower in the spiritual field. Thus, the 5 Taoist children would take turns to follow Fang Xing out to hunt. This time, it was Wang Ji and Little Freckles who followed Fangxing out. Seeing that there wasn't enough firewood, Fangxing asked the two of them to collect some firewood before returning. After Fangxing became the boss of the Third Sea Field, the biggest change was the treatment of Little Freckles and the others. In the past, they were bullied by Wang Ji. Although there were only 5 of them, there was a clear hierarchy. You bullied me, I bullied him. But after Fangxing came, it became much simpler. Everyone had to be bullied by me. The others weren't allowed to be unreasonable, and they had to work and eat together. Every time Wang Ji subconsciously wanted to order Little Freckles or hanged Ghost, Fangxing would kick them. After 3 months like this, Wang Ji was already used to washing his smelly socks. Of course, other than his own socks, they also had to take turns washing Fangxing's socks. Why are you wasting time chopping firewood? The fire is already out. Get over here. Seeing that Boss Fang was angry, Wang Ji and Little Freckles hurriedly ran over and looked at the wild rabbit on the fire, drooling. After acknowledging Fangxing as their boss, the poor life of this sect was finally gone. It was very profitable. After roasting the wild rabbit, they were tearing it off and dividing the meat. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from not far away and shouted, "Oh no, Senior Brother Fang, the higher-ups have brought people to the spiritual herb field to inspect. They are angry when they saw that you guys aren't here." Everyone looked up. It was Hanged Ghost, who had stayed behind to look after the spiritual herb field. He ran over anxiously. Isn't the inspection tomorrow? Why are they here today? I'm not sure either. I think a senior brother with the surname you passed by and thought of coming over to take a look. Wang Ji stood up in shock, and his expression was a little bitter. Usually, the 5 children only needed to take care of the 10 acres of spiritual herb field and they would be free, and no one would disturb them. However, every 3 months, the medicine supervisor of the Taoist sect would come to inspect the spiritual herb field to see if the children were slacking off through the growth of the spiritual herb field. It would be fine if they were fine, but if they were found to have done something wrong, then this month's salary would be gone. In serious cases, there would be other punishments. The black-hearted Taoist priests of the medicine supervisor had often used this excuse to deduct the children's wages. It was broad daylight now, and it was not a day off, but they had come to the forest to hunt. This was not a small problem. Upon hearing this, Little Freckle was also flustered, and her face turned pale with fright. What's there to be afraid of? I'll go back and take a look. Fangxing spat out the grass in his hand in disdain and instructed Wang Ji to wrap the roasted wild rabbit with leaves. In front of the spiritual field number 3B3, there were 3 Taoists looking coldly at them who had come out of the forest. Their faces were so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of them. Among them, the leader even sneered maliciously and narrowed his beady eyes. It's actually this guy? Fangxing could not help but feel happy when he saw them from afar. The leader was actually the fat Taoist priest who had been scolded by him in front of the mountain gate. His surname was Yu, and his name was Yu Sanliang. He was an outer disciple of the Taoist sect. As for the other 2, they were Taoist children, and the fat Taoist priest had dragged them here at the last minute to keep up appearances. Hee, you guys are on duty, but you sneak into the forest and wander around blindly. How dare you? Do you believe that I will report this to the medicine supervisor senior brother, and all of you will be torn apart? The fat Taoist priest saw Fangxing from afar, and the fat on his face trembled as he sneered. Especially you. How many days has it been since you entered the sect? Do you want to be expelled for violating the sect's rules so blatantly? The fat Taoist priest felt a little proud. He was not a medicine supervisor, but a miscellaneous affairs supervisor. To put it bluntly, he was just an errand boy. This time, he was sent by his superiors to handle some matters in the medicinal field. He suddenly remembered that he had just sent a kid here 3 months ago, and wanted to see if the kid was in a miserable state. Thus, he took a detour and came to the 3rd B3 field. He did not expect to run into such a good thing. The kid had actually slipped out during his duty. This was a mistake that was neither too big nor too small, and it was enough for him to punish him. It was also a good opportunity for him to vent his anger from 3 months ago. Senior brother Zhu, what a rare guest. Quick, find a seat, Fangxing walked over with a smile and pretended to order the little Taoist children to find a seat for the fat Taoist priest. Nonsense, whose surname is Zhu? My surname is Yu. The fat Taoist priest's face trembled in anger as he pointed at Fangxing and scolded. Fangxing grinned as he looked at the fat Taoist. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with him, his heart suddenly moved. An inexplicable message appeared in his mind: first layer of spirit formation, weak body, amount of spiritual energy in the meridians. It was actually related to the fat Taoist priest's cultivation. All the information about his cultivation appeared in Fangxing's mind. That treasure mirror can actually see a person's cultivation? Fangxing could not help but be shocked as his face changed. The fat Taoist saw the change in Fangxing's face and thought that he was afraid of him. He was very pleased with himself as he fanned his face with his fat hands and sneered, "What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Obediently kneel down and kowtow to this Taoist and I'll let you off this time." Fangxing's face was gloomy as he slowly walked 2 rounds around the fat Taoist priest. The fat Taoist felt his hair stand on end as he shouted, "Little brat, what are you trying to do? Do you believe that this Taoist priest won't send you flying with one slap?" Fangxing had a plan in mind. His eyebrows jumped, and he asked, "You are the supervisor of the medicine department?" The fat Taoist was startled and said, "So what if I'm not?" Fangxing asked again, "Is it the medicine supervisor's senior brothers who asked you to patrol here?" The fat Taoist replied, "This Taoist priest is just passing by and specially came to see if you guys are slacking off." Fangxing suddenly jumped up and slapped the fat Taoist's face, shouting, "Slacking your grandpa." Even though he wasn't very big and had to jump up to slap the fat Taoist priest's face, this slap was extremely heavy. A clear palm print appeared on the fat Taoist priest's face, and his nose turned red as blood flowed down. Meanwhile, the fat Taoist priest was seeing stars, and his head was spinning. He was completely dazed from the slap. "Little bastard, you dare to hit me?" After a long while, the fat Taoist finally shouted with all his might. But before he could finish his words, he felt a kick on the back of his leg. His body could not help but fall to the ground. He spun around and felt a weight on his back. It was Fangxing who had stepped on his back. A person from the miscellaneous affairs supervisor coming to the medicine supervisor's territory to show off? "I'm going to hit you," Fangxing scolded. His fists and slaps rained down on the fat Taoist like he was beating a pig to death. The fat Taoist cried out from the beating. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He was also a cultivator, so he shook his spiritual qi and wanted to repel Fangxing. Who would have thought that Fangxing shook his spiritual qi at the same time and actually cancelled out the spiritual qi protecting his body? He continued to slap the fat Taoist. Wang Ji and the rest, as well as the 2 Taoist children who ran errands with the fat Taoist priest, were stunned by the scene. The Green Cloud Mountain Tao sect had strict rules. Since when had a Taoist child beaten up an outer sect disciple? Furthermore, outer sect disciples had cultivated spirit energy. No matter how weak they were not people that Taoist children could get close to. With a jolt of spirit energy, even the strongest Taoist child would be sent flying. "Let go of senior brother you." After a while, the 2 Taoist children finally reacted. They shouted in unison and rushed over to snatch Yu Xinghai away. "Who dares?" Fangxing suddenly stood up. The spirit energy in his body jolted and an inexplicable pressure was released. The 2 Taoist children felt their guts go cold. They stood rooted to the ground and did not dare to move forward. "Wang Ji, Hanged Man, Little Freckle, tie these 2 up. Rat Spirit, Luo Bianchui, you 2 go to the medicine department to complain. Tell them that we caught 3 people who came to the spiritual herb farm to steal herbs in broad daylight," Fangxing ordered coldly. At the same time, he pulled a handful of spiritual herbs from the spiritual herb farm and stuffed it into the fat Taoist priest's arms. "This is not good." Wang Ji and the rest were trembling in fear. They hesitated and did not dare to move. "What are you afraid of? These fellas aren't people from the medicine division, and they aren't under orders from the medicine division, yet they dare strut around and behave atrociously in front of the medicine division. I don't believe that the medicine division's people don't have a knot in their hearts." "Right, you over there, Rat Spirit, don't you have a golden hairpin? It's the one who's engaged to your fiancé. Take it and stuff it into his arms." Tell him that he brought 2 people with him and asked us to secretly give him a few stalks of spirit herbs. We didn't dare to give it to him, so they snatched it from us and even tried to bribe us. Okay. Can I get my hairpin back? The Taoist children understood what Fangxing meant. Those who took the rope, and those who took the golden hairpin took the golden hairpin. Luo Bianchui, who ran the fastest, was already prepared to go to the medicine department to complain. Wait, everyone turned around, and the one who spoke was actually the fat Taoist priest who had been beaten black and blue. He had also heard Fangxing's words. At first, he didn't think much of it, but the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. That's right, he was after all not the medicine supervisor, he did not have the right to come here, his words were not justified, this little bastard falsely accused him of stealing the elixir, no one would believe him, after all Qingyun Taoist sect rules were strict, no one dared to openly steal the elixir, this was the Taoist sect's public resource, it was also a strict order, but if the medicine supervisor really thought that he was here to ask for a bribe, he would be in big trouble. It was only right and proper for a superior to enjoy the filial piety of a subordinate, but one shouldn't cross the line. On top of that, even if he explained everything clearly, his reputation would be ruined if he was beaten up by a 10-year-old Taoist boy until his face was covered in blood, and he was tied up like a fat pig and sent to the medicine department for punishment. Even the supervisor's senior apprentice brother of the miscellaneous duties supervisor would feel greatly humiliated and would probably hate him. He must not make a big deal out of this. The fat Taoist actually used the reason that Fangxing went hunting during his working hours to pinch Fangxing, because he thought that Fangxing wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of this, but who knew that this kid didn't know what fear was, not only did he beat him up, he even framed him. The elixir of the Taoist sect was as important as his life, he plucked it just like that, this kid was too fierce, not easy to handle, there was no other way, he could only lower his head, the fat Taoist instantly understood, and hurriedly shouted, "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, everyone was just fooling around, don't alarm the medicine department senior apprentice brother, kid, put me down, let's talk this out." After hearing the fat Taoist's words, all the Taoist boys looked at each other, obviously surprised. Only Fangxing smiled coldly, he had already guessed this result. What he said just now, rather than saying it to Wang Ji and the rest, it was better to say that he said it to the fat Taoist. "Ayaya, senior apprentice brother Zhu, it's all my fault, I didn't know you were fooling around, I hit you too hard." Fangxing seemed to have suddenly changed his face, he smiled and helped the fat Taoist up, even politely patting the dirt off his body. "My surname is Yu, not Zhu." The fat Taoist sat up, his heart skipping a beat, although he had suffered many punches and kicks, he didn't suffer any internal injuries, he could still fight. Just now, he was ambushed by Fangxing, that was why he didn't fight, if he really wanted to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. However, just as this thought rose up in his mind, his vision suddenly blurred, a shining knife was pressed against his neck, the cold touch instantly made the fat Taoist a little sober. Fangxing's round and cute little face moved closer to the fat Taoist, he said in a low voice, "Stupid fat pig, don't be so shameless, I'm not afraid of anything, if things get out of hand, let's see who's at a disadvantage." "This little bastard is a lunatic." The fat Taoist was taken aback, he immediately lost all thoughts of fighting. "You're ruthless. This time, I admit defeat. Let's wait and see how things turn out, let's wait and see, who knows who's going to lose, it's also because I saw you, I know I can also become an outer disciple." Fangxing laughed coldly, and the look in his eyes shocked the fat Taoist priest. He suddenly remembered the scene where he released his spiritual energy, but it was dispersed by Fangxing, his gaze immediately changed. "You also cultivated spiritual energy?" "That's right, it's not that difficult, I still wanted to ask you, what level is called spirit formation first layer?" The fat Taoist painfully closed his eyes and said, forget it, how did I provoke a little fiend like you? Let me tell you, once the meridians adapt to the existence of spiritual energy, and can let the spiritual energy circulate unobstructed for one round, that is spirit formation first layer, damn." Fangxing was also surprised, he thought it was some kind of standard, but he actually reached it a month ago. This was also the reason why Fangxing didn't have any experience. In fact, the difficulty of cultivating in Taoism is in the beginning and later stages, but the early stages are not difficult. Generally speaking, once the body has spiritual energy, all that's left is to let the meridians adapt to the existence of spiritual energy. It can be said that reaching spirit formation first layer is a matter of course. That's why many Taoist children would directly report to the Taoist sect after cultivating spiritual energy. Because he had seen the terrifying strength of Taoist disciples, Fangxing thought that the Taoist sect's cultivation was too terrifying. The yin-yang demon mirror can examine spells, spiritual treasures, and other people's cultivation, but it can't examine himself. This was also why Fangxing was helpless. "Get a basin of water for me to wash my face," the fat Taoist said in a low voice. His eyes were so swollen that he could barely open them. Fangxing then reacted and hurriedly stood up. He kicked Wang Ji, who was standing there dumbfoundedly, and said, "I'm talking about you, why don't you have any eyesight? Quickly get some water for senior brother Zhu to wash his face. And you, little Freckles, don't just stand there dumbly, put the meat on the table and bring out the few jars of good wine under Wang Ji's bed. Today, I want to drink with senior brother Zhu. My surname is Yu, not Zhu," the fat Taoist muttered. The group of Taoist children seemed to have finally regained their souls as they obediently followed his instructions. After Wang Ji brought the water over, he suddenly reacted, "How did you know I hid 4 jars of good wine under my bed?" Fangxing glanced at him and said, "There are only 3 jars left." His heart was a little disdainful of him. He doesn't know how to hide things at all. Who would hide good things under the bed? Wang Ji wailed and ran to look at his wine. After the fat Taoist washed his face, he wanted to leave this nightmarish place as soon as possible. However, Fangxing had already put the wine and meat on the table and warmly invited the fat Taoist to sit down to eat and drink with him. The fat Taoist was almost forced to sit down. He was a foodie to begin with, but when he saw the roasted rabbit meat and the 3 jars of fragrant wine, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. Moreover, he also understood that this little bastard named Fangxing was simply a freak. He had only been a Taoist child for a few days, but he had already taken in all the Taoist children in Area C3 as his underlings. One must know that these Taoist children were all older than him. In addition, this fellow had already cultivated spiritual energy. Once he reported to the Tao sect, his status would be the same as his, so there was really no need to make things too awkward. His methods were ruthless and he was extremely daring. No one wanted to have such an opponent. With this thought in mind, the fat Taoist took the opportunity to get out of this predicament. His expression was no longer as unsightly as before. After the jar of wine was emptied, his face was already flushed red as he started to drink. He put his arm around Fangxing's shoulder, looking no different from a real brother. As for the spiritual herb that Fangxing had pulled down to frame, it was now planted back into the soil. Whether it lived or not depended on luck. Anyway, it wasn't strange for 1 or 2 spiritual herbs to wither in the spiritual herb field occasionally. As long as there were a lot of them, it was fine. After drinking a jar of wine with the fat Taoist, Fangxing had already inquired about most of the things he wanted to know. His eyes lit up and he said thoughtfully, "So, as long as I ring the voiceless bell next to the spiritual field, I can become an outer sect disciple?" The fat Taoist said with a slurred tongue, "That's right, brother. Go ring the bell tomorrow, I'll be waiting to congratulate you on your promotion." The Blue Cloud sect had tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields and 10,000 Taoist children. With so many people, it was easy for geniuses to emerge. Although the Blue Cloud sect only passed down the simplest Qingyun Qi refinement technique to the group of little Taoist children and did not provide any other guidance or help in cultivation, there would be 1 or 2 outstanding people among the 10,000 or so Taoist children who managed to cultivate spiritual Qi on their own every year. In the eyes of the other Taoist children, these people were all extraordinary talents and favored by the heavens. "Brothers, I'm leaving. Sometimes I'll drop by and have a drink with you." Early in the morning, Fangxing packed his things and carried them on his back before bidding farewell to the Taoist children. In the morning breeze, the 5 little Taoist children, Wang Ji, Little Freckle, Hanged Ghost, Rat Spirit, and Luoquan Ghost, stood in front of the wooden house to send him off. Their faces were filled with admiration and envy. They had never imagined that this fierce and overbearing kid would actually be able to cultivate spiritual energy in a short period of 3 months. He was about to reach the heavens in a single bound and become an outer court disciple. Although they saw Fangxing cultivating diligently every day, they thought it was a common problem when they first entered the Blue Cloud sect. Every Taoist child who entered the Blue Cloud sect would spend the first year or even two cultivating desperately, hoping to step into the path of immortality and reach the heavens in one step. However, as time passed, they would slowly give up, recognize their potential, and start to settle down as an ordinary person. Usually, Fangxing kept his mouth shut. It was only yesterday when he said he was going to ring the clear heart bell that others knew he had cultivated spiritual qi. Boss Fang. You're really not an ordinary person. You'll reach the heavens in one step after entering the outer sect. I hope you remember us brothers, Wang Ji said sincerely. His eyes seemed to be a little red, and little Freckle started sobbing. Fangxing kicked him and scolded with a smile, "Why are you crying like a girl? I'm just leveling up, not going to die. You bastards, remember the secret method I told you yesterday? It's a secret that I painstakingly researched. As long as you practice according to the instructions, you'll definitely be able to cultivate spiritual energy. When you enter the outer sect, I'll still protect you. That method is really, really too strange, but we will remember it." All the children smiled awkwardly, disapproving of the method that Fangxing had told them. Fangxing smiled and didn't say anything. He had already told them the method. Whether they believed it or not, it was up to them. "All right, brothers, I'm leaving. I won't send you off." Fangxing waved his hand, turned around, and walked along the winding path towards the depths of the Green Mountains. "Farewell, Boss Fang. I wish Boss Fang a bright future ahead of you," and a meteoric rise. The congratulatory voices of the children came from behind. All of them seemed to be deeply attached to each other. However, when Fangxing's figure disappeared from their sight, all the children suddenly straightened their backs. With shifty eyes, they wiped away the tears on their faces and sighed, "The heavens have eyes. They've finally sent this little devil away, yes, yes, yes. During the time he was here, I didn't even dare to sleep too soundly at night. Life has finally returned to peace. Thank the heavens." Following the winding path all the way out of the spiritual field, one could enter the vicinity of the back door of the Blue Cloud sect. From here, one could also see the true appearance of the Blue Cloud sect. It was truly surrounded by celestial clouds, with strange peaks rising one after another. Quaint and tranquil Taoist temples were hidden in the valleys. Unknowingly, a breeze blew past, parting the mountain fog, revealing a cultivation abode that looked like a celestial realm. The spiritual field only reached the foot of the Green Mountains. Under an ancient pine tree, there was a stone platform made of blue stone. Going up the stone platform, there was a green bronze bell. It looked ancient. The bronze bell was the size of a millstone, but there was no bell ringing wood beside it. Next to the stone platform, there was a stone tablet on a stone carving of a swanee. On the tablet, there was a name, Pure Heart Bell. Next to the bell were two lines of poetry, "The sound of the bell breaks the bonds of the mortal world." Is this the place? Among the tens of thousands of children, whoever cultivates spiritual qi can ring this bell and be promoted to an outer disciple. Fangxing thought in his heart. He walked up the stairs and touched the surface of the bronze bell. The dew had yet to dissipate. The bronze bell was bone-chilling and extremely heavy. Fangxing pushed it, but it did not budge at all. Pure Heart Bell, low-grade spiritual tool. Ordinary wood and common bronze cannot ring it. When spiritual qi collides with it, the sound can travel 10 miles. Focusing on the bell, the yin-yang themed mirror in his mind started to operate. The characteristics of the bronze were all imprinted in Fangxing's heart. Then let's begin. Xiao Jianming, the 10th bandit leader of the Ghost Smoke Valley, is here. Blue Cloud Sect, I, Fangxing, am here. Immortal Tao, I am here. Fangxing took a deep breath. He gathered the spiritual qi in his body and suddenly hit the bell. Wang, the heavy bell body suddenly trembled. The dull bell sound spread far and wide, startling a flock of birds in the mountains. Fangxing knocked 3 times in a row and stopped, waiting for the sect to come. The Pure Heart Bell has rung. Another Taoist child has cultivated spiritual qi? I wonder if his aptitude is good or if he is another trash. In the midst of the mountains, many people were disturbed from their dreams. Some paid attention, some sneered, and some turned over to continue sleeping. In less than 10 breaths of time, a green figure flashed out from the mountain gate ahead like a bolt of lightning. It was a skinny young man with a fair and clean face. He wore a green Taoist robe and had his hair tied up in a bun with an ebony hairpin. He seemed to be in high spirits, but his face was expressionless like a dead man. He came forward and glanced at Feng Xing. It was as if he was struck by cold lightning. He asked in a deep voice, "You are the one who rang the pure heart bell? What is your name?" "Greetings, senior brother. I am junior brother Feng Xing, a Taoist child of the C3 area." "Greetings, senior brother." Feng Xing naturally wouldn't be arrogant at this moment. He respectfully bowed to the person who came, appearing to be very well behaved. However, when he bowed, he also carefully sized up the person. He saw that the person was in the 4th layer of spirit formation realm. His strength wasn't weak. "Good, follow me." The young man nodded his head and pulled Feng Xing's arm. Like lightning, they flew up the mountain. Feng Xing felt the wind under his feet and the wind whistled past his ears. The wind was so strong that it hurt his face. He couldn't even open his eyes. He immediately cursed this dead face in his heart. Is he trying to show off his abilities in front of me? I asked you for nothing. But then he thought that he was stupid. Why didn't he circulate his spiritual qi to resist? With a thought, he circulated his spiritual qi and immediately felt much better. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was flying towards a mountain peak. The Blue Cloud sect had countless strange peaks. There were 7 tallest peaks in between the Green Mountains. Although they looked messy, they were actually the 7 main peaks of the Blue Cloud sect. At this moment, the young Taoist was leading him towards one of the 7 peaks. "Elder Gao, the person is here." The young Taoist priest led them to a pavilion on the mountainside of the strange peak and respectfully reported to the person inside. "Let him come in." An old voice came from the pavilion. When the young Taoist heard this, he pushed Feng Xing's back and he immediately fell into the pavilion. "Mother Cur, you dare to push me?" Feng Xing subconsciously wanted to curse, but before he could open his mouth, he suddenly felt a stern gaze staring at him. "How did you cultivate spiritual qi?" The old voice sounded again. The voice was dull and solemn, as if there was a sound wave hitting Feng Xing's head. Feng Xing turned his head and saw an old Taoist with a face like orange peel. His grayish-white hair was draped on both sides. The morning light shone in through the window, illuminating half of his face while the other half was hidden in the darkness. However, his eyes were equally bright. His sharp gaze fell upon Feng Xing as if it could see through any secret, causing one to tremble in fear and not dare to lie even the slightest. I actually can't see through his cultivation." Feng Xing boldly looked at the old man, but he didn't expect that the yin-yang fiend mirror actually couldn't see through his cultivation. After the yin-yang fiend mirror entered his body, every time he appraised a treasure or a person's cultivation, it would consume some of Feng Xing's spiritual qi. The higher the spiritual qi of the appraised item, the more spiritual qi it consumed. The fact that he couldn't see through the old Taoist's cultivation could only mean that Feng Xing's spiritual qi was not enough to activate the yin-yang fiend mirror to see through his cultivation. I ate the essence transforming grass. Feng Xing's mind turned quickly, and he decided that it was better to tell the truth, so he pretended to be afraid and answered. "Sigh, another one who used the essence transforming grass." "Forget it, it's your good fortune to be able to discover the magical effects of the essence transforming grass. I'll allow you to be promoted to an outer disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. This token is for you as a token of your status as a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Later, take this token to the Greenwood Hall, and someone will naturally arrange a place for you to cultivate. You will also be given a Taoist robe of the Blue Cloud sect, as well as a cultivation method." The old man seemed a little disappointed. After asking for Feng Xing's name, he took a drop of his blood, merged it into a small black wooden token, threw it to him, and dismissed him. "That's it?" Feng Xing stood outside the attic, a little dazed. He didn't expect it to be so simple. Could it be that he discovered the many magical effects of the essence transforming grass? Feng Xing couldn't figure it out. He flipped over the wooden token to take a look, only to see a ding engraved on it. No matter what, the ding was definitely not a good grade. Even among the spiritual fields, the Ding area was also the worst. However, Fangxing did not know the magical effects of the essence melting grass. Although ordinary Taoist children did not know about it, how could the elders of the Tao sect not know about it since they cultivated Tao techniques and studied pharmacology? However, the cultivation of the Taoist sects valued aptitude, and the Blue Cloud sect was a classic example of aptitude being king. Therefore, although they had ways to let a person who couldn't cultivate spiritual qi, they wouldn't do it. After all, such a person's aptitude was too poor. Even if he forced himself to embark on the path of cultivation, he wouldn't have a bright future. However, the Taoist sects also valued fate and comprehension. Therefore, although the Taoist children who cultivated through the essence transforming grass usually had poor aptitude, the Blue Cloud sect would still give them the identity of an outer disciple. As for their future achievements, it would depend on their own luck. "Show me your wooden tablet." A cold voice rang out. It was the dead-faced senior marshal brother who had been waiting outside the pavilion. Fangxing wanted to hand over the wooden tablet, but he waved his hand and an invisible force pulled over. The wooden tablet flew out of Fangxing's hand and flew towards him. The dead-faced senior marshal brother took the wooden tablet and looked at it. His face immediately revealed a look of contempt. "Fourth grade aptitude? Humph, another piece of trash." He threw the wooden tablet back to Fangxing and said impatiently, "Go to the Greenwood Pavilion by yourself. I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you." After saying that, he pointed in the direction of the Greenwood Pavilion to Fangxing and actually turned around to leave. Fangxing was so angry that he cursed loudly. He thought to himself, what kind of moral conduct does this cultivator have? It was very obvious that this dead-faced senior marshal brother still had the responsibility of bringing new disciples to the Greenwood Pavilion to guide them to the items. However, when he saw that Fangxing's cultivation aptitude was too low, he didn't bother with him anymore and left without even putting on an act. "I'll remember you. Sooner or later, I'll let you have a taste of my methods." Fangxing angrily descended the mountain. He wanted to go to the Greenwood Pavilion by himself, but he didn't know the way. The strange peaks and valleys between the doors and the eaves of the palace made him feel a little dizzy. That dead-faced senior marshal brother had only pointed in the direction casually. How would he know where the Greenwood Pavilion was? Junior brother Fang, on the small path ahead, a big pig head suddenly rushed over. When he saw Fangxing from afar, he stopped. This pig head was actually that fat Taoist. It turned out that he had promised to wait for Fangxing by the side of the Clear Heart Bell yesterday, to be his guide. Who would have thought that he drank too much last night and forgot about this matter? Only when the Clear Heart Bell rang did he wake up with a start. He then hurriedly got up and prepared to go to the Greenwood Pavilion to wait for Fangxing. Just as he was halfway there, he happened to meet Fangxing cursing all the way over. The two of them faced each other, but the fat Taoist felt a little awkward. Although the two of them had already called each other brothers and chatted merrily yesterday, they had drunk too much. Now, although he wanted to be on good terms with Fangxing, he couldn't bring himself to do so. "Aya, my senior brother Zhu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you only here now?" Fangxing glanced at him and understood what the fat Taoist was thinking. He walked over with a smile. Cough cough, my surname is Yu, not Zhu. I'm really sorry for making junior marshal brother wait for so long." When the fat Taoist saw Fangxing being so friendly, the grudge in his heart instantly disappeared. He walked over with a face full of smiles. "Junior brother Fang, why are you alone? Don't you have a senior marshal brother to lead the way?" There's a dead-faced senior marshal brother to lead the way, but he had diarrhea and ran to the toilet. "I couldn't wait, so I was going to go there myself." How can a cultivator have diarrhea? Who knows, maybe his intestines are rotten." Fangxing casually lied and cursed the dead-faced senior marshal brother. He came over and put his arm around the fat Taoist's neck and walked away. He was short, so he could barely put his arm around the fat Taoist's shoulder. This was when the fat Taoist's body was slanted. "What's the grade of junior brother Fang's aptitude?" "Haha, what about you?" "I'm ashamed, senior marshal brother." "It's D grade aptitude, haha, then we're about the same." The two of them, one tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, chatted happily as they walked toward the Greenwood Pavilion. The fat Taoist's attitude did not change because of Fengxing's D-grade aptitude. Firstly, he was also D-grade aptitude, so there was no need to talk about his elder brother. Secondly, Fengxing found out from the fat Taoist that out of the thousands of outer sect disciples in the Blue Cloud sect, more than half of them were D-grade aptitude, the rest were C-grade aptitude, and the rest were B-grade aptitude. There were only a few true A-grade aptitude in the entire Dao sect, and they were all treated like treasures. At the thought of this, Fengxing felt slightly better. After all, he was not at the bottom. Not long after, they arrived at the Greenwood Pavilion. It was a 3-story pavilion built with a type of wood that emitted a faint green smell. At first glance, it looked simple and unadorned, but upon closer inspection, it was seamless and simple. There was not a single wormhole on the surface of the building, and not even a single speck of dust could be seen. Under the illumination of the rising sun, there was a faint brilliance circulating around the building, giving it a dignified appearance. Just as the fat Taoist and Fengxing approached, a thin old Taoist walked over from the side of the Greenwood Pavilion. The fat Taoist hurriedly pulled Fengxing to greet him, calling him Senior Marshal Brother Qiao. Fengxing looked at him and realized that he could see through his cultivation. He was only at the 4th level of spirit formation. Although his appearance and age were similar to that of Elder Gao, their cultivation was far apart. Senior Marshal Brother Qiao took a look at Fengxing's wooden plate. Without further ado, he arranged a small hut at the foot of Hidden Cloud Peak for Fengxing to cultivate in. He also gave him a small Blue Cloud sect Taoist robe, a green Cloud Chi training manual, and a small red crystal the size of a cobblestone. It was said that this was a spirit stone used for cultivation. After that, he sent Fengxing to the Magic Weapon Pavilion. Junior Brother Feng, don't look down on this spirit stone. Our future cultivation will depend on it. The treatment of us outer disciples is low, and we only receive spirit stones once every 3 months. We treat it like a treasure. In the secular world, each spirit stone is worth hundreds of gold. The fat Taoist saw Fengxing looking at the spirit stone in his hand and said, "Only one every 3 months? This Dao sect is so stingy." Fengxing was a little dissatisfied. This is a cultivation resource. It's good enough for a white-collar worker to get one every 3 months. This is also because our aptitudes are low. Although we are all outer disciples, D-class aptitudes can get one every 3 months, C-class aptitudes can get one every 2 months, B-class aptitudes can get one every month, and A-class aptitudes can get 2 every month. They are all rich people, it's good that there are rich people. I will rob them some other day, junior brother, don't mess around. Those A-grade aptitude disciples are not to be trifled with. If you get into a dispute, even if they were the ones who started it, the elders will definitely punish us. If you want to earn some extra money, I can recommend you to the miscellaneous department to take up a position. As long as you work hard, you will be able to get a spirit stone every 3 months. That's double your salary, that doesn't suit me. Let me think about it. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the artifact pavilion. The fat Taoist suddenly remembered something and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Feng, when you arrive at the artifact pavilion later, obediently hand this spirit stone to the senior marshal brother who guards the pavilion. Then, under his guidance, take out an artifact." Fengxing was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "Are you kidding me? I only get one spirit stone every 3 months. Why should I give it to them?" The fat Taoist didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "This is not the time to be picky. In our Blue Cloud sect's outer sect artifact pavilion, there are some old items that have been discarded by our seniors. More than half of them are damaged. If you give them a gift, these senior marshal brothers who guard the pavilion will naturally give you a good one. But if you don't give them a gift, they will completely ignore you. How would you know which one is good and which one is bad? These black-hearted people have polished many damaged flying swords until they shine and specially place them there to cheat people." As he said this, he took out one of his sword talismans and showed it to Fengxing. "Look, back then I lacked a gift, and under their instigation, I took this sword talisman. It is said that it can release the sword chi of a true chi level 4 cultivator. At that time, I thought I had picked up a treasure and was overjoyed. Later on, I found out that this sword talisman can only be used once. Apart from that experiment, it has never been used again. I don't know whether to throw it away or keep it. I want to cry but have no tears. Now, I can only keep it by my side, purely as a memento. Looks like you are also useless. No wonder you would run to the Taoist children to show off your prowess. Feng Xing cursed the fat Taoist in his heart, but on the surface, he said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance, senior martial brother. I understand." The fat Taoist did not follow him into the artifact pavilion. He only waited outside while Feng Xing swaggered in. Audacious! Blue Cloud Sect's artifact pavilion is not a place for idle people to barge in. A sudden shout startled Feng Xing. He saw 3 people come out from the side of the celestial weapon pavilion. The leader was a man in his 30s, with 2 mustaches above his lips. He was thin and small, and looked more like a mouse than a mouse. His small green beady eyes shone brightly. It was only after seeing him that Feng Xing understood why people said that the eyes had a small focus. This guy's focus was very good. Feng Xing quietly looked at them and saw their cultivation. The big mouse spirit was in the 3rd level of spirit formation, while the other 2 were in the 2nd level. He could tell that these 3 people were trying to intimidate him. He sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he said respectfully, "New outer disciple Feng Xing is here to collect the artifact according to the sect rules. I have the waist token given by Elder Gao as proof. Senior martial brothers, please take a look." The big rat spirit took the wooden token and scanned it with his eyes. Then, he sneered, "So it's a new outer sect disciple. You don't know the rules, so I'll forgive you for trespassing into the ritual weapon pavilion. However, you're just going to come here to collect the ritual weapon without any proof." His small eyes were blinking, clearly hinting to Du Feng to give him some benefits. What does senior martial brother mean?" Feng Xing smiled and pretended to be ignorant, but he did not want to give it. After all, it was a spirit stone, others needed their guidance to avoid damaging the artifact, but he was not afraid. Was the yin-yang demon mirror a joke? "Bastard, what are you pretending to be ignorant for? Quickly hand over the spirit stone or get lost." The man beside the mouse spirit became angry and directly reprimanded him. He did not even care about his face and directly asked for the spirit stone. Feng Xing's complexion suddenly changed. Although he was reluctant, after some consideration, he still planned to hand over the spirit stones. After all, he had just entered the sect and didn't know how deep the mountain was and how shallow the water was. It was still necessary to not be in the limelight. However, he was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. When the man beside the rat spirit scolded him like that, his small explosive temper immediately rose. "I only have 1 spirit stone every 3 months. Why should I give you this bastard thing?" Feng Xing's shout was even louder than the man's voice, but it gave the 3 of them a fright. You dare to scold me?" The man beside the big rat spirit was stunned, and then his anger flared up. They held positions in the artifact pavilion, which was not something that the fat Taoist, who was in charge of miscellaneous work, could compare to. They had connections or spent a lot of money to get in, and they had Dharma treasures and origin veins in their hands. When the disciples saw them, who would not be respectful? It was also because of this that they developed their arrogant and domineering personalities. But who would have thought that today, he would dare to scold a disciple who had just joined the sect, just because he had reprimanded him a little? In a moment of anger, the man took a step forward, wanting to slap the kid. When Feng Xing saw him like this, he knew that he was about to make a move. He took a step back and laughed in a low voice. "You tried to extort a bribe, and now you want to fight with a man? Does Taoism still have rules?" The man's expression suddenly changed, and he stopped his attack. Although the disciples who joined the sect all followed the rules and tacitly gave him the spirit stone, this matter could not be seen in public. He saw that the kid in front of him was not old, but he looked like a wily old fox. He was really afraid that the kid would spill the beans. "Haha, haha, why are you fighting as soon as you meet? This is not good." The big rat spirit looked at Feng Xing with a smile and said maliciously, "Little junior brother, you are young, but you have a hot temper. Forget it, we were just joking with you just now. Go in and choose a Dharma treasure, and keep your eyes open." "Thank you, senior brother." Feng Xing cupped his fists, and ignored the big rat spirit's hidden meaning, and went in. When he went in to take a look, he was instantly shocked. This was not some artifact pavilion, it was clearly a general store. Rows upon rows of wooden shelves were placed with flying swords, talisman treasures, spirit tools, and other items. At first glance, it was a dazzling sight. Every item seemed to be quite extraordinary. Some of them even had a name pasted on them, as well as a small introduction. Some of them were simply a pile of items on the shelves. They were a mess of talismans, flying swords, treasure bottles, and even compasses. It was hard to tell whether they were good or bad. At this time, Fangxing finally understood why every new outer sect disciple was willing to bribe these people. There were too many Dharma treasures here. From the outside, it was impossible to tell which one was good and which one was bad, and they did not understand its use. If they just randomly picked one, the chances of them making a mistake were too high. The big rat spirit and his two juniors saw Fangxing's dazed expression and immediately sneered. It was not that they had never met people who were reluctant to hand over their spirit stones, but these people were all cheated by them. Although this artifact pavilion was filled with low-level Dharma treasures that Blue Cloud Sect outer sect disciples could use, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Not long ago, Blue Cloud Sect recruited disciples, and a large number of good quality Dharma treasures were chosen. Now, more than half of the remaining Dharma treasures were of low quality, or were directly damaged and could not be used normally. Some of the good ones were also hidden in places that were hard to see. They did not believe that this brat who contradicted them could pick anything good. Humph, these three bastards want to cheat me. Today, I'll let you open your eyes. Fangxing came back to his senses, sneered in his heart, and slowly walked forward. Little junior brother, every disciple who enters the artifact pavilion is only given the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'll light it for you, the big rat spirit said with a smile, and gave a look to the man beside him to choose the driest incense stick and light it. The man understood. When he lit the incense stick, he deliberately broke off a small piece of it, and then inserted it into the incense burner. The dry incense stick burned quickly, and the man secretly broke off a small piece. Fangxing did not even have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. At most, he only had 2/3 of the time. He might not even be able to look at all of them, so how could he choose? Usually, if the disciple who came to choose the Dharma treasures gave a generous bribe, the few disciples guarding the pavilion would not only forget about the incense stick, but they would also give advice based on the bribe. Low-level flying sword, made of well-tempered steel, engraved with a spell formation, low spirit chi, storage ring, made of 1,000 hammer gold, space square, purple copper flying sword, engraved with 3 spell formations, all damaged. Fangxing did not care about the little tricks of the big rat spirit and the others. He just minded his own business. Wherever he looked, he knew the quality and characteristics of the Dharma treasures very well. He was very relaxed. Just as the fat Taoist had said, there were many good-looking magic tools that were placed in plain sight. It was just that their internal formations were already damaged. If they were really chosen, then they would only be left with a pile of scrap metal. No matter how good the Dharma treasures were, if the inner spell formations were damaged, they would become scrap metal. For these Dharma treasures, the inner spell formations were even more valuable than the material they were made of. After they were damaged, it was not worth it to find someone to repair them. After all, the weapon masters who could repair the Dharma treasures had to pay a high price to repair them. It was better to buy a new one. Do I have to choose one of these flying swords or storage rings? Fangxing thought to himself. He had already seen a few Dharma treasures, and they were all very good. However, Fangxing wasn't in a hurry to choose. He was considering that with his current spirit force, even if he chose a good flying sword, it wouldn't be enough for it to fly more than 10 feet. If it was used to defend against an enemy, it wouldn't be as good as the dagger in his hand. Therefore, what he needed the most wasn't these weapons, nor was it the storage ring or anything like that. What suited him should be some Dharma treasures that could help him. The big rat spirit and the other two saw Fangxing standing in front of a good flying sword that they had deliberately hidden behind a pile of Dharma treasures. They suddenly felt a little nervous. They were afraid that this kid would get lucky and really choose that Dharma treasure. Ahem, little brother, time is almost up. Ahem, junior brother, time is almost up. Hurry up and choose. If it's hard for you to choose, I can also recommend some things to you. Look over here, they are all good things. For example, this flag. Once you inject spiritual energy into it, it can release an extremely fierce flame. If you're fighting against an enemy, with a wave of the flag, a fire dragon will fly out. It's definitely a good thing. Big Mouse's sharp tongue was like a lotus flower as it incited Feng Xing, wanting him to choose a flag that looked very good. But Feng Xing only glanced at it and made up his mind. That flag was indeed good. It actually contained 7 Dharma formations. It could be said that it was very rare in the Dharma weapon pavilion. Unfortunately, the 7 Dharma formations were already damaged and could not be more useless. There was only some residual firewool left. The big rat spirit did not have good intentions. If he really took that flag and tried it on the spot, it would definitely have extraordinary power. But once he took it out of the Dharma weapon pavilion, he would not be able to use it again. It was similar to the fat Taoist sword talisman. However, it was also at this moment that Feng Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. He noticed in Dharma weapon near the fire flag. He saw that it was a green ghost mask. He did not know what it was made of, but there were some knife and axe marks on it. There was also a gap at the top of the head. It was thrown in the corner like a piece of trash, and there was already a layer of dust on it. It looked like the most useless thing in the Dharma weapon pavilion. But when he saw it, a few pieces of information flashed through Feng Xing's mind. 1,000 ghost mask, 36 Dharma formations. This is actually a mid-grade Dharma weapon with 36 Dharma formations, and the Dharma formations are basically intact. Feng Xing felt a wave of excitement. After understanding the function of the mask, he was instantly overjoyed. It turned out that this 1,000 Luo ghost mask was actually a shape-shifting magical item. After wearing it, it could change one's appearance, voice, and even aura and height. The 36 spirit designs represented that this 1,000 Luo ghost mask had 36 transformations and could transform into 36 different people. This was simply a must-have Dharma weapon for killing people and robbing them, Feng Xing decided in an instant. Haha, little junior brother has taken a fancy to this mask? You really have a good eye. This mask is that 9 Nether Ghost Flame Thunderbolt. Godly mask. After wearing it, you can borrow the power of gods and demons, and its power is infinite. Haha. The big rat spirit laughed. It seemed that he did not know the function of this mask at all, and even called it by the wrong name. Haha, not bad, not bad. It is very suitable for this little junior brother. If junior brother wears it, he will be very awe-inspiring. The other 2 people also laughed, and kept saying that Feng Xing should hurry up and choose it. Is this Dharma weapon really that good? Senior brothers are not lying to me, are you? Feng Xing turned the mask over and over in his hand, looking like he was in a dilemma. How could that be? This mask is very suitable for junior brother. With it, junior brother's cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and you will be able to move unhindered in the outer sect. Even breaking through to the 4th level of true Qi and becoming an inner sect disciple, I'm afraid it will only be a matter of 1 or 2 years. The big rat spirit said with a grin, inciting Feng Xing to accept the mask. That's right, junior brother, why don't you take it back first and use it for a few days? If it really doesn't work, take it back and senior brother will change it for you. The person next to him also said the same, looking like he was easy to talk to. Since all 3 senior brothers have said so, then I will choose it. Feng Xing deliberately pretended to be hesitant, and picked up the mask. Well said, I will record it down. The big rat spirit was very straightforward. He quickly took out a blank jade medallion from the pile of jade medallions, and quickly inserted his divine sense into it. Year of the Gingzi, the 11th month, the 1st day of the 11th month. Outer sect disciple Feng Xing receives a low-grade magic tool. The big rat spirit didn't know what the name of the mask was, and he couldn't write Hu Fai's name on it either. As usual, if he couldn't name it, he would just write low-grade magic tool. After recording it down, he placed the jade pendant on the shelf. It was a done deal. His face darkened, and he said with a fake smile, little junior brother, congratulations on choosing the treasure. You may leave now. Feng Xing looked back and forth at the mask, and pretended to be ignorant. You're not lying to me, are you? The big rat spirit's face darkened, and he shouted, nonsense. You've already chosen the magic tool, and it's recorded. You can't go back on your word. Then, you just said that if I'm not satisfied, I can take it back and exchange it again. Feng Xing's mouth opened wide, as if he was scared by them. Exchange? It's not impossible, but it depends on your performance. The big rat spirit sneered, and his eyes shone with a cold light. It wasn't that no one had ever come to exchange for it. Many disciples who had suffered greatly at their hands had come to their door, and begged in every way possible. They even willingly took out all the good things they had on them, and begged them to allow them to exchange for a magic tool. Through this method, they had reaped countless benefits. They had recorded the vague name of low-grade magic tool on the jade token, not only because they didn't know the name of the mask, but also because they were prepared to take advantage of Feng Xing when he came to their door again. In any case, it was recorded as a low-grade magic tool. At worst, they could just exchange for another low-grade magic tool. If it was those with the name and characteristics of the magic tool, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. After all, Taoism had its own rules. Alright then, I'll take it. Feng Xing seemed to have made up his mind. He stuffed the mask into his clothes, turned around, and left. The big rat spirit and his two junior brothers looked at each other, and suddenly burst into laughter. He actually chose such a thing. This kid looks like he's obtained some treasure, he offended us, and this kid still thinks he's good? In his dreams. When he goes back and wants to exchange for another magic tool, I'll skin him alive. The fat Taoist who had been waiting outside saw Feng Xing come out and hurriedly welcomed him. He wanted to see what Dharma artifact he had chosen. Feng Xing handed the mask to him. The fat Taoist held it in his hand and looked at it. He asked suspiciously, "What is this?" The mask looked a little old, and there were even cracks on it. It didn't look like anything good. Feng Xing snatched it back. "What do you know? This is definitely something good. Let's go. Take me to the cultivation place." The fat Taoist saw that he was full of confidence, so he didn't say anything more. He led the way to the cultivation place arranged by the sect. Along the way, he introduced the sect's scenery to Feng Xing. He was the supervisor of chores, and he ran errands everywhere. Therefore, he was very familiar with the sect. Although he wasn't usually well-liked, he came into contact with many people, so he could easily get all kinds of information. "Junior brother, look. That place is the clear sound valley where the female disciples live. There's a clear pond outside the valley, and the junior sisters often bathe there. To prevent peeping, the sect's elders have set up a spiritual fog around the pond, and it's sealed all year round. However, this spiritual fog doesn't appear all the time. As long as you have the perseverance, you can lie on that mountain for 10 days to half a month, and the fog will clear. There was once a senior brother who saw the female disciples bathing there, and when he came back, he preached for half a month. This green cliff is the place where Elder Songgu preaches. He's a legendary figure in our Blue Cloud sect. His magic power is profound, but he treats people kindly. When we outer sect disciples pay our respects to him, he'll respond with a smile. Elder Song Yan will preach here once every year on the double ninth day. Sometimes, he'll talk about the things that need to be paid attention to in cultivation, and sometimes, he'll talk about the principles of magic. Who knows how many disciples come to listen to him? From true disciples to outer sect disciples, all of them want to sit but can't. That place is even more amazing. It's a place where disciples who specialize in pill techniques cultivate. It's called Xianxia Ridge. Because it's filled with pill fog all year round, it's called Xianxia Ridge. The disciples there are not to be trifled with, and every one of them is shockingly arrogant. Who asked us, ordinary disciples, to need their help sooner or later? However, there are many female disciples in Xianxia Ridge. Junior brother, you don't look ugly. When you're a bit older, senior brother will introduce you to one. Having such a Taoist companion will bring you many benefits. The path to the valley at the foot of Hidden Cloud Peak where the outer sect disciples lived was not close. After walking for more than 4 hours, the fat Taoist's mouth had not stopped talking. However, he did know a lot. Adding on the sect's rules, he talked for more than 4 hours without repeating anything. In order to understand the Blue Cloud sect as soon as possible, Feng Xing did not interrupt him. He listened patiently and occasionally cooperated with him. The fat Taoist was given a rare opportunity to show off, so he became even more excited and talked non-stop. Junior brother, look, that's the mountain where the inner sect disciples cultivate. You must not approach it carelessly, that's where the disciples who have violated the sect's rules are imprisoned, that's where the catering department is. If outer sect disciples want to receive their meals there, they have to pay 100 taels of silver every month, that's the Tao Enlightenment Pavilion. All the Blue Cloud sect's magic treasures are there, but only inner sect disciples can enter. This will be where you'll be living in the future. My place is not far from yours, so we can visit each other often. After talking for a while, they finally saw a valley at the foot of the mountain. Hidden by the white clouds, there were hundreds of scattered houses. Because this valley was not small, it did not seem crowded. In fact, it seemed quite spacious. The surrounding environment was not bad. A clear stream flowed down from the foot of the mountain and passed through the valley. On the left, there was a large green bamboo forest that rustled when the wind blew. At this time, it was already late autumn in the outside world. Inside the Blue Cloud sect, due to the abundance of spiritual energy, it was still a scene of spring and summer. According to the fat Taoist, this was a valley where the outer sect disciples lived. There were more than 10 similar valleys in the Blue Cloud sect. He lived in a neighboring valley, about 2 to 3 miles away from here. In fact, all the outer sect disciples lived in such a valley. When their cultivation broke through to the 4th level of spirit formation, they could be promoted to inner sect disciples and move to the cave abode on the mountain where the spiritual energy was more abundant. If their cultivation broke through to the 7th level, they could be promoted to a direct disciple. Within the Blue Cloud sect, they would own a valley or mountain with abundant spiritual energy and receive the same treatment as an elder. Coming down together with the fat Taoist, they found the manager of this valley. It was a young man who was at the 2nd level of spirit formation. He was slightly plump and seemed to be somewhat shrewd. He was in charge of the arrangement of the houses and the management of the catering department. He was quite enthusiastic. After checking Feng Xing's wooden plate, he arranged a house close to the spring so that it would be convenient for him to fetch water. Then, he asked if Feng Xing wanted to eat at the catering department. Junior brother Feng, if you want to eat at the catering department, you need to pay 100 taels of silver every month, the fat Taoist kindly reminded. Feng Xing was startled. His pockets were empty now, where would he have money? He patted the fat Taoist's shoulder. Then lend me 100 taels of silver first. I'll return it to you another day. The fat Taoist was stunned. You don't even have 100 taels of silver? Feng Xing rolled his eyes. Who said I don't have it? I just didn't bring it with me. The fat Taoist was helpless. He was the one who brought him here. When he introduced him to the senior in charge of the catering department, he even said that this person was his good friend. Now that the other party was looking at him, he couldn't just not lend him 100 taels of silver, right? Without a choice, he could only ask the senior in charge of the catering department to write it down and promise to send it over within 2 days. After all, he didn't bring that much with him. The senior was quite polite. He waved his hand and said that there was no need to write it down and that he would send it over when the time was right. However, the way he looked at Feng Xing became a little more disdainful. In the cultivation of Taoism, if one didn't have outstanding talent, they would have to fight for resources. Even if one had a huge fortune, it would be easily spent on the path of cultivation. This kid in front of him didn't even have 100 taels of silver. It seemed like he didn't have much of a future. Feng Xing then followed the fat Taoist to the house that was arranged for him. It was a lonely wooden house. It looked very simple, but although it was simple, it wasn't shabby. It was made of high-quality pine wood that could ward off mosquitoes and insects. The decorations inside were not bad either. At the very least, it was much better than when he was a Taoist child. There was a bed frame, a table, and a chair. However, there were no utensils or bedding that he usually used. After asking around, he found out that this also required money. He could only ask the fat Taoist again. Since he had already taken out 100 taels of silver, he naturally couldn't be stingy with the 10 taels of silver. The fat Taoist pinched his nose and accepted it. So this Xianxia training chapter that I received after becoming an outer disciple is actually the complete version of the Xianxia training chapter in the hands of the children. The basic principles haven't changed, but the description is more detailed. Not only is there a method to sense spiritual energy and circulate it through the meridians, it also records some things to pay attention to during cultivation, as well as the method to refine spirit stones to increase one's cultivation. It was already late at night. Dufang sat cross-legged on the bed. The room was simply decorated, but it was clean and quiet. In front of him, there was a thin booklet. It was the cultivation method that he received after becoming an outer disciple. This cultivation method was not much different from the Xianxia training technique, but it was much more detailed. It should be the authentic Xianxia training technique. Compared to this cultivation method, the one he had cultivated when he was a Taoist child was so simple that it made people's hair stand on end. It simply introduced the principles of cultivation, breathing, and the basic method of circulating spiritual energy. There was nothing else. But thinking about it, the cultivation method in the children's hands was originally used to test their spirituality, so there was no need for it to be too profound. Furthermore, after working for 10 years, the children would be sent down the mountain. If the cultivation method that was too profound was given to them, it would be easy for it to be leaked. As for the outer disciples, they could train in the Blue Cloud sect for 3 years. If they couldn't break into the second stage of spirit formation, they would be sent down the mountain. After breaking into the second stage of spirit formation, they could continue to train for 3 years. If they couldn't break into the third stage of spirit formation, they would be sent down the mountain. After breaking into the third stage of spirit formation, they would have to train for 5 years. If they couldn't break through the bottleneck and enter the fourth stage of spirit formation within 5 years, they would be sent down the mountain. It was the same for the other stages. The Blue Cloud sect wouldn't keep these disciples for nothing. Even for the disciples that stayed in the sect, the resources they were given were pitifully little. If they wanted to obtain enough cultivation resources, they would have to spend a large amount of money to buy from the sect. Or they could get a Taoist edict to complete missions for the sect and obtain rewards. Of course, there was another way, which was to enter the various departments of the sect. Just like the fat Taoist, they could also earn a meager amount of resources. Fangxing began to cultivate. He circulated the mental cultivation technique of the Blue Cloud sect. His spiritual energy leaked out as he breathed and adjusted his breath. In front of him, the bright red spirit stone floated up and down along with his breathing, floating in the air. It was a very mystical sight. Through this method, the spiritual energy above the spiritual energy was drawn into his body and seeped into his meridians. After officially becoming an outer sect disciple, or to be exact, after knowing the wonders of the spirit stone, Fangxing no longer used the method of using the essence transforming grass to cultivate. That method was too harmful to the body. Although he had been using this method to cultivate for 2 months and had been eating and drinking to replenish his essence qi, his body still inevitably suffered a lot of damage. Once a person's body was depleted, it couldn't be replenished by eating and drinking. It would only be possible if there was a peerless secret medicine. Currently, Fangxing was only 10 years old, but his hair had some grayish-white color, which had been cultivated in the past 2 months. If he continued to cultivate using the method of transforming essence into qi, perhaps he wouldn't even be able to live to the age of 20. He wasn't like those with high aptitudes who could directly cultivate through breathing and adjusting their breath. He could only absorb spiritual energy directly from the outside world. The spirit stone that he was using to cultivate was a special or that contained spirituality in the cultivation world. When a cultivator breathed and adjusted his breath, he would concentrate spiritual energy on it and then circulate the mystical technique to absorb the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone into his body bit by bit. This method didn't harm the source. Instead, it would make one's body healthy, extend one's lifespan, and strengthen one's physique. However, the speed of cultivation was far inferior to the method of essence transforming qi. It could even be said that one was running while the other was walking. However, this was something that could not be helped. He couldn't throw away his life just for a moment of cultivation, right? Essence transforming qi was a shortcut for cultivation, but it was a shortcut that would take one's life. Furthermore, using spirit stones to cultivate was too wasteful. Currently, Fangxing wasn't very proficient in using this method to cultivate. However, he estimated that it would take at most 10 days for the spirit stone to be used up. What should he do for the remaining time? Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall back. If you don't have enough spiritual energy for 50 days in a row, the spiritual energy that you already cultivated would slowly decrease. This was like a person who had finally eaten their fill and gained some strength. However, if they didn't eat their fill for a few days, their body would become weak. It was already the 7th year since the fat Taoist entered the sect. Because of the severe lack of resources, his cultivation would only rise to the upper limit. However, he was unable to break through to the second layer of spirit formation. In fact, he had already been sent down the mountain twice because of this. Both times, he used his connections to go through the back door and used the few resources he had to give gifts. Adding that to his conscientious work in the miscellaneous affairs department, he was able to stay. However, the more it was like this, the more he lacked resources and had no time to cultivate. Thus, his cultivation couldn't increase any further. This won't do. Seems like cultivation is the same as the outside world. The courageous will be stuffed to death and the timid will starve to death. If I continue living like this, sooner or later, I will be like senior brother Zhu, running errands for others in the Tao sect. After cultivating for a while, Fangxing stopped. A spirit stone fell from the sky and landed on his leg. He pinched the spirit stone and slowly pondered. Among the thousands of outer disciples in the Tao sect, there are quite a few from rich families. Although many of them are D-grade disciples, they are rich. If they don't have spirit stones, they will spend money to buy them. Spending a few hundred gold per month is still bearable. Naturally, it will be enough to support my cultivation. However, I am penniless now. I have to think of a way to do something big. Outside, the Blue Cloud sect was quiet with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were either cultivating or asleep. Probably no one would have thought that at this moment, their little junior brother who was only 10 years old was already thinking about how to snatch resources from them. I should cultivate first. I have to pay attention to my daily routine and take a look. After Fangxing made up his mind, he began to cultivate again. Is junior brother Fang here? Half a month after he officially became an outer disciple, Fangxing's spirit stone had long been refined. Just when he was bored to death in his room, someone suddenly called his door. Looking out of the window, he saw the fat Taoist. He was carrying a pouch and a bottle of wine in his hand. It seemed that he was bored and wanted to find Fangxing for a drink. Speaking of which, this fat Taoist was quite pitiful. His cultivation was too low and he was stupid. Usually, he would only show off in front of the new disciples or the Taoist children. Among the disciples of the same level, he did not have many friends and the others looked down on him. Now that he and Fangxing had settled their grudges, he treated Fangxing as a close friend and often came to find him for a drink. This was already the second time in half a month. When the other disciples saw that he, a man in his 30s, was making friends with a child who looked like he was only 10 years old, they all secretly laughed at him. However, he was broad-minded and pretended not to hear them. What would come would still come. Senior brother Zhu, come in, Fangxing said enthusiastically, but his body was too lazy to move. He only opened his mouth to greet him. Sigh, how many times have I told you? My surname is Yu, not Zhu. You just can't remember it. The fat Taoist walked in and pulled a stool over with familiarity. He tore open the lotus leaf, revealing a roasted chicken inside. He then took out 2 large, coarse porcelain bowls from under Fangxing's table and poured wine into them. He pushed them in front of Fangxing and began to eat heartily. Oh right, senior brother Zhu, you said that there was a ghost market among the outer sect disciples? Fangxing tore a chicken wing and ate it slowly. He asked the fat Taoist thoughtfully. It's you, not Zhu. Look at my lips. You, the fat Taoist opened his mouth wide and said in a muffled voice, but that ghost market is real. Among the outer sect disciples, there is no lack of rich people. They all have good things in their hands. But sometimes, they don't need them, and when they want to use them, they can't buy them. Therefore, there are people who secretly set up ghost markets. Everyone goes there and takes out the things they don't need to trade with others. The Tao sect prohibits this because there is a rule that all the items that the disciples need have to be exchanged with the Tao sect. However, many disciples feel that the Tao sect is too evil. Some of the conditions are also very harsh. There are even some people who don't have proper origins and can't see the light of day. That's why there is this ghost market. Those who go to the ghost market are afraid that others will reveal their secrets. Therefore, they all disguise themselves before going. They all agree that they will only look at the items and not ask about their identities. As the fat Taoist spoke, he entered with a chicken leg. Fangxing nodded and said, "Then help me keep an eye out and see when there will be a ghost market. Why are you asking about this? I know how poor you are. The 100 taels of silver that you pay to the catering department every month are all paid by me. What treasures do you have to exchange for?" The fat Taoist said in disdain. He raised his bowl and clinked it with Fangxing. "I asked you to find out, so just do it. Why are you asking so much? It's just 100 taels of silver. I'll pay you back double another day. It's 110 taels. Hey, who asked you to pay back the silver? Come, let's drink." After another month, Fangxing felt that the increase in his cultivation from refining the spirit stone had weakened by quite a bit. The fat Taoist finally sent him a piece of good news. He heard that a ghost city with about a dozen people had already confirmed the opening time and location. Fangxing was suddenly very excited and specially treated the fat Taoist to a meal. Of course, the money he spent was still the fat Taoist's money. On this day, Fangxing prepared the things he wanted to bring with him. He took out the 1,000 luo ghost mask and wore it on his face. He poured his spirit energy into it and immediately felt a strange power surging out from the 1,000 luo ghost mask and flowing into his body. Then, the bones in his body made popping sounds and his body was forcibly pulled up by 3 feet, becoming similar to an adult. However, due to his small stature, he looked very skinny at the moment. At this moment, Fangxing looked like a smart young man in his 20s. His appearance was neither handsome nor ugly. It could only be said that he looked very ordinary, the kind of person that would be easily forgotten. Fangxing tried to speak again. He felt that his voice was hoarse and deep like an adult's. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. He wore the Taoist robe that he borrowed from the fat Taoist and swaggered towards the ghost city. In the valley, people came and went, but no one paid attention to such a person. The ghost city was located in a small valley about 10 miles away from the outer disciple district. When Fangxing arrived, the moon had already risen. When he arrived at the valley, he saw 2 masked cultivators standing at the entrance. They were both at the first level of spirit formation and were looking at him with a gloomy expression. Seeing Fangxing walking over, one of them stepped forward and whispered, "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Fangxing saw that their defense was so tight and was a little surprised. However, he quickly sneered and said, "Who would come to this broken place if there's nothing? Everyone here is a smart person, so stop pretending. I hope that today's ghost city will not disappoint me." The 2 guards looked at each other and one of them whispered, "Senior brother, keep quiet. If the Dao sect finds out about this, everyone will be in trouble." Fangxing sneered and said, "If the Dao sect wants to know about this ghost city, how can we hide it from them with just a few of us? Heh, it's just that the Dao sect doesn't want to interfere and turns a blind eye. Why are you guys so nervous?" The 2 guards were surprised to hear this. They felt that he was an understanding person, so their suspicions were gone and they let him in. Fangxing sneered at this. This logic was not difficult for him at all. He had already heard about it from the fat Taoist. Although the rules of the Dao sect were strict, they never did things to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dao sect turned a blind eye to the matters of the Phantom City and casually sent an elder over to rectify it, the Phantom City wouldn't have been able to continue operating. This time, the people that came to the Ghost City were mostly new disciples that joined 4 months ago. At most, there would be a few Spirit Formation second-layer seniors joining. The other Blue Cloud sect disciples with higher cultivations wouldn't be interested in this Ghost City. To put it bluntly, the people that came this time were all rookies. Although they appeared nervous as if they were facing a great enemy, they were easily fooled. After all, in this kind of Ghost City, everyone was not very familiar with it. There was no way to determine their identity in advance, so it was not difficult to sneak in. Originally, there were only a dozen people participating in the Ghost City, but now, there were already more than 20 people gathered in the valley. Other than Feng Xing, there were also a few outsiders that heard about this matter and took the initiative to join. Everyone chose a corner that they thought was safe and dressed themselves up tightly, afraid that others would recognize them. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the scene. Fellow brothers, I won't say much. To be able to come here, I believe that everyone knows what is going on. If there is anything that you want to exchange, then quickly take it out. This matter cannot be delayed. The sooner we exchange, the more important thing is to go back. A masked man in black stood up and said. It seemed like he knew what was going on. That's right, I will go first. To be honest, I know that most of you are juniors that just came in not long ago. What you lack the most is spirit stones. Coincidentally, I have 6 extra spirit stones with me. I am planning to transfer them to you. The Daos X exchange rate for spirit stones is 100 gold taels. Here, I will only exchange it for 80 gold taels. Whoever wants it, just say it. A skinny man walked to the center and placed 5 to 6 sparkling red spirit stones on the big green stone. There was a stir at the side. A few people were quite moved. After all, 1 spirit stone could save 20 gold taels. I want to check the spirit stones first, a masked fatty raised his hand and said. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to him. Hee, casually checking, how can there be a mistake? The skinny man laughed and spread his hands, making a casually checking gesture. When Feng Xing heard his voice, he felt that it was very familiar. He couldn't help but use the yin-yang god and demon mirror to look at him. Suddenly, his heart was filled with joy. So it was someone he knew. This skinny man was none other than the big rat spirit he met a month ago at the Magic Weapon Pavilion. Thinking about it, only a person with a rich position like him would have so many spirit stones on hand. Then, he used the yin-yang god and demon mirror to look at the others. No matter what method they used to conceal their appearance, their cultivation couldn't be changed. Feng Xing quickly understood. Most of them were at the first spirit formation level with 4 to 5 at the second spirit formation level. The skinny man, the big rat spirit, was the only one at the third spirit formation level. Good, the spirit stones are not bad, I want 2. The masked fatty checked for a long time but couldn't find any flaws, so he threw a small bag of gold leaves. A total of 16 gold leaves, each worth 10 gold taels. Check it carefully. There's no need for that. I trust you. The big rat spirit looked carefully and knew that the number was correct. He stuffed it into his pocket and said, only 4 left, I will also take 3, leave 2 for me. Very quickly, the crowd began to fight over the 6 spirit stones. However, there was no need to worry. Seeing the big rat spirit's success, someone else took out a few spirit stones to sell. Feng Xing secretly looked at them and found that they were all at the second spirit formation level. They should be the old disciples of Blue Cloud sect. He didn't know how they managed to accumulate spirit stones, but since they couldn't use it, they decided to exchange it with the newcomers. It's my turn. I have something here that I also want to exchange for spirit stones. I don't know if senior brothers can afford it. A masked young man stood out and suddenly raised his hand. A sword that was flashing with red light suddenly appeared in his hand. Within the red light, there was a faint golden light. It looked really extraordinary. However, what was even more surprising was the way he took out the sword. It appeared directly in his hand. People with discerning eyes quickly discovered that he was wearing a simple and unadorned ring on his finger, and the sword was taken out from it. That should be the heavenly cave ring. A new outer disciple actually has such a spirit item. That sword isn't ordinary either. The spiritual energy is terrifying. It should be a mid-grade flying sword, the crowd discussed in a low voice. Obviously, they were shocked by this young man's extravagance. The young man glanced around and said in a deep voice, this time, before I came to acknowledge a master, I spent all my savings to buy this mid-grade magical instrument, 9-snake golden flame sword. However, I didn't expect that I bought this sword too early. My current spiritual energy isn't enough to fully display its power. What I need the most right now are spirit stones. My family is very far away, and the money I prepared for me needs to be sent to Blue Cloud sect for another 2 months. I can't afford to wait that long, so I will first exchange this sword and use some spirit stones to cultivate. everyone was attracted by this mid-grade magical instrument, but they couldn't guarantee that they could take out the equivalent amount of spirit stones. The young man glanced around and said, I spent 10,000 gold to buy this sword before I entered the gate of Tao. If I were to exchange it now, I would need to exchange it for at least 100 spirit stones. I wonder if the senior brothers who are present here today would have enough. It doesn't matter if it's not enough. I hope that the senior brothers can go back and prepare. We will exchange it at the next Phantom City. Of course, if you know any friends who are interested in this sword, you can also help this little brother pass on the message. The next Phantom City, this little brother will definitely come again. Everyone suddenly understood. This young man didn't really intend to exchange it this time. He just wanted to show everyone the item in his hand so that they can go back and prepare. His other purpose was to borrow these people's mouths to spread the news. It has to be said that his 9-snake golden flame sword was really a good item. Even a third-layer spirit formation disciple would be interested in it. It could even be said that this kind of mid-grade magical instrument could only be operated by an inner disciple who had broken through the 4th layer of spirit formation. Very good. Junior brother, don't worry. I really didn't prepare well this time. I didn't expect such a good thing to appear in this noob-level Phantom City. However, I really like this sword. When I go back, I will definitely prepare it properly. You can keep this sword for me. The one who spoke was the big rat spirit. His mung bean-like eyes shone brightly, revealing an undisguised greed. He was originally a guard of the magical instrument pavilion, so he naturally knew what was good and what was bad. This proved that this sword was indeed extraordinary. After these small twists and turns, the exchange between the crowd continued. Everyone was cautious, and the exchange went smoothly. Gradually, the atmosphere heated up. Some of the people who were watching could no longer hold back and began to exchange. When everyone was almost done, Fangxing stood up and said in a clear voice, I also have something to exchange, but it's a fixed price. 150 spirit stones, no less. Sigh, actually, 150 spirit stones is already a loss for me. After all, before I entered the immortal sect, I begged my old man to spend 30,000 taels of gold to buy it. When he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Previously, the young man took out a mid-grade flying sword that was worth 100 spirit stones, and that was already shocking enough. Now, there was another person who called out a price of 150. Moreover, he said that it was already a loss for him to only exchange for 150. Who wouldn't want to take a look at such a rare treasure? Especially that big rat spirit, whose eyes were narrowed into slits, quickly came over. What kind of Dharma artifact is it worth 30,000 taels of gold? Quick, take it out and take a look. Fangxing said, Senior apprentice brother, you seem to know your stuff. I was just about to ask you to appraise it and see if it's worth 300 spirit stones, or if you can add a little more. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a delicately crafted tobacco flask. Under the moonlight, it faintly emitted a spiritual light. Huh? The big rat spirit sized it up and felt that it was indeed a spirit artifact. However, he felt that something was wrong. It didn't seem to be worth 30,000 taels of gold. However, when he heard Fangxing's confidence, he didn't dare to confirm it, so he moved closer to take a look. The people around him also had the same thought, and they all moved closer to take a look. It's indeed a Dharma artifact, but it doesn't seem to be worth 30,000 taels of gold. Could it be that this senior apprentice brother has been cheated? Hey, senior apprentice brother, you're not deliberately calling out a price to trick us into a higher price, are you? Not necessarily. This senior apprentice brother, is there something extraordinary about this Dharma artifact? Can you let us take a look? Everyone was discussing in a low voice. Some people also wanted to see how this Dharma artifact was used. Of course you can. I don't even want to say that this magic tool isn't worth 30,000 taels of gold. You really have bad taste. Today, I will show you what a real magic tool is based on your words. Fangxing put on an act. He opened his palm and pressed it above the tobacco pot. He said in a low voice, open your eyes wide. This artifact is wonderful in its subtleties. We have to look carefully. Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but move closer to him. "Spirits of the heavens, spirits of the earth, spirits of the 30,000 tails of gold, show yourself." When Fangxing saw that everyone was close enough, he shouted in a low voice and hit the tobacco pot with his palm. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke flew out of the tobacco pot. The smoke was light green in color, and when it entered his nose, he felt a sweet fragrance invading his brain. The few first-layer spirit formation disciples who were close to the smoke pot immediately fainted on the ground. The few second-layer spirit formation disciples also trembled. They wanted to struggle, but they felt powerless and slowly fell to the ground. As for the rat spirit, his cultivation was the highest, and his resistance was also the strongest. When he felt that something was wrong, he immediately tried to escape. However, he was the closest to the tobacco pot, and when Fangxing released the poisonous smoke, he directly sprayed it into his nostrils. Seeing that he was retreating, he also suddenly jumped and chased after him. The tobacco pot was always a foot in front of him, and he fiercely sprayed it into his face. The big rat spirit's small eyes widened. He pointed at Fangxing and wanted to shout. However, he felt dizzy and his body slowly fell to the ground. However, the expression on his face showed that he was very unwilling. He was usually careful. After coming here this time, he had been guarding against the guys who looked like the old disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. But in any case, he never thought that a disciple who had just entered the immortal sect would have such courage and dare to do such a thing. A moment of carelessness, he fell into a trap. He could only blame it on his bad luck. "Damn it, almost caused me to fail." Fangxing ferociously kicked him, and even stepped on a bit of his flesh. Only when he realized that the big rat spirit had no reaction did he relax. There was no one who could endure such pain and not react at all. It seemed that he had really fainted. The smoke pot that fourth uncle had given him was really not bad, but he had also taken a risk. Fangxing knew that although this smoke was extraordinary, the higher the opponent's cultivation, the stronger their resistance would be. In the past, fourth uncle had an even bigger smoke pot, but when he had sprayed it towards Xiao Jianming and the Iron Eagle, the opponent had unexpectedly only swayed a little before turning around and cutting him into two halves with a sword. From this, it could be seen that this smoke was almost completely ineffective against true sect disciples who were at least spirit formation 7th layer and above. The reason why Du Feng dared to do this was because he had tested it on himself before. He released a little of the sleeping gas on himself and he immediately fell into a deep sleep for a day and a night. Based on this, he concluded that it was possible to use it to do this. "What's the situation?" Not far away, someone asked in a low voice. Fangxing's heart shivered. He immediately knew that it was the two guards who heard the commotion. Fangxing was startled. He forgot that there were two of them at the door. "Damn it, don't snatch it. I won't exchange this treasure, okay? Get lost, I'm leaving." Fangxing rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that it startled a flock of birds. The two guards were shocked and hurriedly rushed in to check. They bumped into a figure and saw that the person staggered and a small tobacco pot was about to fly out of his hand. The two guards subconsciously reached out to catch it, only to see the figure turn in the air and press his palm on the tobacco pot. Immediately, a green smoke sprayed out and sprayed directly on one of the guards' faces. That guard was slightly startled. Before he could react, he smelled a sweet fragrance in his mouth and nose. His body softened. "What are you trying to do?" The other guard was startled. He only smelled a little. Although he also felt dizzy, he didn't faint. Fangxing smiled coldly and said, "I'm doing this." He pulled out a knife and stabbed it at him. The guard was shocked. He hastily dodged to the side and reached for his magic tool. However, he was also hit by a little smoke. His reaction was a little slow. His action of taking out the magic tool was a little slow. After Fangxing's attack missed, he had already jumped up in the air. He turned around and kicked the guard in the chest, kicking him to the ground. At this time, the guard finally had the opportunity to take out his flying sword. Resisting the dizziness in his head, he was about to lock on to Fangxing and take out his flying sword. But at this time, Fangxing suddenly took out something and waved it at him. Pa pa pa, a silver light flew over and hit the guard's body. Dust flew up and a terrible sound rang out. This thing is not good to be nailed to the body. If you don't want to die, throw the flying sword to the side, Fang Xing's cold voice sounded. In his hand, he was holding an iron tube. The silver light was shot out from inside. The guard was shocked. He turned his head to look. He saw a row of silver needles on the ground beside him. Most of them were already inserted into the ground. There were even a few that were shot into the trees beside him. They were completely inserted. Only the head and tail could be seen. This made his heart turn cold. Such terrifying silver needles. If they were to hit his body, since you're courting death, don't blame me, Fang Xing suddenly shouted. He raised the iron tube in his hand. No. I'll throw the flying sword. The guard was just an ordinary outer sect disciple. He had just entered the Tao sect. He was still dreaming of being a free and unfettered immortal. How could he be willing to give up his life at this time? He immediately shouted and threw the flying sword to the side. Heh. At least you know what's good for you. Fang Xing sneered. He stuffed the iron tube into his bosom. He strode over and kicked the guard's face. The guard's head swayed. He slowly fell down. Suddenly, he raised his head again. He said with a sobbing tone, "What are you doing? Damn it. Why haven't you fainted yet?" Fang Xing was also a little embarrassed. He could only take the tobacco pot and blow it at his face. It was settled. The guard fell down and did not wake up again. Hee hee. Today's a big harvest. What a flock of fat sheep, Fang Xing was overjoyed. He dragged the two guards to the middle of the valley. He then began to collect his spoils of war. He first took the storage ring from the young man who seemed to be from a rich family. He then began to search everyone for spirit stones. When everyone was trading with each other, he had already remembered what these people had on them. He was very familiar with this. Not long after, everything was in his hands. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Xing suddenly thought of something and retreated. From the big rat spirit's chest, he took out all of his gold leaves and stuffed them all into the young fat sheep that offered the 9-serpent golden flame sword. From another person that exchanged for a low-grade flying sword, he took out a flying sword and stuffed it into the big rat spirit's chest. With the exception of Fang Xing's own spirit stones, the remaining items of the other people were swapped with each other without much effort. Then, Fang Xing dusted his hands and walked in front of the big rat spirit. Without saying a word, he whipped him. Damn it, this is what you get for blackmailing me. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. The sleeping gas's effect was very good. Fang Xing's hand was numb. Seeing that the skinny rat spirit had already turned into a swollen rat spirit, he still hadn't woken up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt. Fang Xing untied his pants and peed on the rat spirit's face. Only when he saw the rat spirit's bruised and swollen face and his miserable appearance did he nod in satisfaction and swagger away. The valley was quiet, the birds didn't sing, and the moonlight was clear. In the valley, there was a group of people lying on the ground. After a full hour or so, the big rat spirit, who had the most profound cultivation, was the first to wake up. He shook his head vigorously, and only then did he remember what had happened. He suddenly shivered, and reached out his hand to touch the gold in his bosom. He immediately discovered that the 480 gold leaves that he had exchanged for 6 spirit stones had all disappeared. He immediately let out a sorrowful howl, but his howl stopped abruptly, because he quickly realized that the gold leaves in his chest were gone, but there was an extra flying sword. Taking it out, it was a low-grade flying sword. Even if it was exchanged for gold, it could be sold for around 1,000 silver. Compared to the gold he lost, it was still a profit. For a moment, he couldn't understand how this flying sword ended up in his chest. But since it was already in his hands, he naturally couldn't spit it out. He immediately put it away and looked around, his mouse eyes rolling. Seeing that everyone was still sleeping soundly, he quickly took some good things from the hands of the people beside him and stuffed them into his chest. Seeing the bodies of those second-layer spirit formation disciples slightly move as if they were about to wake up, he quietly slipped away. The rest of the people woke up and looked at each other. Their first reaction was to check their belongings. Soon, they discovered that all the spirit stones had been thrown away, but there were some things in their arms that did not belong to them. These people wanted to make a fuss, but they suddenly thought that it would be unwise to hand over the item at this time. If he were to make it public and the owner of the lost item asked for it back, he would not be left with anything. After all, his item was either stolen by the thief or in someone else's hands. If it was stolen by the thief, he would not be able to get it back no matter what. If it was in someone else's hands and that person did not make a sound, he would suffer a loss for nothing and would not be left with anything. Thus, after thinking this through, everyone strangely remained silent and quietly left. When there was a chance, they even took the opportunity to steal other people's belongings. This also led to the people who woke up later being more unlucky. When the fat sheep whose heavenly cave ring and 9-serpent golden flame sword woke up, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was the one who suffered the heaviest loss. But at this time, other than himself, there were only a few other paupers who were as poor as him. Who did it? I, Luoshi, will not coexist with you. Sorrowful cries tore through the silence of dawn, startling a flock of birds that had just returned to their nests. At this time, the thief who deserved to die had already returned to the valley and was grinning from ear to ear. He had made a fortune. He had indeed made a small fortune. After Fangxing returned, he counted more than 30 spiritual stones, which was almost the total amount he had collected in 7 or 8 years. This did not include the storage ring and the 9-serpent golden flame sword. Fangxing had already checked the storage ring. With the young fat sheep's cultivation, he did not have the ability to leave a mark on the storage ring, so it was easy for Fangxing to open it. Looking inside, Fangxing immediately grinned. He was extremely lucky. In addition to the 9-serpent golden flame sword, there were some elixirs that could change one's muscles and cleanse one's marrows, as well as dozens of tails of gold leaves. All of a sudden, all the difficulties of his cultivation and living had been solved, and he had gone from extreme poverty to a well-off life, especially the flying sword, which was crimson in color with 9 lifelike golden snakes inlaid on it. It was very lifelike, as if the 9 snakes were sleeping on the sword and would wake up at any time. Just the appearance alone was extraordinary. Using the yin-yang demon mirror to take a look, Fangxing was shocked to find that within the flying sword, there were 9 intricate inscriptions. This material, this craftsmanship, in addition to the spirit design that was clearly a grade higher than other flying swords, it was extremely obedient. No wonder it was a treasure worth 10,000 taels of gold. However, when Fangxing tried to activate it, he found that the flying sword was like a bottomless pit. His spiritual chi was simply insufficient. At this moment, he finally understood why the fat sheep wanted to exchange this flying sword for spiritual stones. This flying sword was simply not something that a first-layer spirit formation disciple could use. Its quality was too high. He was afraid that he would need to be at least a second or even third-layer spirit formation disciple to be able to use it. However, it was still a good thing. He should keep it, there will always be a use for it. As Fangxing thought of this, he happily placed it into the heavenly cave ring. Good person, Fangxing recalled the characteristics of the fat sheep and firmly remembered it. Feeling touched, he secretly decided that the next time he meets this guy, he must pay him a visit again. This time, with sufficient cultivation resources, Fangxing could cultivate with peace of mind. The path of cultivation that had been cut off for nearly 20 days was once again resumed. Moreover, at least for a long time, there was no need to worry about spirit stones. 31 spirit stones were enough for Fangxing to cultivate for a year. And cultivation, it was precisely this kind of endless resources that allowed one to grow and never decline. The reason why people with high aptitudes could cultivate so quickly was because they, to a certain extent, had gotten rid of the shackles of resources and could directly use their own body to absorb spiritual chi. Even if they didn't have enough resources, they could still maintain their own cultivation path. As for people like the fat Taoist, if they didn't have enough resources, they were destined to stay where they were, or even regress. Of course, he couldn't regress because he was already at the lowest level of cultivation. It was a good thing that he couldn't regress. And the result of this was that after a few days, the people who participated in the ghost market that day slowly came to their senses and started to secretly investigate. Of course, the ghost market couldn't see the light of day, so they didn't dare to make too much noise. They could only use their own methods to slowly investigate. Moreover, the person they were investigating was a skinny young man with a hoarse voice. He had nothing to do with Fangxing at all, After unintentionally hearing this news from the fat Taoist, Fangxing once again admired his foresight when choosing the 1,000 luo ghost mask. With such a small fortune, Fangxing didn't make it public. He didn't even tell the fat Taoist. He only took out spiritual stones in the middle of the night when there was no one around and worked even harder to cultivate in his sleep. With sufficient spiritual stones, his cultivation speed was naturally very fast. The speed at which he refined spiritual stones also gradually increased. He had already reached the point of refining one spiritual stone every 10 days. An endless stream of spiritual qi filled his meridians, causing Fangxing's spiritual qi to slowly increase every day. Gradually, the spiritual qi filled up his meridians and permeated his whole body. Fangxing could even feel that under the infiltration of spiritual qi, his bones and tendons slowly became flexible, firm and full of vitality. The direct manifestation of this change was that if Fangxing were to get injured in the future, his wounds would heal faster and his resistance would also increase. Most importantly, it was because he could better accommodate the existence of spiritual qi. In fact, Fangxing even felt that the damage to his body caused by transforming energy into qi was slowly being made up for. Persevering in his cultivation, Fangxing's cultivation slowly rose. After 2 months, Fangxing had already reached the peak of the first layer of spirit formation and was only a step away from breaking through to the second layer of spirit formation. This level of cultivation, even among the new disciples that joined this year, was considered high. After all, at this time, only those with a great aptitude had just stabilized their cultivation in the first layer of spirit formation and had yet to move towards the second layer. Those with worse aptitude had not even stabilized their cultivation in the first layer of spirit formation. After all, not everyone was as hardworking as Fangxing and had abundant resources. Even those with a great aptitude only received 2 spiritual stones every month. But for Fangxing, he received 3 spiritual stones every month without a break. Of course, compared to those with good aptitude and rich families, he still couldn't be compared. In addition, those people entered the sect 3 months earlier than Fangxing and could buy a large amount of spiritual stones for cultivation. It was estimated that the highest among them had already broken through to the second layer of spirit formation. Regarding this, there was nothing he could do. Cultivation, in the first place, consumed resources. The lives of cultivators were free and unfettered. There were many such legends in the mortal world. This saying was both right and wrong. To 2 types of people, the life of cultivation was naturally free and unfettered. One type had sufficient resources. Other than cultivation, they would visit friends and discuss Tao, drink tea and wine, talk about cultivation experiences, talk about the sort immortal of the present age, admire the rising sun in the morning, and send the sunset off at dusk. They could not be more free and unfettered. The other type had no resources at all and had given up hope. Since they could not earn enough cultivation resources no matter what, they would just muddle through. They would sleep in their own rooms all day, or they would wander around the mountains, hoping to stumble upon a cave abode of a predecessor. Or they would be valued by a Taoist elder and be accepted as their disciple. They would then be free and unfettered from then on. Other than these 2 types of people, the Taoists' lives were tense and busy. In the early stages of cultivation, it was all about resources. With resources, they could improve by leaps and bounds. Without resources, they would be stagnant. The fat Taoist was such a person. With his current conditions, others would have given up long ago. However, he was still running around all day, working hard for the resources of 2 spirit stones every 3 months. Although these 2 spirit stones could not bring him much help, he was never tired of it. He lived his hopeless cultivation life happily with a hopeful attitude. That was Fangxing's overall understanding and evaluation of the fat Taoist. That was fine. Fangxing would not destroy the fat Taoist's dream about the path of cultivation. That was because he was counting on this dream to survive. If he did not even have hope, who knew how depressed the fat Taoist would be? However, the fat Taoist was an extremely warm-hearted person. After becoming friends with Fangxing, other than paying 100 taels of silver for Fangxing's meals to the catering department every month, he also had the duty to remind Fangxing not to be so lazy at such a young age. If he slept in his room every day, he would not be able to earn cultivation resources. It was better for him to obediently follow him to the miscellaneous chores department to get a job. There was a lot of profit. Other than the scattered silver every month, there are still other benefits to be gained. Otherwise, where do you think the 100 taels of silver I pay for you every month come from? Of course, the most important thing was the spirit stone every 3 months. This was equivalent to double the resources of other D-class aptitude disciples. Junior brother Feng, are you really not tempted? Ouch, don't cover your ears. While the fat Taoist was drinking, he did not forget to nag into Feng Xing's ears, as though he was trying his best to persuade him. From his point of view, Feng Xing had now become a loafer in the Tao sect. Every day, he would eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Even if he ran out of spirit stones, he was not worried at all. Other loafers, no matter how useless they were, would often go out to join in the fun, look at the scenery in the Tao sect, and think if they could try their luck. But this kid was good, he did not even have to go out to look at the scenery. He stayed in the wooden house all day and did not see anyone. Get out of here if you dare to say another word, Feng Xing covered his ears and shouted. He wanted to send the fat Taoist flying with a kick. I am a person who has more than 30 spirit stones, why do I need to run errands for you? It is not enough to save time for cultivation. Of course, he could not say these words to the fat Taoist, at least not now. Alright, I won't say any more, the fat Taoist waved his hand. After a while, he could not help but ask, then what about the resources for your cultivation? Feng Xing rolled his eyes. Isn't it almost time to give out the spirit stones? The fat Taoist said, 1 spirit stone for 3 months. How is that enough? Moreover, I might not even get it, Feng Xing looked at him with disdain. He thought to himself, even 2 spirit stones for 3 months is not enough. Seeing that the fat Taoist was about to say something, Feng Xing waved his hand hurriedly. Alright, stop trying to persuade me. I am too lazy to go to your task house. It is not like I do not know what kind of people are there. The last time you treated them to a drink, their cultivation was not high, right? Yet, they were so arrogant. If it was not for the look you gave me, I would have smashed them with the wine jug. What work? Do you want me to suck up to those B** starts? Save it, the only reason I can go to your task house is to destroy that stupid place. The fat Taoist was a little speechless. He thought about it. This little bastard was young, but he had a bad temper. However, he could not bear to see such a good young man become dispirited. After a moment of silence, he muttered, you have to earn spirit stones. Feng Xing sneered and said, sooner or later, I will let you see how I earn spirit stones. Things happened very quickly. Not long after, it was time for the Tao faction to distribute spirit stones. This was a big event for the Tao faction. Many Tao faction disciples were waiting eagerly for the distribution of spirit stones every 3 months. Moreover, the distribution this time was not small. After all, this month was a big distribution. Only the outer sect disciples, regardless of grade A, B, C, or D, could receive spirit stones. Disciples with grade D aptitude could receive 1 spirit stone every 3 months. Disciples with grade C aptitude could receive 1 spirit stone every 2 months. Disciples with grade B aptitude could receive 1 spirit stone every month, and disciples with grade A aptitude could receive 2 spirit stones every month. Although the 4 categories of disciples usually received their spirit stones on the 15th day of the month, the frequency was different. Therefore, it was rare to see disciples of all 4 categories receiving their spirit stones at the same time. Junior brother Feng, are you up? Early in the morning, the fat Taoist had arrived early and was prepared to receive the spirit stones from the Tao sect with Feng Xing. You're awake so early in the morning? Feng Xing had been cultivating for almost the entire night and only went to bed at 3 in the morning. Now that it was dawn and he was still sleepy, he immediately scolded the fat Taoist angrily. Io, my junior brother Feng, don't be so greedy for sleep. Go early and come back early to avoid any accidents. The fat Taoist forcefully dragged Feng Xing to wake up. He put the Taoist robe on his head and pulled the drowsy Feng Xing out of the door. The place where the spirit stones were distributed was still the Greenwood Pavilion that was 10 miles away. Although it was still early, many outer sect disciples could already be seen heading there. On the mountain road in the early morning, there were shadows moving about, and most of them were in a hurry. When they arrived at the front of the Greenwood Pavilion, there was already a long line. There were 4 lines in this line. The one on the far left was almost empty. It was the line for those with a great aptitude to receive the spirit stones. Among the thousands of people in the entire Tao sect, there were only about 10 A-grade aptitude disciples. At this time, basically none of them had arrived yet. In the pavilion, there was an old man with gray hair and was wearing a feathered robe. He was waving his palm leaf fan and talking to an A-grade aptitude disciple who had arrived early. The second line on the left was for B-grade aptitude disciples. However, there were only about 10 of them, and all of them were in high spirits. In the entire Tao sect, there were naturally more B-grade aptitude disciples than A-grade aptitude disciples. There were about 100 of them. Although they were slightly inferior to the A-grade aptitude disciples, when compared to the C-grade and D-grade aptitude disciples, they were no different from the geniuses. Further to the right were the C-grade aptitude disciples. There were more than 300 of them in the outer sanctum. At this time, there was already a line of dozens of people. Moreover, there was an endless stream of people joining in. The arrogance on their faces was not as obvious as that of the B-grade aptitude disciples. However, when they looked at the D-grade aptitude disciples, the contempt in their eyes could not be erased. It could not be helped. The D-grade aptitude disciples were the worst aptitude in the Tao sect. However, they were also the most numerous type of people. There were more than 600 of them. Although it was still early at this time, there were more than 100 people in the line. It was like a long dragon. Most of the people had a slightly excited expression on their faces. They stood on their tiptoes and looked at the front of the line. They could not wait to be the next one to receive the spirit stones. As for the C-grade aptitude disciples, they did not dare to look back at them. The feeling of inferiority was obvious. The overall situation was like this. The A-grade disciples looked down on everyone. The B-grade disciples looked down on the C-grade and D-grade. The C-grade disciples looked down on the D-grade. The D-grade disciples even looked down on themselves. Of course, there were some exceptions. These people were from rich families. These people used their own money to buy spirit stones. They had more resources than the A-grade disciples. They were also arrogant. However, these disciples naturally would not get up so early to line up. They looked down on these 1 or 2 spirit stones. What are you looking at? Are you going to dig out Haruko's eyes? Among the D-grade disciples, Feng Xing was lazily lining up. He felt extremely bored. However, he happened to see a person in the C-grade aptitude line looking at him with a sneer. He immediately scolded him in a bad mood. That C-grade aptitude disciple had a gentle and weak appearance. Although he was wearing a Taoist robe, he looked like a scholar. He originally saw Feng Xing's small stature in the middle of a group of tall people. In particular, there was a fat and tall fatty standing in front of him, which made him look even smaller. At this time, he was even shrinking his head and yawning. It was very comical. So, he could not help but look at him and laugh. However, he did not expect this little rascal to have such a bad temper. The moment he saw him, he actually directly spoke ill of him. Although the C-grade aptitude disciple was gentle and weak, he also somewhat looked down on D-grade aptitude disciples. If it was someone else scolding him, it would have been fine. However, being scolded by a D-grade aptitude kid, he was very unhappy. He coldly snorted and turned his head away. In a voice that was neither loud nor soft, he muttered, "Humph, a D-grade aptitude disciple is also so insolent. How rude." Feng Xing hated this kind of sarcastic provocation the most. He suddenly became angry and shouted, "Damn sissy, what are you talking about?" His voice was very loud, and it immediately attracted the gazes of the people lining up. That weak disciple's face immediately turned red. He angrily said, "Who are you calling a sissy?" Feng Xing said, "I'm calling you a damn sissy, a damn scoundrel, a damn eunuch." The weak disciple became anxious. "You are also a Taoist disciple. Why are your words so vulgar?" Feng Xing said, "Vulgar your sister, damn sissy." The weak disciple angrily stomped his feet and pointed his finger at Feng Xing. "You, rude." Feng Xing said, "Rude your sister, damn sissy." When it came to scolding people, Feng Xing's ability was comparable to two village matchmakers. Previously in the Ghost Smoke Valley, he climbed up a tree alone and scolded his four brothers until they couldn't speak. They even wanted to use a saw to cut down the tree to pull him down. Now, dealing with a clumsy and weak disciple was really a piece of cake for him. It was as simple as eating and drinking. The quarrel between Feng Xing and the weak disciple quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They burst into laughter for a while. However, the weak disciple also had a few good friends. When he saw that the weak disciple was about to cry because of the D-grade disciple's scolding, he immediately became angry. A tall and sturdy disciple pointed at Feng Xing and scolded, "Smelly brat, clean your mouth." Feng Xing wasn't afraid. He put his hands on his waist and scolded, "Damned Xiong, what does it have to do with you? Is he your lover?" The weak disciple was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. He bit his handkerchief and stomped his foot towards Xiong. Look at him, his appearance made it seem as if the two of them had an affair. This caused the surrounding disciples to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, they are two rabbits. Feng Xing burst into laughter and shouted while pointing at the two. The tall and sturdy disciple's face turned red with anger. He stepped out of the line and walked towards Feng Xing with an unfriendly expression. Feng Xing wasn't afraid in the slightest. He loudly said, "Brothers, these two rabbits look down on us D-class aptitude disciples, especially that damn sissy." Just now, he kept muttering that us D-class aptitude disciples' cultivation is a waste of spirit stones, and that it's better to get lost and go home so that they can give their spirit stones to C-class aptitude disciples. Do you think we can tolerate this? As soon as these words came out, the anger of many D-grade disciples rose. They didn't hear the weak disciples' words. But, they had seen the contempt in the eyes of the primary disciples. So, they had long been angry in their hearts. And, Feng Xing's words had ignited their anger. The tall and sturdy disciple walked out of the line and walked towards a child in his group with an unfriendly expression. It seemed as if he was about to start a fight. This made the anger in their hearts even more intense. C-grade aptitude is so powerful? If you have the ability, why don't you give a B-grade assessment? We D-grade aptitude are also Tao disciples. We all practice the same cultivation. So, what's there to pretend about? Every 10 years, a batch of disciples enters the inner court. The number of D-grade aptitude disciples isn't any less than yours. For a moment, there were at least a dozen D-grade disciples shouting loudly, and their momentum was quite strong. Seeing this, the disciple's face turned pale and he didn't dare to come closer. Seeing this, Feng Xing was immensely pleased with himself. If he didn't beat the dog when it was down, then what was he waiting for? He immediately shouted, "Big hairy bear, do you still want to provoke me? Do you really think that we D-class disciples are easy to bully? Beat him up." As he spoke, he was about to rush forward to join the fight, but he was held back by the fat Taoist who was complaining incessantly. The fat Taoist was really impressed. How could he get into an argument with someone while queuing up? Moreover, they even rushed to make a move. This was simply a case of wanting the world to be in chaos. Many of the D-grade disciples were also enraged. They were still young, and their temper was at its peak. Plus, they had just entered the Tao sect not long ago, so they didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao sect. So, when they saw someone taking the lead, they wanted to fight. Anyway, there were a lot of D-grade disciples, several times more than the B-grade disciples. No matter how they fought, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The countenance of the third-grade disciples immediately changed as they felt a strong sense of threat. Although they looked down on the D-grade disciples, they believed that in time, their cultivation would be far beyond these people. However, that was after all. Now that everyone had entered the Tao sect not long ago, no one was stronger than anyone else. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to say who would win in a one-on-one fight, not to mention that the other party had several times more people than them. Especially that weak-looking disciple. His white face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. The burly disciple with C-grade aptitude was so scared that he had already returned to the queue. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. However, just as the crowd was about to lose control of their anger, suddenly, an old man in charge of distributing spirit stones took a deep breath and shouted coldly, "All of you, shut up. Don't you want the spirit stones anymore?" The sound waves rolled like a tide, suddenly descending from the sky, rumbling and pressing on everyone's heads. For a moment, the agitated disciples were immediately silenced, and their legs were trembling. At this moment, Fangxing also quickly straightened his body and pretended to be an honest person. He looked left and right as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, the elder in front suddenly shouted and suppressed the group of irascible disciples. Then, he did not look for the culprit. Instead, he called the next disciple who was supposed to receive the spirit stones, and continued to distribute the spirit stones expressionlessly. In fact, they had already seen this kind of fight countless times. There were many more serious ones where the disciples fought each other. However, the Tao sect had always taken an indifferent attitude towards such disputes. After all, it was not necessarily a bad thing for the young to be competitive. It was impossible for a group fight to happen. Any elder of the Tao sect could stop such a thing from happening. But, how could these disciples vent their anger if they could not fight? Naturally, it was through cultivation. After all, no matter what kind of aptitude a disciple had, as long as their cultivation was high enough, they could reach the sky in a single step and be looked up to by others. After waiting for a while, seeing that no elder came to reprimand him, Fangxing instantly became proud again. He winked at the weak disciple and provoked him. However, the disciple was already afraid after suffering a loss. He only lowered his head and queued up, ignoring Fangxing's provocation. The fat Taoist realized that Fangxing was playing tricks behind his back. He could only helplessly pull him in front of him and tried to persuade him to control his temper and not to get into a conflict for no reason. After all, in the Tao sect, cultivation was still the most important. After Fangxing provoked him for a while, the weak disciple had already received the spirit stones. Before he left, he glared at Fangxing fiercely. Fangxing disdainfully opened his mouth again in a low voice, "Damn sissy." The weak disciple was so angry that his body was trembling. The man who looked like a bear pulled him and said softly, "Later, teach him a lesson." As he said that, he pulled the weak disciple away. Fangxing suddenly felt a little bored. Fortunately, it did not take long before it was finally his turn to receive the spirit stones. The elder who distributed the spirit stones glanced at him and suddenly said, "Young man, instead of putting your energy into arguing with others, why don't you put it into cultivation? If you can enter the inner sect, there will naturally be people who will help you change your aptitude." Fangxing was stunned. Only now did he realize that the elder knew what he had done just now. He chuckled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, elder. I will definitely work harder and bring glory to the Blue Cloud sect." Glib tongue. The elder also laughed. He took Fangxing's wooden plate, checked it, registered it, and gave him the spirit stones. "Junior brother Feng, listen to me. After receiving the spirit stones, let's hurry back. Don't stop too long on the way back, especially your eyes, understand? Don't make eye contact with others. Even if you're provoked, pretend that you didn't hear it." The fat cultivator had also received the spirit stones. The two of them left the group. On the way back, he nagged at Fangxing, "What do you mean?" Fangxing rolled his eyes at him. "Just remember what I said. Do you think I would lie to you?" A trace of helplessness flashed in the fat cultivator's eyes. He stuffed the spirit stones into his clothes like a thief, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch them away. Fangxing did not care much about it. After all, he still had more than 20 spirit stones in his grotto heaven ring. On the way back, he saw that more and more disciples were coming. Some of them were in groups, chatting and laughing as they walked. Some of them were alone, rushing over quickly. There were also some who were arrogant and purposely summoned their flying swords in front of the crowd. They glided over the crowd on their swords. Every time they swooped over the crowd would exclaim in surprise and look at them enviously. However, Fangxing scoffed at them. They were just showing off. Gliding on swords could theoretically be done as long as one had spiritual power. By injecting spiritual power into the flying sword, it would naturally rise into the sky. However, this was an action that consumed a lot of spiritual power. Based on the cultivation of these outer disciples, it was feared that they wouldn't be able to fly more than 300 feet before their spiritual power would be exhausted. It must be known that even the famous Blue Cloud sect's senior sister Lingyun and Xiao Jianming had white cranes and iron eagles as their mounts. Why didn't they use flying swords? It was just that this method consumed too much spiritual power. Even Fangxing himself had a flying sword with him. Of course, it was a little shameful. What was even more shocking was that from time to time, some fierce-looking disciples would appear by the side of the road and sweep their cold gazes across the crowd. The fat cultivator lowered his head and adhered to the method of not making eye contact with others. He tugged at Fangxing's sleeve and hurried away. Why do these bastards keep glaring at me? Fangxing could not help but curse as he was stared at by a few people along the way. The fat cultivator was shocked. He quickly lowered his voice and said, "My good junior brother Fang, I know you can't take it, but this is not the time for you to be angry. After all, your cultivation is still suppressed. I'll tell you the truth. These people are all bullies in the sect. They purposely chose this time to block the road when the spirit stones are distributed. They're waiting to pick people to extort. They can't wait to cause trouble now. If you make eye contact with them, they'll think that you're provoking them. They'll come up to you and beat you up. They'll snatch the spirit stones away. Who are you going to reason with?" Fangxing's eyes lit up. He said with a trembling voice, "Doesn't the sect care?" When the fat Taoist heard Fangxing's trembling voice, he thought that he was afraid and calmed down a little. Such a daring little devil, if he officially entered the Tao sect, wouldn't he still need to rely on him to protect him? When he thought of this, he immediately felt a lot more relieved. He sighed and said everything he knew. The Tao sect's rules naturally don't allow this, but that's just the rules. If those A-grade disciples with outstanding aptitude are robbed, they will naturally take action. But for us D-grade aptitude disciples, who would care about us? Even if we were robbed, the elders would only think that it was a small conflict between the disciples. It's not worth their attention. What's more, there was once a junior disciple who had just entered the Tao sect and had no background. He was beaten to death by someone. The Tao sect elders only said it was an accident and punished the culprit with a year of confinement. The more Fangxing listened, the brighter his eyes became. How would the fat Taoist know that Fangxing wasn't afraid but excited? This kind of rule was simply too humane. However, Fangxing didn't act rashly. He knew that it wasn't the time for him to openly rob others. If he was only at the peak of spirit formation first layer, it wasn't enough for him to do as he pleased in the outer sect. The fat Taoist hurried back to the valley. Although this kind of robbery happened occasionally on the road, it was considered safe once they returned to the valley. No one would rob others in the valley. This was also a rule in the Tao sect. Luckily, it was still early. There weren't many disciples who came to collect their spirit stones. There weren't many fierce-looking people on the roadside. However, when they walked to the side of a mountain stream and went around the foot of the mountain, they suddenly saw 2 or 3 people standing in front of them. One of them was the weak-looking disciple who was cursing with them, and the other one was a burly man. They stood at the edge of the forest and kept looking at the road they came from. They seemed to be waiting for someone. When they saw Fangxing and the fat Taoist, they immediately welcomed them with an unfriendly expression. "This group of bastards is here to find trouble with me." Fangxing immediately understood. He moved his arms and legs, ready to teach this damn sissy a lesson. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Junior brother, you woke up early today." The fat Taoist priest, who was about to persuade Fangxing not to argue with the others, suddenly shuddered and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He stiffly turned around, cupped his hands, and said with a bitter smile, "Good morning, senior brother Liu." Yu Sanliang greets senior brother Liu. In the forest, a young man in his 20s walked out. Fangxing took a closer look and found out that this person had a strong body and was at the 2nd layer of spirit formation. His face carried a smile that wasn't a smile, but his eyes were filled with contempt and ridicule. He glanced at Fangxing before returning his gaze back to the fat Taoist. He smiled faintly and said, "Where's the filial piety this time?" In the distance, Mao Xiong and the others, who were about to come over to cause trouble, saw this capable person blocking the path of Fangxing and the fat Taoist. They immediately stopped and looked over suspiciously. At first, they thought that this person was a friend of the fat Taoist. However, they soon realized that the fat Taoist's expression was not right. They immediately felt happy and decided not to come over. They just stood there and watched the show. Haha, junior brother Zhu, it seems that we don't need to do anything. These two guys will be in trouble themselves. Mao Xiong laughed and patted the weak disciple's shoulder. The weak disciple also looked like he had vented his anger and said hatefully, "This is called evil people will be tortured by evil people." The few of them laughed together and prepared to see the fat Taoist and Feng Xing's bad luck. But when the fat Taoist saw senior brother Lu, his fat face became even more bitter. His body directly bent down and begged for mercy, "Senior brother Lu, please be magnanimous and let this little brother go. Didn't you say that if I give you the spirit stones that I earn every 3 months in the miscellaneous affairs department, I can keep the one given by the Tao sect? A few days ago, I already gave that spirit stone to you as a filial piety." Senior brother Lu's eyes narrowed and said coldly, "You dare to bargain with me?" The fat Taoist's body trembled and he hurriedly said, "I don't dare to, Senior brother Lu, please have mercy." Senior brother Lu's gaze softened and he looked at Feng Xing who was beside the fat Taoist. He coughed softly and said, "That's right, I did say that. But now, the rules have changed. In the past, you were alone. Now, you have a little monkey by your side. Naturally, the amount of spirit stones will have to be doubled. From the past 1 spirit stone every 3 months, it will be changed to 2 spirit stones every 3 months. The fat Taoist was stunned and he hurriedly begged with a crying face, "Senior brother Lu, junior brother Feng has only joined the sect for a few days. Please give me some face and let him go." "Face? Who do you think you are? Do I have to give you face?" Senior brother Lu's expression turned cold. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped the fat Taoist's face. He scolded, "I'm already being merciful by leaving you a spirit stone. If you dare to nag again, I won't leave you a single spirit stone." The fat Taoist's fat face immediately swelled up. He wanted to say something but he was met with senior brother Lu's fierce gaze. He could only look at Feng Xing as if he was begging him to hand over the spirit stone and not let his temper get the better of him. Senior brother Zhu, I don't want to scold you. Since you know such a good man like senior brother Lu, why didn't you introduce him to me earlier?" Feng Xing had been watching coldly from the side. When he suddenly saw senior brother Lu's cold gaze looking at him, he immediately revealed a cheeky smile. As he complained to the fat Taoist, he took out the spirit stone from his bosom and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, I can tell that you have a high cultivation level and are a good man with a high sense of righteousness. I have just joined the sect and wanted to get to know the seniors in the sect. Please accept this spirit stone. Don't be too courteous with me. Otherwise, it would mean that you are looking down on me." When senior brother Lu saw the bright red spirit stone that he was holding with both hands, he was slightly startled. Although Feng Xing's words were neither fish nor fowl and sounded more like a mountain bandit than a Taoist disciple, he could still understand the meaning behind his words. He couldn't help but feel happy. He thought to himself that this little monkey was really so tactful. He thought that he was a big shot in the Taoist sect and was prepared to obediently hand over the spirit stone so that he could protect him in the future. When Mao Xiong and the sissy saw this scene from afar, they also felt a bit disdainful. They thought that this little demon was only difficult to deal with his mouth. Once he saw someone fierce, wouldn't he automatically hand over the spirit stone in his hands? This kind of person was really hateful. When the person who blackmailed them left, they would have to teach him a lesson again. On the other side, the smile on Feng Xing's face was very sincere. In addition, he was really too young and didn't look like the kind of person who would say one thing and have another in his heart. It made people really unable to suspect him. That senior brother Lu immediately revealed a face full of smiles and said, "This little junior brother is more sensible than you. Junior brother you, why didn't you introduce such a good junior brother to me earlier? Haha, little junior brother, don't worry. I will definitely take care of you from now on." As he laughed, he unceremoniously reached out to take the spirit stone. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the spirit stone, Feng Xing's hand suddenly trembled and the spirit stone fell to the ground. Don't break it." Feng Xing jumped in fright and hurriedly crouched down to pick it up. As expected of a rookie who just entered the sect, I've never heard of spirit stones being broken by dropping. Senior brother Lu sneered in his heart and waited for Feng Xing to pass the spirit stone to him. The sissy and the others in the distance looked at him with extreme contempt. They didn't notice that the fat Taoist's face had already changed, as if he had noticed something. Senior brother Lu, you have to accept this little brother's filial piety, Feng Xing stood up and said with a low smile. Then, he pushed his wrist forward. Just as senior brother Lu was about to say some polite words, he suddenly felt a chill on his lower abdomen. He was immediately taken aback, and the spiritual energy in his body subconsciously rebounded out. However, right at this moment, Feng Xing's figure suddenly retreated. He pulled out a shiny dagger from senior brother Lu's abdomen, and then his small body strangely leaped forward with a leg. His fist wasn't big, but it was clenched very hard, and ruthlessly smashed onto senior brother Lu's abdomen. Ugh, senior brother Lu immediately bowed down. His forehead was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out. This punch from Feng Xing not only destroyed his protective spiritual energy, it also smashed onto his wound. The pain was indescribable. Mao Xiong and the sissy who were leisurely watching the show from afar also looked as if they had been punched. The expression on their faces suddenly became incomparably strange. Each and every one of them was surprised, mixed with shock, fear, and indescribable feelings. That weak-looking disciple was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Just from their expressions, they looked more like they had been stabbed by a knife than senior brother Lu. Using the action of picking up the spirit stones as a cover, Feng Xing pulled out his knife and stabbed it. At the same time, he jumped back and pulled out his knife. Then, he went forward and punched the wound. This was to prevent him from using his spiritual qi to protect his body and counterattack. After all, the person in front of him was a standard second-level spirit formation cultivator. His overall strength was much higher than a first-level spirit formation cultivator. Even if he was stabbed, it would still be terrifying if he went crazy. Either don't do it, or do it to the extreme. Feng Xing grew up under this philosophy. Even if senior brother Lu was a second-level spirit formation cultivator, he still felt a sharp pain in his abdomen after being hit by the knife and punch. Senior brother Lu, how is this filial piety? Feng Xing chuckled, turned around and went behind senior brother Lu, and kicked him in the back. Senior brother Lu fell to the ground and wiped the dust off his face. The wound on his abdomen was torn open by this action, causing the pain to increase. His whole body curled up like a prawn. Both of his hands covered his abdomen as blood flowed out. Little bastard. You dare sneak attack me? Senior brother Lu gritted his teeth and shouted. It seemed like he was a tough guy and did not beg for mercy. With such little vigilance, you want to be a robber? Feng Xing sneered and prepared to search this person to see if there was anything good on him. But at this moment, senior brother Lu secretly stuffed his arm into his chest and deliberately said, Little bastard, I admit defeat today, but don't think that you can eat me. Junior brother Feng, be careful, suddenly, the fat Taoist exclaimed. From his direction, he could see senior brother Lu's action. Feng Xing sneered and suddenly pounced forward. He raised the dagger in his hand and nailed senior martial brother Lu's arm to the ground. Senior martial brother Lu let out a blood-curdling scream and a small sword fell from his hand with a clang sound. The small sword was about a foot long with some exquisite runes engraved on it. It looked extraordinary. Sure enough, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. You still want to use a flying sword to hurt me? Feng Xing sneered and ruthlessly kicked senior brother Lu's stomach twice, causing senior brother Lu to scream in pain. He was also a tough guy, but this little bastard's attacks were too unscrupulous. He kept hitting his wounds. No matter how tough Sai was, he wouldn't be able to endure such pain. Feng Xing picked up the small sword on the ground, looked at it for a moment, and then put it into his robe. He had just appraised it and found that it was a flying sword with 7 magical tools. This was a good thing, suitable for him. Although the 9-serpent golden flame sword was of a much higher grade than this flying sword, it consumed too much spiritual power. Moreover, it could not be seen in the light, so it could not be used easily. Junior brother Feng, return the sword to him. This was chosen by the Dao sect from the Immortal Weapon Pavilion when he joined the Immortal sect. Snatching it is not allowed. If you take it by force, the elders of the Tao sect will definitely punish you. When the fat Taoist saw this, he hurriedly persuaded Fangxing in a low voice. When senior brother Lu heard his words, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Damn fatty. You're ruthless. Colluding with such a little bastard. Plotting against me. After I recover, I'll definitely take your dog life." When the fat Taoist heard this, he was instantly shocked, as if he could already predict senior brother Lu's crazy revenge in the future. With that thought, his entire fat face turned deathly pale. What a joke. Do you think I'll give you the chance to take revenge? When Fangxing heard this, he sneered and slashed the small sword in his hand on the side of senior brother Lu's neck. You still dare to kill me? Senior brother Lu was shocked, but he still forced himself to shout. The fat Taoist was also shocked and subconsciously pulled on Fangxing's sleeve. He was really afraid that this little devil would kill this senior brother Lu out of anger. According to his understanding of senior brother Lu, this little devil was not someone who would not do such a thing. However, Tao sect was after all a Tao sect and not a devil sect. After killing someone, they were sentenced to a year of confinement. That was because the killer had outstanding aptitude and a rich family. If it was a D-grade disciple without any background who killed someone, not to mention being expelled, he might even pay with his life. At this moment, on a mountain peak that was at least more than 10 miles away from this forest, there was an ancient pine tree with a canopy. Under the ancient pine tree, 2 old men were playing chess. One had black hair and a ruddy face. The other had a young face and white hair. The 2 of them had been playing this game for a month. To be precise, it was already the 33rd day and they were only halfway through the game. Among the disciples who were recruited this time, how many did you notice? The white-haired young man held a black chess piece in his hand. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly asked softly. The black-haired old man smiled and said, "Not bad. There are 10 A-grade aptitude disciples. This is beyond my expectations." The white-haired young man smiled and did not say anything. His eyes were fixed on the chessboard. The black-haired old man suddenly remembered that the white-haired young man had asked him how many of them he had noticed. He pondered for a moment before replying, "Among the 10 A-grade aptitude disciples, 3 of them are from wealthy families, 2 of them are from aristocratic families, and 1 of them is called Ho Qing." When he entered the sect, his cultivation was already at the 2nd layer. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the first disciple to enter the inner sect. In other words, he had noticed 6 out of the thousands of disciples who had just entered the Tao sect. The white-haired young man was still smiling. He looked to one side and held the chess piece in silence. The black-haired old man smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle, how many did you notice?" The white-haired young man smiled and said, "1, and I noticed him just now." The black-haired old man's expression changed. He used his divine sense to scan the direction the white-haired young man was looking at. He immediately understood who the white-haired young man was referring to. He hesitated and said, "How old is he? How can he be so ruthless?" "Uncle, do you want me to punish him?" The white-haired young man placed a chess piece in front of the black-haired old man and said softly, "Let's play chess." The moment he placed his piece, he glanced at the sky, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Above the sky, 9 coffins were floating in the starry sky. They were motionless, as if they were the protectors of this continent. They also seemed to be the swords hanging above. "I won't kill you." At this time, Fangxing faced senior brother Lu's unyielding attitude and said with a smile, "But it will be difficult for you to find trouble with me in the future." As he smiled, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The flying sword in his hand stabbed and flicked. With a few pu-pu sounds, it stabbed senior brother Lu's legs, waist, and arms a few times. Blood immediately spurted out, and senior brother Lu immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Fangxing stood up and looked at the flying sword in his hand. He said regretfully, "What a pity that it can't belong to me." After saying that, he threw it into the mountain stream at the side. With a few clangs, it landed somewhere unknown. He squatted down again and stepped on senior brother Lu's neck to prevent him from moving. He reached out and searched senior brother Lu's body. He found 2 spirit stones and stuffed them into his bosom. Only then did he pull out the knife that was nailed into senior brother Lu's arm. He wiped the blood on senior brother Lu's clothes and put it away. He clapped his hands and said in a relaxed manner, "Let's go." The fat Taoist's face was ashen. He followed closely behind him, wishing that he could immediately leave this pig-slaughtering scene. Fang Xing's proficiency and calmness in doing these things made him feel a great sense of fear. "Junior brother Fang, you wouldn't have crippled him, right? How could it be so easy to cripple him? I just made his recovery slower. At the very least, he won't be able to walk for 3 to 5 months. The fat Taoist was stunned. He hurriedly said, "Then after 3 to 5 months, won't he come back for revenge?" Fang Xing smiled coldly and said, "After 3 to 5 months, even if we fight head-on, I'll be the one bullying him." His words were filled with confidence. There was even a hint of disdain, however, when the fat Taoist heard that, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. From his point of view, senior brother Lu was a spirit formation second-layer cultivator. How could he be easily dealt with in 3 to 5 months? At the roadside, Mao Xiong, the sissy, and the other two were trembling with fear and wanted to slip away. However, they were stopped by Fang Xing. "Ah, damn sissy, you guys are also here. What a coincidence." The weak-looking disciple trembled. His legs immediately trembled and he couldn't even walk. Mao Xiong was more courageous. He forcefully maintained his calm and purposely put on an expressionless face and said, "We are waiting for someone here." "What do you guys want to do?" No matter how calm he pretended to be, his voice couldn't help but tremble. Fang Xing chuckled and shook off the fat Taoist's hand that was tugging at his sleeve. Holding the short knife in his hand, he strode forward with splayed steps. "Less nonsense. Hand it over." Hand over what?" The weak-looking disciple hid behind Mao Xiong. Mao Xiong also wanted to hide, but the dagger was already in front of him. His face was pale, but he still forced himself to speak. "Hand over what? Don't play dumb. Are you going to know what to hand over only after this young master hangs some blood on you?" Fang Xing's expression was fierce. His eyes looked around Mao Xiong's body as if he was looking for a place to stab. Mao Xiong was still a bit unwilling, but the weak-looking disciple was really scared. He hid behind Mao Xiong and didn't show his head. Instead, he threw out the spirit stone in his hand and shouted, "Quickly take it. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have looked at you. I won't do it again." Fang Xing reached out and grabbed the spirit stone. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Mao Xiong. "What about yours?" "Mine. You want it too?" Mao Xiong panicked. Fang Xing's expression changed. He seemed to be a bit impatient. He waved the dagger and was about to stab it. Take it," Mao Xiong's heart trembled. He quickly held the spirit stone and handed it over. Fang Xing took it and looked at the third skinny disciple. It was obvious that he was dragged here by Mao Xiong and the sissy to help. This time, he didn't need to say anything. That guy obediently handed over the spirit stone. He was very obedient. Fang Xing tossed it in his hand in satisfaction. Then, he glared at the three of them and told them to scram. Looking at the three of them running away in panic, Fang Xing complacently said to the fat Taoist, "Hey, this is how spirit stones are obtained." Fang Xing was very satisfied with the day's harvest, but the fat Taoist priest was a little bewildered. He felt like he was floating as he walked. "Alright, you're such a coward. You deserve to be bullied." After returning to the wooden hut, Fang Xing washed his face. When he saw that the fat Taoist priest was still as pale and distracted as before, he felt angry and immediately poured a basin of water over him. The fat Taoist priest was completely drenched. However, after being splashed by the cold water, he finally came to his senses. He let out a long sigh and sighed. "Junior brother Fang, after this incident, I really admire you." "So you didn't admire me in the past?" No. I knew from the herb farm that someone like you would definitely not be ordinary," the fat Taoist priest chuckled. Naturally, he did not dare to tell Fang Xing his true thoughts. In reality, when he first became friends with Fang Xing, he really had no other choice. After all, this little demon was extremely daring, vicious, and merciless. Although he was much older, no matter how he looked at it, he was not Fang Xing's match. Thus, he simply took advantage of the situation and became friends with Fang Xing. He also calculated in his heart that with Fang Xing's personality, if he didn't die young, then he would definitely not live under another for long. Now, he would first spend some money and play the emotional card. In the future, when this kid became rich, perhaps he would remember their old friendship and take care of him a little. Hence, in this way, the fat Taoist priest's friendship with Fang Xing was more about using him or investing in him. This was understandable. Small figures in Taoism naturally had their own way of living. Later on, the fat Taoist priest discovered that although this brat was fierce, he was not as snobbish as other Taoism disciples. Moreover, although he was young, he had a lot of experience in Jianghu. He got along well with the fat Taoist priest. This made the fat Taoist priest, who did not have many friends in Taoism, want to befriend him. Of course, investing in him was also the most important factor. However, Fang Xing's performance disappointed him. Once he entered Taoism, his awe-inspiring attitude in the herb farm suddenly disappeared without a trace. He only ate and slept like a loafer. Such people would usually be expelled from the mountain after 3 years. The fat Taoist priest naturally felt a bit regretful. However, he was hindered by Fang Xing's temper, so he did not dare to casually vent his anger. Until today, when Fang Xing revealed his skills and killed Lu Feng in a few moves. Then, he swaggered around and robbed 3 primary disciples. This really scared the fat Taoist priest. The fat Taoist priest had never thought of such a thing. In his opinion, it was fine to bully others. However, he must bully those who were weaker than him. Why did this brat pick on people who were stronger than him to bully? It was only when Fang Xing poured a bucket of cold water on his head that he finally understood. What was he afraid of? Wasn't it because he dared to think and act? If he didn't have such guts, then he wouldn't have needed to befriend him. In addition, he sighed in his heart. This brat is a hidden dragon. He doesn't make a move, but when he does, he's ruthless. Why would such a brat worry about not having a chance to make a name for himself? Now that I've befriended him, it's my capital. Once he becomes successful, my good days will come. Of course, even if the fat Taoist priest was twice as courageous, he wouldn't have thought that the hidden dragon in his heart wasn't as calm as he thought. In just half a month since he entered the Tao sect, he had already done a big deed. If an insignificant person tried to understand the hidden dragon, they would think that the hidden dragon was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. In fact, the hidden dragon was hibernating because it was full and needed to take a nap. If the fat Taoist priest knew about this matter, he wouldn't be excited. Instead, he would be afraid. That's right, junior brother Feng, you robbed them just like that. Aren't you afraid that they'll take revenge? Now that his thoughts were clear, his mind became more active. The fat Taoist carefully asked Fang Xing about his next plan. According to what he knew, senior brother Lu didn't just enter the Tao sect. Instead, he was already a Tao child and had been in the Tao sect for 4 years. Such a person wasn't as simple as Fang Xing thought. If I'm afraid of his revenge, should I let him bully me for nothing and give him these pitiful cultivation resources? Fang Xing was disdainful. If that's the case, if I'm afraid of Wang Ji's revenge, should I work obediently in the herb field and let him bully me? If I'm afraid of your revenge, should I kneel down and beg for your forgiveness when you come to the herb field to find trouble with me? Fang Xing ran his fingers through his wet hair and glared at the fat Taoist priest. Junior brother Feng. I didn't mean anything else. The fat Taoist priest saw that Fang Xing's tone was a little harsh. He quickly stood up and shook his hands. Sit down. I didn't say you meant anything else. Fang Xing waved his hand and threw the basin away. I'm just saying. I don't want to live like that. Old pig, you're just too stupid. You're timid, ugly, and greedy. You don't have a good aptitude for cultivation, and you're lazy. Oh, right, I was going to praise you. What did I praise? Forget it, you don't have any good points. The fat Taoist priest had a bitter expression and muttered softly, my surname is Yu. Fang Xing took out the 2 spirit stones from his pocket and threw them to the fat Taoist priest. Take them. No matter how stupid, lazy, and ugly you are, you're still my friend. I can't mistreat you. The fat Taoist priest hurriedly waved his hand. No need, you can use them yourself. If I tell you to take it, just take it. I don't lack these things. Fangxing glared at him and forced the fat Taoist priest to take them. He was very good at buying people's hearts. Of course, he always acted like a bandit. The fat Taoist priest looked at the 2 spirit stones in his hand and almost cried out in excitement. He was just thinking that this kid would give him some advice after he became rich. He didn't expect to get 2 spirit stones so easily. In the 7 years he had been in the sect, he was the only one who was extorted. This was the first time he saw someone else's things fall into his hands. In an instant, this emotion diluted his fear. Even seeing your brother lose revenge did not seem so scary. This damn fatty is too timid. He's being bullied like a pig. After sending off the fat Taoist priest with great difficulty, Fangxing shook his head helplessly and took out his grotto heaven ring. He injected spiritual energy into it and with a thought, a 2-foot-long red flying sword appeared in his hand. The scarlet sword had golden flame patterns on it. There were 9 little snakes on it. It was the 9-snake golden flame sword. I need to familiarize myself with flying swords. I can't survive in the sect with just a dagger. He muttered to himself. In fact, the 2 things that happened during the day seemed to have been done easily by him, but only he knew how dangerous it was. That Lu Feng's true cultivation was higher than his, and he was also an adult. If he were to face him head-on, he would probably be in danger. Furthermore, Lu Feng had clearly been defeated by him, but he had quietly taken out a flying sword. At that time, Fangxing felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. All his hair stood on end. His innate sensitivity allowed him to sense the terror of flying swords. If it was not for the fact that killing was not allowed in the sect, Lu Feng would have been a dead man by now. However, although he did not kill Lu Feng, he did not show any mercy. He broke a few tendons in his vital parts. With tendons broken, he would be a cripple in the secular world. However, the sect had a secret medicine that could heal injuries. However, bones were harder to heal than flesh, and tendons were harder to heal than bones. Lu Feng's tendons were broken. Even with the secret medicine, it would take a few months for him to recover. This gave Fangxing enough time to improve his cultivation. When his cultivation improved, he would not be afraid even if he came looking for him. On the other hand, Fangxing realized that it was important to have a few defensive celestial artifacts in Taoism. He thought of his 9-serpent golden flame sword, which was a standard mid-level flying sword. It was extremely powerful, but it depended on whether he could control it or not. Go, Fangxing tried to pour his spiritual energy into the 9-snake golden flame sword. In an instant, the sword lit up, emitting a dazzling golden light. It actually floated in the air. Fangxing had a feeling that with just a thought, the sword would fly out and kill all enemies in front of it. At the same time, on the sword, a small snake raised its head and lightly nodded, as if it was about to pounce and kill. Fangxing's eyes hardened. He poured the remaining spiritual energy in his body into the sword. In an instant, the 9 small snakes actually flew out and turned into 9 rays of golden light. It was a beautiful sight to behold. However, at the moment when the 9 little snakes all flew up, Fangxing only felt that the spiritual energy in his body was empty, and he felt dizzy. He hastily withdrew his spiritual energy and panted heavily. The 9 little snakes also returned to the sword body, and then the flying sword fell to the ground with a clang. Too forceful, my cultivation is still too low. Fangxing muttered. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of spirit formation, it was still not enough to control this flying sword. Seems like I still have to improve my cultivation first. Fangxing placed the 9-snake golden flame sword back into the heavenly grotto ring and sat on the bed. He took out a spirit stone and began cultivating. This sect, to put it bluntly, is just another bandit's nest. If they have the ability, they bully others. If they don't, they get bullied. The days of cultivation are very boring. A trickle of water, converging into a river, and finally becoming an ocean. How could it be easy? The simplest logic is that rice must be eaten bite by bite. How could one go from eating a mouthful of rice to becoming a fatty? Fangxing was like this. He originally thought that he would be able to break through to the second level of spirit formation very soon. However, after a month of cultivation, he was still stuck at this bottleneck. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of barrier in the middle, causing him to be unable to spread his spiritual energy throughout his body. It was a very helpless feeling. He was obviously only a step away, but he just couldn't break through that step. However, in these few days, a big event happened among the outer disciples of Blue Cloud sect, attracting everyone's attention. It was said that an outer disciple named Ho Qing went to Rosy Valley to visit a female disciple. The two seemed to be old acquaintances. However, when he reached the entrance of Rosy Valley, he was stopped by 3 disciples of the 3rd level of spirit formation. The 3 saw that he was alone and had a new face. His clothes were gorgeous and he had an extraordinary jade pendant on his waist, so they thought of blackmailing him. Ho Qing didn't say a word. With a smile on his face, his sword left no traces. After defeating the 3 people, he flicked his sleeves and left. For a moment, all the outer disciples were shocked. The person named Ho Qing was an outer disciple who entered the sect together with them. In less than 6 months, he already had the cultivation to defeat 3 disciples of the 3rd level of spirit formation. In a short period of time, Ho Qing's name shook the world and became the head of the outer disciples of Blue Cloud sect. There were even people who asserted that Ho Qing would break through to the 4th level of spirit formation within a year and become an inner disciple of Blue Cloud sect. Ho Qing, is he the one who caught me? After the fat Taoist mentioned this person, Feng Xing suddenly remembered and looked at the fat Taoist with evil intentions. I remember that your relationship with him was not bad. You even saved him from the pain of queuing and helped him register in advance. Being stared at by him, the fat Taoist was instantly flustered. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Junior brother Feng, don't laugh at me. How can I befriend someone of my status?" At that time, outside the mountain gate, he was very polite to me, but once he entered the mountain gate, he completely changed. Not long ago, I met him in the miscellaneous affairs department, and when I greeted him with a smiling face, he didn't even look me in the eye. From your tone, it seems that if someone looks at you, you'll obediently go and flatter them? Feng Xing looked at the fat Taoist in disdain. The fat Taoist smiled embarrassedly and raised his bowl to drink. That bastard helped you catch me and even kicked Xiaoman. If I meet him, I'll definitely kill him, Feng Xing cursed angrily, his eyes blazing. The fat Taoist was shocked and hurriedly comforted him with a smile. He thought to himself that this fellow was too vengeful despite his young age. Junior brother Feng, don't be angry. If you're still angry about what happened at the mountain gate, then beat me up to vent your anger. However, you can't offend that person, Feng Xing jumped up and shouted, you think I don't dare? He only stopped after angrily kicking the fat Taoist twice. The fat Taoist also smiled and didn't mind. After 4 months of acquaintance, he could be considered to have understood Feng Xing. Even though he was ruthless and daring, he wasn't like a mad dog that would bite anyone it caught. Although he was young, he was very loyal. Back then, he gave him 2 spirit stones without even thinking. This wasn't something that anyone could bear to do. After eating and drinking his fill, Feng Xing chased the fat Taoist out and seized the time to continue cultivating. For some reason, after hearing about Ho Qing's deeds, there was a nest of fire in his heart. I've already cultivated with spirit stones for 4 months and used up a total of 12 spirit stones, but I still can't break through to the 2nd level of true qi. That bastard Ho Qing is about to break through to the 4th level of true qi. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Could it be that I'm really an idiot in cultivation? No, how can this young master be so much worse than that bastard? Today, I must break through to the 2nd level of true qi. With this resentment in his heart, Feng Xing took out the 13th spirit stone. Breathing in and regulating his breathing, the spirit energy and the spirit stone drew each other and bits of spirit energy gradually seeped into his meridians. Very soon, the same situation occurred again. Every time the spirit energy wanted to spread throughout his body, there would be a trace of uncontrollable situation. In the end, the spirit energy would overflow and he would fail to break through to the 2nd level. However, this time, Feng Xing was determined and slowly understood the rules of the overflowing spirit energy. When the next attack was about to arrive, his body suddenly trembled and the speed at which he circulated his spirit energy suddenly increased. The result of this was that the absorption speed from the spirit stones suddenly increased and large amounts of spirit energy flowed into his body. People have a certain amount of food. If they ate too much, they would choke. Spirit energy cultivation was about the same. Fang Xing felt like he was choking with this mouthful and his meridians were in severe pain. However, he forcefully endured the pain and used the might of the spirit energy in his body to attack the invisible barrier. Bang! Suddenly, something in his brain seemed to break open and a cool feeling spread throughout his body. This feeling was very strange. If his body was hot, it would feel refreshing and pleasant. If his body was in an incomparably cold state, it would feel warm and extremely comfortable. This was the magical effect of spirit energy. I finally broke through. Fang Xing muttered in his heart. He finally broke through the barrier of the second level of spirit formation and his entire body was filled with spirit energy. Now, with just a thought, the spirit energy could reach every part of his body. Although it was not enough to defend against all injuries, if there was any injury, he could immediately transfer the spirit energy to the wound to nourish it. If necessary, he could even use the spirit energy to forcefully close the wound to prevent blood from flowing out and consume too much of his physical strength. At that time, after senior brother Lu was stabbed, he wanted to do this. However, Fang Xing immediately punched his wound and dispersed his spirit energy. That senior brother Lu lost his breath and found it hard to gather spirit energy again. In order to break through to the second stage of cultivation, Fang Xing took another risk. Fortunately, he succeeded. If he had not succeeded, his meridians would have been damaged, and it would have taken him at least 10 days to half a month to recover. However, this was also his personality. Although he was ruthless to others, he was also willing to hurt himself. Let's try the 9-serpent golden flame sword again. Fang Xing was a little happy. He stopped cultivating and took out the 9-serpent golden flame sword. However, after trying it out, he found that the situation did not change much. Although he could barely control the 9-serpent golden flame sword to unleash a full attack, the remaining spirit energy in his body was not much. He could not unleash a second attack and even felt dizzy. Fang Xing put away the 9-serpent golden flame sword and thought carefully. Very quickly, he sorted out his thoughts. First, his cultivation was indeed too low. Second, the grade of the 9-serpent golden flame sword was too high. The amount of spirit energy needed to control it was much higher than that of a normal flying sword. In other words, it was best for him to continue keeping the 9-serpent golden flame sword and find a way to find a normal flying sword. There are strict rules in the Dao sect that forbid stealing other people's flying swords. What should I do? Fang Xing pondered for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a good place. That damn fatty said that the Phantom Market has opened again. Last time, I saw many people take out flying swords. Last time, I only took the best one. It was a sin. He quickly made up his mind to go to the Phantom Market again. He asked the fat Taoist about the opening time of the Phantom Market so that Fang Xing could make preparations. After the fat Taoist told him, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at him suspiciously and thought to himself. The last time he asked about the Phantom Market, he heard that a strange thing happened there. A disciple from a good family was robbed and became a pauper. After that, this guy was well behaved for a period of time. Now, he was asking about the Phantom Market again. Could it be that the previous incident was actually? Fang Xing noticed the fat Taoist's gaze and said fiercely, "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig your eyes out?" The fat Taoist chuckled and quickly said that it was nothing. However, he quickly rejected the idea in his heart. Although this kid was extremely daring, he probably wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Moreover, someone said that the person who did it was a skinny adult. Coincidentally, on that very night, the ghost market opened. Fang Xing got the fat Taoist drunk early in the morning and then chased him away. The fat Taoist had always been impressed by Fang Xing's alcohol tolerance. He firmly believed that an 11-year-old kid could have such an amazing alcohol tolerance. However, Fang Xing scoffed at the fat Taoist. How could this damn fatty compare to him? He had been soaked in a wine vat since he was young. If it was about other abilities, he wouldn't dare to boast. However, when it came to alcohol tolerance, even 10 damn fatties couldn't do it. After sending the fat Taoist away, Du Feng took out the 1,000 Luo ghost mask and wore it on his face. He changed his appearance and left the valley. The Phantom Market was still in a valley more than 10 miles away from the Taoist sect. This distance was specially chosen by the organizers of the Phantom Market. After all, the Phantom Market was forbidden by the Taoist sect. If it was too close to the Taoist sect, they wouldn't feel at ease. However, there were many demons and monsters deep in the mountains. With the cultivation of outer sect disciples like them, they couldn't go too deep into the mountains. Therefore, they chose a range of 10 miles away from the Taoist sect. According to the information, Feng Xing came to this area and quickly found the location of the Phantom Market. It's really too obvious, because there are actually 8 people in charge of the Ghost City's defense this time, and they have a cautious and capable appearance. Feng Xing laughed in his heart. It was probably because of what he did last time that everyone who organized the Phantom Market had learned to be smart. Senior brother, please stay. What are your plans for coming to the Ghost City? A guard disciple came out and asked. Since I've come to the Ghost City, I'm naturally going to exchange for what I need to cultivate. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Xing carelessly said, stopping the guard with a single sentence. The guard stared blankly, then smiled wryly and said, Senior brother is right. However, the Ghost City today is not the same as before. I don't know if Senior brother has heard of it, but not long ago, there was a great thief who bewitched all the senior brothers, stole a lot of magic weapons, and floated away. After that, the Ghost City has not been held for a full 3 months, all thanks to this person. Now, although we have opened the Ghost City again, we have to be careful. I ask Senior brother to clearly tell us what items you want to exchange or prepare to sell, and let us take a look. As soon as Feng Xing heard this, he knew in his heart that this was to prevent the situation from happening again. If he really prepared to come empty-handed like last time and didn't bring anything but a smoke pot, he's afraid that he would be exposed. Once the other party asks him to show the use of the smoke pot, he would immediately be exposed. But fortunately, although he was young, he understood the meaning of preparing a backup plan. Therefore, when he heard the guard's question, he only sneered in his heart and said, The Ghost City's rules are really getting more and more, it's better to go to the Tao sect to exchange. Forget it, since I'm here, I'll abide by your rules. I'm here to exchange spirit stones for a flying sword. The spirit stones are here, see for yourself. Saying that, he took out a bright red spirit stone and flashed it in front of the guard. Since you brought spirit stones, you must really intend to exchange for items. Then you're not a great thief. The guard relaxed and said with a smile, Thank you Senior brother for understanding, please come inside. Feng Xing waved his hand and said with a smile, There's no understanding or not, it's all because of that abominable great thief. Everyone has worked hard. These words moved the guards. They were guarding here, asking to check the artifacts of everyone who came to the Ghost City. Although it was for safety, not everyone was understanding. There were many people who were cursing and swearing, but they could only endure it. They didn't dare to ruin the event. It was not easy to meet someone who understood their difficulties, and their hearts were very moved. However, if they knew that the only person who understood them was the thief from last time, how would they react? Feng Xing entered the valley and saw that the domain this time was much larger than the previous one. The participants' cultivations were also much higher than the previous one. Most of them were at the 2nd level of spirit formation and above. There were also quite a few at the 3rd level of spirit formation. At this time, their exchange had already begun. Each of them were silent, but they quickly completed the transaction. Their actions were calm and shrewd. It was obvious that they were not rookies who participated in the ghost market for the first time. What happened last time scared the rookies so much that they didn't dare to come. This time, the ones coming are all veterans. Feng Xing thought to himself. He reckoned that it wouldn't be easy to make a move this time. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a normal transaction this time. Feng Xing thought to himself as he strolled around the valley. He saw that most of the people in the valley placed the things they wanted to trade in front of them and then sat cross-legged, waiting for others to look at them. There were also people like Feng Xing who strolled around. Once they found something they liked, they would go over to chat. Some transactions were directly bartering. If they couldn't reach an agreement, they would use spirit stones or gold and silver to exchange. Most of these things that could appear in the Phantom City were things that could be used in cultivation. After exchanging them for gold and silver in the mortal world, the quantity was too large. Therefore, spirit stones were more like a circulating resource in cultivation, which everyone also recognized. Fang Xing strolled around the valley and was surprised to find that the scale of the ghost market this time was much larger. There were also a lot of things. In the previous ghost market, most of the things were exchanged between spirit stones and gold and silver. This time all kinds of things appeared. Flying swords, magic tools, and even martial arts formulas and spells appeared. There were also some healing, eye-catching, resting pills and so on. There was a dazzling array of things, too many to mention. Some people only had one or two things in front of him. There were also some who were more exaggerated. They actually had a large blue stone placed in front of them, as if they were setting up a stall. Hee, senior brother, don't you want to come over and take a look? I have the most good things here. Someone saw Fang Xing passing by and greeted him in a low voice. Fortunately, he didn't shout loudly, otherwise, it would really look like a market. Let's walk around again. Fang Xing said this and turned his head away. His original intention was to buy a flying sword, but seeing that there were many flying swords in this ghost market, he didn't have to worry at all. Therefore, he began to pay attention to other things. Do you really think this is a market? That person muttered in a low voice, but didn't cause any more trouble. Fang Xing giggled. His gaze swept over that person's stall, and he suddenly made a sound of surprise. That person was immediately delighted. He laughed in a low voice and said, "Senior brother, is there something you like?" Fang Xing slowly crouched down and slowly flipped through his stall, not saying a word. Hee, senior brother has a good eye. This junior brother has the most things here, the quality is guaranteed, and the price is also 30% lower than other people's. This person said rather boastfully. It wasn't a lie, his stall's turnover was indeed high. Fang Xing still didn't say a word. He slowly picked up a flying sword and looked at it carefully. Seeing this, that person started to talk non-stop about his own flying sword. He listed a dozen or so benefits, praising a low-level flying sword as if it was rare in the heavens. Fang Xing seemed to be moved. He opened his mouth and said, "In exchange for a few spirit stones?" This person mysteriously pinched his 5 fingers together, flashed them in front of Fang Xing, and said with a low laugh, "This price is not excessive, right? 7 spirit stones? Hee, it really is 30% lower than others." Fang Xing sneered. If he didn't have the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, he might really be moved by this person's price. How about it? Senior brother, do you want to buy it? That person said with a smile, thinking that he had made another business deal. This senior brother, good craftsmanship. Fang Xing held the flying sword and looked at it for a while. Suddenly, he gently threw the flying sword on his stall. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the person with a smile that wasn't a smile, and said in a low voice, "What do you think those who just bought your things will think if I make it known that most of the goods in your stall are fake? What will the people who want to restore the reputation of the ghost market think?" The owner of the stall suddenly changed his expression. He lowered his voice, his eyes flashed, and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. This senior brother, if you want to buy, then buy, don't talk nonsense." But after this stern expression, he inevitably revealed a guilty conscience, and couldn't help but look to the side. Nonsense? Fang Xing sneered. Suddenly, his hands moved as if they were flying, picking up the items on the stall. Some he only glanced at and then threw to the side, while some he was a bit gentler and properly placed to the side. Not long after, the items on the entire stall were arranged into 2 piles. On the surface, these 2 piles didn't seem to have any obvious classifications. There were all kinds of things, flying swords, spirit pills, and so on. This senior brother, what do you think of the classification I gave you? Fang Xing gently threw a pill on the pile on the left, clapped his hands, and said with a smile. That stall owner was already dripping with cold sweat. His voice was weak, and he said with an awkward smile, "So senior brother is a sensible person. How about this, senior brother, and I hit it off at first sight? This flying sword, I will give it to senior brother, how about it?" As he said that, he took out a flying sword from the pile on the left and right, and respectfully held it with both hands. But it turned out that in this short time, Fang Xing casually identified all the things on his stall and divided them into 2 parts. The part on the right was the real thing, and the part on the left was problematic. The stall owner was shocked, and hurriedly bribed with the real thing. At the same time, his eyes flashed, obviously hinting to Feng Xing that after taking the flying sword, he should shut his mouth and go somewhere else. This Taoist ghost city was different from the antiques in the secular world. Antiques in the secular world were all about eyesight. Even if you suffered a loss, you couldn't go back to find trouble. You could only admit that you lost. But in this Taoist ghost city, no one would play those superficial things with you. They came here to exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, resources were very precious. It would be terrible to lose a little bit easily. In the magic weapon pavilion, the big rat spirit and the others dared to use some damaged magic weapons to trick people and extort bribes. That was because most of the people they faced were disciples who had just been promoted to the outer sect, and they had the support of the Taoist rules, so they were not afraid. But in this ghost city, if someone dared to use a fake to cheat, after being exposed on the spot, it was possible that everyone would attack together to kill that person. Feng Xing looked at the man's weak eyes and laughed mockingly. He took the flying sword, but casually threw it to the side, and said with a low laugh, "It's just a piece of junk, what's it worth?" The stall owner was annoyed. His eyes turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "This senior brother, leave a way out, and we'll meet again in the future. Don't be too ruthless, I'm not someone to be trifled with." As he said that, his spiritual energy shook, and he was actually at the 3rd level of spirit formation. Feng Xing seemed to not hear his threat, and still said mockingly, "In the ghost city, who knows who? There's no such thing as meeting again in the future. Your 3rd level of spirit formation cultivation is not low, but in this ghost city, there are at least 10 people whose cultivation surpasses yours. As long as I shout, everyone will rush over. Even if your cultivation is twice as high, it's no use." The stall owner immediately became nervous, tightly clenching his fists, and his palms were full of cold sweat. Feng Xing saw that he was almost scared out of his wits, so he sighed and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I didn't mean to expose you. I just admire your craftsmanship. Look at this flying sword. How is it different from a real one? Also, this elixir, how did you make it? This color, this smell, oh my god, there's even a trace of spiritual energy lingering on it. It's more real than a real one." His words were half true, but Feng Xing really admired this person's craftsmanship. His craftsmanship was really good. For example, the flying sword was actually a broken flying sword, but the array inside was connected using a unique method. So if the buyer tested it on the spot, the flying sword would be able to operate freely. However, the connection between the array looked complete, but it was actually very forced. It would probably collapse after 1 or 2 uses and could not be used normally at all. Of course, it was simply perfect to use it to deceive people. Although this elixir looked very real, with a fragrant aroma and overflowing spiritual energy, it was not difficult for people with discerning eyes to tell the difference. Even people who didn't know how to do it would find that the spiritual energy inside was insufficient if they cut the elixir open. "Senior brother, don't laugh at me. I was just confused for a moment." The stall owner didn't know what Feng Xing meant and said nervously. Feng Xing waved his hand and said, "What do you mean by confused for a moment? Can this craftsmanship be learned in a short period of time?" The stall owner was about to cry. He looked around nervously and begged in a low voice, "Lower your voice. What do you want? Just say it. Today, I've met an expert. If you like anything, feel free to take it." "What I like is your craftsmanship," Feng Xing said sincerely. "To be honest, in my previous family, there was also an elder who specialized in this field. It's just that his skills were a little rough, and he couldn't be compared to you, senior brother." So when I saw senior brother, I immediately felt a sense of familiarity. "Senior brother, don't worry, I will definitely not make this matter public. I will also specially take care of your business. If there's money, we can all earn together." The stall owner was stunned. He blinked and looked at Feng Xing, not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not. Feng Xing said in a low voice, "I'll have to plan out the specifics. Senior brother, please leave me your name, what do you want?" The stall owner was nervous. The ghost city never asked about identity. This had always been the rule. He dared to come to the ghost city to sell fakes because of this rule. As long as he wasn't seen through on the spot, no one would know who he was after the ghost city ended. Moreover, every time he comes to the ghost city, he doesn't immediately take out the fakes. He always sells the real ones for a while. After confirming that it's safe, he carefully reveals some fakes and mixes them with the real ones. He immediately became vigilant when he heard Fangxing's name. Fangxing said, "Don't be nervous. Isn't this convenient for me to contact you?" The stall owner's gaze flickered. He hesitated for a moment, then he said in a low voice, "Forget it, senior brother, the ghost city has its own rules. Since you've seen through my things, just pick a few of them that you like. There are quite a few genuine things in my stall. As for leaving my name or whatever, forget about it. I don't have any intention of making this a big deal. From today onwards, this stall is gone." Seeing that the stall owner was unwilling, Fangxing chuckled and looked at him. "You really won't keep it?" The stall owner resolutely said, "I won't keep it." Fangxing suddenly stood up and shouted, "Oh, the things here." The mountain valley was originally quiet. Even if there were people talking, they would purposely lower their voices. Fangxing's sudden shout caused the people around him to jump in fright. Countless gazes were attracted over. The stall owner was even more shocked and dumbfounded. He almost ran away. However, Fangxing's next words made him stare blankly. "It's really too good. I looked for it for a long time before I found it. Senior brother, you are my great benefactor. Thank you so much. Please keep the spirit stones." Saying that, he threw down a spirit stone and casually grabbed an item from the stall. He couldn't contain his joy as he turned it over and over to look at it. At the same time, he winked at the stall owner. "TSK, it turns out to be a country bumpkin. So excited with a pill of tranquility." Someone next to him cursed in a low voice. He turned his head and ignored him. The pill of tranquility was nothing more than an elixir to calm the mind and help people recover their energy. It really wasn't anything good. At this time, a guard standing in the valley came over and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, please control your emotions. We are all in the ghost city. It's better to be careful. It's not good to be too loud." Okay. I was just too excited. Senior brother, don't blame me." Fangxing hurriedly apologized to the guard. The guard waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. He turned around and left. The stall owner directly collapsed. His eyes looked at Fangxing and helplessly said, "What will make you let me go?" Fangxing looked at him and smiled without saying a word. The stall owner gritted his teeth. He seemed to have made up his mind. He took out a wooden tablet from his chest and handed it to Fangxing. Fangxing didn't even take it. He directly said, "Give me the real one." The stall owner's expression became even more unsightly. Through a layer of black veil, one could almost see the corner of his mouth twitching. After a long time, he finally took out another wooden tablet and handed it to Fangxing. Then, he hung his head and didn't say anything. Fangxing proudly took the wooden tablet. He used his spiritual sense to explore it and immediately read out the person's information. Blue Cloud Sect's outer disciple. Black Rock Valley's House B21. Xianxia, this person's identity, name, and house were all recorded inside. Fangxing firmly remembered it. The wooden tablet was handed back to him. The stall owner powerlessly said, "What do you want to do? Can you tell me first?" Fangxing giggled and said, "I'll tell you after I think about it." Xianxia gritted his teeth and secretly made a decision in his heart. After returning, he would destroy all these things. He wouldn't do this again, lest he be threatened by this guy. "If you want to destroy all these things when you return and never touch this again, I can guarantee that the news of you selling fake goods in the ghost city will spread throughout the outer sect." "Hehe, do you think that without evidence, others can't do anything to you?" "Humph, a lot of people who have been tricked will be ashamed and resentful. They will anxiously find someone to vent their anger on. As long as there is someone who can help them take revenge, who cares if there is evidence or not?" Fangxing's sinister voice sounded. "Moreover, since you made this, your skill is not bad. If others really want to investigate you, I don't believe that you didn't leave behind any flaws. They will definitely be able to find out." Xianxia's body stiffened. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and slightly cupped his hands, saying, "I'll wait for the good news, senior brother." Saying this, he began to pack his things. He really didn't want to stay with this terrifying guy. But after packing his things, he was about to leave when Fang Xing stretched out his hand to him and said with a sneaky smile, "Give me back my spirit stone." Hua Qianji was furious and said in a low voice, "That resting pill is real, but the other things you have are fake." Fang Xing said nonchalantly. Hua Qianji was speechless. He returned Fang Xing's spirit stone, packed his things like he was hiding from a ghost, and left with his tail between his legs. Fang Xing continued to stroll around. While looking for a suitable flying sword, he was calculating in his heart. He was not someone who walked the normal path. The moment he saw Hua Qianji's fakes, he began to plan something in his heart. Since he already had this person's weakness, he had to get some benefits from his craftsmanship. If there weren't any benefits, then he wouldn't do it. As for the flying swords in Hua Qianji's hands, he didn't like them. Even if they were real, their quality was very low. The valley wasn't big, so after strolling around for a while, he had already seen every stall. When he arrived at the corner, he suddenly heard two people arguing in low voices. One of them said, "Senior brother, I'm willing to pay 70 spirit stones, which is already a lot. Although your demon spirit pill is rare, it's not the best. I'm already very sincere in my offer, 70 spirit stones?" Fang Xing's ears subconsciously perked up and he couldn't help but clench his fists. That's about 3 years' worth of spirit stones for an A-grade disciple. What kind of pill is worth this price? Senior brother, 70 spirit stones is not a small amount, but I already said that I will only exchange this pill for stone essence powder. Another voice sounded, and it sounded a bit familiar. Fang Xing carefully thought about it and the anger in his heart rose. He recognized who this person was. It was Ho Qing. Fang Xing was a very vengeful person. Once he held a grudge against someone, it would leave a deep impression on him. He wouldn't forget it for 10 years, although it had been half a year since what had happened at the mountain gate, he still remembered it immediately. Turning his head to look, he saw a young man sitting on a blue stone near the edge of the cliff. His face was covered with a white cloth, and the moonlight covered the shadow of the mountain, so it was difficult to notice him. If he didn't know who he was, it would be fine. However, since Fang Xing recognized this voice, he took a closer look and recognized him. It was Ho Qing, who he met outside the sect gate. Wow, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Let's see what he wants to do. As Fang Xing thought about it, he found a place not far away and sat down to listen. Senior brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but if you want to use this monster spirit Dan to exchange for the stone essence powder, it's a bit too much. The stone essence powder is a must for refining the rank-breaking Dan and is tightly controlled by the Dao sect. If you want to obtain it, you either have to buy it with your family's wealth or obtain the Dao sect's edict. If you want to exchange for it in the Ghost City, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Hee. I came to the Ghost City to try my luck. If I can exchange for it, then I'll exchange for it. If I can't, then so be it. At worst, I'll use my connections to get someone to bring me to the Ghost City to try my luck. Moreover, this monster spirit Dan is a good item for cultivation. Its effect is many times better than spirit stones. Even if I keep it in my hands, it won't be a loss. Ho Qing's tone was very tough. It seemed like he wouldn't exchange for anything other than the stone essence powder. So what if you get the stone essence powder? The only use of the stone essence powder is to refine the rank-breaking Dan. However, other than the stone essence powder, there are still dozens of other ingredients. Moreover, even if you get all the ingredients, without a pill master to help you, you still won't be able to refine it. The disciple who wanted to exchange for the monster spirit Dan was still a bit reluctant and wanted to persuade Ho Qing. Senior brother doesn't need to worry about this. Aside from the stone essence powder, the other ingredients are easier to buy. Ho Qing lightly smiled and said, as for the pill master, I have someone I know, there's no need for senior brother to worry. AI, since it's like this, then do as you wish. The man sighed. Seeing that Ho Qing wasn't going to budge, he could only get up and leave. There's a rumor in the outer sect that Ho Qing's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of spirit formation and is only one step away from breaking through. It seems like the rumor is true. That stone essence powder is a material for refining the rank-breaking Dan and is also one of the most strictly controlled resources in the Tao sect. If he wants to break through, he must pay a high price or complete a task for the Tao sect. Looking at his appearance, it seems like he wants to refine it himself. Fang Xing heard the conversation between the two and immediately understood Ho Qing's meaning. The stone essence powder was a special method used by the Tao sect to refine the essence of spirit stones. It was a good material for alchemy, especially when used to refine level-breaking pills. In the early stages of a cultivator's cultivation, from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer, the 6th layer to the 7th layer, and finally the 9th layer to the true spirit realm, it was extremely difficult. The only way was to consume a rank-breaking pellet. However, the resources needed to refine the rank-breaking pellet were strictly controlled by the Tao sect. If one wanted to obtain it, they would need to spend a large amount of money to purchase it or complete a task for the Tao sect to obtain the reward. This method was also a method used by the Tao sects and the various aristocratic families to control the fate of the cultivators in the world. The Tao sect turns a blind eye to the ghost city, but they will never leak the stone essence powder, which affects the fate of cultivators. It could be said that if the stone essence powder appeared in the ghost city, then it would be time for the ghost city to close its doors. Ho Qing was obviously unwilling to give up. He actually took out a demon spirit pill, wanting to trade for it in the ghost city. However, he was destined to return empty-handed. Something like the stone essence powder was destined to be difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Fang Xing saw that in less than half an hour, 4 to 5 people came over. All of them had their eyes on the demon spirit pill and took out various items to trade. There were a few items that Fang Xing coveted, but Ho Qing was determined to not trade for the stone essence powder. In the end, he could only give up. Seeing that Ho Qing didn't have any hope and was about to leave, Fang Xing stood up. Let's first test the demon spirit pill. Fang Xing walked over and purposely lowered his voice. Ho Qing's eyes flashed. He looked at Fang Xing and said, "The stone essence powder in senior brother's hands?" Fang Xing deliberately pretends to have an angry look, and curses in a low voice, "I've never seen an idiot like you. Even if this is the ghost city, who dares to take out stone essence powder in an open and aboveboard manner for people to see? If the Tao sect found out, they would investigate one by one. Everyone in this valley would be in big trouble." Ho Qing was startled, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly said, "Senior brother is right, I was too impatient and reckless. May I ask senior brother, do you have such a thing?" "Hee, the stone essence powder is such a precious thing. How could I have it?" A hint of ridicule flashed in Fang Xing's heart. He deliberately sneered and said. Ho Qing was a little angry. He suppressed his anger and said, "Are you trying to punish me? I have been listening on the side for a long time. Even if I wanted to punish you, I don't have the time to waste with you." Fang Xing pretended to be profound. Ho Qing did notice that he had been listening for a long time. Hope suddenly appeared in his heart. Then what does senior brother mean? Fang Xing let out a long breath and said, "I can get the stone essence powder, but the responsibility is too big." Ho Qing quickly said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I have a demon spirit pill here. It is refined from a grade 3 demonic beast's inner core. When used for cultivation, it is worth more than 100 spirit stones. If senior brother can get me 2 or 3 stones of stone essence powder, this pill will be your reward, 100 spirit stones?" "Oh my God!" Fang Xing shouted in his heart. On the surface, he pretended to be in deep thought. Senior brother thinks it is too little? Ho Qing was very nervous. After waiting here for a whole night, Fang Xing was the first person to say that he could get the stone essence powder. This kind of resource was strictly controlled by the Tao sect. It was not easy for ordinary people to get their hands on it. A demon spirit pill is indeed not low. But I won't hide it from you. Although I can get the stone essence powder, the responsibility is too big. Once the news is leaked, not to mention me, even my father will have to. Oh, I don't need to tell you this. I can get you the stone essence powder, but the price will be a bit higher." Ho Qing's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Xing raised his hand and interrupted him. He fiercely stared at him and coldly said, "Also, I have to warn you before this. After you get the stone essence powder, you better keep your mouth shut. If I hear even the slightest bit of news, I will make you pay a painful price. At least in this blue cloud sect, you won't be able to stay any longer. Fang Xing hadn't even agreed on the price, but he had already threatened Ho Qing. This made Ho Qing feel more at ease. He couldn't help but think, at this time, he just revealed his mouth and mentioned his father. It seems that his father is also a cultivator in this blue cloud sect. Maybe he is still in a high position. Judging from his tone of threatening me, this person may be a second-generation ancestor. This also makes sense. Only these people have the means to reach the heavens, and it is possible to really get the stone essence powder. Haha, don't worry, senior brother. This little brother's mouth is extremely tight. Moreover, this little brother's clan is also quite powerful. If someone really finds out that this little brother has broken through and asks about it, this little brother will just say that the clan got it for this little brother. I won't implicate senior brother. Ho Qing hurriedly swore. Fang Xing lowered his gaze and said, "It's good that you know what you're doing. Also, raise the price." Ho Qing pondered for a while and said, "How about 30 more spirit stones on top of the demon spirit core?" Fang Xing was already overjoyed, but he purposely clenched his teeth and said, 40 more. 32? 38? 35? Deal. Fang Xing waved his fist and stopped. Ho Qing seemed to be relieved and hurriedly asked, "When can senior brother give it to me?" Fang Xing pretended to be serious and thought for a while. He said, "In 9 days, at night, wait for me at the top of the mountain outside the Spirit Transformation Valley. Before I arrive, don't show yourself. Clap your hands 3 times to make an oath and bring all the things I want." "Okay, thank you, senior brother." Ho Qing seemed to be relieved and cupped his hands toward Fang Xing. Fang Xing nodded and suddenly said, "Why are you still here?" Ho Qing was stunned and a little unhappy. "Why did senior brother scold me?" Fang Xing fiercely said, "I can't wait to beat an idiot like you to death." "You still haven't left? Do you want to stay here and ask a few more people? Do you want the whole world to know that you need the stone essence powder? Since I've already promised you, you better not let others know about the stone essence powder. I'm telling you, if there's even the slightest hint of something wrong, this deal will be invalid." Ho Qing suddenly understood and hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He whispered, "This little brother has learned his lesson. I'll leave now." Although he didn't buy anything in the end, Fang Xing was happy when he thought of Ho Qing's frightened appearance. Humming a song, he left the ghost city. His mind was already planning. He accidentally learned that Ho Qing wanted the stone essence powder. This made Fang Xing's plan to get to know Hua Qianji have a clear direction. If it was the real stone essence powder, where would he get it for him? But if it's fake, there's a ready-made master of counterfeiting. That night, he went back with his head pillowed on his arm. He planned for half the night and began to implement it early the next morning. First, he got up early in the morning and took out the clothes he wore when he was a Taoist child. He took out the Wanluo ghost mask and changed his appearance. This time, he didn't turn into an adult. Instead, he turned into the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old Taoist child. He took out the bronze mirror and made a face in front of it for a while. Finally, he found a suitable expression, shy like a little girl. After he was ready, Fang Xing hummed a song and swayed his buttocks out of the wooden house. He had only walked a few steps when he suddenly remembered that he was pretending to be a shy little Taoist child. There was no need to shake his buttocks, right? Only then did he change and walk normally. Black Rock Valley was located about 10 miles away from the Qingxi Valley where Fang Xing lived. Although Fang Xing was still young, he was still a second-layer spirit formation cultivator. Thus, he was able to walk quite fast. In just 2 instances' time, he had already arrived at Black Rock Valley. He swaggered into the valley. There were some people cultivating in the valley. Seeing that he was just a little boy, no one bothered with him. Fang Xing looked for Hua Qianji's house according to the serial number on the wooden house and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A vigilant voice sounded from inside the wooden house. The person seemed to be in low spirits. "Junior brother. I'm a slug. I'm here to help me deliver a letter." Fang Xing cleared his throat, coughed, and lowered his voice. "Deliver a letter?" The person inside muttered. He came over and opened the door of the wooden house, revealing a figure. It was a young man with a slightly dark complexion. He seemed to be a little stocky, around 30 years old, and his fingers looked very slender. Looking at his eyebrows, it was the same as the stall owner from yesterday. He looked at Fangxing with vigilance, then looked around and whispered, "What letter?" Fangxing deliberately pretended to be afraid and stuttered, "It's a senior brother. His eyes are very narrow." He roughly described his appearance last night. Hua Qianji's face immediately turned cold. He grabbed Fangxing's arm and pulled him into the wooden house. Then, he stared coldly at Fangxing's face and said, "What's that person's name? Where does he live? Tell me everything in detail. If there's even a little bit of carelessness, I'll make you suffer." Fangxing suddenly became afraid. His body slightly trembled as he whispered, I also don't know. I was fetching water, then he came over and told me to give you a message. He also said that after you hear it, you'll give me money." At this time, Fangxing's appearance was really lifelike. He played the appearance of a child to the extreme. In other words, he was also a child, and this was just another side of him. After Hua Qianji heard this, he asked a few more questions. Fangxing answered all of them without leaving anything out. Hua Qianji sighed helplessly. He was finally sure that the Taoist boy in front of him was just here to deliver the letter. He would not be able to get any useful information out of him. "What message did he ask you to deliver?" Fangxing said, "He said he wants stone essence powder." "Stone essence powder?" A glint flashed across Hua Qianji's eyes as he angrily shouted, "Where can I find stone essence powder for him?" Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. He had already realized that the other party was not talking about the real stone essence powder, but a fake. Even so, Hua Qianji still frowned and thought to himself, this stone essence powder is used to break through to the next level. The Taoist sects strictly guard against it. It is not easy for ordinary people to see it. I have only seen it a few times because I work in the pill shop. How can I make it so lifelike? Although this was what he thought, the main thing was that he was unwilling to do it. Just as he was trying to find an excuse to avoid it, Fangxing said again, "That senior brother also said that if I asked you this question and you did not reject it, he would give you something." "What is it?" Hua Qianji asked casually. He saw the Taoist boy bring a small cloth bag over. It looked heavy. Hua Qianji took it and looked at it. Immediately, his eyes narrowed. In the bag, there were actually 10 bright red spirit stones and a piece of golden leaf. That senior brother said, this is only the deposit. If the matter is done, there will be 20 more, the Taoist boy that Fangxing had transformed into stammered. He seemed to be thinking hard and not let himself forget. Hua Qianji's breathing quickened. Such bright red spirit stones in front of him was more effective than any persuasion. After all, 30 spirit stones was not a small amount to him. To him, making a fake stone essence powder only required him to pay some worthless raw materials. Even if he made the highest quality fake, he only needed to pay 1 spirit stone. Did he say what he wanted to do with this stone essence powder? Hua Qianji thought for a while, then closed the mouth of the cloth bag and held it in his hand as he asked Fangxing. Fangxing shook his head carefully. He did not say, but he said, "What did he say?" He said, "If you do not have the stone essence powder here, he will tell someone else one thing." Hua Qianji helplessly covered his forehead and sighed. He thought that this was forcing him to agree. After thinking quickly for a while, he really did not have any other ideas. He could only let out a long sigh and said to Fangxing, "I will accept the spirit stones. Go back and tell him that in 7 days, find someone to collect it." After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw that the Taoist boy was looking at him longingly and did not leave. He immediately remembered that the Taoist boy had said that there would be a reward for him. At this moment, he finally understood what the golden leaf in the bag was used for. He casually threw it to the Taoist boy and waved his hand, saying, "Go back and report." After obtaining the golden leaf, the little Taoist boy's face was filled with excitement. He said, "All right, I can tell you one last thing. That senior brother said that if you plan to find him by following me, he won't show himself." Hua Qianji indeed had the plan to follow the Taoist boy, but after hearing this, he was suddenly shocked. He helplessly waved his hand, indicating that the Taoist boy could leave. In his heart, he did have the plan to follow the Taoist boy, but after being seen through, he could only give up on this idea. After leaving the wooden house, Fangxing was quite proud of himself. He grew up in a bandit's nest. When he was 7 years old, he followed his 7th uncle and 8th uncle in the business of kidnapping people, fooling a bunch of yamen runners. At that time, he remembered all the tricks his 2 uncles used on the road. Now, he made some slight changes and used them on Xianxia. Sure enough, he had a firm grasp on him. Believing that there should be no more accidents on Xianxia's side, Fangxing happily returned to the valley. Since Xianxia said that it would take 7 days, Fangxing was not too anxious. He would go and collect it when the time was right. For the rest of the time, he began to diligently train and wait for the time to come. However, after breaking through to the 2nd layer of spirit formation, he felt that it was a lot more strenuous to train. The meridians in his body seemed to have changed from a small stream to a small river, and the amount of spiritual energy it could contain had increased by several times. Of course, this also meant that when he used spirit stones to train, the speed of spiritual energy increase was a lot slower. The same scoop of water, poured into a basin and poured into a water jar, the effect was naturally different. Under normal circumstances, a person would need about 2 months to cultivate from the 1st layer of spirit formation to the peak of the 1st layer of spirit formation with abundant resources. As for the 2nd layer of spirit formation to the peak of the 2nd layer of spirit formation, it would take about half a year. In addition, breaking through from the 1st layer of spirit formation to the 2nd layer of spirit formation, and from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer of spirit formation, this was called breaking through. Breaking through also required time, but due to the different talents of each person, the time needed to break through would be less. Perhaps 1 or 2 days would be enough to break through. For those with weaker talents, they would need a longer time to break through. It could be 1 or 2 years, or even 10 years, or even their entire life, they would not be able to break through. Cultivators used the consumption of resources to complete their daily accumulation. Then, they used their talents, perseverance, the help from their teachers, or some heavenly treasures to break through the bottleneck. Only when the two were added together, would it be a complete cultivation. Accumulation and breaking through were quantity and quality. These were the 2 main elements of cultivation, and neither could be lacking. Of course, every time one broke through, the benefits it brought were also great. Although Fangxing had not learned any spells, he could feel his body was full of vitality. His body was lighter and stronger than before. Even his sleeping time was shorter, but his energy was stronger than before. After cultivating for a while, Fangxing felt that his speed was too slow. Feeling anxious, he got off the bed and prepared to practice his martial arts. Standing in the wooden hut, he took out a short knife and tucked the long robe into his waist. When the knife was raised, a white light flashed and pierced through the air. His body was like an agile monkey, jumping up and down from time to time, stabbing at a height that he could not reach. The opponents in his imagination were all adults. This was also because the opponents he faced were all adults, even when he was in the bandit's den. When he was 4 years old, he was thrown into a rabid dog's den. When he was 5 years old, he had to face a 1-year-old wolf with his bare hands. When he was 6 years old, he was caught by a bailiff and hung on a tree, suffering a total of 17 lashes. Every lash caused blood to flow. When he was 7 years old, he personally used poison to kill a Jianghu expert who betrayed the Ghost Smoke Valley and wanted to use him as a hostage. After that, when he was 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, many things happened that would cause Fangxing to have nightmares until now. His 9 uncles, all of them treated him well, but none of them were good people. Therefore, Fangxing himself believed that his 9 uncles did not die in vain. Even if he died, it would not be in vain. Although it was not in vain, they were the ones who raised him. Since he was still alive, he had to grow up and take revenge. 7 days later, it was the appointed time. Fangxing disguised himself as a little Taoist boy and went to Xianxia's place to take back the stone essence powder. Xianxia was still thinking about the remaining 20 spirit stones, but Fangxing told him that the stone essence powder would be taken back to be examined. If it was 70% similar, there would naturally be the remaining 20 spirit stones for him. If it was too easy to be seen through, then forget about the spirit stones. Everyone would be interrogated by Taoism together. These words gave Xianxia fright. He immediately chased Fangxing back to the door and went back to his room to sort it out before taking it back. After leaving the Black Rock Valley, Fangxing took a closer look and saw that it was a bag of glistening yellow earth-like essence grains. It was at least half a gene and emitted dense spiritual energy. Once the bag was opened, it seemed as if a spiritual light was about to soar into the sky. He hurriedly closed the bag and did not open it outside. He prepared to return to the wooden house to examine it in detail. I wonder if the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror can identify this fake thing? Fangxing was still pondering. But most likely not. The Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror was after all an item similar to a magic tool. It did not have its own life force. It could identify the real thing, but it might not be able to identify how similar it was. After returning to the wooden house, he really could not see anything. In the eyes of the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, this was just a pile of ordinary rock essence that had been soaked in spiritual liquid. It was extremely simple. Of course, the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror could only see its raw materials. It was not so simple to actually make it. Xianxia also used many other methods to make this ordinary rock essence look like the real thing, be it the touch, the color, the smell, or even the taste of the mouth. But these ordinary methods were not something that the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror could identify. Since this guy dares to take it out, it means that he has some confidence. I'll take a risk. In fact, Fangxing had not seen the real stone essence powder before, but he decided to take a risk. After all, just like what his uncle had said, how could there be so many perfect things in this world waiting to be taken advantage of? Since he wanted to eat this bowl of rice, he had to put his head on the waist of his pants. With this idea in mind, Fangxing prepared for another 2 days. He brought the dagger, the tobacco pot, the 9-snake golden flame sword, and even the pear blossom storm nail that he had used once before. He also went through the plan in his little head to make sure that he had done the best he could and that everything else depended on his own adaptability and God's will. Only then did he put on the Wanluo ghost mask. The risk they had taken this time could not be said to be small. After all, Ho Qing had a high cultivation and was ruthless. Furthermore, he did not look like a fool. Fangxing could only hope that Ho Qing hadn't seen the stone essence powder many times, so his ability to distinguish it was naturally lower. This speculation should be correct. If Ho Qingzhen could see stone essence powder from time to time, he probably wouldn't have such a headache over it. After waiting until the hour of the night, Fangxing, who had already disguised himself as a different person, slipped out of the valley and headed straight for the agreed-upon location. There was only a crescent moon in the sky that night, so it was not very bright. Fortunately, Fangxing's cultivation had already passed the second layer. Although he could not see things in the dark like it was daytime, his vision was much better and he could clearly see the appearance of people 10 zhang away. Fangxing was actually quite satisfied with this kind of light. After all, the darker the sky, the less likely it was for Ho Qing to discover that the stone essence powder was fake. Under the curtain of the night, a slender figure flew up the mountain, flashing between the trees like an ape or a fox with the speed of lightning. Not long after, he arrived at the top of the mountain. However, there was no one there, and the surroundings were completely silent. Fangxing clapped his hands together and struck out 3 times, then listened attentively. "Senior Marshal Brother, you're late by an hour. You made me wait." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. Fangxing hurriedly turned around and saw that it was Ho Qing with a white veil covering his face. "I told you to come at 9 o'clock, but I didn't say that I would come at 9 o'clock. Fangxing coldly smiled and stretched out his hand. "Where's the demon spirit pill?" Ho Qing coldly asked. "Where's the stone essence powder?" Fangxing chuckled and took out a small pouch from his bosom. He fiddled with it in his hand and said, "You better not play any tricks. For this thing, I can be said to be treading on thin ice. I was almost discovered by that woman." He casually made up a story, and it was very realistic. He knew from a young age that when lying, the more detailed the better. The more detailed, the easier it would be for others to believe it. Of course, if the other party knew something, then it would be better if it was rough, because the more detailed it was, the easier it would be for the other party to find flaws. Ho Qing's breathing was a little rough as he solemnly said, "Give it to me." As he spoke, he took a step forward and reached out to take it. However, Fangxing suddenly took a step back and sneered, "I don't trust you. Give me the demon spirit pill first." Ho Qing stopped, slowly shook his head, and solemnly said, "Together." Fangxing smiled and said, "All right." The two of them each took a small bag and handed it over to each other with their left hands. The reason why they handed it over with their left hand was because the right hand was more flexible and could prevent unexpected situations from happening. Whoosh, the moment his fingers touched the bag, he quickly retracted his hand and the bag in his left hand was taken by the other party. Both of them moved at the same time and quickly opened the pouch to check. Fangxing looked inside the pouch and saw a small porcelain bottle and a small pile of bright red spirit stones. He glanced over and estimated that the number of spirit stones should be quite good. Then, he glanced at Ho Qing from the corner of his eye and discovered that he was also checking the stone essence powder in the pouch. At the same time, his gaze drifted over to Fangxing, and his eyes seemed to flicker. Fangxing's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. This gaze was too similar to his own. It was obvious that he had a guilty conscience. He naturally had a guilty conscience in his heart because the stone essence powder was fake. Then why was Ho Qing's gaze flickering? His reaction was very fast, and he immediately thought of a possibility. He reached out and took out the small bottle, pulled out the stopper, and carefully examined it. His expression immediately changed, and he flew into a rage. With a paw sound, he threw the bottle to the ground, and hatefully glared at Ho Qing. He shouted, "Bastard, I took a great risk to get you the stone essence powder, and you dare to use this broken thing to deceive me?" But it turned out that with just one glance, he had already discovered that this demon spirit pill was not the real demon spirit pill, but a supplementary pill. When refining pills, there are some special pill recipes that, in order to preserve as much spiritual energy as possible, will refine all of the spiritual energy into the main pill. At the same time, there will be side pills in the furnace. Although on the surface, the side pill and the main pill are the same pill, the effects are completely different. Strictly speaking, it's not wrong to call the side pill a fake pill. The reason why Fangxing was angry was because this demon spirit pill was not the one he had promised. That one was full of spiritual energy and had a miraculous effect. This one had the same appearance and smell, but the spiritual energy inside was completely different. Ho Qing had already checked the stone essence powder and didn't find anything wrong with it. Also, when Fangxing was angry, he didn't forget to say that he had taken a big risk to steal the stone essence powder. The anger on his face didn't seem fake. This made Ho Qing even more certain that this stone essence powder was the real deal. He put it in his pocket and sneered. "That is also a demon spirit pill, what's wrong with it? Brat, don't play this game with me. You dare to take advantage of me, so you better be prepared to pay the price." Fangxing ruthlessly threatened. He had already hinted to Ho Qing that he had someone above him. Naturally, at this moment, he put on the airs of a rich second generation. Ho Qing coldly smiled and said, "So what? I've already checked when you came up. You came alone, and no one followed you. Don't tell me you're thinking of using force to keep me here?" "Humph, I've never been afraid of anyone. As for revenge, do you think I'm a fool? Once I leave this mountain, you can find me however you want among the thousands of Tao sect disciples." Haha. He thought that he had taken a big advantage. He coldly looked at Fangxing, then turned around and left. Ho Qing dared to do this because he was sure that Fangxing didn't know his identity. Since he had taken advantage of him, Ho Qing couldn't do anything to him. In addition, since the stone essence powder was stolen by Fangxing, then Fangxing definitely wouldn't dare to make it public. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, Ho Qing would be fine, but once the Taoist sect investigated, the person who stole the stone essence powder would definitely be out of luck. In addition, the demon spirit pill was too important. He didn't want to give it away like this, so he decided to take the risk. Of course, this was also based on his confidence in his own strength. He was sure that Fangxing couldn't do anything to him. As for Fangxing, he suddenly became anxious. He thought, "I'm a real bandit. Am I going to be cheated on by this bastard? No, I'm going to rebel against him, I have to scare him." Thinking about this, Fangxing blurted out, "Ho Qing, do you really think that I don't know your identity?" Ho Qing, who had already retreated more than 100 feet away, was shocked. His figure instantly flew back, his eyes filled with killing intent. He formed a sword seal with his hand, and a silver light flew out from the leather pouch at his waist. He pointed at Fangxing and asked, "How did you know my identity?" Fangxing's mind raced. He was always quick-witted, but he was forced to do so by those bastards in the Ghost Smoke Valley. At this moment, he began to quickly think about every detail of his interaction with Ho Qing and quickly thought of a countermeasure. "Hee, you dare to cheat me, do you think I don't have any countermeasures?" Fangxing sneered. His eyes flashed and his expression relaxed, as if he did not put Ho Qing in his eyes at all. He sneered, "Don't try to be ruthless towards me. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, you won't dare to touch me even if I give you 10 guts. Otherwise, you won't even be able to see the sun tomorrow." "Humph, do you still think your identity is hidden well? I've already seen through you and even left a letter behind." Cold sweat seeped out of Ho Qing's forehead. With a thought, the silver light closed in on Fangxing again. The cold light was breathtaking. It was a silver sword engraved with runes. It looked exceptionally agile. "I'm asking you how you know my identity." Ho Qing's murderous intent was overflowing. The sudden panic of having his identity exposed almost made him want to kill. However, Fangxing's appearance as if he was certain of being able to defeat him caused him to be slightly flustered. He thought that Fangxing had set up a contingency plan and was rather fearful. Fangxing was forced into a bit of a hurry. Shouting out Ho Qing's identity was something he had no choice but to do in order to make Ho Qing stay. But at this moment, he had to think of a reason to convince him, otherwise Ho Qing might really dare to kill him. His brain was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he blurted out, "You idiot, why don't you think about it? How many people in the outer sect need the stone essence powder so urgently?" Ho Qing was stunned. His legs swayed and he was a little embarrassed. That's right, he thought he had nothing to worry about. He never thought that there would be such a method to expose his identity. Among the outer sect disciples, other than those who had just entered the Dao Gate half a year ago, there were only a few who were promoted from the Dao children or the previous batch of disciples. Although they did not break through to the 4th stage of spirit formation, they still had some connections and continued to cultivate in the Dao Gate. As for the disciples who had just entered the Dao Gate half a year ago, no matter how high their cultivation was, there weren't many who needed the rank-breaking Dan. In fact, Ho Qing knew in his heart that he was the only one with such a cultivation among the 1,000 or so disciples. The reason was that before he entered the Dao sect, he already had the cultivation of spirit formation 2nd layer. After entering the sect, he received the help of an old friend and consumed a large amount of elixirs. Only then was he able to quickly advance to the peak of spirit formation 3rd layer. There were indeed many people who knew about his cultivation. After all, when he had gone to Vermilion Cloud Valley to look for junior sister Sue, he had once fought against the people who provoked him. He had even defeated them with a single stroke of his sword. Of course, he was naturally quite pleased with himself. Now that he thought about it, this was indeed an incident that could easily expose him. That's not right. Even if that's the case, you could only guess that it was me. How could you be so sure that you could shout out my name? Ho Qing suddenly realized this, and the silver sword pressed forward again. He was not a young master of an aristocratic family who had not seen the world. He was very experienced in the martial world. However, after thinking it through, Fangxing's thoughts flowed like a spring. He quickly sorted out his thoughts and sneered, "There are indeed more than a dozen people that I suspect. However, who am I? I've been hanging around in the outer sect since I was young. Among these dozen people, I know at least half of them. Your voice is different from theirs, so naturally, I can eliminate it. Furthermore, when others enter the ghost city, they all wear a black cloth to cover their faces. Only you, this fellow, wear a white cloth. Your clothes are as clean as if they've just been washed and dried. This means that you either like the color white, or you're a germaphobe. After asking around like this, the scope has been narrowed down a little. In addition, there's a strong musk smell on your body." Fangxing seemed to be unable to bear it. He waved his hand in front of his nose and disgustedly said, "It's hard not to find you." Ho Qing's body shook. He raised his hand and sniffed his sleeves. He awkwardly shook his body and took half a step back. Fang Xing struck while the iron was hot. Humph, after I went back that day, I found someone to secretly inquire about you. With so many clues, it would be too outrageous if I still couldn't find you. In fact, I've already observed you closely. Based on the small mole at the corner of your eyebrows, I've determined who you are. It was only for the sake of a safe transaction, and I didn't want to expose you, but I didn't expect that you would dare to deceive me. Ho Qing's heart was a little flustered, and at the same time, he felt a chill on his back. He originally thought that Fang Xing was an ignorant and incompetent Taoist second-generation ancestor, and he looked down on him. However, he didn't expect that the other party would have such a clever plan. When he thought that he had secretly observed himself, but he didn't notice anything, he felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Fang Xing to see if he was someone he had met in the past 9 days. Fang Xing saw that Ho Qing's expression was complicated, and he didn't put away the flying sword in the air. He knew that Ho Qing still had doubts in his heart, so he needed to add fuel to the fire. He suddenly took off his black cloth and coldly said, I just want to properly complete this transaction, and I don't want any more trouble. Now I'll let you see my true face, so hand over the demon spirit pill. From today onwards, we don't know each other, and you don't have to worry about me lying to you. If you're really afraid of me taking revenge, just the fact that you've seen my true face is enough for you to threaten me, you. When Ho Qing saw that Fang Xing had revealed his true face, he was even more shocked and couldn't help but take another step back. So, suddenly, a golden light flashed beside Fang Xing, and a flying sword that was flickering with golden light flew up, and around the sword, 9 small snakes were dancing. The might of this sword was several times stronger than his small silver sword, and it exuded a piercingly cold aura. Ho Qing was shocked. He calmed his mind and coldly said, Do you want to fight me? Fang Xing sneered and said, I just want to make a good deal. At the same time, let me tell you, although your cultivation level is higher than mine, I don't lack good magic treasures. If we really fight, you won't be able to win. Ho Qing looked at the 9-snake golden flame sword in the air and slowly nodded his head. In his view, this golden sword was indeed very troublesome. If they really fought, even if he wasn't afraid, he would still be injured. He felt a strong threat from this sword. This group of Dao Sect's second generation always had a lot of good magic treasures. It was indeed a headache. Okay, since senior brother only wants to complete the transaction, then I'll apologize to you here. Ho Qing slowly put away the silver sword and slowly bowed toward Fang Xing. He didn't let down his guard while bowing. Fang Xing impatiently waved his hand and said, Stop messing around. Give me the demon spirit pill. Ho Qing smiled awkwardly. He reached into his robes and took out a small porcelain bottle, tossing it to Fang Xing. Fang Xing caught it and opened the cork. After confirming that it was real, he pretended to smell it and then resealed it. He sneered at Ho Qing and said, It was a simple transaction, but you made it so complicated. Junior brother, don't think so much in the future. You will only bring trouble to yourself. Humph, let's go. It's best if we don't meet again. With that, he sneered and turned around. He still didn't put away the 9-snake golden flame sword. Once again, I apologize to senior brother. Ho Qing politely bowed. He also didn't want to provoke a Dao Sect's second generation for no reason. In fact, he was already regretting it. He was worried that the other party would use the Dao Sect's power to suppress him. But with a second thought, he remembered the other party's appearance. At most, he would reveal the truth and no one would be able to take advantage of it. Moreover, he had some connections in the Blue Cloud sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the Dao sect with only a cultivation of spirit formation second layer. With that thought, he put away the flying sword and quickly walked down the mountain. As he walked, the mountain wind blew and the cold sweat on his body disappeared. However, his brows were still tightly locked. Who is that person? I don't think I've seen him before. But just in case, I'll have to ask junior sister Sue to help me inquire about this person. This person's specialty is that he likes to call himself lousy. He's tall and skinny, and he uses a golden flying sword. Wait, the golden flying sword has 9 little snakes coiling around it. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Ho Qing slowly stopped his footsteps. After a long time, he suddenly remembered that someone once told him that a great thief came to the ghost city and stole a 9-snake golden flame sword. It was very extraordinary. This made Ho Qing's heart suddenly jump. As if he thought of something, he immediately took out the stone essence powder to check. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. When he found that there was a faint stain on his hand, the stone essence powder was a bit moist because it was stained with his sweat. However, it was too strange for it to lose its color. How could a Daosec's second generation sneak into the ghost city to become a great thief? Similarly, how could a great thief turn into a Daosec's second generation? I'm going to kill you. Understanding 1 acupoint, understanding 100 acupoints. Many doubts surfaced clearly in Ho Qing's mind. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The veins on his neck were exposed. His angry roar could be heard 3 to 4 miles away. After that roar, he immediately turned his head and quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. Then, he madly chased after Fang Xing along the road up the mountain. However, at this time, Fang Xing had already taken a detour to go down the mountain. Moreover, he was walking very fast. How could he catch up? All of this could be said to be Ho Qing's own doing. If he hadn't wanted to cheat Fang Xing and get distracted while examining the stone essence powder, he wouldn't have been unable to find the flaw in the stone essence powder. Unfortunately, at that time, most of his thoughts were on how to cheat Fang Xing and he didn't have the heart to examine it. It was really like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice juice to lure it. Haha, fighting with this young master, your pants will fall off. Fang Xing had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. He went around a bush and changed his appearance. At this time, even if Ho Qing was able to catch up, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. As for the treasures in the small bag, they were naturally all placed into the heavenly cave ring. After finishing his preparations, he vaguely heard Ho Qing's angry roar. He was overjoyed as he hummed a tune and slipped into the valley. After returning to the wooden house, Fang Xing immediately fell asleep. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. After sleeping for around 2 hours, he suddenly sat up and listened to his surroundings to see if there were any abnormalities. The surroundings were silent. Fang Xing finally let out a long breath and took out the demon spirit pill to carefully examine it. During the transaction at the top of the mountain, the situation was critical. He only identified the authenticity of the pill and didn't take a closer look. Only now did he have the time to carefully examine it. With his attention focused on the pill, the yin-yang devil mirror in his mind began to spin. Soon, a lot of information entered Fang Xing's mind. Rank 3 demon spirit pill. Refined from a rank 3 demon beast's inner core and 9 different spirit herbs. Contains spiritual energy. Can be used by spirit movement realm cultivators. Usage method: circulate the spiritual energy and absorb the spiritual energy. Soak in wine and drink the wine. Hold it under the tongue and breathe. There was a lot of information. Aside from the nature of the demon spirit pill and the spirit herbs, there was even the usage method. The usage method did not only refer to this demon spirit pill, it also included other demon spirit pills. This is indeed a good item. No wonder this demon spirit pill costs 100 spirit stones on the Daosec's exchange list, Fang Xing secretly praised. This kind of demon spirit pill, under normal circumstances, is not something an outer disciple can afford. To be able to use it to cultivate, one would need to be at least an inner disciple. Even Ho Qing was lucky enough to obtain one. He even wanted to take the risk of offending a second-generation disciple of the Taoist sect too. Keep this demon spirit pill. This shows just how special this pill was. After all, a simple calculation is enough. 100 spirit stones is equivalent to 10,000 gold, which is the same value as the 9-snake golden flame sword. The 9-snake golden flame sword is a magic treasure that can be used for a long time, while this demon spirit core is a one-time use item. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too rare and its effects were too miraculous, who would be willing to trade for it? It can be said that Fang Xing's second trip to the ghost city, although he's only tricked one person, the results are almost greater than the last time. For an ordinary disciple to cultivate, even if they have enough resources and nothing unexpected happens, they would need around 3 months to go from the first to the second layer of spirit formation. From the second to the third layer, it would take around 1 year. From the third layer to the breakthrough stage, it would take even longer. I'm afraid it would take 3 years or even longer, or there would be no hope of breaking through to the 4th layer. I have just stabilized my cultivation at the second layer of spirit formation. With this demon spirit core, I wonder how much time it can save. Fangxing secretly thought. His heart was filled with anticipation. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The demon spirit core was naturally taken out and floated in front of him, spitting out spiritual energy. After cultivating for a while, he found that using this method to cultivate, although he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy was more abundant than when he used spirit stones to cultivate, it was still not enough to match the name of the demon spirit core. Fangxing temporarily stopped cultivating. After thinking for a bit, he took out the wine gourd that eighth uncle gave him in the Ghost Smoke Valley. There was still half a gourd of wine inside, so he directly threw it in. He picked up the gourd and shook it. After waiting for a while, he felt that the demon spirit core should be about to melt, so he opened it to take a look. The demon spirit core was still the demon spirit core, the size didn't seem to have changed at all. However, the spiritual energy from the wine was already very pleasant. Hey, this is good. It seems like I got half a gourd of spirit wine for free. Fangxing drank a big mouthful and felt a hot stream of energy entering his stomach from his throat. His body immediately felt warm, and he hurriedly circulated his mystic arts to refine it. Instantly, traces of spiritual qi were extracted and scattered into the spiritual meridians. It was somewhat similar to the time when he refined essence into qi. After a while, the spirit wine was completely refined. Fangxing estimated that this method wasn't that fast. However, his head was dizzy. It's really strange. Normally, he wouldn't get drunk even after drinking 2 gourds of this wine. Let's try the third method. Fangxing wanted to take out the demon spirit core, but the mouth of the gourd was a bit small. His chopsticks couldn't reach in. In a fit of anger, he raised his head and drank all the wine. The demon spirit core also entered his mouth. At this time, he should have rolled up his tongue and pressed the demon spirit core under his tongue. However, he didn't expect that the wine would flow in so fast that the demon spirit core directly fell into his stomach. Fangxing was shocked. He threw the gourd to the side and rubbed his stomach in a daze. It actually ate it? Fangxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The demon spirit core was a good thing, but he didn't know that it could be eaten directly. After sitting there for a while, the alcohol got to his head. Fangxing was also a bit sleepy, so he simply fell asleep. Anyway, it's better to be in my stomach than in someone else's, he comforted himself like this, and not long after, he felt sleepy. His little body curled up into a ball and fell asleep. After soaking in the demon spirit core, the alcohol strength was increased by more than 10 times. Adding on the fact that the demon spirit core entered his stomach, streams of essence flowed into his limbs without Fangxing noticing. This caused the spiritual energy in his body to gradually fill up. On the surface of his body, dirt was forced out. The dirt covered his body, causing the whole room to be filled with an unbearable stench. The essence continued to be released, causing Fangxing's meridians to reach their limit and even expand. Even though he was sleeping soundly, Fangxing couldn't help but turn over in pain. His body felt very uncomfortable. Fangxing didn't know that by swallowing the demon spirit core, he had already made a huge mistake. The Yin-Yang Devil Mirror mentioned 3 different ways to refine the demon spirit core, but it didn't mention the method to swallow it. This already explained the problem. This demon spirit core contained all the spiritual energy of a rank 3 monster. As for Fangxing, his cultivation was only at the second layer of spirit formation. The spiritual energy contained within the demon spirit core was a level higher than his cultivation. Using a concept that was easier to understand, it would be the difference between a person and an elephant. Can a person eat an elephant? Of course it's possible, but it would take a very long time for the person to slowly eat and digest it. But for Fangxing, it was the same as swallowing the entire elephant. The only result was that he would explode. However, Fangxing, who had drunk enough, was in a deep sleep and didn't notice this at all. Gradually, Fangxing's meridians expanded and his face turned red. He tossed and turned in his dreams with great difficulty. In his dreams, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was 8 years old. A group of bandits who were hostile to the Ghost Smoke Valley had captured him and hung him upside down. Their heads were submerged in the lake, intending to suffocate him to death. I want your lives. Fangxing waved his small fists and desperately hit the air. There was nothing in the air, but in his dream, there were countless grinning faces. Just when Fangxing's spiritual energy was about to reach his limit, the yin-yang devil mirror in Fangxing's mind automatically spun. Information flashed through Fangxing's mind. The yin-yang devil mirror absorbed some of the spiritual energy in Fangxing's body, making Fangxing's situation slightly better. However, as the demon spirit core's spiritual energy was refined, the situation was still worsening. There was a lot of information in the yin-yang devil mirror. Most of it was information on magical treasures and treasures, but there were also some other things. It could be said that the entire yin-yang devil mirror was like a powerful cultivator's memory bank. The reason why Fangxing was able to appraise magical treasures and pills, and even see through people's cultivation, was because of this vast memory bank. Finally, just as the essence qi within Fangxing's body was about to explode, the yin-yang fiend god mirror revolved to the extreme and suddenly absorbed a large amount of essence qi. Then, in an instant, a speck of light rushed out from Fangxing's skull and into the sky. After flying for an unknown amount of time, this speck of light broke through the shackles of the earth and arrived in the vast starry sky. The sky was filled with stars, ethereal and boundless. However, in the starry sky, there was a huge black coffin. It was suspended in the starry sky, eternally suppressing the starry sky. This speck of spiritual light arrived in front of the profound coffin and directly flew into it. After a long while, the profound coffin, which hadn't moved for thousands of years, suddenly moved its lid slightly. Then, a ray of light flew out. This ray of light rushed towards the huge planet that was full of spiritual energy. It broke through the barrier of the magnetic poles and the atmosphere, heading straight for the Nanzhan continent, straight for the Chufeng continent, straight for the Blue Cloud sect. There were so many experts on the continent, but they were completely unaware of this. Only a few old monsters on the continent who had cultivated for countless years suddenly opened their eyes at this moment and looked at the sky in astonishment. In the vast starry sky, there were 9 huge coffins floating in the air corresponding to the 9 directions of the earth. They had been hanging there for nearly 10,000 years. However, when they looked at the coffins again, they had already returned to a deathly stillness. There was no movement at all. It was still floating in that deathly stillness, as if it would never change in the slightest. At this moment, an obscure scripture appeared in Fangxing's mind. Under the effect of some strange principle, it turned into an analysis that Fangxing could understand and poured into Fangxing's heart. It even triggered the circulation of spiritual energy in his body. Mother. In his sleep, Fangxing softly opened his mouth and called out a name that he had never called out before. He was still dreaming, but it was no longer a malevolent and terrifying nightmare. Instead, it was a peaceful and warm dream. At this moment, he was lying in a colorful place. A white-clothed woman, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, placed his little head on her lap and gently caressed his painful body. Her voice was gentle as she told him a cultivation technique: white hair for 3,000 feet. Supreme Spirit Transformation Scripture. Reversing the spirit vein. Refining the spirit into qi. Devouring the earth and devouring the heavens, Mother. Fangxing suddenly woke up and hurriedly sat up. He stretched out his hand to grab at the empty darkness in front of him. At the end of his sleep, he tried his best to see the white-clothed woman's face clearly, but it was always blurry. After a long time, he was awakened by the violent power that came from within his body. He couldn't help but think of the Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture that he had obtained in his dream. 3,000 feet of white hair, Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture. Fangxing didn't have time to think. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and performed the same method. Streams of essence in his body were all transformed into his own spiritual energy. After a whole night of cultivation, Fangxing used the inexplicable technique that appeared in his dream and completely refined the monster spirit pill. His cultivation increased again, from the second layer of spirit formation to the peak of the second layer. He was only one step away from breaking through to the third layer. This was because he didn't know how to refine it at the beginning and wasted a large amount of spiritual energy. In addition, no matter how miraculous the monster spirit pill was, it was impossible to completely absorb the spiritual energy of a rank 3 monster into the pill. During the refining process, it was inevitable that there would be some losses. However, even so, reaching the peak of the second layer of spirit formation in one night was still an extremely miraculous thing. However, the smell in Fangxing's small house was really unpleasant, and the stench of blood filled the air. Junior brother Fang, today I got a bottle of good wine and specially brought it to share with you. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east, illuminating the entire valley. The fat Taoist happily came. Once he opened the door, the fat Taoist was immediately forced to take 2 steps back. He covered his nose and shouted, "What is the smell?" "Junior brother Fang, did you wet the bed?" At this moment, Fangxing was also awakened from his deep meditation. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry. On the east side of the clear stream valley, streams converged and formed a small lake. The ripples on the lake were clear and pleasant. Fangxing was swimming in the lake at this moment. Pooh! He came out of the lake and spat out a mouthful of water. When he raised his head, he saw the fat Taoist sitting by the lake with a smirk and rubbing his clothes. At the same time, his small eyes were blinking as if he was hinting at something. When Fangxing saw the fat Taoist's sneaky expression, he couldn't help but shout, "If you dare to say that I wet the bed again, I'll kill you." While shouting, he once again dived into the lake. It was too embarrassing to let the fat Taoist see such an embarrassing scene. Fangxing was very sure that he didn't wet the bed, but he also didn't know what was on his bed. The thought of the fat Taoist saying, "I know you didn't wet the bed," while smirking made her want to kick him. "Junior brother Fang, I know you don't wet the bed, but you don't have to take a shower for 4 hours, do you?" The fat Taoist washed Fangxing's Taoist robe and hung it on the grass. He smiled and waved his fat hand, calling Fangxing to go ashore. The fat Taoist priest had already washed his Taoist robe thrice. As for Fangxing, he had been bathing in the lake for the whole morning. Even now, the fat Taoist could not help but want to laugh at the thought of Fangxing's embarrassed expression. It was a rare sight to see the little devil blush. Fangxing finally came ashore. He gritted his teeth and waved his fist at the fat Taoist. "Damn fatty, if you dare to spread it, you're dead." "I won't say it, I won't say it." The fat Taoist held back his laughter and pretended to be, "It's okay, I understand you. Hurry and come and eat something. The clothes still need a while to dry. I can't take the mattress and bedsheet in your room anymore. Go get a new set. I've already lit some incense in your room, but I don't think anyone can enter. Let's wait here and dry the clothes." Fangxing took the wine jar and drank a mouthful. He tore a chicken drumstick and put it in his mouth. Then, he went back into the water and lay on the surface of the water in a daze. What happened last night? When he woke up, he actually reached the peak of the second layer of spirit formation. There was even an additional cultivation technique in his mind. Supreme Spirit Transformation Scripture. Was the cultivation technique he obtained in his dream very powerful? His mouth moved and ate the chicken drumstick. Fangxing only felt his stomach was warm. The speed of his digestion seemed to be faster, but there wasn't any other strange feeling. Everything was like a dream, except for the fact that his cultivation had increased. The cultivation technique was still clearly remembered in Fangxing's mind. But when he tried to use it again, he didn't find any use. After spending another half an hour in the water, Fangxing finally came ashore. His body was already pale and his robe was dry. Fangxing wrapped himself in the robe and ate all the meat and wine that the fat Taoist brought. Then, he prepared to go back. Everything else in the room was thrown away. The mattress and bedsheet were replaced with new ones. The room was scented 3 times before it could be used. When it was night time to cultivate, Fangxing felt that the speed of cultivating with spirit stones was still the same. He couldn't help but think of his transformation last night. He couldn't help but guess, could it be that if I use the demon spirit pill to cultivate, the speed will be very fast? This supreme spirit transformation scripture, could it be used to refine the demon spirit pill? This made him scratch his ears and cheeks. Where would he go to find the demon spirit pill in such a short period of time? He had no choice but to temporarily keep this little secret at the bottom of his heart and patiently cultivate. The consequences of Ho Qing being deceived still set off a small wave that was neither too big nor too small. In the outer sect, a small rumor gradually spread. It was said that Ho Qing had already found the thief who robbed the ghost market, and had even seen his true appearance and drawn an image. At this time, Ho Qing and a few other senior brothers in the outer sect were investigating, wanting to uncover the identity of that person. This strict investigation naturally couldn't be carried out in the open. However, the outer sect disciples and deacons of the various valleys still gave them a lot of convenience. Ho Qing and the others brought their people to check practically every valley. Even Fang Xing's house couldn't escape this strict investigation. However, when Ho Qing and the others opened the door and saw Fang Xing, a child, inside, they quickly left. Ho Qing didn't even recognize that this child was the one he caught at the mountain gate. After all, although it was only half a year, Fang Xing was very different from that little beggar. This strict investigation, in the end, ended without any results. In about a month's time, the limelight was completely over. As for Fang Xing's cultivation, he was still stuck at the peak of the second layer of spirit formation and didn't make any progress. He had refined a lot of spirit stones, but there was no sign of him breaking through. This made him a little discouraged. On the path of cultivation, every time you break through a layer, you break through a limit. The first time Fang Xing broke through, he used his own strength to forcefully break through the shackles of his body. But now, as his cultivation increased, the spiritual energy in his body had turned from a small stream into a small river. He couldn't break through as easily as the first time. The difficulty had increased by at least 3 times. If he wanted to break through, he needed a period of time to nourish his body, or a large amount of spiritual energy that was like a river. Only after being washed countless times, would he be able to break through the bottleneck and break through. However, these two methods weren't something the current Fang Xing could use. He could only temporarily suppress his temper and quietly cultivate. Luckily, he didn't lack cultivation resources. The spirit stones that Ho Qing gave him were all real, a total of 35. After giving 20 to Hua Qianji, he still had 5 left. Adding on the ones he had before, it was enough. This kind of quiet cultivation life didn't last for too long. A month later, a person suddenly came to visit, causing Fang Xing to be shocked, because this person was Ho Qing. Seeing Ho Qing appear in his small wooden hut, Fang Xing thought that he had been exposed and was prepared to take out his knife to fight. But very quickly, he calmed down because he realized that apart from a few people he didn't know, there was also his old enemy, Lu Feng. His movements were a little stiff, and he was limping. It seemed like he wasn't in a good condition. But at this moment, he was looking at Fang Xing with an unfriendly expression. His gaze was fierce, and he was sneering, as if hinting at something. Senior Brother Ho, this is the D-grade aptitude Junior Brother Feng. He meets the requirements of your selection. Lu Feng said to Ho Qing with a smile. Ho Qing looked at Fang Xing and frowned. What's your current cultivation? It's hard to judge the cultivation level of a spirit movement realm cultivator with just a glance, unless one person cooperates with the other and allows the other to investigate. Moreover, when both sides are preparing to fight, they will use all their spiritual energy to see through it. Usually, one can only roughly judge the other's cultivation level. First, second, and third level of spirit movement realm, on the surface, there isn't much difference. Although Xiao Qing was at the peak of the third level of spirit movement realm, he was completely unable to see through Fang Xing's current cultivation. Lu Feng, this bastard, what is he trying to do by bringing Ho Qing to find me? Fang Xing's gaze turned cold, but he hid it in his eyes and did not reveal it. Facing Ho Qing's question, he seemed to be a little afraid. Spirit movement. First level of spirit movement, Ho Qing frowned and said to Lu Feng, it's a little low. Lu Feng smiled. Senior Brother Ho, if you want to find a helper, it's naturally a little low, but if, Ho Qing immediately understood his gaze. The corner of his mouth rose and he smiled. You're right. After he finished speaking, he faced Fang Xing and said, I recently received the Dao Sect's edict and am preparing to go out for a mission. Are you willing to go with me? You won't be lacking in benefits. Other than the Dao Sect's reward, I will personally thank you. Receive the edict? Fang Xing was stunned, and he immediately understood this. Ho Qing was currently at the peak of the third level of spirit movement realm. If he wanted to break through to the fourth level, he could only swallow the rank-breaking pill. This was also the reason why he wanted to exchange the stone essence powder with the monster spirit pill. However, he was tricked by Fang Xing. He lost the monster spirit pill and the stone essence powder. The only way was to receive the Dao Sect's edict and exchange it for the stone essence powder. However, Fangxing didn't believe his many benefits nonsense. If the edict was so simple, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to exchange the monster spirit pill for the stone essence powder and avoid the Dao Sect's mission. Moreover, he had already said that he was only at the first level of spirit formation. If he still wanted him to follow, who knows what he wanted him to do. Anyway, a first-level spirit formation would definitely not be able to help him. Moreover, this person was brought by Lu Feng. Why would Lu Feng introduce such a good thing to him? Many thanks for senior brother's good intentions, but junior brother is too weak. I don't want to trouble you, Fangxing pretended to be frightened by Ho Qing's aura and carefully said. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is low. Brat, aren't you very fierce? On the way, senior brother Ho will take care of you. Lu Feng laughed sinisterly, not allowing Fangxing to refuse. When Fangxing heard Lu Feng's words, he was extremely angry in his heart. However, when he saw that Ho Qing and the others were at the side, he knew that if he were to fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Thus, he forcefully suppressed his anger. Seeing this, Ho Qing only sneered and whispered something in his companion's ear. That companion immediately went out, and not long later, he came back with a slightly chubby man. That man was Clear Stream Valley's outer sect deacon He San. He was under the miscellaneous affairs supervisor and was responsible for the management of the Clear Stream Valley's cuisine supervisor as well as the miscellaneous affairs of the entire Clear Stream Valley. He didn't have any real power in his hands, but many matters of the Clear Stream Valley's disciples had to go through him to report to the Dao sect. Simply put, he was like a class monitor in the school. After this person came, he also smiled at Ho Qing, then cleared his throat and said to Fangxing in a low voice, Junior brother Fang, senior brother Ho wants to give you some pointers. This is your fortune, don't be unappreciative. For this mission, you should follow senior brother Ho. As for the Dao Sect's side, I will help you register. You will be rewarded. This bastard also dares to trick me. Fangxing was furious. He didn't expect that He San, who had no enmity with him, would also come to set him up. Did these people really treat him as a child? It was obviously a trap. He didn't know what was going on in his heart, but he still said it so nicely. However, this group of people was after all powerful. If he were to fight them head-on, not to mention all of them together, just Ho Qing alone was already enough to defeat him. Without a choice, Fangxing could only smile and say, Senior brother Ho's pointers are naturally my fortune. However, my cultivation is too weak, only at the first layer of spirit formation. Moreover, when I was choosing the magic tool, I was tricked by someone and chose a useless trash. This person's fighting strength is not even comparable to the experts of the Jianghu. I'm afraid he can't help senior brother Ho? Heh, the others all laughed. Obviously, they had heard of the magic tool pavilion's love of tricking people. Ho Qing sneered and said disdainfully, that's easy. Isn't it just a flying sword? I'll give you one. With that said, he tossed a low-grade flying sword over and said, if you follow me well, this flying sword will belong to you. In addition, if this trip goes smoothly, I'll give you 10 spirit stones. How about it? Fangxing wanted to say something, but the Clear Stream Valley deacon disciple He San interrupted, the conditions are so generous, how can we refuse? Senior Marshal Brother Ho, this matter is settled. I will go back to make a record and report to the sect. When the time comes, you can just come and get him. Nodding his head, Ho Qing turned to Fangxing and said, we'll set off tomorrow morning. Pack your things. With that said, he didn't even bother picking up the flying sword and went straight out. Little bastard, weren't you quite arrogant back then? Why can't you be arrogant anymore? Lu Feng was at the back of the group. He smiled coldly at Fangxing and whispered. His eyes were filled with the joy of his scheme succeeding. Fangxing was furious. With a whoosh sound, he pulled out his dagger. Lu Feng was taken aback. Remembering Fangxing's ferocious appearance, he hurriedly limped out of the room. No, temporarily endure. They are obviously in cahoots. If I make a move, I won't be able to take advantage of them. Fangxing let out a long sigh. He sat on the edge of the bed and thought of a plan. At this time, Ho Qing and the others had arrived at the entrance of the valley. The Clear Stream Valley Deacon disciple Xianxia followed behind them with a smile. Ho Qing saw that there was no one around. He directly took out 10 spirit stones and stuffed them into Xianxia's hands. He whispered, "I want this kid. Tomorrow morning, I'll take him out to do a task. I hope Junior Marshal Brother can help clean up the mess." Xianxia smiled and patted his chest. "Senior Marshal Brother, rest assured. Leave everything to me. Isn't he just an outer disciple with no background? Even if he doesn't come back, it doesn't matter. I wish Senior Marshal Brother success." "Haha, thank you for your kind words." Ho Qing clasped his fist and turned to leave. Xianxia, on the other hand, happily took the spirit stones and went back to his place of residence. "Junior Marshal Brother Feng, what happened? How can the Taoist decree be so easy to get? Even if the third layer spirit formation disciples go out together, the probability of failure is very high. And this kind of task, once you fail, it's almost the same as losing your life. How long have you been in the sect? Why did those guys think of bringing you along to collect the decree? They have bad intentions." In the afternoon, the fat Taoist received the news and rushed over. His face was full of panic. "No, you must not go with them. Otherwise, you will be in danger. Listen to me, Junior Marshal Brother Feng. Didn't you always brag to me that you have a good relationship with Senior Marshal Sister Lingyun? Now hurry and find her to plead for mercy. At this time, only if she speaks, those people will be afraid. If I can really ask her for help, would I still be here worrying?" Feng Xing sneered in his heart. He would occasionally brag that because of his relationship with Xiaoman, he had a good relationship with Senior Marshal Sister Lingyun. However, this was all to deceive the fat Taoist. In reality, after entering the Blue Cloud sect, even though he knew that Xiaoman was in the sect, he had never seen her, let alone Senior Marshal Sister Lingyun. However, on the surface, he said, "Why do you need to find her for such a small matter? I can solve it myself." The fat Taoist immediately complained. "Junior Marshal Brother Feng, this is not the time to show off. I know you're strong, but that Ho Qing is the #1 outer disciple. If you fall into his hands, how can you get away? Listen to me, hurry An." "Enough, shut up." Feng Xing was angry and sternly interrupted the fat Taoist's words. The fat Taoist blinked and did not dare to persuade him. However, the worry in his eyes could not be hidden. Feng Xing thought about it for a while and asked, "This group of people have evil intentions. They forced me to go with them to receive the edict. Is the Tao sect not going to care about this?" The fat Taoist smiled bitterly. "The Tao sect can't wait for more people to receive the edict. Why do you say that the Tao sect has tight control over the spiritual treasures used to refine the level-breaking pills? Isn't it to force the disciples to go out and risk their lives for the Tao sect so that they can bring back things to replenish the Tao sect's resources? After all, it takes a lot of resources to support so many people. The Tao sect will only support this kind of thing. Speaking of which, on the surface, this kind of thing is naturally not allowed. However, we have no strength or background, so who would care about our lives? That Xianxia directly used your name and sent your application to go out to kill demons. Even if you die outside, the Tao sect will only think that you are willing to go out to do the task. Who will come to investigate?" At the end of his sentence, the fat Taoist looked a little hopeless. Disciples without any background were really helpless when they encountered this kind of thing. "Then there's nothing we can do. These people deserve to offend me." Seeing that there was no other way, Feng Xing's ruthless character rose. He gritted his teeth and smiled, his eyes glinting fiercely. When the fat Taoist saw his expression, he was a little shocked and did not dare to speak casually. "Haha, Senior Brother Pig, don't worry. Who knows who will take care of who?" Feng Xing chuckled and hugged the fat Taoist's neck. Let's go get some wine and meat. Then, you can tell me the rules of receiving the edict and the contents of the edict. My surname is really Yu, not Zhu," the fat Taoist muttered softly. However, since they had come this far, there was nothing to argue with him. In a room in the Clear Stream Valley, the outer sect disciple deacon, Xianxia, asked the 2 disciples in front of him, where did the 2 of them go? The disciple in front of him replied, they bought some pig's feet and chickens and ducks and went back to drink. Xianxia nodded and said, keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape and tell on us. Although the Tao sect will not pay attention to this kind of thing, but if they tell on us, there will be some trouble. This night, you two have to work hard and keep an eye on them. Until tomorrow, when senior brother Ho comes, you can directly send him out of the sect. At that time, the fat man will not dare to make any trouble. Yes, senior brother. The two outer sect disciples received the order and went to the wooden house of Feng Xing to keep an eye on him. Hey, a little monkey with no background can get 10 spirit stones. Such a good thing, it would be better if there were more. He San smiled and looked at the new 10 spirit stones in his hand. He was overjoyed. It was really a small fortune. This talisman order, to put it bluntly, it's asking for one's life. After receiving the talisman order, the disciples of the Tao sect will go out and kill demons according to the contents of the talisman order. Then, they will bring back the demon's inner Dan, and the reward is very generous. It's just too dangerous. Among the outer sect disciples, every 10 years, there will be hundreds of disciples who enter the Tao sect and reach the peak of the 3rd level of spirit formation. But only a dozen or so enter the inner sect. The rest, most of them die during the task of receiving the talisman order. In the wooden house, the fat Taoist's tongue was already a little loose, but he still told everything he knew to Feng Xing. To put it bluntly, this talisman is a task card and there are different types. The demon-slaying talisman is to tell the disciples to go kill the demons that have appeared in the territory of the Blue Cloud sect. The chaos-calming talisman is to tell the disciples that there is a rebellion and the disciples need to quell it. The rebellion-killing talisman is to tell the disciples that have betrayed the Tao sect. Once the talisman is sent out, the disciples can kill the rebels and receive the reward. The Tao sect usually uses these talismans to evaluate the merits and demerits of the disciples. After entering the inner sect, there is a fixed number of times to receive the talisman. If there is not enough talisman, the resources will be cut off. Among the outer sect disciples, there is no such limit. However, if you want to break through to the 4th stage of spirit formation and enter the inner sect, you have to receive the talisman once. Because the most important ingredient, stone essence powder, is tightly controlled by the Tao sect. If you don't receive the talisman, you can only buy it at a sky-high price. To put it bluntly, Ho Qing can be said to be forced by Feng Xing to receive the talisman. Even Feng Xing did not expect that after he cheated Ho Qing of a demon elixir, the consequences would befall him. For the whole night, there were people watching outside the door, as if they were afraid that Feng Xing would do something unexpected. However, Feng Xing did not do that. He only remembered the appearance of the two people watching him in his heart. By the time he returned, these two fellows and the deacon who betrayed him would naturally be in deep trouble. That very night, Feng Xing packed up his belongings. The opium pot, the 9-snake golden flame sword, the pear blossom storm nails, and the spirit stones were all put into the heavenly cave ring by Feng Xing. Then, he used the ring as a hairband and tied his hair into a ponytail. The most conspicuous part of his hair was actually the part that was the least noticeable to others. As for the other things, such as the Wan Luo ghost face and the flying sword given by Ho Qing, he put them into the bundle. Then, Feng Xing sat cross-legged and waited for the sun to rise. In his heart, he found it hard to calm his blood and qi, but his fighting spirit was raging. Early the next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, Ho Qing and 3 other outer sect disciples arrived at Clear Stream Valley. They forcefully dragged Feng Xing out of the valley. Other than Ho Qing, who was at the peak of spirit formation 3rd layer, 2 of the other 3 outer sect disciples were at the 3rd layer and 1 was at the peak of spirit formation 2nd layer. It could be said that the weakest among them was at the same cultivation level as Feng Xing, making them very difficult to deal with. Clearstream Valley Deacon disciple He San had already prepared everything. With a face full of smiles, he watched the 5 of them leave. The fat Taoist looked at Feng Xing with a sad face. He wanted to stop them, but he could only watch as Feng Xing was taken away. My surname is Yu, not Zhu. Junior brother Feng, seeing that Feng Xing was about to leave the valley, the fat Taoist suddenly mustered up his courage and shouted loudly. I know. Senior brother Zhu, Feng Xing's voice came from afar. The fat Taoist instantly cried and fell to the ground. Hee hee, damn fatty, now that this kid has left, it's your turn next. Don't worry, I will play with you, Lu Feng's sinister voice came from behind. The fat Taoist was shocked and stood up in an instant with a face full of shock. Only then did he realize that his situation was not any better than Feng Xing's. Ho Qing's decree was already in their hands. On this day, they could directly set off. The four of them carried Feng Xing and went all the way to the military bureau. After showing the decree, they received 5 dragon horses and led them out of the Dao Gate. They sat on the horses and galloped all the way. During this process, they all stared closely at Feng Xing, as if they were afraid that he would suddenly cause a ruckus in the Dao sect and cause trouble. However, Feng Xing actually didn't say a word. He silently followed them out of the door and onto the horse. He was extremely cooperative, which made these people click their tongues in wonder. The dragon horses that they were riding on were mounts that the Daoist faction had spent thousands of years cultivating. They possessed the bloodline of the demonic flood dragon and were covered in scales. Not only could they travel 1,000 miles in a day, they could even swim across large rivers. If any of these dragon horses were to fall into the mortal world, there would be high officials who would buy them at a high price. They were extremely popular. Back then, Feng Xing's second uncle saw a dragon horse from the government being transported to the imperial capital. He was immediately overjoyed and gathered a group of brothers to snatch it. In the end, the people escorting it were also very powerful. Both sides fought and both sides suffered heavy losses. The second uncle saw that he could not snatch it, so he poisoned the dragon horse to death. This was the nature of bandits. If I can't get it, I won't leave it for you. Because of this, when Feng Xing rode on this dragon horse, he felt that it was quite novel. Although the dragon horses had the bloodline of the demon dragon, they were very docile. This was the result of thousands of years of cultivation. They could leave and stop as they were told. It was as if they could sense the thoughts of the riders. It was quite magical. Of course, this kind of dragon horse was mostly prepared for the disciples of the inner and outer sanctum. The true disciples and the elders of the Dao faction would not ride on such a mount. They would either ride on the clouds or subdue demonic birds. They were all masters who could roam freely in the sky. The 2 most outstanding true disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, Su Lingyun and Xiao Jianming, rode on a white crane and an iron eagle respectively. After traveling for a day, they were already thousands of miles away from the Blue Cloud sect. When the sky turned dark, they stopped and found a place to rest. "Senior brother Ho, what are we going to do this time?" Feng Xing pretended to be a timid child and asked Ho Qing shyly. Ho Qing smiled faintly and said, "Of course, we are going to slay demons." "Are you afraid?" Feng Xing's body trembled as if he was very afraid and said, What kind of demon is it?" Ho Qing sneered without saying a word. A third-layer spirit formation disciple named Qiantong sneered, rank 4 demon beast, python withered toad. "It's very powerful. You have to be careful. If you get swallowed by it, you will become demon dung." "Ah," Feng Xing let out a low cry. His face was full of fear. Haha, the few men laughed out loud at the same time, and they looked relaxed. However, Feng Xing found a trace of seriousness in the depth of their eyes. Obviously, they were not as relaxed as they looked on the surface. "That. Senior brother Ho, if we are successful, this flying sword and 10 spirit stones, are you really going to give it to me?" Feng Xing suddenly asked cautiously. He seemed to be afraid and a little greedy. Ho Qing was a little surprised. His eyes fell on Feng Xing's face and smiled, "I will naturally keep my words." The other 3 people laughed and didn't say anything. Feng Xing seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage. Puffing out his chest, he said, "Riches are found in danger. Then I will risk it." His heroic appearance caused the others to sneer and remain silent. But subconsciously, they also felt a little more at ease about Feng Xing. As long as Feng Xing was greedy, they wouldn't have to worry about him escaping. Their vigilance would also be slightly relaxed. The next day, when the sun rose, everyone once again got on their horses. From this time on, Feng Xing began to work hard to make these people relax their vigilance against him. He completely disguised himself as a little ambitious and somewhat naive child. He couldn't restrain his excitement, making the 4 adults speechless. Every time they stopped to rest, Feng Xing would fetch water, feed the horses, start a fire, and hunt. He was very diligent. He would also pretend to be respectful and ask these people questions about their cultivation. During this process, he would naturally skillfully inquire about some of the most heroic deeds these people had done. Whenever they boasted in high spirits, Fangxing would show an appropriate look of admiration. As a result, in the 3 days they were on the road, Fangxing actually became familiar with these people. He called them senior brother and they seemed to have recognized this junior brother Feng. They even liked him a little. The bearded senior brother Lu San, who was in the spirit formation 3rd layer, had looked at Fangxing's little face and sighed. On the night of the 3rd day, after Fangxing seemed to have fallen asleep by the fire, senior brother Lu San quietly came to Ho Qing's side and whispered, "Senior brother Ho, is there no other way?" Ho Qing glanced at the sleeping Fangxing, seeing that his breathing was long and his face seemed to have a trace of a child's sweetness. He lowered his voice and said, "There is no other way. After all, that is a rank 4 giant demon. With our cultivation, we can't take it down by force. We can only use a trick. That beast loves to eat humans, especially a virgin with cultivation. To it is no different from a delicious delicacy. At that time, we can only use this kid to lure it out, then. So they want to use me as bait." Fangxing had been pretending to be asleep the entire time, but when he heard these words, his heart suddenly shook and the expression on his face changed. This was immediately noticed by Ho Qing. On the way, Fangxing had deceived the others, but he had not been able to deceive Ho Qing. After all, Ho Qing had already heard from Lu Feng that although Fangxing was young, he was exceptionally fierce. Therefore, Ho Qing felt that he had been far too well behaved. Usually, intentionally or unintentionally, Ho Qing had always been watching him. This was also the reason why Fangxing had never had a chance to escape. And after Fangxing's heart shook, he immediately realized that he had revealed a flaw. He immediately turned over and muttered, "These are the spirit stones that senior brother Ho Qing gave me. None of you are allowed to take them." When Ho Qing heard this, he was slightly startled. His vigilance relaxed and a faint smile appeared on his face. Senior brother Lu also lowered his voice and laughed. Junior brother Feng seems to have been bullied by others in the sect. In his heart, he now regards senior brother Ho Qing as a great backer. After these past few days of getting along, I also quite like this little brat. If we have any other way, we might as well think of another way to keep his little life. Senior brother Lu, aren't your words a bit too childish?" Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded out. It was another 3rd layer spirit movement cultivator, Qian Tong. It was unknown when he had come over, but he sneered at Lu San and said, "I know you are soft-hearted, but this is not the temperament to do great things. Sacrificing this little brat will save us a lot of danger, so why not? When we left the sect, you should have treated him as a dead man." Lu San's expression was somewhat ugly. After a long time, he lightly sighed, "You're right, I'm soft-hearted again." As he spoke, as if to force himself to harden his heart, he purposely discussed with Ho Qing and the others how to place the bait. It turned out that it was because he had a deep understanding of the demonic beast's habits that he had been specially invited by Ho Qing. When the plan to place the bait was revealed, Fangxing, who was pretending to be asleep, felt his scalp go numb. The fear and rage in his heart rose by 30 feet at the same time. As it turned out, in order to let the dried python toad smell the scent of Fangxing's blood and spiritual qi, these people would directly stab the 18 acupoints of Fangxing's body with the most vigorous qi and blood, and then destroy Fangxing's ocean of qi, so that the spiritual qi would have no place to attach to it and would seep out along with the blood. Then, they would nail Fangxing, who had almost turned into a bloody gourd, in the middle of their ambush, screaming loudly to attract the demon beasts. This was no longer just using Fangxing as bait, it was simply torturing him to death. If Fangxing had only been used as bait, he would still have had a sliver of hope of survival. However, with their method, Fangxing would definitely die. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he survived, he would still become a cripple. These bastards, their hearts are really ruthless. Fangxing sighed softly, his small body turning over and lying down beside the fire, motionless. It seemed as if he didn't notice anything, but the cold sweat on his back had already soaked his clothes. "Little bastard, get up." Early in the morning, Zhao Ji, who had a fiendish look on his face, kicked Fangxing. Fangxing looked at him in a daze, only to be kicked twice by Qian Tong next to him. In just one night, these four people's attitudes towards him had changed greatly at the same time. As if to prevent Lu San's soft-hearted situation from happening again, the four of them began to speak viciously to each other, either hitting or cursing. Fang Xing coldly watched their changes, and he knew what they were thinking. When he was in the Ghost Smoke Valley, he had seen many times that some normally kind people, in order to make up for the guilt they felt in their hearts, would commit even more atrocious acts than usual. Even Lu San had changed, although he didn't directly scold or beat Fang Xing, his face was gloomy, as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Seeing this, Fang Xing sneered inwardly and no longer deliberately approached them, obediently cooperating with them and not asking for trouble. After traveling for another 2 days, the group of 5 finally arrived in front of a towering mountain. The mountain stretched endlessly, filled with evil fog and dark clouds, making it impossible to tell how high it was, and the mountain was covered in strange pines and vines, making it impossible to tell how deep it was. At a glance, there were countless strange cliffs and rocks, making it extremely dangerous. Occasionally, one could hear the roars of beasts and the cries of demons, making one unable to help but feel terrified. When the dragon horses neared the mountain, their originally docile temperament became somewhat restless and wanted to escape. This is the Demon Miasma Mountain. It is said that a few hundred years ago, there was a Foundation establishment stage demon, Panli, who was later killed by the cultivators of the Flying Spirit Cave, but that cultivator also died here. After that, although there were no more Foundation establishment stage demons in the mountain, there were many 3rd and 4th rank shapeshifting stage demons. The withered python toad we are going to kill this time is one of them. Ho Qing looked at the mountain, sighed softly, and let someone feed it the dragon horse turtle breath pill, then put it into the storage pouch. This turtle breath pill was a special type of pill. After consuming it, living beings would become like hibernating, their bodies would become stiff, and they wouldn't feel anything. At this time, they could put it into the storage pouch or the heavenly abode ring, and release it when they were riding. The medicinal effects would be removed, and they would become lively again, just that there would be some hidden injuries to the body, which would slowly show. But if the dragon horse didn't accept this pill, it couldn't be put into the storage pouch, because there was no air in the storage pouch, and the dragon horse would suffocate to death. The mountain was dangerous, and there was the aura of demon beasts, so the dragon horses were easily frightened, so they could only walk up the mountain. As they walked up the mountain path, Fang Xing was sandwiched in the middle, closely watching him. This was Ho Qing's order in advance. He seemed to have discovered that Fang Xing wasn't as obedient as he seemed, so he deliberately had Qian Tong and the others closely watch him. Fang Xing had no other choice but to expressionlessly hurry on, at the same time secretly looking around, thinking of countermeasures. After entering the mountain, they felt that the mountain was even more dangerous, and there were countless poisonous snakes and strange beasts, but fortunately, everyone had a cultivation base, and there were many spirit pills and medicines. Ho Qing, who was walking at the front, wore a snake-repelling pill, and ordinary snakes would stay far away when they smelled it. Even if there were a few that had a bit of demonic chi and didn't fear this pill, as soon as they got close, they were cut in half by his sword. This person's sword was ruthless and fast, and it was obvious that, in addition to his cultivation base, he was also good at martial arts. This kind of person really had the demeanor of the #1 disciple of the Blue Cloud sect's outer sanctum. The depths of the mountain were vast, and Ho Qing guided everyone along a map he had obtained from the immortal sect. From time to time, they would climb over cliffs and cut down vines, but even after walking for half a day, they still hadn't reached their destination. It was already noon, the hottest time of the day, and everyone was sweating profusely. Suddenly, they saw a river not far in front of them. The water was clear and deep, so clear that one could see the bottom, and a refreshing feeling washed over them. "Fuck, I'm going to wash my face first, I'm sweating so much." Qian Tong cursed as he squatted by the river, but at this moment, Lu San, who had been following at the back, suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Qian Tong's collar. Qian Tong was furious and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Lu San coldly said, "You're the crazy one, do you want to die?" Qian Tong glanced at the river and saw that it was extremely clear, without anything strange about it. He immediately shouted, "Are you trying to scare me? What strange thing is there?" Lu San didn't speak, his eyes sweeping around, and suddenly walked to a tree 10 feet away. With a casual pinch, he caught a strange snake wrapped around the tree trunk. The snake's body had a similar pattern to the tree trunk, and his 2 fingers clamped down on the snake's weak point. No matter how much the snake struggled, it couldn't break free. Arriving at the river bank, Lu San used his 2 fingers to break the snake's body, and then threw the 2 halves into the river. The strange snake's body tumbled, and its blood seeped into the river. All of a sudden, translucent shrimp-like things emerged from the seemingly empty river. There were tens of thousands of them, and like waves, they surged towards the strange snake's body at the same time, biting it with all their might. In this process, whether they bit the strange snake or not, their bodies all turned blood red. They were actually red strange fish that were half a finger long. Because of this strange snake, the entire river suddenly became blood red, and it was mournful and terrifying. This entire river was actually hiding countless small fish, but their bodies were usually translucent, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them. Only when they were preparing to hunt would their bodies turn blood red, making them easily distinguishable. Everyone saw this scene and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, their mouths and tongues dry. That. Senior brother Lu San, thank you, Qiantong stammered, his face filled with lingering fear. This is a kind of strange fish that has been contaminated by demonic qi. Although their cultivation is not high and they only have a trace of demonic qi, they are very fierce. If I didn't pull you back just now, your arm would have become bones by now. In this demon miasma mountain, there are many of them. If you don't want to die, listen to me and senior brother Ho. Lu San said expressionlessly. Qiantong and Zhao Shuji hurriedly nodded their heads. On the other hand, Fang Xing looked at Qiantong with a look of regret, as if it was a pity that he had been saved. Little bastard, what are you looking at? Do you believe that I will throw you into the river to feed the fish? Qiantong felt uncomfortable under Fang Xing's gaze, and his eyes hardened as he kicked Fang Xing. Don't be meddlesome. Let's hurry. Ho Qing said coldly and took the lead to continue forward. Qiantong and the others could only follow behind him. In fact, Fang Xing felt that it was a pity. The small fish in the river was not discovered by others, but he did. In the demon miasma mountain, there were many strange demonic snakes and insects. They were all contaminated by the demonic aura of the Dead Foundation establishment stage demon. In other words, although their cultivation levels were very low, there was more or less demonic aura in their bodies. And this demonic qi, to a certain extent, was similar to spiritual qi and could also trigger the yin-yang fiend god mirror. Therefore, when Fang Xing entered this mountain, it was like when he first entered the magic weapon pavilion. His eyes wandered around, and all kinds of information came into his mind. Along the way, where there were demonic beasts, their habits were all firmly remembered by him. Just when he approached the river bank, he found the fine-teethed demonic fish in the river. Seeing Qiantong go to scoop up the river water, he wanted to watch a good show, but was interrupted by Lu San. It seems that these people were prepared before coming here. If I want to escape, I'd better think of a way. Fang Xing thought to himself. He sped up the yin-yang fiend god mirror, constantly identifying the strange things in this mountain. Along the way, there were a few broken vines hanging down to the ground in front of them. It seemed that there were traces of lightning strikes. It was raining heavily in the mountains, and the ground where the broken vines hung down happened to be a puddle. It had already formed a black mud swamp, exuding a fishy smell that filled their nostrils. When passing by the swamp, everyone was a little careful, afraid that something would drill out of the swamp. To be honest, along the way, the 5 of them were really a little suspicious of the strange things in this mountain forest. But unexpectedly, when Fang Xing walked to the edge of the swamp, he seemed to lose his footing and suddenly let out a loud cry. His whole body slipped into the swamp. He was immediately frightened and screamed. He used his hands and feet to climb up, but there was a suction force in the swamp that directly pulled him down. Seeing that only his small head was left outside, he was so scared that he almost cried. Haha, Qiantong, Zhao Ji, and the others, seeing his embarrassing appearance, all laughed loudly. Save me, there is a monster below pulling me, Fang Xing screamed in panic, his face turned yellow. Hey, there is gravity in the swamp, it's not a monster pulling you. Lu San laughed, reached out to grab Fang Xing's collar, and pulled him up like a radish. Ah, there really was a monster just now. It seems like something bit me. Fang Xing was still in a state of panic. He reached out his hand and wiped his face. Now, his only clean face was covered in mud. Don't wipe, your body stinks. Qiantong impatiently kicked Fang Xing's foot and said with a strange smile, how about this man throw you into the river to wash? Listening to his words, Fang Xing suddenly looked frightened and subconsciously leaned against Zhao Zi's side. Lu San said, this is just an ordinary swamp, there is nothing inside that can bite you. Don't worry, let's hurry. Everyone continued to move forward, but Fang Xing seemed to be scared out of his wits, constantly looking around in horror. When they came to another road near the river, Fang Xing was even more nervous, seemingly afraid that Zhao Zi would throw him into the river. Cautiously, he reached out and grabbed the corner of Zhao Zi's clothes, who was walking in front of him. Zhao Zi gave him a disgusted look and pushed his hand away. When they passed by the river, Fang Xing suddenly shouted, pointing to the mountain and shouting, monster. Monster python. Everyone was suddenly shocked and subconsciously looked up at the mountain. At this moment, Fang Xing's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he stabbed a knife into Zhao Zi's abdomen, and then grabbed him and jumped into the river. Splash! Everyone's expression changed. Two people fell into the water, and Ho Qing and the others didn't even understand what happened. On the surface of the water, ripples spread out, and the translucent fishes lurking in the water immediately became excited, their bodies turned blood red, and they rushed towards the two people who had just fallen into the water. In a flash, the whole river turned red. Ah! A heart-chilling scream rang out, and a person jumped out of the water, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. It was Zhao Zi. At this moment, Zhao Zi was in a miserable state. His body, face, and even his mouth were full of small fish that were about half a finger long. They were biting his skin and some were even trying to drill into his body. Zhao Zi waved his arms frantically, splashing water everywhere. However, he was unable to do anything to these small strange fish. He could only watch as Zhao Zi struggled and screamed as he slowly sank into the water. What is this situation? Qiantong fiercely retreated 2 steps. Zhao Zi's miserable state made his heart turn cold. Junior brother Feng, he would rather die than go with us? Lu San's face was also deathly pale. His body was slightly trembling and his eyes were filled with horror. Because he remembered, at first, Fang Xing was closer to him. Later, he didn't know why, but he turned his head and smiled at him, then ran to Zhao Zi's side. This meant that this kid originally planned to drag him into the water with him. But he probably remembered that he treated him well, so he changed his mind and dragged Zhao Zi to die. This thought made Lu San, who had cultivated for many years as a third-layer spirit formation cultivator, extremely frightened. No, that guy didn't die. Look at that line of water. Suddenly, Ho Qing's shout woke Lu San and Qiantong up. Both of them looked up and saw that in the middle of the river, a line of water was extremely fast moving to the other side. At this moment, it had already swum more than 10 feet, crossing half of the river. How could he be fine? Qiantong shouted, his face full of disbelief. This reason, even Ho Qing couldn't guess it. He looked at Lu San in shock. At this moment, he even suspected that Lu San wanted to save Fang Xing, so he secretly told him the method to avoid the strange fish. Lu San's face was also full of doubt. His brows wrinkled, thinking hard. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face became deathly pale. He murmured, good skill. Good courage. What a ruthless person. Lu San, quickly tell me, how did this kid avoid the strange fish? Qiantong bitterly cursed. Lu San smiled bitterly, what else is there? It's that swamp. That kid's whole body was covered in black mud, smeared with a thick layer. The strange fish couldn't smell him for a while, so naturally they wouldn't attack him. But he was also ruthless, worried that before he reached the shore, he would be discovered by the strange fish, so he specially pulled Zhao Zi into the water, attracting the strange fish to bite Zhao Zi, and he would be much safer. He's just a kid, how can he think so much? Qiantong was stunned for a moment before he cried out in disbelief. However, Ho Qing believed Lu San's words. He sneered and sighed, there's no other explanation. On the way here, I felt that it was a little strange. This kid is so obedient and sensible. He looks no different from an ordinary child, but this is different from how Lu Feng described him. You should know that this is a person who could stab an adult in his 20s without blinking his eyes. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and he couldn't continue. In fact, even though along the way, no matter how relaxed he was always full of vigilance. He had been keeping a close eye on Fengxing, fearing that he would do something unexpected. However, he had been too careless after entering the demon miasma mountain. He had been careless, and this brat had seized the opportunity to escape. Then again, even if he was given another chance, he might not be able to catch this kid. Everyone had seen the horror of the strange fish, so who would dare to smear a layer of black mud on their body and jump down without hesitation? Even Lu San, who understood the habits of the strange fish the most, didn't dare, let alone others. The water line quickly swept to the other side, and sure enough, a small head popped out, vigilantly looking towards the shore. Seeing that there was no danger, he jumped up, patted the black mud on his body, and then wrung out the water on his robe. At the same time, he turned his head and smiled sweetly. The smile was clean and pure, but with an indescribable coldness. If it wasn't Fengxing, then who could it be? Lu San's deduction just now was indeed correct. Fengxing used the black mud to cover his scent, and that was why he dared to jump into the river. Although he was bold, he wouldn't die in vain. Lu San actually missed one point. The strange vine was struck by lightning, and was of the yang attribute. Then, it rotted in the mud, causing the mud to also have some yang energy, and the strange fish in the water were of the yin attribute. Fengxing smeared the black mud all over his body, not only to ensure that his scent wouldn't leak, but also to repel the strange fish, so that they wouldn't dare to come close to him. After all, if he jumped into the water, no matter how thick the black mud was, it would still be easily washed away by the current. Without double assurance, it was very easy to lose one's life in the river. Senior Ho, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you to kill the evil. Be careful. Fengxing sat on the shore, wringing out the water on his robe with a smile, and waved his hand at Ho. Ching. This was the widest part of the river, about a dozen feet wide. If it was an inner disciple who had broken through to the 4th level of spirit formation, he could easily fly over by using the space sweeping technique. However, Ho Ching was only at the 3rd level of spirit formation, so he couldn't use the space sweeping technique. At most, he could only step on his flying sword and fly a distance of 7 to 8 feet. Thus, Fengxing wasn't worried that he would rush over and calmly annoy him. Ho Ching's gaze was cold as he said, "It's fine if you want to leave, but why did you drag junior brother Zhao into the water? Since we are from the same sect, you killed junior brother Zhao, which is a violation of the sect rules. Let's see how Blue Cloud sect will tolerate you." His tone was cold, and with one sentence, he actually pinned the crime of killing a fellow disciple on Fengxing. Fengxing suddenly became angry and scolded, "F***ck your grandfather's eggs, you dare to say that? You bastards really think that I didn't hear your plan? You actually want to use me as bait? Why don't you strip your mother naked and throw her at the entrance of the toad cave as bait? Who knows, if the toad is happy, it might even give birth to a sister for you. Anyway, you look like a toad." Once he was angry, his filthy words were simply witty. Ho Ching's face gradually became angry, and he coldly said, "When you fall into my hands, I will teach you the word miserable." Fengxing stomped his feet and scolded, "When you fall into my hands, I will teach you the word happy. Do you think that I have forgotten about what happened at the sect gate? Let me tell you, I remember it clearly. You little bastard dared to capture me, I still haven't forgotten this enmity. This time, we will settle the old and new debts together. If I don't make you cry for your parents, your sister will follow my surname. So it's that little monkey outside the sect gate." I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Ho Ching was startled and immediately thought of Fengxing. His expression became even colder. Back when they were outside the sect, Fengxing was really inconspicuous, so Ho Ching had long forgotten about him. Also, back then, Fengxing's body was dirty and his face was black. Now his face was white and clean, and with the help of the demon spirit pill, his entire temperament seemed to have changed a bit. Ho Ching had never thought about it, so he didn't recognize Fengxing. Now that he heard Lu San's vulgar words, Ho Ching couldn't hold back his anger. His eyes were spewing fire as he suddenly shouted, "Quick!" From a pocket on his waist, a ray of silver light pierced through the air and pierced toward Fengxing Dang. Seeing the silver light closing in, Fang Xing let out a roar and also took out a flying sword. His sword collided with Ho Qing's flying sword in the air. The two swords collided, creating dazzling sparks. Fang Xing was forced back a few steps and Ho Qing's flying sword was also knocked away. In terms of cultivation, Ho Qing was naturally stronger, but the distance was too far. By the time his flying sword reached Fang Xing, its power had already weakened, so it was easily blocked by Fang Xing's sword. "Hee, do you still remember this flying sword? You were the one who gave it to me." "Many thanks." Fang Xing was also a bit shocked. Ho Qing's flying sword was 30 feet away, but it still caused his body to tremble. The spiritual energy wrapped around the flying sword was clearly scattered. It was clear that Ho Qing's cultivation was much higher than his. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He put away his flying sword with a cheap smile, waved his hand at Ho Qing, and charged into the depths of the forest. "Senior brother Ho, that brat actually escaped. What should we do?" Qiantong anxiously asked. Without bait, their chances of killing the python-withered toad would drop by at least half. Ho Qing didn't seem to be in a hurry. He looked at Lu San with a sneer and said indifferently, "Senior Lu San, can you catch up?" Lu San kept his eyes closed, as if he was sensing something. After a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "No problem. If this brat directly escaped, it would be fine. But he actually stayed on the shore for so long. I can already lock onto his scent. Now we will find a narrow place to cross the river, and then use all our strength to chase after him. This time we will catch him, but first break his legs." This kind-hearted old man seemed to have lost all his merciful intentions at this moment. Zhao Zi's tragic death seemed to have touched a chord of fear in his heart. This fear didn't make him merciful. Instead, it made him cruel. On the way here, that old bastard called Lu San said that before he became a disciple of Taoism, he was originally a constable in the mortal world. He was the best at tracking. I've been on the shore for so long, I believe he has a way to catch up to me. Deep in the mountains, Fang Xing walked step by step. In his heart, he was quickly calculating how to lure the other party to chase after him. In the eyes of Ho Qing and the others, Fang Xing was just a child. No matter how highly they looked at him, they didn't think that after he escaped with his life, he would not think about how to escape, but how to kill them one by one. Regarding their background, Fang Xing had already found out bit by bit on the way here. At this moment, it came in handy. Lu San was originally a constable in the mortal world. Because he unintentionally helped an elder of Blue Cloud sect, he was enlightened and was able to enter Taoism. However, he didn't have any resources or aptitude. Therefore, he only managed to cultivate to the 3rd layer of spirit formation after so many years in the outer sect. As for Qiantong, he was originally a Taoist child and had been in Taoism for 8 years. Thinking about it, they were either old foxes or old foxes of Taoism. None of them were easy to deal with. However, Fang Xing wasn't afraid at all. Since he was young, he had mixed around with bandits. When it came to experience, he wasn't any less than these few people. After carefully calculating for a while, he felt that those people should have already crossed the river and were chasing after him. Fang Xing quickly looked around for a suitable place to set up the mechanism. After running for a while, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in front of him. It turned out to be a bucket-sized hornet's nest hanging on a short tree. These bees had been infected by the demonic miasma in the mountain and had some demonic characteristics. Each of them was as thick as a finger and had a shiny black stinger. With one look, it was obvious that they were poisonous. Fang Xing was immediately happy. These things were exactly what he was looking for. He took out a set of dry clothes from the heavenly abode ring and changed out of his Taoist robe. Then, he rolled the wet Taoist robe into a ball and tied it with rattan. He carefully went around a small tree next to the beehive. Then, he ran to the side and gently pulled the rattan. The Taoist robe was slowly pulled to the side of the beehive. His movements were very light and slow, so the demonic bees weren't startled. Then, Fang Xing pulled some leaves and covered the beehive so that it couldn't be seen from a distance of 2 or 3 feet. After finishing these things, Fang Xing deliberately left a few clear footprints in the surroundings. Then, he quickly slipped away. He didn't slip too far and quickly found a relatively safe place. He hid with an evil smile and eavesdropped on the movements here. On the other hand, Ho Qing and the others flew along the river. After finding a place where the river narrowed, they stepped onto their flying swords and flew across the river. Then, under Lu San's guidance, they flew in a direction. Not long after, Lu San waved his hand, indicating the two of them to slow down. When they were nearby, he had already discovered that the place where the scent on Feng Xing's body stopped was not far away. And at this time, he had already seen Feng Xing's footprints, so he was even more certain of his guess. A child, no matter how smart he is, his experience in the Jianghu is still lacking. Although he hid these footprints, Lu San laughed coldly in his heart. Seeing the footprints left by Feng Xing, he felt that Feng Xing was like a 10-year-old child. The three of them slowly moved closer. Lu San stretched out his palm, indicating that there was only a distance of 5 feet. Ho Qing's gaze turned cold and he secretly took out his flying sword. Lu San waved his hand and said in a low voice, "If we can catch him alive, we should catch him alive. Otherwise, when we get to the Demon Toad Cave, all the blood will flow out." When Ho Qing heard this, he nodded and put away his flying sword. Lu San motioned to Qian Tong, telling him to go around to the other side and surround and intercept them. After the three of them stood in position, Ho Qing suddenly shouted, "Little demon, you still want to escape?" The three of them simultaneously rushed out from their hiding place towards the direction pointed by Lu San. For a moment, the vines were twisted and the grass was thrown into disorder. Buzz, Qian Tong took the lead and rushed to the place pointed by Lu San. He ruthlessly swept his foot out, but he did not kick anyone. Instead, he kicked a black ball the size of a bucket. While the black ball was still in the air, there was already an explosive sound coming from it. Countless finger-sized black dots flew out from it, madly rushing towards him. Qian Tong did not even have time to react. His body and face were hit several times, and he immediately screamed. And that black ball was actually a huge beehive, from which black and yellow wasps flew out one after another. Not good, we fell into this kid's trap. Lu San also rushed forward, and with a glance, he saw Feng Xing's Daoist robe that was rolled up into a ball, and he cried out in alarm. "Quickly run," Ho Qing was very anxious. He pulled out a long sword from his waist and quickly swept it in the air. Sword light swept out like a waterfall, and immediately the black rain of wasps fell down. But compared to the total number of wasps, it was still a lot less. He had no time to think about anything else. He grabbed the mournful wailing Qian Tong and fled. From time to time, he would turn around and use his sword to sweep away the pursuing wasps. It had to be said that this person's swordsmanship was very good. Such a ferocious wasp was unexpectedly blocked by his sword, unable to get close. Ho Qing and Lu San reacted quickly and were not stung by the bees, but Qian Tong, who had been stung several times by the bees, was feeling dizzy and weak. If it weren't for Ho Qing pulling him up, he would have already passed out. The stung places on his face and body were already swollen horribly. Bee venom was powerful, especially this kind of venom that had been transformed into a demon. It was 100 times more powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died immediately after being stung. Qian Tong had been stung 7 or 8 times, but the fact that he was still alive was already because of his profound cultivation. "Alright, the bees have flown back." After fleeing for a good dozen miles, Lu San shouted in a low voice, indicating that Ho Qing could stop. Squatting down to examine Ho Qing's wound, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He took out an antidote from his pocket and applied it to Ho Qing's wound before injecting his spiritual qi into Ho Qing's body. Soon, translucent pus began to flow out from the wound and the swelling gradually subsided. However, Qian Tong was still unconscious and his face was a frightening yellow, as if he had lost a great deal of vitality. "How long until he wakes up?" Ho Qing sat on the side and asked in a deep voice. Lu San sighed, "The poison has been detoxified and he will wake up soon, but," Ho Qing raised his eyebrows, "but what?" Lu San sighed, "This bee venom is too powerful. Although I used the Dao Sec's antidote to remove the poison, it is not targeted. The remaining poison in his body can't be quickly eliminated, and after he wakes up, I'm afraid his body will be weak." Ho Qing was startled, anxiously asking, "How much of his cultivation is left?" Lu San shook his head, 30% is good. "Hateful little bastard. Ho Qing punched his hand, his voice filled with hatred. How could he have imagined that such an inconspicuous little brat would escape from his hands, causing his 2 helpers to lose their lives in the river fish and the other to be poisoned and unconscious? After a while, Lu San hesitated. Senior brother Ho, now there are only the 2 of us left, and we have no bait. That withered python is a 4th-rank monster beast, its skin is impenetrable, and it has powerful toad venom. Once its poison is released, all plants and trees will wither. I'm afraid our chances of killing it are less than 50%. Why don't we return to the Dao sect this time? Ho Qing was furious and shouted in a low voice, you can't. We've already spent a lot of money on this trip. We've been carefully selected from the executive disciples in the Talisman Hall, and we've finally obtained this mission with the lowest difficulty and generous rewards. We originally thought that we could succeed in one fell swoop by sacrificing an unknown disciple. Who would have thought that we'd lose a disciple before we even saw the demonic toad? Damn it, if we include that brat, the Dao sect will think that we have lost 2 people. No matter what, they will judge that we have failed. Not to mention rewards, there will even be punishment. Moreover, our evaluation in the hearts of the elders will be extremely low. It will be difficult for us to develop in the future. Lu San was also silent, knowing that Ho Qing was telling the truth. He also didn't want to go back like this. Even if they returned and pushed the responsibility of Zhao Zi's death to Feng Xing, it would still be difficult to obtain the Dao sect. The 2 were silent for a long time. After a long time, Ho Qing suddenly asked, can we still catch that little brat? Lu San shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, I can't track him. I didn't expect that little brat to be so ruthless, throwing his clothes into the hornet's nest to frame us. He only has this set of clothes. Does he want to run around naked in this forest? I was able to track him just now because of the smell of black mud on his Daoist robe. Now that he has thrown away his Daoist robe, I can't sense any clues. Ho Qing pondered for a long time, suddenly stood up with his sword, slowly walking towards Qian Tong. Lu San was greatly startled, saying in a low voice, Senior brother Ho, what do you want to do? Ho Qing sneered, lightly saying, Qian Tong is a 3rd-grade talent, has no power, no background, and has a violent temper, often quarreling with others. For the sake of the Dao sect's resources, he has robbed many people. He doesn't have many friends in the Dao sect, but he has many enemies. If he dies, although the trouble will be greater than that little brat, it won't cause too much trouble. Saying this, he coldly glanced at Lu San, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Lu San was stunned, looking at Ho Qing as if he had just met him, eyes full of panic. Ho Qing also coldly looked at him, the long sword in his hand lightly humming, a clear light flickering. After a long time, Lu San suddenly let out a long sigh, saying, I can't bear to see this kind of thing, go to the side to relieve yourself. Saying this, he lightly waved his hand, slowly walking towards the back of the forest. At this time, the seemingly sleeping Qian Tong suddenly roared, turning over, and at some point, forming a spell. A small flying sword whizzed over and swiftly slashed at Ho Qing. Ho Qing, you actually want to use me as bait? He roared hoarsely. I knew you were awake. Ho Qing shouted, suddenly stretching out his left palm, his 5 fingers pressing against the air. Qian Tong's flying sword that was stabbing towards him was actually stopped by an invisible spiritual force in his palm, suddenly stagnating in the air, unable to move forward. Ho Qing clenched his fist, crushing the spiritual force Qian Tong had attached to the flying sword, leaving the flying sword in his hand. At this time, Feng Xing didn't know that in order to save time, Ho Qing had given up on using him as bait and instead decided to capture Qian Tong. After hearing the screams of the hornets nearby, Yang Kai waited for half an hour or so before quietly sneaking back to investigate, only to find that the beehive had fallen to the ground and there were many hornet corpses scattered around, as well as traces of people quickly leaving. Knowing that his plan had succeeded, Yang Kai was quite proud, but he was also unwilling to let Ho Qing and the others go, so he followed the traces they left behind. This wasn't difficult to find. Ho Qing and the others had left in a hurry, destroying a large number of vines and branches, leaving a clear escape route. Moreover, at regular intervals, hornet corpses could be seen, allowing Yang Kai to determine the correct direction. After another half an hour, Yang Kai finally found the place where Ho Qing and the others had rested. After waiting for a while and confirming that there was no one there, Yang Kai went over and saw some empty bottles of Dao sect detoxification powder on the ground, as well as some bloodstains. Fangxing frowned, thinking that it was normal for there to be detoxification powder here, but how could a hornet sting cause blood? After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up, thinking, could it be that they were fighting amongst themselves? He faintly felt that with Ho Qing's temperament, it wouldn't be strange for him to act against his own people. He resolutely decided to follow them and take a look. If it really was Ho Qing and the others who intended to kill the withered python toad, then he would follow them and see if there was a chance to take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to kill them all in one fell swoop and reap the benefits. With a good plan in mind, Fangxing carefully walked along the road. At this time it was already late at night in the depths of the forest. A bright moon hung high in the sky, shining brightly like silver. However, in the Demon Miasma Mountain, there were towering trees everywhere, blocking the moonlight, making the surroundings dark. In any case, Fangxing had already reached the peak of the second layer of spirit formation. His eyesight had improved by a lot, and with the help of the Yin-Yang Fiend God's Mirror, he was able to detect some dangerous existences. Some of the things that the Yin-Yang Fiend God's Mirror couldn't detect, even ordinary snakes and insects couldn't do anything to him. After following for a while, he saw that the road turned into the depths of the mountain. Obviously, they were still planning to kill the demon toad. Fangxing stopped and thought for a while. He remembered that Ho Qing was sinister and ruthless, and that he was not a kind person. If he chased after him like this, he was afraid that he would fall into Ho Qing's trap. Thus, he was even more careful as he walked. He looked around, searching for a suitable place to set up a trap, just in case. Along the way, he used branches as bows and vines as strings. He also set up a few traps, but after thinking for a while, Fangxing felt that these traps were too weak. They might not even be able to harm him, not to mention Ho Qing, whose cultivation and martial skills were higher than his. Thus, he continued to search. Soon, he heard a whistling sound in front of him. At the same time, he felt a sense of alertness in his heart. He tiptoed over to take a look, and his heart immediately bloomed with joy. Under an ancient tree that was as thick as 3 people hugging together, there was actually a huge demon python as thick as a human's waist. It was actually a rank 2 demon beast. At this moment, it seemed to have eaten its fill. In the middle of the python's body, there was a huge bump. Who knows what kind of prey was inside? Fangxing was secretly happy, but he did not disturb it. He slowly retreated to the side. The python was snoring loudly and did not notice him. Actually, even if it was, Fangxing was not afraid. This python looked scary, but it was actually quite docile. Demonic and demonic aura were different. Wild beasts that emitted demonic aura would generally maintain their nature, just that they were stronger. But if it was a demonic beast, then it would have a demonic nature. Even if it was a very docile beast or human, after being corroded by demonic aura, it would become very fierce and even lose its mind. These two differences were also the difference between devil chi and demonic chi. After seeing this demon python, Fangxing squatted beside it and thought for a while. Then, he quietly set up a trap and continued to move forward. After slowly walking for about half an hour, he finally saw Ho Qing and Lu San at the foot of a cliff outside the forest. They had lit a fire and were sitting cross-legged next to it, talking to each other. Next to them was a man lying on the ground. Looking at his clothes, it was Qian Tong. He was tied up like an enemy and his body was covered in blood, but he would twitch from time to time, clearly still alive. Wonderful, these bastards have indeed deceived each other, Fangxing was overjoyed. He looked around, trying to find a good place to get closer and listen to their conversation. When he was less than 300 feet away, Fangxing suddenly heard the sound of a bowstring being pulled. He was startled. Swoosh swoosh, 2 bamboo arrows flew towards him at lightning speed. In the darkness, it was almost impossible to distinguish them. Fuck, I've set up traps along the way, but I've actually fallen into their trap, Fangxing was furious. His body suddenly curled into a ball and flipped backwards. At the same time, he swung his saber to deflect the 2 bamboo arrows. With his current cultivation level, the bamboo arrow naturally could not harm him. However, Fangxing also understood in his heart that this trap was not set up to harm people. It was only used as a warning. If he stepped into the trap, it would definitely alert Ho Qing and Lu San. Therefore, after he blocked the bamboo arrow, he immediately broke into a run. His body was like a ghost shadow as he scuttled into the forest. He did not even have the time to look back. Just before Fangxing was ambushed, Ho Qing and Lu San were also talking. The person they were talking about was Fangxing. Lu San said, "Senior Ho, do you really think that brat will chase after us again?" Ho Qing lightly said, "I thought about it for a long time. After this brat escaped from the river, he actually didn't forget to use the Taoist robe to set up an ambush. It was obvious that he had already thought about it. Since you are an expert in tracking techniques, you will definitely use tracking techniques to find him. This kind of thinking and experience doesn't seem like something a normal child would have." "We also can't think of him as a normal child." Lu San was silent. That was indeed the case. A normal child would only think about running for their lives when they got the chance. How could their thinking be so meticulous? Similarly, if a normal child got the chance, they would probably try their best to stay away from all of them. However, this brat was extremely daring. He might really follow them to see if there was a chance to take advantage of the situation. If he really comes, then that would be great. I've already arranged traps all around us. Although they are only some simple traps that won't hurt people with cultivation, they can serve as a warning. As long as he comes within 300 feet of us, we will be able to sense him. With that brat's cultivation, if he wants to escape from us at such a close distance, that's just a dream." Lu San nodded and said. He looked at Qian Tong and then hesitantly looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing seemed to understand what he was thinking and gently nodded, saying, "One bait is enough. If we can capture that brat, senior brother Qian naturally won't be needed. When the time comes, I, Ho Qing, will prepare a generous gift to apologize to him." Lu San sighed and said, that's good, that's good." Before he had finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of a bowstring being pulled out from the west side of the forest, and a strong wind swept past, as if someone was escaping at lightning speed. Lu San was startled, and shouted, "It's that kid." As soon as he said the word "it's him," Ho Qing had already pulled out his sword and leapt into the air. By the time he finished speaking, Ho Qing had already turned into a blue shadow and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only flickering flames. So fast, Lu San was stunned for a moment, somewhat amazed at Ho Qing's cultivation. Sighing, he also followed. As Fangxing ran through the forest, he secretly cursed himself for being a stupid pig. It seemed that things had been going too smoothly for him during this period of time, so much so that he didn't even know how to be careful. He had long since determined that Ho Qing was a formidable opponent, but he had still missed a step and fallen into a trap. Behind him, a silver light flashed. Unexpectedly, it was Ho Qing. In order to quickly catch up, he had actually stepped onto a flying sword and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. "Heavens, this time I'm going to lose my little life," Fangxing cried out as he madly ran even faster, taking advantage of his short stature to flee through the forest. Ho Qing flew on his flying sword, but after flying for 100 feet, he jumped down and waved his hand to put away his flying sword, chasing after Lu San on foot. However, at this time, the distance between him and Fangxing was only about 100 feet. Looking at the back of the little figure running in panic, Ho Qing's eyes flashed coldly and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. This little brat had indeed caused him a lot of trouble, but in the end, he couldn't escape from the palm of his hand. "There's no other way, I'll run towards the first trap." Fangxing gritted his teeth and sped towards the first trap. When he arrived at a place piled with withered leaves, Fangxing's feet felt light, and he ran over the withered leaves. In the next breath, Ho Qing arrived there and stretched out his foot. Suddenly, he felt that the place where his foot landed was a little light, so he hurriedly gathered his spiritual qi and forcefully increased his height by 2 feet, leaping over the trap. Fangxing groaned inwardly. That trap had originally been specially designed by him. He had made use of a hole dug out by an unknown object and covered it with some withered leaves. His body was small and light, so he could naturally run over it. However, if Ho Qing stepped on it, he would definitely fall into it. Who knew that Ho Qing would be so powerful, forcefully increasing his height in a single breath and avoiding the trap? "Humph, it's best if you don't use such petty tricks in front of me." Ho Qing sneered and once again increased his speed. Seeing that the distance between him and Fangxing had shortened to 5 or 6 feet, Ho Qing laughed coldly. Haha, this young master has many tricks up his sleeves, and I still have an ultimate trap. Fangxing shouted as he madly ran. In any case, he couldn't afford to be at a disadvantage, so he had to maintain his imposing manner. However, what he said was the truth. He indeed had a trap, and it was the biggest trap he had laid along the way. Ga, there were a few sounds, and suddenly, 2 bamboo arrows shot out from the nearby bushes. One of them was aimed at Ho Qing, who was chasing behind him. Ho Qing sneered and lightly flicked his finger. He didn't even use any spiritual qi to deflect the bamboo arrow. Even Fangxing wouldn't be hurt by this kind of small trap, so how could Ho Qing fall for it? You dare to show off such insignificant tricks? Eh? Ho Qing sneered incessantly, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a whistling sound of wind in his ears, a swirling stench of blood rushed towards his face. From the side, a demon python as thick as a water bucket pounced out, its head sent him flying several zhongs away, its huge body whirling at lightning speed, coiling towards him. Ho Qing was caught off guard, was actually wrapped in the middle of this demon python's body, and was continuously tightening. Ho Qing finally understood what Fangxing's ultimate trap meant. There were 2 bamboo arrows on this kid's trap. One of them was shot at him, and it was simply a trick to distract the enemy. The other bamboo arrow was aimed at a demon python that was snoring after eating. This demon python's temperament was not much different from ordinary demon pythons. After eating, it would be very docile and not hostile. But when it was asleep, once it was startled, it would immediately subconsciously attack its prey that posed a threat to it. The bamboo arrow hit the demon python's body, and the demon python was immediately startled and knocked Ho Qing away with its head. Haha, I'll finally let you drink this young master's foot-washing water. Fangxing stopped, hopping and laughing loudly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he let out a shout before continuing to flee. But as it turned out, Fangxing hadn't been complacent for long when he saw Lu San silently chasing after him. Although his speed wasn't as fast as Ho Qing's, it wasn't much slower. Seeing Ho Qing being coiled up by the python, he was slightly startled. Ho Qing immediately called out, "Don't worry about me, it's only a rank 2 demonic beast. After I kill this python, it will follow. You go chase after this kid, you must not let him escape, damn." Fangxing was speechless and ran even more energetically. However, he also knew that this demon python was only a rank 2 monster. Compared to Ho Qing, who was at the peak of rank 3 spirit return, it was indeed nothing. However, with Lu San chasing after him, Fangxing was slightly more relaxed. Lu San was only at the beginning of the 3rd spirit formation layer, his cultivation was only slightly higher than Fangxing's. Most importantly, Lu San was not proficient in movement techniques. Furthermore, there were vines and strange trees blocking his way, so his speed was greatly affected. On the other hand, Fangxing relied on his small stature to dodge left and right, escaping extremely quickly. Lu San saw that the distance between him and Fangxing was gradually increasing, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. This kid's speed is much faster than I imagined, but this time, I cannot let him escape, Lu San secretly thought and took out a jade talisman from his bosom. Every outer disciple had at least one magic tool, and this was Lu San's magic tool. It was incomparably mysterious and was rarely shown to others. While running, he poured his spiritual energy into it, and the jade talisman gradually lit up. Alright, as long as I can get rid of this guy, I can escape. Fangxing saw a thistle forest in front of him, and his heart gave birth to a glimmer of hope of escaping. However, it was also at this moment that Lu San suddenly let out a low roar. His figure, which was in the midst of swiftly chasing, actually disappeared in an instant. Then, his figure flashed, directly appearing 20 to 30 feet behind Fangxing. After appearing, his figure once again swept up, like a giant eagle pouncing forward 30 to 40 feet, directly pressing Fangxing onto the ground. Then, with a twist of one of his arms, he twisted Fangxing's small arm behind his back and lifted it up. "Junior Fang, you can't escape," Lu San shouted in a deep voice, his mouth panting heavily. At this moment, his right hand was holding onto Fangxing's arm, and his left hand was holding a jade talisman. The light on the jade talisman was dimming. His arms were also trembling slightly, and his mouth was panting heavily. This was a sign that his spiritual power was almost exhausted. How did he suddenly close the distance between us by about 10 feet? Just now, when his arm was locked behind his back, he was shocked and flustered. Lu San was also somewhat glad. If it wasn't for his unique magic tool, he might have really let this brat slip away. No one knew that Lu San had a special magic tool in his possession. It was given to him by the elder of the Blue Cloud sect whom he had saved back then. This magic tool was a jade talisman. It had a name, Shrinking Talisman. After injecting spiritual energy into it and using this talisman, one could instantly jump a distance of around 10 feet. However, using this talisman consumed a lot of spiritual energy and had a time limit. Using this talisman, he was able to get close to Feng Xing and catch him by surprise. Although his spiritual power was almost exhausted, he had at least caught this brat. All that was left was to wait for Ho Qing to kill the demon python and catch him. After thinking about this, Lu San let out a long whistle. First, it was to tell Ho Qing his position through the whistle. Second, it was to show that he had his opponent under control. "Senior Lu San, do you really want to use me as bait?" At this time, Feng Xing had already strangely calmed down. His arm was twisted and he couldn't turn around, so he could only say this with his back facing Lu San. Lu San seemed to be a little apologetic, but it was only for a moment. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, if I don't take you down, Senior Ho will use Qian Tong as bait. Although Qian Tong has a fiery temper, he once helped me." Feng Xing laughed and said, "So you want to kill me? What about before coming to this broken mountain? Why did you force me to come here?" Lu San was silent. After a long while, he suddenly said, "This is how Taoism is, saying this is useless." Feng Xing shook his small head and suddenly said, "It's useful." Lu San was slightly startled and said, "What's the use?" Feng Xing took a deep breath and suddenly turned his body. His left arm had originally been firmly gripped by Lu San. This was a type of grappling technique in the Jianghu. It was also a technique that Lu San often used when he was a constable. Once a criminal was gripped, it was like a snake being gripped by 7 inches, unable to move at all. But at this moment, Feng Xing actually refreshed his understanding of him. With his left arm firmly gripped, he forcibly turned around. Pa! As Feng Xing forcibly turned around, his left arm was immediately twisted off, making a teeth-numbing sound. Lu San was stunned for a moment. He stared blankly at Feng Xing's small arm that he was holding in his hand. At this time, this arm was twisted into a fried dough twist. It felt very strange to hold it in his hand. Twisting his own arm, how ruthless was this? Even the great bandits that he had captured in the past didn't have such ruthless thoughts, right? While Lu San was still in shock, Feng Xing was already facing him. His pale face had a slight smile, and a knife appeared in his right hand out of nowhere. Like a poisonous snake, it smoothly pierced into Lu San's lower abdomen. The distance between him and Lu San was too close. In addition, Lu San was stunned by the ruthlessness of twisting his left arm and turning around. He was actually completely unguarded against this short knife. Pooh, the knife went all the way to the hilt. Lu San was abnormally shocked. He lowered his head to look at his wound. His face had a complicated expression. Shock, surprise, and pain. And Feng Xing didn't stop. After the knife attack, he raised the knife again and fiercely pierced into his chest. Lu San, whose spiritual power was exhausted, couldn't make an effective counterattack in this unexpected situation. Feng Xing suddenly jumped and kicked Lu San to the ground. When he jumped, his left arm was like a marionette in the air. It was very strange. "Senior Lu San, I'm sorry. That time by the fire, you guessed that I wasn't asleep and deliberately told me about the treatment I would receive, to remind me to quickly escape." Feng Xing came to Lu San's ear. Looking at Lu San's frightened eyes, he softly said, "There was really a moment where I thought you were a good person. I was prepared to kill all of you and leave you alone." Lu San's throat moved slightly. His mouth slightly opened as if he wanted to say something. "I don't know why you changed your mind and wholeheartedly came to deal with me. Of course, this isn't important." Feng Xing didn't intend to listen to what Lu San wanted to say. With a backhand slash, he directly cut open Lu San's neck. Fresh blood splattered like a fountain. A trace of helplessness and despair appeared on Lu San's face. He was a spirit formation third-layer cultivator, but in front of Feng Xing, he didn't even have the slightest chance to retaliate. Is this a child? Lu San despaired and thought that Tang Tian was more ruthless and cunning than any of the great bandits he had met before, but along the way, he had always treated Tang Tian as a child. For a person who used to be a constable, this was really the biggest failure of his life. Feng Xing no longer paid attention to him. Picking up the jade talisman beside his hand, he held onto his swaying left arm and gritted his teeth as he continued to escape into the forest. He didn't have the time to be entangled anymore. He had to hurry and escape. Boom! In just a few breaths of time, Ho Qing rushed over and saw Lu San on the ground. His body was covered in blood. The sword in his hand was also covered in blood. He clearly wasn't injured. It was obviously the blood of the demon python. Seeing this scene, Ho Qing's pupils suddenly shrank as if he was pierced by Lu San's wide-open eyes. But very quickly, his face returned to indifference. Lifting his foot over Lu San's body, he coldly spat out 2 words, "Trash." With a sweep of his eyes, he saw the direction Feng Xing escaped to. The branch that was knocked crooked had yet to return to its original state, leaving a clear mark. The sword in Ho Qing's hand trembled, shaking off the python blood on the edge of the sword, then he chased after Tang Tian. This time, he didn't chase for too long. Suddenly, he felt a sharp wind blowing in front of him. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword. He didn't even summon his flying sword. The Qingfeng sword in his hand turned into a ball of snow light. Ding 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 sounds could be heard. At least a few dozen silver needles were sent flying by the Qingfeng sword. After that, another silver light shot over like lightning. Ho Qing sneered and pressed his 5 fingers together. Spiritual energy formed an invisible barrier. The silver light was blocked by the spiritual energy barrier and slowly lost the power to continue flying forward. Then, it fell to the ground with a clang. Ho Qing smiled and walked forward slowly. He said softly, "This is the flying sword I gave you. Do you want to use it to kill me?" In front of him, there was a huge banyan tree. It was so big that even 2 adults wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. Feng Xing's small body was leaning on the tree, looking at him with a smile. His hands were empty. In his right hand was a small metal tube. His left hand hung weakly by his side. It seemed like he was at his wit's end. He had resigned himself to his fate. Ho Qing sized up Feng Xing's appearance and said indifferently, "I admit that you are much more difficult to deal with than I imagined. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have taken the trouble to capture you back at the mountain gate. It's better to queue up a little longer than to meet an opponent like you out of nowhere. When Lu Feng recommended you to me as bait, I would have knocked all his teeth out with a slap." As he spoke, he opened his 5 fingers. The flying sword flew out from his waist pouch and floated lightly in the air. "But now that things have come to this, I'd better kill you quickly. To be honest, I'm afraid of what you'll look like when you grow up." The killing intent in Ho Qing's eyes condensed. The flying sword moved like a spirit snake, as if it would slash at the defenseless Feng Xing at any moment. Feng Xing suddenly laughed. He put his right hand behind his head and changed into a more comfortable position. "You're going to kill me just like that?" He smiled. "I remember you once said that you'd let me know how the word tragic is written." Ho Qing was stunned. His expression gradually changed and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The flying sword flew into his waist pouch. He then picked up the azure-tipped sword. "You're right," he walked forward slowly. At this moment, Feng Xing also tightly gripped the grotto heaven ring in his hair. Ho Qing originally planned to use Feng Xing as bait, but with Lu San's death, this bait no longer had any meaning. Even if there was bait, he wouldn't be reckless enough to fight the python-withered toad alone. After all, it was a rank 4 monster, equivalent to a 4th-layer spirit formation cultivator. In his previous plan, he planned to use Feng Xing as bait to lure the python-withered toad into a trap. Then, he would join forces with Lu San and Qian Tong, 2 3rd-layer spirit formation experts, and Zhao Ji, a 2nd-layer spirit formation expert to kill it. But now that Lu San and Zhao Ji were dead and Qian Tong was poisoned, he only had 30% of his strength left. How could he kill him? Therefore, to Ho Qing, the current Feng Xing was already useless, so he planned to kill him directly. But Feng Xing's words ignited his anger. so he decided to torture Feng Xing first before sending him on his way. Although he was furious, he didn't let down his guard. Raising his azure-edged sword, he pressed forward step by step. On the surface, Feng Xing was grinning. His right hand was already holding on to the heavenly cave ring on his ponytail. Whether they could escape or not, it all depended on this attack. As the footsteps got closer, killing intent rose and the temperature became cold. Unexpectedly, just as the two of them were about to slash out their own attacks, suddenly, from the forest at the edge of the imperial capital, a deafening gua suddenly sounded out. The sound was like the mooing of a cow, resounding through the heavens, shaking the entire forest to the point of rustling. Following the sound, a shadow the size of a small mountain jumped high into the sky from the northwest direction, blocking the moonlight and casting a terrifying shadow on the demon miasma mountain. After a breath, the shadow fell down like a meteor. The direction it fell towards was exactly where Ho Qing and Feng Xing were. Bang! A strong wind swept across, destroying the trees. Feng Xing and Ho Qing couldn't stand steadily. Circulating their spiritual energy to protect themselves, they stared blankly at their left. A 30-meter-tall toad was squatting on the ground, staring at them with its blood-red eyes. Python-withered toad, a fourth-order demonic beast. It is a hybrid between a demonic python and a withered toad. It breathes poisonous mist and wears python armor. Only divine weapons can harm it. A series of information emerged in Feng Xing's mind, causing him to open his mouth wide in shock. It turned out to be the only fourth-order demonic beast in the outskirts of the demon miasma mountain, the target of Ho Qing and the others. Who would have thought that this old man would actually take the initiative to deliver himself at this time? It's Lu San. Ho Qing's eyes also turned cold. He quickly figured out this point. Damn it, the night was the time when the python-withered toad went out to hunt, but at this time, Feng Xing had killed Lu San and stabbed him many times. A large amount of blood and spiritual energy mixed together and spread out, making Lu San's corpse to the python-withered toad like a fragrant piece of red braised meat, following the smell. But he didn't expect that this monster would come so quickly. Just as he was about to kill this brat, being deterred by the ferocious aura of the fourth-order demonic beast, even with Ho Qing's peak third-layer spirit formation cultivation, he didn't dare to move. Feng Xing was even more dumbfounded, his body stiffly leaning against the tree, not daring to move. Facing such a powerful monster, no one dared to move, man. At this time, a wicked idea suddenly flashed through Feng Xing's little head. His expression suddenly became very scary. His little mouth was pouting, as if he was about to cry. He actually mustered his courage and carefully called out to Ho Qing, "Ho, senior brother Ho, little brother begs you, take me, and escape together." His voice was as soft as a mosquito and didn't startle the python-withered toad. It seemed like he was extremely afraid. Ho Qing was startled. Noticing Feng Xing's expression, it really looked like the reaction of a child who was extremely afraid. He quickly understood and a burst of joy rose in his heart. This guy is still a child after all. Although he's usually bold and ruthless, once he thought of becoming the food of this python-withered toad, he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. Children are afraid of monsters, this is also normal. At this time, Ho Qing suddenly noticed that Feng Xing actually risked being targeted by the python-withered toad and used all his strength to wipe the bloodstains on his body. As he wiped, he looked at the python-withered toad in horror, as if he was praying that he wouldn't be targeted by it. Bloodstains, Ho Qing was taken aback. He secretly cursed himself for not reacting as fast as this little rascal. This python-withered toad was obviously attracted by the smell of Lu San's blood. In other words, between the two people, whoever had a stronger smell of blood on their body would be the easier target. This little rascal thought of this a bit faster than him and began to wipe the blood on his face. There was more blood on his body. It was all stained when he killed the demon python. But this blood was all on his clothes. How could he wipe it? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Ho Qing's eyes as he secretly said, "Little rascal, today I'll let you know how the word tragic is written." After saying that, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his waist pouch. He then glanced at Feng Xing and flicked his finger. Whoosh, the porcelain bottle went straight for Feng Xing's head, immediately attracting the attention of the python-withered toad. Feng Xing was taken aback when he saw this. He hastily moved his head to avoid the porcelain's attack. Bang! The porcelain bottle hit the tree trunk behind him and immediately exploded. A strong smell of blood came out. The tree trunk was covered with blood and it even splashed on Fangxing's body. It turned out to be a blood qi pill, which was used to feed the dragon horses. Whenever the dragon horses were in a hurry and needed nourishment, they needed to be fed this pill. This pill was refined from the flesh and blood of low-level demon beasts. It contained a large amount of blood and qi. Moreover, it was mixed with some smelly elixirs. It was the favorite of demon beasts. And its shape, to put it bluntly, looked like a pissing meatball. The python-withered toad seemed to be attracted. Its two lantern-sized eyes rolled and stared at Fangxing. At this time, Ho Qing smiled slightly and waved his hand at Fangxing. He opened his mouth silently, but it was saying, "Goodbye forever." Then, he turned around, quietly took 2 steps back, and immediately flew away. At this juncture, it was naturally more important to escape. Using the blood qi pill to attract the python-withered toad's attention, the monster toad would definitely devour the little demon first, and he would take advantage of this time to escape. Even if the python-withered toad was not full and would catch up again, he still had 5 dragon horses in his pocket. Later on, he would slaughter them and throw them behind him. Presumably, they could buy him some time. In the blink of an eye, Ho Qing had calculated all the steps of the plan and thought that there was no mistake. However, a scene that he had never expected happened. At the moment when he was fleeing at full speed, the python-withered toad, whose attention seemed to be completely attracted by Fangxing, suddenly turned its eyes over. Then, with a loud gua sound, it opened its mouth and a blood-red, silk-like tongue shot out like an arrow. It was as fast as lightning and as sharp as a knife, and its target was impressively Ho Qing. Ho Qing was greatly alarmed. He hastily rolled his body and drew a beautiful arc in the air, narrowly dodging the attack. Even Fangxing could not help but exclaim in admiration. This guy's movement technique was simply too authentic. It was very certain that even if Ho Qing's cultivation of spirit formation 3rd layer was not mentioned, he would definitely be an expert in Jianghu. Whether it was that sword skill or that movement technique, it was enough to make a name for himself in the world of mortals. However, no matter how handsome his movement technique was, it could not be faster than the python-withered toad's tongue. This rank 4 monster looked like a small mountain, but its tongue was like a snake or an arrow, abnormally flexible. After the first attack missed, before Ho Qing's body landed on the ground, the second attack had already shot out. After all, Ho Qing had never learned the sweeping qi technique. His body was unable to change direction in the air, so he had no choice but to slash out with his sword. Qi, this sword slashed on the tip of the python-withered toad's tongue, but unexpectedly, it was soft and powerless. Using all his strength, the sword only left a shallow wound on the tongue, but it had also angered the python-withered toad. With a roar, its hostility was fully unleashed. With a stomp of its hind legs, it actually directly charged towards Ho Qing. At the same time, its fat front leg, which was as thick as a millstone, swept across the air and slapped towards Ho Qing. What the hell did this little bastard do? Why did the python-withered toad attack me? Ho Qing, who was being stared at by the python-withered toad, was full of fear. He did not understand. His calculations were flawless, but in the end, why did he fall into that brat's trap? Damn it, that brat obviously did not do anything. No matter what, Ho Qing could not think of what Fangxing did to land himself in such a predicament. At this time, Fangxing was smiling proudly. While enduring the pain to correct his broken left arm, he watched Ho Qing and the python-withered toad fight to the death. This kind of feeling was a mixture of joy and pain. It was really refreshing. The suppression of knowledge. Probably Ho Qing would never have thought that Fangxing did not do anything. The only thing he did was to hint him to escape. When the yin-yang fiend god saw the python-withered toad for the first time, it had already mentioned its many characteristics. Among them, the one that caught Fangxing's attention at first glance was, having not shed its beast form, it sees movement without movement. Simply put, for a demon beast like the python-withered toad, unless it had cultivated to a place where it could transform into a human form, it would have a flaw in its eyesight. It could not see things that were still, but could see things that were moving very clearly. Because of this, when it was attracted by the smell of Lu San's blood and qi, it was able to see Ho Qing and Fangxing in midair. But after it landed, Fang Xing and Ho Qing did not dare to act rashly, so it could not see the two of them. If not for this, how could there be time for Fang Xing to feign fear, wipe away the bloodstains, and Ho Qing to frame him? Originally, Ho Qing's blood mortal bead had indeed attracted the python withered toad's attention, and the thick smell of blood and qi had also given the python withered toad a sense of direction. But what Ho Qing did next was an enormous mistake. It was also the mistake that Fang Xing had always hoped he would make, and that was to use extreme speed to escape. Once he moved, it was over. The python withered toad's target immediately turned towards him. Whoosh, Ho Qing's figure was like lightning. In a split second, he dodged the python withered toad's tongue. The tongue suddenly hit the tree behind him. The thick tree was actually pierced by the tongue in an instant. Ho Qing fiercely retracted the tongue back into his mouth, but the tree was also directly broken, sweeping up a gust of wind. Broken branches and withered leaves flew all over the sky. At this time, Ho Qing had already flown up. Using the broken tree as a stepping stone, he actually jumped onto the back of the demon toad. Whoosh, the sword was like lightning. Ho Qing's expression was tense as he stabbed downwards. However, there was only a clang sound as the sword fell. Sparks flew everywhere. This azure-tipped sword that had been tempered 1,000 times and had accompanied him in wandering the Jianghu for a long time, even after entering the Taoist sect, was unexpectedly broken into 2 pieces. Before he had the time to show any expression of heartache, he saw the withered toad's huge body suddenly tremble. The densely packed fist-sized poisonous sores on its body unexpectedly burst out in patches of venom. At this moment, Ho Qing quickly jumped up, but the corner of his robe was still slightly stained. Immediately, he saw the corner of his robe sizzling with smoke. The fine silk material actually became riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. The venom sprayed out in all directions, and wherever it landed, the plants withered and the rocks melted, and it actually transformed an area of 30 meters into a sea of venom. Even Fang Xing was almost affected, and he hastily leaped up and dodged behind a tree. Only then was he able to avoid this calamity. A wave of fishy odor entered his nose, and it turned out that the tree he was leaning on earlier had already been melted by the venom of the python shriveled toad, and over a foot of tree bark had already been melted away by the venom. Ho Qing's body was in the air. Seeing that no matter where he landed, he would step on the venom, he hurriedly let out a clear whistle. His left foot stepped on his right foot, and his figure rose several feet in the air. Then, he took out a silver flying sword and stepped on it. His other hand swung, and he took out a vermilion flying sword. It turned into a fiery light and shot towards the withered toad's body. In an instant, it cut open a wound on the back of the withered toad. After all, the flying sword can still cause damage to it. Ho Qing was slightly relieved, but he did not dare to be careless. Such a small wound was not enough to harm the withered toad. She hurriedly turned her head and just happened to see Fang Xing. This guy actually didn't run away and was sticking his head out to observe the battle. That gloating expression on his face was simply infuriating. Ho Qing was so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth into pieces. She had the intention to go over and behead him with a sword, but under the series of attacks of the python withered toad, even preserving her life was difficult, so she couldn't divert even the slightest bit of attention. This won't do. I must escape. Otherwise, I'll definitely die under this withered toad. Ho Qing was shocked. He was a calm person and knew that this was not the time to be angry. The withered python is a rank 4 monster with tyrannical strength. It's not something a 3rd layer spirit formation cultivator can kill. Now that he was walking on the flying sword, he could only support it for a moment. When his spiritual force was exhausted, even if he didn't fall into the poisonous sea, he would still be rolled into the stomach of the withered python. Thinking of this, he immediately launched an even stronger attack. Spiritual force poured into the scarlet flying sword and pierced the withered python's body. Although it couldn't cause a fatal injury, it was enough to make the withered python go berserk and roar again and again. Ho Qing's goal was precisely this. During the attack, he looked around and had already chosen a path of survival for himself. But at this moment, the withered python suddenly croaked, opened its mouth, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas. This poisonous gas was light green in color. Like a flying sword, it suddenly pierced towards Ho Qing. Ho Qing was taken aback. Controlling the flying sword, he instantly fled to the side, narrowly avoiding the poisonous arrow. But after the withered python spat out the poisonous gas, it unexpectedly didn't stop for a long time until its body deflated. Ho Qing was astonished when he saw this. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Not good, Ho Qing cried out involuntarily and instantly abandoned the scarlet flying sword to escape. At this moment, the withered python spat out a mouthful of gas and suddenly opened its mouth to suck again. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and a huge suction force was produced from the demon toad's seemingly bottomless mouth. The broken wood and rock fragments within a radius of 10 feet were instantly sucked in by this one breath. Inside its mouth, its nimble tongue continuously lashed out, and all the broken wood and rock fragments were sent flying away. It was actually selective in its absorption, and its target was Ho Qing, who was flying in the air. Whoosh! At this moment, Ho Qing had already flown 3 or 4 feet away, but he was also pulled back by this huge suction force. In his shock, he casually flung out a thin crimson iron chain. It turned out to be a magic tool as well. He swung it at the thickest tree in front of him, and it immediately tightened, forcibly pulling his body that was already flying in the air. Crack! That iron chain was a good magic tool, but under this super strong suction force, it was pulled to the point of almost breaking. Big Brother Toad, we're on the same side, but it was also at this moment that a sudden scream was heard. It turned out that Fang Xing, who was waiting to reap the benefits, was caught off guard by this sudden suction force. His small body immediately flew up, but fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. While he was trying to get close to the demon toad, he stabbed the tree next to him with his dagger and barely managed to stabilize his body. But his body was small, so naturally he was lighter. His cultivation was also a bit weaker than Ho Qing's, so at this moment, he could only barely maintain his power. Haha, I'll let you die in front of me, you little devil. Ho Qing laughed nastily, thinking that it would be difficult for him to escape death. Suddenly, he opened his 5 fingers and actually summoned his flying sword. A stream of light flew through the wind and fiercely slashed at Fang Xing, actually wanting to kill Fang Xing before he died. At this moment, Fang Xing was stabbing the tree with his dagger, and it was difficult for him to stabilize his body, so how could he avoid the sword? The sword was about to fall on his body and directly cut him in two. Ho Qing, your grandpa! At this moment, Fang Xing suddenly clenched his teeth, and in the midst of cursing, he raised his hand and pulled out the dagger. At this moment, he was suspended in midair, relying only on this dagger to stabilize his body. Once the dagger was pulled out, his entire body immediately flew towards the dried python toad's mouth. That sword naturally couldn't cut him, but his small body suddenly fell into the demon toad's mouth. Paw! At the same time that he slid into the demon toad's mouth, Fang Xing's back was heavily whipped by the demon toad's tongue, and he almost fainted. But, the more tense the situation, the faster his reaction was. In the current situation, he knew that once he slid into the demon toad's stomach, he would immediately be trapped by the mucus and suffocate to death. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and endured, and without looking at what was in front of him, he fiercely stabbed down with his dagger. Coincidentally, at this time, he had just flown to the demon toad's throat. This dagger stabbed down, but it didn't even reach the hilt, and immediately stopped his downward momentum. Also at this moment, the demon toad felt pain, and its entire body trembled. The gale that sucked the enemy into its stomach naturally stopped, and its 2 front claws weakly clawed at its own chest, but it couldn't reach it, and the pain almost made it go crazy. Ho Qing saw that Fang Xing had been swallowed by the demon toad, and in his heart, he was very happy. What was even more surprising was that after the little demon was swallowed by the demon toad, that terrifying gale actually stopped. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief, and stepping on his flying sword, he wanted to escape from this poisonous sea. But he didn't expect that when he was in midair, the demon toad didn't notice him, and now that he was flying at a fast speed, he immediately fell into the demon toad's line of sight. At this time, the demon toad was feeling a sharp pain in its throat, and couldn't help but go crazy. Suddenly seeing this enemy in front of its eyes, it actually crazily rushed towards him. It was no longer like before when it used its tongue to attack, but rather, it used its whole body to hit him. Ho Qing was in a hurry to escape, but he didn't expect that the demon toad's whole body would hit him, and he didn't have time to dodge, and was immediately sent flying more than 10 zhang. His body had not yet landed, and that demon toad had already pounced over again. Its 4 claws were waving randomly, and the venom on its body was splashing everywhere. It was as if it had gone crazy, and countless huge trees were knocked down by it. In the demon miasma mountain forest, it was as if there was an earthquake. This demon toad went crazy? Ho Ching was hit by the demon toad, and although his chest was stuffy, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, he was alert to this point. He was originally a bold person, and at this moment, he accurately grasped the fleeting opportunity. Now that Zhao Ji was dead, and Qian Tong hated him, he couldn't be left alive. Lu San was also dead, and so was that little devil. It could be said that of the people who came out to do this mission, he was the only one left. If he returned to the Dao sect empty-handed, not only would he not be able to obtain the stone essence powder that he needed to break through, he was afraid that the Dao sect's evaluation of him would drop to the extreme. Even if he could enter the inner sect, he wouldn't be welcomed. Even if he took a step back, and made a great contribution to the Dao sect in the future, this mission's failure would become an eternal stain on his path of cultivation. But if he could bring back the demon toad, it would be a different story. No matter how many people died, as long as he killed the demon toad, the mission would be completed, and he would be successful this time. Wealth comes from danger. If I give up this chance, then I, Ho Ching, will not be Ho Ching. Ho Ching clenched his teeth, took out a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. If Fang Xing saw it, he would recognize this demon pill. It was the demon spirit pill that Ho Ching tried to trick him with. The spiritual energy in this pill couldn't be compared to the main pill, but it could be consumed during battle, and it could replenish one's spiritual energy in a short period of time. Swallowing this pill meant that Ho Ching was going to risk his life. At this moment, Fang Xing naturally didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He only felt that his surroundings were dark and heavy with pressure. Fortunately, although the demon toad's entire body was poisonous, there was no poison in its body. There was only a poison gland in its mouth that could spit out poisonous smoke. Fang Xing's position just happened to be in the demon toad's throat where the poison gland couldn't affect him. In addition, the demon toad had used its ability to suck its prey into its stomach, so it had spat out all of its poisonous smoke. There was very little left. Thus, at this moment, the demon toad could only instinctively move its esophagus, wanting to swallow Fang Xing into its stomach. Fang Xing felt the pressure around him increase, but he also became angry. His right hand was still holding onto the knife in the demon toad's throat. He couldn't let go of it, so he endured the heart-wrenching pain and raised his left hand to his back, holding on to the heavenly abode ring that was used to tie up his hair. 9-serpent golden flame sword, come out. With a painful roar, the 9-serpent golden flame sword was summoned. In an instant, the sword shined with a golden light and twisted around the demon toad's stomach. In the outside world, Ho Ching, who was taking advantage of the demon toad's frenzy to fight it, looked like he was in a terrible state. At this moment, he forcefully replenished his spiritual energy, taking advantage of the demon toad's frenzy to fight it. He only wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take it down. He used all of his skills, flying swords crisscrossing, his body flying. To this demon toad, he was like a venomous bee, constantly piercing his sharp poisonous stinger into the places where the demon toad's defense was low. At this moment, the demon toad seemed to have lost its mind. It only knew how to randomly hit its head and head, completely ignoring some of his attacks. The entire forest was destroyed by it, and strange rocks flew everywhere. However, in this frenzied state, the demon toad still caused a lot of damage to Ho Ching. His shoulder was pierced by the toad's tongue, his left leg was splashed with poison, and his chest was hit by the demon toad without any regard for its life. 3 of his ribs were broken. The most important thing was that he didn't have much spiritual energy left. Of course, the results were also very remarkable. One of the demon toad's eyes was pierced by him, and the part of its abdomen that was not covered by the python scales was almost cut open by him with his flying sword. Its internal organs flowed out, and half of them were dragging on the ground. If the monster toad hadn't gone berserk, Ho Ching wouldn't have had the chance to deal such a heavy blow to it. It was also at this moment that the exhausted Ho Ching suddenly saw the demonic toad desperately jump up. Its 4 limbs straightened and a golden light appeared in its mouth. Ho Ching was immediately shocked. This monster toad is already injured to this extent, but it still has some magical powers left? In his shock, he forcibly gathered a mouthful of spiritual energy and dragged his almost completely crippled left leg to escape. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw the demon toad that had jumped into the air fall heavily to the ground. Its mouth was half open and its body was lying on the ground. It twitched a few times before it stopped moving. Dead? Ho Qing was shocked, but he also felt an indescribable excitement. I actually killed a rank 4 demonic beast withered python toad with my own strength. Even though he had always been a steady person, this amazing battle record made him excited. Fighting with a higher rank and killing a rank 4 ferocious beast, this was an achievement that would make the entire Dao sect exclaim in admiration. Perhaps there were many people in the Dao sect who could kill this monster with a swing of their sword, but there were definitely not many who could do it at the spirit formation 3rd layer. This is really a blessing from the heavens. I, Ho Qing, have entered the inner sect. I will definitely burn incense as a sacrifice to the heavens. Ho Qing stopped and took a few breaths. After praying, he prepared to cut open the demon toad. However, at this moment, the demon toad's already dead body suddenly twitched and its mouth opened a little wider. The fishy smell of internal organs, minced meat, and dirty blood gushed out together with some undigested prey. What attracted Ho Qing's attention the most was that there was actually a child lying inside. It was Fang Xing. He was motionless and breathless, as if he had been dead for a long time. Seeing this, Ho Qing couldn't help but sneer and thought, even if you are as slippery as a ghost, you still became food for the demon toad? He dragged his broken leg and was about to go over to take a look when he suddenly thought of something. Once the little demon was swallowed into the demon toad's stomach, the demon toad suddenly went crazy. Maybe he did something? Ho Qing thought. Although he was extremely unwilling to share the credit of killing the demon toad to others, he still maintained his rationality and carefully analyzed the problem. Although he seems to be dead right now, it's still better to be careful when facing this guy. As he said that, he gathered his remaining spiritual energy and forcefully took out his flying sword and slashed at the moving Fang Xing. Seeing that the flying sword was about to slash at Fang Xing, the clearly dead Fang Xing suddenly flipped over and sat up. He laughed and said, "You're quite smart. Even this can't fool you?" As he spoke, he opened his 5 hands and suddenly a golden flying sword flew out from behind him. The sword seemed to be burning with golden flames and there were also 9 small snakes dancing around it. It looked extremely strange. This flying sword collided with Ho Qing's flying sword and was immediately deflected. Fang Xing took the opportunity to crawl up and escape. However, he had only run 2 or 3 feet when he suddenly exclaimed and turned around. Ho Qing's sword did not kill Fang Xing and was about to use a second sword when he suddenly froze. At this moment, Fang Xing turned around and looked at him with a face full of excitement. Ho Qing also looked at Fang Xing and suddenly thought of a problem. Shua, Ho Qing did not say a word and suddenly turned around to run. Fang Xing laughed and chased after him, shouting, "You actually have no spiritual energy. Serves you right to fall into my hands." It turned out that during this fight, Ho Qing and Fang Xing suddenly discovered a problem at the same time. After the battle with the monster toad, Ho Qing did not have much spiritual energy left. Fang Xing was immediately overjoyed and turned around to chase after him. Ho Qing's expression changed greatly and he turned around to escape without a care for anything else. One chasing and one fleeing, Fang Xing quickly caught up. After all, his left arm was injured while Ho Qing's left leg was injured. Moreover, although Fang Xing was in a dangerous situation, he actually did not fight head-on, so he did not use much spiritual energy. As for Ho Qing, when Fang Xing was causing trouble in the monster toad's stomach, he had been fighting head-on with the monster toad. Not only did he use up a lot of spiritual energy, but he also had a body full of injuries. For cultivators, spiritual energy was power. Without spiritual energy, they were no different from mortals. So, Fang Xing chased after Ho Qing for a few steps. When he was only 3 to 4 feet away from Ho Qing, he suddenly took out the 9-serpent golden flame sword. "Hee, surnamed Ho, thank you for your monster spirit core." Ho Qing was madly running. The only thought in his mind was to escape. No matter what, he would not stop. However, when he heard Fang Xing's words, he was suddenly startled. His face revealed an expression of disbelief. As a thought appeared in his mind, he immediately remembered the strange nine-serpent golden flame sword that Feng Xing took out. Where did he see it before? It's you. An invisible flame of anger burned Ho Xing's rationality. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Could it be that the person who swindled my monster spirit core was you? Ho Qing's eyes were spitting fire. His expression was distorted and his hair almost stood on end. That's right, it's me. That monster spirit core's effect is really good. It allowed me to break through to the peak second layer of spirit formation in one step. Feng Xing stopped and looked at Ho Qing with a sneer. He reached behind his head and took out the Thousand Luo ghost mask. He put the mask on his face and poured his spiritual power into it. His whole body immediately changed. He became taller and bigger. The mask disappeared, and a very ordinary-looking man's face appeared. It was the great thief that Ho Qing had thought about day and night and wanted to cut into pieces. I didn't expect it to be you. It's you who caused me to lose my monster spirit core. I was forced to accept this talisman. It's you again, ruined my mission, killed my companion, ruined my chance to complete the mission. Ho Qing gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart was about to burst out from his mouth. He looked like he was going to devour someone. That's right, it's me. Now I'll add one more, take your life. Feng Xing laughed. Suddenly, his face turned cold. The nine-serpent golden flame sword that was circling around him shone brightly and was about to slash out. Ho Qing was instantly startled, and his mind cleared up. At the moment, escaping was the most important thing. This little demon was afraid that he would escape, so he called out to him. However, it was too late for him to react now. When he stood still, it was already very difficult for him to escape from Feng Xing's pursuit. At the critical moment, he hardened his heart and hurriedly shouted, Feng Xing, you want to kill me just like that? Feng Xing's sword paused for a moment. He suspiciously said, don't tell me we still want to chat? Ho Qing sneered, that's right. Didn't you say you want me to know how to write the word cool? While speaking, he secretly took out a pill and held it between his fingers. This pill was called the Burning Qi pill. After swallowing it, it would burn Ho Qing's cultivation, causing him to drop to rank 2 spirit formation. However, in exchange, he would be filled with spiritual energy for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. He decided to use this opportunity to kill this hateful brat. Just like how Feng Xing tried to stall for time under his sword, he also wanted to stall for time under Feng Xing's sword. When Feng Xing heard this, he indeed chuckled and said, that makes sense. Killing you directly like this is indeed not very satisfying. As he spoke, he slowly walked over with a dirty expression on his face. Ho Qing sneered. When Feng Xing got closer, he would swing his sword and force Feng Xing to defend himself. Then, he would swallow the pill. Currently, his spiritual energy was weak. He could only wait for Feng Xing to get closer. Only then would he be able to increase the lethality of his flying sword and force him to defend himself. However, he didn't expect that Feng Xing, who looked like he was about to step forward, would suddenly smile and form a sword seal after taking just half a step forward. In a split second, the nine-serpent golden flame sword shone brightly and slashed towards Ho Qing. Ho Qing was shocked by Feng Xing's sudden attack and hurriedly summoned his flying sword to defend himself. At the same time, he raised his hand to swallow the pill. However, his spiritual power was insufficient, so the silver flying sword couldn't display its full power. Adding to the fact that the nine-serpent golden flame sword was a mid-grade magic tool, the sword chi intertwined with the silver flying sword and produced strange clanging sounds. Although the main body of the nine-serpent golden flame sword was blocked, the 9 small snakes on the sword immediately flew out. Like 9 golden bolts of lightning, they quickly pierced through Ho Qing's body. Ho Qing let out a blood-curdling scream as 9 terrifying wounds appeared on his body. 3 of the golden snakes, under Feng Xing's deliberate control, slashed at his left arm and right leg. In an instant, both his arms and his right leg flew out of his body. With a miserable howl, Ho Qing fell to the ground with a thud. The pill in his left hand also flew out of his hand and rolled into the grass. My guess was right. A bastard like you, even in this predicament, you still have a backup plan. What is this pill used for? Feng Xing walked over with a sneer and picked up the pill. After looking at it for a moment, he said in shock, "Chi burning pill? Good fellow, even at the risk of losing a level of cultivation, you still want to fight me. Fortunately, I'm not stupid, I'll cripple you first." At this moment, Ho Qing wanted to cry but had no tears. He lay on the ground facing the sky. The only intact left leg was the one that had been splashed by the python-withered toad's venom. He even suspected that the kid had intentionally left his left leg behind. "You're not stupid, I'm stupid. Just now, before the python-withered toad appeared, I should have immediately killed you. Who would have thought that it would be the only chance to kill you?" A wave of despair drowned Ho Qing. Looking at Feng Xing, who was dirty but had a smug smile on his face, Ho Qing suddenly became angry and roared, "Bastard, you dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? You dare kill me? I, Ho Qing, am a peerless genius. I am destined to rise in the cultivation world. You dare kill me, you dare. In this world, there is nothing I don't dare to do." Feng Xing stood up with his dagger and sneered at him. "You. How can you kill me like this? Didn't you want to torture me? Don't you want to make me feel good?" Sensing Feng Xing's murderous intent, the anger in Ho Qing's eyes suddenly turned into fear. "Only a fool would torture you. Big Uncle once said that turning your enemy into a dead man is the smart thing to do." Feng Xing sneered and ruthlessly stabbed the knife into Ho Qing's heart. Ho Qing's eyes suddenly became lifeless. They were filled with deep despair and unwillingness, and even some regret. His lofty sentiments and lofty ambitions vanished just like that. If there was one last thought in Ho Qing's mind, it would have been, "I wouldn't have died if I had waited in line for so long." There's one more. Feng Xing drew his saber and looked at Ho Qing's eyes. His pupils gradually dilated as he thought to himself. Xiantong had been tied up by Ho Qing and thrown down the cliff, so naturally he couldn't let him live. Thinking so, he quickly took out Ho Qing's waist pouch and flying sword, and then simply fixed his left arm before rushing towards the cliff. But when he arrived, he was stunned. Xiantong was already dead. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of monster beast had dug out his internal organs, but his body had already turned cold. Presumably, the smell of blood from his wound had attracted a bloodthirsty monster beast. Since that was the case, there was no need to worry about it. Feng Xing put away Qiantong's magic tool and returned to the monster toad's side. Gritting his teeth, he set the broken bones in his left arm and then used his dagger to cut 2 wooden sticks and firmly tied them together before sitting down to rest. He was also a bit exhausted. From the time he left the Dao sect until now, every step he took could be said to be filled with trepidation. The slightest carelessness could have led to his death. Although he had relied on his ruthlessness and experience in the Jianghu that was beyond his age to turn defeat into victory and avert danger, the psychological pressure he had to bear was also very great. His nerves had been stretched taut, and it was only now that he had slightly eased up. He didn't need to worry about his broken arm. He had learned the bone-setting technique, and with his current cultivation and powerful physique, under the nourishment of his blood qi and spiritual qi, his broken bones wouldn't affect his movements in about 2 or 3 days, and he could recover in about 7 or 8 days. After sitting for a while, he felt his stomach was empty and he was really hungry. He got up and chopped a large oily vine. Cutting it into small pieces, he piled them up and lit a fire. Then, he went to the side of the python-withered toad and used his strength to pry open its skin that was covered in scales and poisonous sores. Cutting off a piece of tender meat, he cut it into several pieces and skewered it on a branch to slowly roast it. Although there was no oil, salt, or cumin, when the fat slowly seeped out, the fragrance still made Feng Xing's appetite rise. Seeing that the outside had been roasted to a golden brown, Feng Xing couldn't help but tear it off and eat it directly with his mouth. It was a little hot, but the meat was tender and incomparably fat. It almost made Feng Xing eat his tongue. After eating a piece, Feng Xing only felt that it was not enough, but he was a little hesitant to eat another piece. The meat of a monster contained a lot of blood qi essence, which was comparable to elixirs. It was easy to eat too much. However, before Feng Xing could make a decision, there was suddenly a strange feeling rising from his lower abdomen. It was a kind of hot feeling, rising from his abdomen and gradually filling up, which seemed a little violent. Feng Xing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and his brows wrinkled. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling he had when he swallowed the essence-transforming grass. When the essence in his body was too abundant, he would feel like this. However, he didn't swallow the essence-transforming grass now. Could it be that the monster toad's meat had an aphrodisiac effect? Feng Xing frowned, sat cross-legged, and refined this abundant blood qi. He was very familiar with this method. After all, he had used this method to refine essence into qi, which was how he embarked on the road of cultivation. However, after refining it, he felt hungry again. Feng Xing hesitated for a moment, and then cut a big piece of monster toad meat to roast. He already had a vague guess. It might not be the monster toad's meat that had an aphrodisiac effect, so he wanted to test it out. After eating this piece of monster toad meat that was twice the size of the previous one, the feeling of exuberant essence appeared again. Even Feng Xing's crotch was erected a little tent. To an 11-year-old child, this was not a normal phenomenon. Feng Xing frowned, and once again refined this excess energy, and then ate an even bigger piece. As he ate this piece of monster toad meat, he carefully felt the changes in his body, and gradually found an answer. Could it be that this monster toad's meat has been digested by me so quickly? Feng Xing's face was immediately filled with shock. He had already discovered where the problem was. It was not the monster toad's meat, but his own body's problem. The monster toad was a fourth-rank monster, and its meat contained a large amount of essence. An ordinary person would not be able to digest it so quickly. Even if it was Ho Qing and the others who were a level higher than him, if they ate this piece of monster toad meat, they would probably need 2 to 3 days to slowly digest it. However, he, unexpectedly, used less than the time it took for a stick of incense to completely digest each piece. Moreover, he had turned it into pure essence, which rolled around in his body. He only needed to use the mantra and he could refine the essence into spiritual energy. As mentioned before, the cultivation speed of the method of transforming essence into qi was much faster than using spirit qi or spirit stones. However, this method harmed one's own foundation, so it couldn't be used frequently. Feng Xing had also used the method of transforming essence into qi, injuring his own foundation. As a result, a lot of his hair had turned white at a young age, becoming known as little white hair. However, with this discovery, didn't it mean that as long as Feng Xing could eat the meat of demonic beasts, he would be able to use this method to cultivate without fear of harming his own source? This discovery caused Feng Xing's eyes to light up, and he immediately cut another piece of monster toad meat to eat. However, this time, the changes in his body were even more profound. This was because he knew that before, he didn't have this kind of fast digestion ability. If he ate too much chicken, duck, and fish, he would still feel bloated. Now that he ate this monster toad meat, which was even more precious than chicken and fish, was able to digest it so quickly, there had to be a reason. 3,000 feet white hair. High spirit transformation scripture. Slowly, Feng Xing remembered what happened after he swallowed the demon spirit pill a month ago. After the demon spirit pill entered his stomach, he experienced a strange, painful, and somewhat beautiful dream. After one night, his cultivation level increased greatly, but the demon spirit pill he swallowed disappeared. He couldn't feel it at all. It was also from that day onwards that he gradually felt his digestion ability become very strong. Could it be that his current change was related to that night's dream? 3,000 feet white hair, high spirit transformation scripture. Inexplicably, a phrase that was like a song but not a song, like a poem but not a poem appeared in Feng Xing's heart. That night, Feng Xing didn't do anything other than gorging himself on the demon toad's meat and sensing the changes in his body. After eating the demon toad's meat, he would circulate the essence transmuting qi technique and convert the essence into spiritual energy. If he did this on a normal day, he would probably suffer a great injury to his foundation in just one night. This was because continuously refining his own body's essence was like a man having sex with 10 women in one night. No matter how strong a man was, his legs would turn to jelly, let alone someone as young as him. However, that night, Feng Xing circulated the essence transmuting qi technique at least 10 times, but he didn't feel any discomfort. In the past, when he used the essence transmuting qi technique, he didn't feel any emptiness in his body at all. This meant that his guess was correct. It was indeed because he ate the demon toad's meat and directly refined it to produce the essence. Because it was an outsider, it was tumbling in his body, causing him to feel that his essence was very vigorous. That was why he had extra essence to refine. And during this process, Feng Xing also gradually felt the reason for such changes in his body. He realized that every time he ate a large amount of demon toad's meat, the blood and qi in his body would slowly circulate according to a strange and mysterious pattern. It was this circulation of blood and qi that gave him such a strong digestive ability. At the same time he figured out the essence transmuting qi technique. In his mind, the yin-yang god and demon mirror began to circulate automatically, and a message appeared in his mind. Supreme Spirit transmuting scripture. Devouring the heavens and earth. Refining all living things to nourish oneself. After receiving this message, Feng Xing was stunned. The circulation of blood and qi in his body was actually a mysterious technique. Its function was to refine any spiritual item that he ate. Feng Xing became excited. With this technique, wouldn't he have another shortcut in cultivation? By endlessly using the method of transforming essence into qi, one's spiritual qi would increase even faster than that of an A-grade aptitude disciple, much faster. Refining the demon toad meat is easy, but the essence energy from the demon toad meat is still a bit weak. It's not enough to increase my cultivation by a lot. It's far from the changes I experienced when I refined the demon spirit core. The demon spirit core is also refined from a demon core, it's just that I added a few more herbs. Thinking about it this way, can I also directly refine the demon core of the withered python toad? Feng Xing's eyes flashed as he looked at the python withered toad with great interest. Doing this was extremely risky, but Feng Xing was eager to give it a try. He was extremely daring. Immediately, he picked up the dagger and drilled into the python withered toad's body. After searching for a long while, he took out a longan-sized bead that emitted a sparkling and translucent red light. This bead was the python withered toad's demon core. Holding it in his hand, it felt warm and smooth like jade, and the spiritual qi within his body became active. It seemed to be incessantly excited by the spiritual qi within the python withered toad's demon core. In the face of this demon core, Feng Xing even felt a faint sense of fear. This was a kind of spiritual force pressure. The python withered toad was, after all, a rank 4 demon beast. The amount of spiritual qi within the demon core was far more than what he could compare to. This also caused him to feel like a scholar facing a giant when facing this demon core. Damn it, I'll eat it. Facing this kind of fear, Feng Xing hesitated for a moment. In just a breath's time, he made a decision. The idea of seeking riches and danger was firmly engraved in his soul since he was a child. He opened his mouth wide and threw the demon core into his mouth. Then his neck stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and he desperately swallowed it down. Then Feng Xing sat cross-legged, took the initiative to mobilize his qi and blood, and ran the Supreme Spirit transforming scripture. It didn't take long for Feng Xing to feel a hot flow emerging in his body. At first, it was like a trickle, but soon it was like a violent wave, impacting his narrow meridians. His small body was immediately like a balloon filled with air, as if it could explode at any time. Tens of thousands of pores all over his body, each seemed to have a kind of tearing pain, from the inside out. The feeling of bloating was far more intense than when he swallowed 3 essence-transforming grasses in one go. If he had to describe it, it was like swallowing 100 essence-transforming grass in one breath. At a young age, at this time, his lower body was full of blood, just like a wooden stick. At the same time, there were also all kinds of beautiful thoughts intertwined in his mind, full of all kinds of beautiful young man fantasies. At this time, he even thought of the only strong woman in the bandit lair. He often called her Big Water Buffalo because the 2 lumps of meat on her chest were simply bigger than a human head. The bandits in the bandit lair, no matter how perverted, dared to have any ideas about her. In Feng Xing's heart, Big Water Buffalo had always been the ugliest woman in the world, simply synonymous with ugly. But now that he thought about it, he actually felt that Big Water Buffalo was also beautiful. This was too scary. Refining essence into qi, Feng Xing's face was red. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to restrain his thoughts, not thinking so much nonsense, and began to silently run the mental cultivation method. Like a river or an ocean, essence emerged from his body, as if mushroom clouds were exploding in his body one after another. That was a majestic flow of essence, filling every inch of his meridians. His body was terrifyingly hot, and his qi and blood were tumbling. Within 100 feet of his body, there was actually a red light, as if a raging flame was burning. The grass and vines around him were all roasted by him, turning yellow and dry, as if they were about to burn. As for Fangxing, it was as if he was tempering his body in a cauldron, enduring every inch of pain in his body. He really wanted to jump up and run to vent the seemingly endless feeling of power that emerged in his body. But he forced himself to endure it, because he knew that if he really did that, there would only be one outcome, and that would be his meridians exploding and he would die. At this time, the only way was to use the method of refining meridians into qi to transform this majestic flow of essence into spiritual qi as much as possible, and then wait for all the spiritual qi that he could not refine to completely disperse. Only then could he survive, and his cultivation would skyrocket. The incantation emerged, and the spiritual energy began to circulate. Gradually, the violent essence began to be refined bit by bit, and the speed became faster and faster. The rolling essence turned into spiritual energy, crazily filling Fangxing's meridians, causing the spiritual energy in Fangxing's meridians to increase unceasingly. It was like a stream that had a large amount of water flowing into it, causing the stream to become more and more ferocious, as if it was about to turn into a river. Soon, the spiritual qi in Fangxing's meridians reached the limit, and it began to flow continuously. In every realm of cultivation, the body's meridians could only store a limited amount of spiritual qi, and once this limit was exceeded, it would all be lost. It's time to break through. When the spiritual qi in his body was filled to a certain point, Fangxing gritted his teeth and began to forcibly control the spiritual qi, trying to break through his limit. Boom, the first attempt failed. The spiritual qi in Fangxing's body collapsed, and his meridians were in severe pain. If it was any other time, he would first calm down, tidy up his meridians, and wait for the next time when the spiritual qi was full. But Fangxing didn't care about this failure, because the spiritual qi in his body was still abundant. He quickly refined his essence into qi, and soon, he had enough spiritual qi to launch the second attack. Boom, it was still a failure. Fangxing gritted his teeth and endured the pain of failing to break through. Then, he began his third attempt. Every time he tried, it was as if his pores were closing, and some of the filthy impurities in his body seeped out. This was the spiritual qi frantically washing his bones, flesh, and organs, like a huge wave washing the sand, and like a raging fire refining gold. The seventh attempt, the expression on Fangxing's little face was already somewhat distorted, and he began his seventh attempt as if his life depended on it. Rumble, at this moment, it was as if something had been shattered. Behind him, he suddenly felt that the flow of spiritual qi was unimpeded. It was as if the violent flow of a small river had entered a large river. No matter how turbulent the flow was, it immediately seemed to calm down. Third level of spirit formation, official breakthrough. However, it didn't stop there. The dried python toad's monster core was still not completely refined, and the surging essence qi was still emerging. Fangxing also suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to refine the essence qi, pouring the surging spirit qi into his meridians. His cultivation was still increasing, like a surging river. Third level of spirit formation, beginner stage. Third level of spirit formation, intermediate stage. Only until he reached the third level of spirit formation did Fangxing feel his body relax, and the spiritual qi disappeared like a fountain. At this point, the monster core of the python withered toad was completely refined by him. Fangxing's cultivation was only a step away from reaching the third level of spirit formation. Fangxing didn't get up immediately but continued to sit cross-legged to familiarize himself with the huge amount of spiritual energy in his body. After the withered python toad's monster core was refined by the Supreme Spirit Transformation Scripture, the essence produced was like a well. Fangxing felt like he was in a huge gold mine, frantically panning for gold. Using the spiritual energy extracted from the essence, not only did he break through the bottleneck of the third layer of spirit formation, it also caused the spiritual energy in his body to explode and flow through his meridians like a raging river. Usually, he could only feel a trace of spiritual energy from the spirit stones, but at this moment, he felt that it was incomparably abundant. After another half an hour or so, he opened his eyes happily. Success. A risk in exchange for a sudden change from the peak of the second layer of spirit formation to the middle of the third layer of spirit formation. In between, there was still a breakthrough to the third layer of spirit formation, one must know that every time a cultivator breaks through a bottleneck, they would break through their own limits. This was the most difficult hurdle in the path of cultivation. It could be said that every breakthrough was equivalent to a cleansing of one's muscles and marrow, a rebirth of one's mortal body. Damn, there's this thing again, it stinks. Fangxing smelled the stench on his body and immediately frowned. Without thinking about other problems, he hurriedly found a clean pool nearby. After checking it with the yin and yang fiend god mirror and confirming that there were no strange monsters like the fine-toothed fish in it, he jumped in and rubbed himself 3 times in a row. At this time, he was considered experienced and was not as flustered as last time. He understood in his heart that this was his body expelling some of the accumulated toxins and impurities in the past, which was equivalent to cleansing his body. And the sun is about to set. Could it be that my cultivation actually lasted for a day and a night? In the pool, only then did Fangxing notice that it was already sunset. Thinking about it, the rank 4 monster core of the withered python toad had exceeded his limit by too much. Therefore, even if he used the Supreme Spirit Transformation scripture to refine it, he could only do it step by step. After completely refining it, a full 24 hours had passed. Of course, the benefits were also very obvious. If not for the core of the withered python toad, if Fangxing wanted to break through from the peak of the 2nd layer to the middle of the 3rd layer, he would need at least 1 to 2 years of time. And this was under the condition that he had sufficient resources. Now, 1 night was equivalent to 2 years of hard work. No matter what, this transaction was a big profit. With the Supreme Spirit Transformation scripture, as long as I have a large amount of monster cores to consume, I can use the method endlessly. This method is like opening another door for me. It's like other people are making money while I'm guarding a treasure cave and moving money out directly. This method is naturally much faster than others. Fangxing slowly thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more complacent he became, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. His gaze was slightly cold, and a bright light shot out from it. Blue Cloud Sect, I'm finally back. I've finally escaped with my life. 10 days later, at the quiet and secluded entrance of the Blue Cloud Sect, a miserable little beggar suddenly appeared. His clothes were tattered and his face was covered with mud. On his back, he was carrying a beast leg that looked even bigger than him. It was unknown what kind of beast it was, but his appearance was very miserable. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he did not wait for the disciple guarding the gate to drive him away. Ow, he began to cry. A few disciples hurriedly came up to ask what was going on. The little beggar took out a small wooden plate and cried, I'm an outer disciple, Fangxing. Half a month ago, I received an edict with senior brother Ho Qing and the others to go to the demon miasma mountain to kill the monster withered python toad. The result was miserable. All the senior brothers died and I was the only one left. I escaped from the demon miasma mountain and finally came back alive. This little beggar was, of course, Fangxing. After staying at the demon miasma mountain for a few days, he finally embarked on his return journey. However, he was careful. In order to fool people, he deliberately pretended to be miserable. Senior brother Ho is dead? These disciples were all outer disciples. They had also heard of Ho Qing's name. They were immediately shocked. They immediately sent one person into the mountain to report to the great elder of the Talisman Hall. The others helped Fangxing in. One of them frowned at the monster toad leg on his back and wanted to throw it away. However, Fangxing refused and shouted, Don't touch my leg. I've been eating this thing on the way back. This is the proof that we have killed the monster. No one is allowed to touch it. The disciples did not know whether to laugh or cry. They could only let him be. However, when they saw Fangxing's miserable state, their hearts started to beat like drums. They were all outer disciples. If they wanted to enter the inner sect, unless their families were willing to spend a huge amount of money to buy a dan for them to break through, they would have to go to the Talisman Hall sooner or later. When they saw Fangxing's miserable state, they couldn't help but feel afraid. Where are the disciples that went out to kill the monster? Not long after, a green-robed old man rushed over on his sword. Fangxing glanced at him from afar. He was a spirit formation 7th layer. All dead. When the old man arrived in front of Fangxing, he suddenly let out a long cry, scaring the old man. Who's dead? The old man did not need anyone to answer to know who it was. the toad leg was still on Fangxing's back. Other than me, senior brother Ho Qing, senior brother Lu San, senior brother Qian Tong, senior brother Zhao Ji, they're all dead, Fang. Xing seemed to be crying very sadly. He seemed to be very frightened, as if he was frightened. You come with me. The green-robed elder's face turned serious. He lifted Fangxing and flew towards one of the mountain peaks in the Dao Gate. 4 disciples died from the lowest grade beheading monster talisman. This was not a small matter. In the past, when the Dao Gate issued the talisman hall, the inner and outer disciples, and even the successor disciples, there were records of them dying outside. However, the simplest beheading monster talisman was actually in such a miserable state. This was really rare. When they arrived, the green-robed elder brought Fangxing to a large hall on Hidden Cloud Peak. This hall was the talisman hall, but he did not enter it. Instead, he led him to a small building next to it. When they arrived at a small hall, he let Fangxing sit on a praying mat and lit a message talisman to inform the other 2 acting elders of the talisman hall to come to this small building. Fangxing curiously looked around and saw that this small building was like a study. Although it was called a small building, the interior was actually very spacious. There were 2 large rows of sandalwood shelves on both sides of the building, on top of which were placed many jade tablets. In the middle, there were 3 antique armchairs. The green-robed elder sat on the armchair on the far left and waited for the other 2 acting elders to arrive. And in front of the armchair, there were 7 or 8 praying mats. Fangxing sat on the praying mat in the middle. This should be the place where the acting elders of the Talisman Hall discuss matters. Fangxing waited patiently, thinking about what to say later. Not long after, the other 2 acting elders arrived. They were both spirit formation 8th layer and looked very old. Fangxing knew that they were the inner disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. When they reached a certain age, they became acting elders. These acting elders were assigned to the various halls of the Blue Cloud sect to manage matters. They were the acting elders with the lowest status in the Dao sect. Those like them that had stayed behind were only a small portion. Most of them had returned to the mortal world after they had no hope of advancing in their cultivation, and they established great clans and families and propagated their bloodlines with the hope that there would be extraordinary geniuses amongst their descendants. Junior, what is your name? After the 3 elders sat down, they stared at Fangxing with a serious look in their eyes. Fangxing answered honestly, Disciple Fangxing, greets the 3 acting elders. The green-robed acting elder nodded and said, Tell me in detail about the process of slaying the demon. Yes, disciple obeys. Fangxing's face was bitter as if he had remembered something sad, but he still told the story that he had made up along the way. Senior Ho Qing brought the 4 of us to the demon Miasma Mountain to slay the demon. Originally, they had a set of specific plans, but seeing that disciple was young, they did not tell me in detail. They probably planned to set up a trap and then use bait to lure the demon toad. The 3 elders looked at each other and revealed a look of understanding in their hearts. They were all experienced people. Once they heard what Fangxing said, they somewhat guessed the intentions of Ho Qing and the others. Did they say what bait it was? A dignified acting elder asked. Senior Ho Qing did not say, but Senior Qian Tong smiled and told this disciple. This disciple will know in a while. Hearing this, the 3 acting elders looked at each other and smiled coldly, indicating for Fangxing to continue. Just as we were about to choose a place to set the trap, a large python suddenly shot out and coiled around this disciple. Senior apprentice brother Qian Tong immediately shouted that we couldn't lose the bait. Only then did this disciple realize that the bait they were referring to was that large python. Then, several senior apprentice brothers rushed up and began fighting with the large python. The several senior apprentice brothers were extremely powerful and managed to kill the large python together. But not long after, the withered python toad suddenly jumped out. The several senior apprentice brothers were caught off guard and could only fight it. In front of the 3 elders, Fangxing vividly described the bait who didn't know about it but was extremely lucky. According to him, because of the unexpected appearance of a python, Ho Qing's group of 4 had disrupted their plans. In order to protect the bait, they had no choice but to kill the python. But they didn't expect that the python's blood would attract the withered python toad that had gone out to hunt for food. Helpless, they could only fight the withered python toad. After Zhao Ji and Qian Tong were killed, Ho Qing left Lu San behind and escaped. But the withered python toad suddenly rushed towards Ho Qing and killed him. After that, Lu San lay motionless on the ground. As for himself, because he was afraid, he hid behind a big tree and escaped death. In the entire process, he was the standard unwittingly lucky bait that had survived until now. When he talked about how Ho Qing and the others killed the python and attracted the withered python toad, the short-bearded elder nodded his head and said, "The withered python toad likes to hunt at night. Ho Qing and the others killed the demon python, so they must have attracted the demon python that had gone out to hunt for food." But later, when Ho Qing left Lu San behind and escaped, the dignified elder suddenly interrupted, "You said that Ho Qing let Lu San fight alone and he escaped, and Lu San actually agreed?" The meaning behind his words was obvious that he didn't believe it. Fang Xing pretended to be in a daze as he said, "That's right. Third senior brother Lu even shouted for senior brother Ho Qing to escape." However, once senior brother Ho Qing escaped, third senior brother Lu immediately laid down on the ground and didn't move an inch. In the end, I don't know why, but the monster toad went after senior brother Ho Qing and didn't even look at third senior brother Lu, who was lying on the ground. "Elder, I still don't understand what happened," dignified elder said seriously. "This is indeed strange. Have you ever lied?" Fang Xing was shocked. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I swear, I'm not lying." The short-bearded elder smiled and interrupted, "Senior Qi, you don't have to worry. It's probably because you don't understand the habits of the python-withered toad. This demon's nature is flawed. It can see things that move, but it can't see things that are still." Ho Qing seemed sly and escaped by himself, but in reality, he fell into Lu San's trap. When he decided to escape, he had already become the demon toad's prey. Dignified elder was startled. He then nodded and said, "What happened next? How did this monster toad die?" Fang Xing said, "At the time, senior brother Lu San was lying on the ground motionless. After the monster toad ate senior brother Ho Qing, it came back. Its mouth created a strange wind and sucked the corpses of senior brother Zhao Ji and senior brother Qian Tong into its mouth. Senior brother Lu San was still alive, but he was also sucked in. However, this disciple saw that when he was being sucked in, he seemed to have summoned a flying sword." Fang Xing's face revealed an astonished expression as he said, "This disciple also doesn't know what happened. After the monster toad swallowed senior Lu San, it suddenly went berserk and rammed everywhere, even knocking down the tree that this disciple was hiding in. This disciple saw a silver light appear from its mouth, and thought that this monster toad was going to use some kind of evil technique. This disciple was so frightened that I immediately ran away. Fortunately, the monster toad didn't chase after me. This disciple ran several tens of feet away, and when I looked back, I discovered that the monster toad had unexpectedly stopped moving. However, this disciple didn't dare to go back to take a look, and ran the entire way." The green-robed elder sighed softly and said, "Lu San is indeed extraordinary. Presumably when the monster toad sucked him into its stomach, he used his flying sword and crushed the monster toad's internal organs. Only then did he take the monster toad's life." "Fang Xing, after you escaped, did you go back to check?" Although Lu San was sucked into the monster toad's stomach, if he had killed the monster toad in time, there was still hope for him to survive. Fang Xing's expression seemed as if he was about to cry. With a mournful face, he said, "This disciple was timid. After a day, I only dared to go back. At that time, I discovered that the monster toad's corpse had already been almost eaten by the monster toad. This disciple even saw senior Ho Qing's and the others' corpses in its stomach. Really miserable. This disciple at that time was scared to death." The few elders sighed and looked at each other. They were more or less convinced of Fang Xing's words. These words contained falsehood within truth, and truth within falsehood. The sequence of events was crystal clear, and the few elders also couldn't find any mistakes. Another point was that they were all experienced people, and clearly understood these dirty things between disciples. In reality, even if there were some loopholes in Fang Xing's words, they were too lazy to pursue it. As long as there was an excuse, it was fine. Since things have come to this, there is no need to say more. "That's right, that dried python toad's monster core? Did you get it back?" The green-robed elder sighed and suddenly asked Fang Xing in a deep voice. The other two elders also looked over, and their concern was obvious. Obviously, for them, whether the monster core of the dried python toad was taken out or not was the standard to evaluate whether a demon-slaying mission was completed or not. Even if it was not Fangxing who first received the decree, as long as the monster core of the dried python toad was brought back, they would consider this mission a success. This disciple looked for it for a long time, but couldn't find it, so I came back with this toad's leg. Fangxing took out the toad's leg from his back and placed it in front of the three elders, deliberately disgusting them. The three elders immediately covered their noses. The short-bearded elder waved his hand in disgust and said, "Alas, you are really useless, too timid. You only went back to check after a whole night. I don't know how many demon beasts would be attracted by the smell of the dried python toad's blood and chi. That monster core is the most demonic thing, how could it be left? What can a monster toad's leg prove?" Fangxing blinked his eyes and seemed to be very wronged. The dignified elder said, "You don't have to be depressed, Taoism has its own rules. Your mission this time can only be regarded as a failure, but for you, being able to survive is not necessarily the greatest reward. Well, you can leave now. By the way, those disciples' celestial instruments and other things, are they with you? The celestial instruments issued to them by Taoism have to be taken back, you can't hide them." Fangxing hurriedly took down a bag from his back, put it in front of the elders and said, "They are all here." This disciple did not dare to hide anything. "At that time I searched for a long time, but only found these few things, please examine it, elder." The dignified elder glanced at him and found that there was indeed nothing else, so he nodded his head, indicating that he could leave. He added such a sentence at the end, but it was also a formality. In fact, he did not care about the inferior celestial instruments of these outer sect disciples. However, of course, he didn't know that Fangxing had already divided his collection into two portions. One portion was worthless, and he brought it back to report on his mission, while the most valuable items were placed in the heavenly abode ring on the back of his head. The heavenly abode ring had been dyed gray, and he casually tied it to his hair. Even the three elders couldn't see through it easily. Yes, Fangxing put on a disappointed look, looked at the bag reluctantly, and prepared to stand up and leave. At this moment, suddenly, the elder in green shirt said, "Wait for a moment in the outer hall, we need to discuss." When Fangxing heard this, he was a little stunned, not knowing what the elder meant, but he still went to the outer hall to wait. "Junior brother Yuan, what do you mean?" The other two elders were also a little puzzled. Since the task was judged to be a failure, what was there to discuss? The green-robed elder Yuan said with a smile, "Two senior brothers, please listen to me. Junior brother believes that what this young man said just now is not a lie. Moreover, from the wound on the monster toad's hind leg, it can be determined that it was cut off by the monster toad. Since that is the case, our edict says that they are to go out and slay the monster toad, then his task can be considered completed." The short-bearded elder was a little surprised, and said, "Since there is no monster core, our talisman palace will not have any income, but the loss of the dragon horses in the Beast Bureau will be counted on us. If we judge this task to be a success, then we will have to fill in a rank 4 monster core, but in the end there is nothing, our talisman palace will suffer a great loss, won't it?" The dignified elder nodded, seeming to agree with the short-bearded elder's words. The elder in green shirt said with a smile, "Senior brother, you are wrong. This batch of outer disciples has just joined the sect, and it will be at least 6 or 7 years before they start to collect a large number of talisman orders. Moreover, there has always been a rumor in Taoism that our talisman palace is a dangerous place, as if facing a great enemy. If there is any other way, they will not come to us to collect talisman orders. This is not a good thing. In recent years, in addition to the talisman orders that are forcefully distributed to those inner disciples by Taoism, there are fewer and fewer people who come to collect talisman orders. They would rather rob, cheat, and deceive their own senior brothers than come to the talisman palace and collect talisman orders in exchange for resources. The reason is naturally very simple. The Taoism disciples have demonized our talisman palace, thinking that anyone who comes to the talisman palace will have a narrow chance of survival, and in many cases, even if they have a narrow chance of survival, they may not be able to exchange for the corresponding resources. In this way, naturally, no one is willing to die for nothing, except for resources like the stone essence powder, which is firmly controlled by us and cannot be obtained from other places. Only then will they pluck up the courage to come to Taoism in groups of 3 to 5 to collect talisman orders with the determination to die. Hearing the words of the elder in green shirt, the other 2 elders could not help but nod. These were all true. Junior brother, what do you mean? The short-bearded elder asked. The green-robed elder smiled and said, it's very simple. Since it is confirmed that the python-withered toad is dead, these disciples will be considered to have succeeded. To the outside world, we will say that this young man has become the first disciple to complete the task in this batch of disciples who entered the mountain gate. We will also downplay the death of Ho Qing and the others. In this way, when other disciples see that such a little guy can complete the task, they will be stimulated and come to receive the decree. Naturally, our talisman hall will be more respected. The short-bearded elder listened and nodded thoughtfully. There was another point that the green-robed elder did not clearly state, and that was, the more disciples that came to collect the decree, the more benefits they could reap. This was something that everyone was well aware of, and there was no need to state it openly. Taoism has its own rules. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to do this, right? The dignified elder was upright, but he was still a little hesitant. The green-robed elder smiled and said, Senior Brother Gung, you worry too much. The Taoism Talisman Hall was originally set up to subdue demons and devils for the human world. There is no such thing as exchanging the materials obtained after killing demons and devils for resources. Later, there were more and more cultivators and resources were insufficient, so they began to do so. Moreover, this is just an unspoken rule and is not written in the Taoism Talisman Hall. So as long as we are sure that the python-withered toad is dead, we can consider that they have succeeded in this task. There is nothing improper about it. The 2 elders suddenly understood and nodded together. The short-bearded elder said, 5 disciples went out and only 1 came back. This is indeed a tragic matter. It's good to give them some rewards. Moreover, we all know how this brat survived. His luck is really not bad. Since that's the case, why don't we add flowers to brocade and add to his good luck? This task is considered to have been completed by him. The green-robed elder clapped his hands and laughed, exactly. The dignified elder pondered for a while and said, there is no need to tell the outside that he did not bring back the monster pearl. The green-robed elder said, I understand. Senior Brother Gung is afraid that other disciples will follow suit, right? We cannot mention this matter. The dignified elder nodded and said, then we will do as you say. The 3 elders nodded to each other and the matter was settled. At this time, Fang Xing was sitting in the outer hall obediently, feeling a little uneasy. He did not know whether these old fellows had asked him to stay because they had discovered the flaws in his words. But not long after, the 3 elders came out. The green-shirt elder nodded to Fang Xing and said, you are lucky. The 3 of us had discussed and feel that the 5 of you received the talisman and went out to kill the demons. It is the righteous path of our Taoism, although you did not retrieve the inner core of the python demon toad, but after all you killed the python demon toad and suffered heavy losses, you need to be rewarded. This time for the mission, I will make an exception for you. For the time being you have succeeded, you follow me to receive the talisman reward. When Fang Xing heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He never thought that such a good thing would fall on his head. He followed the green-shirt elder down the stairs and entered the talisman hall, changing the record of Ho Qing receiving the talisman to Fang Xing. This way, at least on the surface, this talisman has nothing to do with Ho Qing. Then the green-shirt elder said again, this time, you can receive the talisman reward, but you must remember not to tell others that we made an exception for you. If others ask, just say that you brought back the inner core of the python demon toad. Everything will be done according to the law. Fang Xing reacted and hurriedly bowed, disciple understands. The green-shirt elder smiled and ordered the boy beside him to bring back Fang Xing's reward. It was 30 spirit stones, 3 bottles of qi replenishing pills, 1 bottle of foundation pill, and 5 bottles of resting pill. Of course, these were all common goods. The most valuable was a small cloth bag containing 2 to 2 stones of stone essence powder. This was the main ingredient needed to refine the rank-breaking pill for Dao sect disciples to break through to the 4th layer of spirit formation. Thank you, Elder, thank you, Elder. Fang Xing was overjoyed and happily received the reward. The green-shirt elder faintly smiled and said, no need to say more, just be more diligent in the future. Qing Feng, go and call Xianxia over, let him send Fangxing down the mountain. The little boy at the side agreed and walked out of the talisman hall. Fangxing was slightly startled. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. If they wanted to send him down the mountain, this little Dao boy could also do it, but why did they have to let that person called Xianxiao come? Uncle, you're looking for me? Not long after, a young man in his 20s entered the hall. He had a hearty appearance, black hair draped over his shoulders, and looked rather noble. When Fangxing entered, he took a look at him and saw that he was in the middle third layer of spirit formation realm. Yes, your junior brother named Fangxing has just returned from a mission. He has worked hard, so you can send him down the mountain. The green shirt elder slightly nodded towards the young man and said. The young man was slightly startled, but he immediately understood and said with joy, "Thank you, uncle. I was wondering why such a good thing would fall on my head. Turns out I'm just a delivery person." Fangxing was quick-witted and had already guessed what would happen. His heart was itching with hatred. However, he didn't show any trace of it on his face and followed Xianxiao out with a face full of excitement. After they left, the azure-clothed elder sighed and smiled bitterly without end. He thought to himself, I've really gone all out for this nephew of mine. I've spent so much effort to persuade the other two executives to consider this mission a success. How could he have so much pity in his heart? Just because he felt that Fangxing was pitiful, he made an exception and counted him as a success. As for the other things, in order to stimulate the Dao sect's disciples, they were all empty words. His only goal was to give the stone essence powder to this child and give his nephew a chance to compose. He wanted him to think of ways to take the stone essence powder from this child's hands. After all, under his care, his nephew never lacked cultivation resources. Now that he had reached the third layer of spirit formation, it wouldn't be long before he was ready to break through. For something like the stone essence powder, the Dao sect would record it down and strictly control it. Even he couldn't directly give it to his nephew. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Moreover, he believed that his nephew would be able to understand his meaning. As for whether he wanted to buy it or snatch it, it wasn't important. As long as everything was clean, who would care about a powerless outer court disciple? Fangxing naturally did not know of the green-robed elder's cunning mind. However, he very keenly discovered that this young man called Xianxiao had come for his stone essence. However, he could not do anything at the moment. After all, the other party had power and influence. This matter could almost be considered to have come out in the open. He could only take one step at a time and see what this person would do. Then, he could only adapt to the situation. Xianxiao walked in front, leading Fangxing all the way down Hidden Cloud Peak. It seemed that he was very famous in the Dao sect. Along the way, everyone they met would respectfully salute him. Xianxiao was also very polite in returning their greetings. Sometimes, he would also occasionally introduce some people to Fangxing, but they were all extremely famous outer court disciples. To put it bluntly, they were either outer court geniuses or second-generation ancestors. Damn it, it seems like my acting as a second-generation ancestor in front of Ho Qing wasn't very good. Fangxing secretly observed Xianxiao's actions and decided to act more realistically the next time. Junior brother Feng, at such a young age, you've already completed this decree. Your future is really boundless. On the way, Xianxiao intentionally or unintentionally probed Fangxing's words. I wonder what is junior brother Feng's current cultivation level. Sigh, I'm ashamed. Junior brother's resources are too little. No matter how hard I work, I can't raise my cultivation, Fangxing said embarrassedly. At the same time, he slightly released his spiritual aura, which was the peak of the first layer of spirit formation. His cultivation level was really too fast. At this time, he naturally wouldn't let others know so easily. Xianxiao lightly smiled and said, that's not bad. The early stages of cultivation mainly rely on resources. This time, junior brother Feng completed the decree. The rewards are huge. With so many resources, it will definitely be enough for you to break through to the second layer of spirit formation. I hope so. Fangxing's face deliberately revealed an excited expression. The corner of Xianxiao's mouth raised into a faint smile, showing slight disdain, but it was only for a moment. He continued, although the reward you received in one go is enough for junior brother Fengxing to advance to the second layer of spirit formation, it's still hard to continue. Junior brother Fengxing, have you thought about it? After the resources you have on hand are used up, how are you going to continue to obtain more resources? Don't tell me you still have to rely on the 1 or 2 every month from the Tao sect? Hehe, on the path of cultivation, you need an endless supply of resources. 1 or 2 every month, it's still not enough. Damn it, you're a first-grade disciple, you get 2 every month, but I only get 1 every 3 months, Fengxing cursed in his heart, purposely sighed and said, that can't be helped, junior brother is really poor. Xianxia smiled and suddenly stopped. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he looked at Fengxing and said, forgive me for being blunt, junior brother Feng, the amount of spirit stones you have on hand is still not enough. I'm afraid that it's already good enough for you to advance to the peak of the second layer of spirit formation. However, the stone essence powder you have, it's useless for you to keep it. Why don't you sell it to me in exchange for some resources? So it's because of this matter, Fengxing cursed in his heart. However, Xianzhao's words were very polite, so he didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he secretly pondered in his heart and asked with a surprised expression, Senior brother Xianzhao, do you need the stone essence powder? Xianzhao smiled faintly and said, I will use at most another year to break through to the peak of the third layer. At that time I will naturally need the stone essence powder to refine the rank-breaking Dan. However, this stone essence powder may be rare to others, but to me, it's not a difficult matter. The main thing is that I fell in love with junior brother Feng at first sight and am short on resources, so I thought of this method to satisfy both sides. Humph, this bastard thinks I'm a fool. He's taking advantage of me and still wants to act innocent. Fengxing laughed coldly in his heart, but he saw that there was no one else on the mountain path, and under Xianzhao's smiling expression, there was a hint of coldness. Now that Xianzhao had proposed to buy the stone essence powder in his hands, if he did not agree, it was possible that he would rob him. Although in reality, his cultivation was already higher than his, and he was not afraid of him, but if things were to get out of hand, with the support of an elder, Fengxing was afraid that he would not be able to win. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Fengxing's mind. Looking at the mountain path, he quickly came up with a plan. Faced with Xianzhao's threat, Fengxing purposely put on a greedy expression and said expectantly, thank you, Senior Xianzhao, for taking care of me. How much are you offering? When Xianzhao heard Fengxing ask about the price, his heart relaxed a bit. If he could buy the stone essence powder, then he naturally wouldn't want to rob it. He smiled and said, of course I can't treat junior brother Feng unfairly. How about 20, 30 spirit stones? Fengxing suddenly became angry and secretly cursed in his heart, 30 spirit stones, to think that this grandson would dare to say it. Although the stone essence powder has no effect on your cultivation, it is the most difficult material to find to refine a rank-breaking pill. Ho Qing, that bastard, wanted to use a demon spirit pill worth 100 spirit stones and 35 spirit stones to exchange for it, but this bastard is only willing to give me 30. Does he think I'm a fool? When Xianzhao saw Fengxing's awkward expression, he sneered in his heart, but his mouth deliberately said, Junior brother Feng, do you think it's too little? Hehe, in our Tao sect, the weak are prey to the strong. I'm afraid that even if I give you more spirit stones, you won't be able to keep them. Of course, we'll treat each other as friends the moment we meet. If we're able to complete this deal, I'll definitely remember this friendship and take care of you in the future. It's not that I'm boasting, but once you become my, Meng Xuanzhao's, friend, junior brother Feng, you'll be able to do as you please in the outer court. This was a subtle threat. If Fengxing sold the stone essence powder to him, then he would receive his care. If he didn't, then he would only receive his revenge. If he could let Fengxing do whatever he wanted in the Tao sect, then he would naturally make it difficult for him to do anything. When Fengxing heard this, his heart moved. He deliberately pretended to be surprised and said, Can senior brother Xianzhao really let me not be bullied? After I entered the Tao sect, I was alone and had no relatives. Many people bullied me. The last time I went to collect my spirit stones, I was robbed by a person called Lu Feng. There was also our Clear Stream Valley's disciple Heisan. He also came to extort me for no reason. His expression vividly displayed the look of a child who had been bullied. When Xianzhao saw this, he calmed down and said unconcernedly, I've never even heard of these people's names. They must be just some small fries. From now on, junior brother Feng doesn't need to be bullied by them. As long as you mention my name, they won't dare to rebel. Forget it, junior brother Feng, come with me now. You'll see how I help you vent your anger in front of you. He was going to take Feng Xing with him to take revenge. Young Master Xianzhao naturally didn't care about these insignificant people in the outer sanctum. He just needed to teach them a lesson and exchange 30 spiritual stones for a portion of stone essence powder. Why wouldn't he do it? There's no need. Senior brother Xianzhao only needs to promise to look after me. This stone essence powder, I'll give it to senior brother as a gift. Feng Xing revealed an excited expression. He held the stone essence powder with both hands and placed it in front of Xianzhao. This implied that he didn't even want a single spirit stone. Xianzhao was overjoyed. He hurriedly took the stone essence powder and said, "How can I accept this? The spirit stones still have to be paid." Feng Xing deliberately said angrily, "Senior brother Xianzhao, I've been bullied to the point that I'm afraid. I only hope that senior brother Xianzhao can help put in a few words for me in the outer sect's important departments so that I won't be bullied anymore. As for the spirit stones, I don't dare to accept them, ha 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 ha, that's not a problem at all." Xianzhao was overjoyed. He immediately took Feng Xing's hand and said, "Junior brother Feng, from now on, I'll definitely treat you as one of my own. If others bully you, it's the same as bullying me." In the outer sect, I, Xianzhao, don't dare to say that my words are absolute, but there aren't many who are worthy of my attention. No matter who in the outer sect dares to bully you, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than death. As he said this, he seemed to want to reassure Feng Xing. He directly found a few disciples who seemed to be more quick-witted and ordered them to go to the catering department, the miscellaneous department, the medicine department, and the magic weapons pavilion to pass on the message. From today onwards, he, Xianzhao, and Feng Xing were best friends. Whoever bullied Feng Xing in the future would be Xianzhao's enemy. In addition, those who had previously bullied Feng Xing had better personally come to him to apologize. Otherwise, if he personally went to them, things would get troublesome. After doing all this, Xianzhao said to Feng Xing proudly, "Junior brother, from today onwards, I believe that no one will dare to bully you anymore. You can bully whoever you want, but are you sure that you don't need me to take you to those people to vent your anger?" Feng Xing hurriedly said, "There's no need, senior brother, you can go do your own things." Xianzhao was also anxious to go back and check on the stone essence powder, so he said, "Then I won't be polite. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me." "Senior brother, take care." Feng Xing respectfully saw Xianzhao off, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. "Bastard, you want to take advantage of me?" It's still too early. Seeing Xianzhao's silhouette disappear into the distance on the mountain path, he slowly slipped away. After avoiding everyone's eyes, he quietly slipped into the forest beside the path. Then, he quickly put on the Thousand Luo ghost mask and changed his appearance. He quickly dashed through the forest, chasing after Xianzhao. Not long after, he caught up. He tiptoed and quietly followed behind him, waiting for the right moment to make his move. At this time, it was almost dusk. There were very few disciples on the mountain path. Often, there was not a single person in sight. Not long after, he passed by a bamboo forest. There was not a single person in the surroundings, it was extremely secluded. Feng Xing thought to himself, "This is it." He crazily mobilized his spiritual energy, and with a sound, he rushed towards Xianzhao like a bolt of lightning. Xianzhao was walking while looking at the purple porcelain bottle in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. He didn't spend a single spiritual stone, but he obtained this stone essence powder out of thin air. To every outer sect disciple, it was as precious as their own life. This was simply a great thing. But at this time, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. His heart immediately jumped, and he hurriedly dodged. So, a huge fist brushed past his cheek. It was a close shave. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was a tall, thin man with a black cloth over his face. This person did not say a word. After his fist missed, he actually immediately lifted his knee to meet it. His attack was incomparably ruthless. Who are you? Xianxia angrily shouted. He raised both his fists to block the snee. His palm was like a snake or a dragon, grabbing towards the other's neck. Fangxing shouted in a deep voice, "Hey, you swindled this precious stone essence powder without spending a single spiritual stone. Isn't it too much to take it all for yourself?" As he spoke, he tilted his head to avoid Xianxiao's grip. Both his fists hit the other's temples on both sides. "You know about this stone essence powder? Could it be that you've been eavesdropping?" Xianxiao was greatly shocked. He coldly shouted, "Daoist gate dares to rob me? Are you tired of living?" As he shouted, his figure shrank. His spiritual energy crazily gathered, and he heavily struck towards Fangxing's chest. "The one tired of living is you." Fangxing also shouted in a low voice. His body slightly crouched, and both his fists struck out at the same time. Peng, both of them gathered their strongest spiritual energy at the same time. When their fists collided in the air, their momentum was like a dragon or a tiger. Xianxiao's expression instantly went grim, and his figure instantly flew backwards, knocking down a stretch of violet bamboo. Spirit formation third layer? Xianxiao was greatly shocked. With such a head-on collision, he immediately discovered that his cultivation was far from the opponent's. Seeing that he was no match for the opponent, Meng Xianxiao immediately raised his voice to call for help. However, the opponent's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as he opened his mouth, another heavy punch was sent out. A surging spiritual aura was released and directly covered his body. Xianxiao only managed to shout one word before he was forcefully suppressed. He could only retreat with all his might, planning to find an opportunity to summon his flying sword. However, he didn't expect that when he retreated, an exquisite tobacco flask suddenly appeared in the opponent's hand and blew it towards his face. For a moment, his mouth was filled with a sweet smell, causing Xianxiao's head to become dizzy. You're still far from being able to fight with me." Fangxing knew that Xianxiao hadn't completely lost consciousness, but he purposely smiled coldly. He took off the black cloth covering his face and stepped on Xianxiao's chest. He pulled out a storage pouch from his waist and opened it. Inside was the stone essence powder, as well as a bunch of other good stuff. He immediately smiled proudly and muttered to himself, "Luckily Lu Feng informed me." As he spoke, his gaze swept downwards and seemed to have discovered that Xianxiao hadn't fainted yet. He heavily stepped on Xianxiao's face. Xianxiao groaned and fainted. Before he fainted, he firmly remembered the name Lu Feng. After all, he was in the Dao sect, so Fangxing didn't dare to stay for long. He pulled Xianxiao's body and threw him into the bamboo forest. Then, he quickly slipped away. After arriving at a secluded place, he changed back to his original appearance and hummed a tune as he walked back. "There's a widow in the village called Xiaohua. She's pretty and has big breasts. When no one knocks on the door in the middle of the night, she took a broom and beat me. What happened after that had nothing to do with him. Anyway, no one could guess who it was. This Meng Xianxiao picking him was also his bad luck." Fangxing swallowed the monster core of the monster toad in the demon miasma mountain and his cultivation improved greatly. Later on, he stayed for a few more days and killed some rank 2 or rank 3 monsters. Then, he soaked the cores in wine and drank them like spirit wine. Every day, he ate the meat of the monsters and drank the demon core wine. His cultivation improved again and was only a step away from the peak third layer of spirit formation. This Meng Xianxiao was only in the middle third layer of spirit formation. In addition to Fang Xing's smoke pot, how could he be his opponent? He was completely touched by the little bandit within this door. After being unconscious for an hour, Meng Xianxiao finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he blinked a few times and saw his surroundings clearly. He slowly recalled what happened before he fainted and sat up in a hurry. When he touched his body, he realized that his storage pouch was nowhere to be found. He gritted his teeth in anger and punched the purple bamboo beside him, causing it to fall to the ground. Meng Xianxiao was furious. His eyes were about to spit fire. "Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to rob me in the Dao sect?" Meng Xianxiao was a true second-generation ancestor of the Dao sect. This was the first time he was humiliated like this. This strange feeling made him feel not only angry, but also wronged, that was the stone essence powder that he had just obtained. With the stone essence powder and the help of his uncle, he could raise his cultivation to the peak third layer of spirit formation. Then, he could ask an acquaintance in the Vermilion Cloud Valley to refine a rank-breaking pill for him. He was confident that he could enter the inner sect within a month, but now, without the stone essence powder, everything became empty talk. No, I must investigate. Even if I have to borrow Uncle's strength, I must find out who it is. This person is tall and skinny. He used sleeping gas, Why is he so similar to the legendary bandit in the Dao sect not long ago? Meng Xianzhao thought for a while and his eyes gradually narrowed. Alright, it's most likely you. It's fine that you robbed the Dao sect's vegetable islands, but you actually dared to rob me. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find you. Slowly standing up, Meng Xianzhao swore fiercely in the ghostly purple bamboo forest. However, there are so many people in the outer sect. How am I going to find this person? Ah, that's right. He thought that I didn't faint and accidentally said the name Lu Feng. That Lu Feng must be his informant. If I find Lu Feng, I will definitely be able to find him. Thinking like this, Meng Xianzhao suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly walked towards the Talisman Hall. At this moment, he even had the intention to kill. Thus, he decided that even if he had to endure the scolding of his uncle, he would tell this matter to his uncle. At this time, Lu Feng was drinking with He San and the others in a bamboo building near the Clear Stream Valley. The two of them got to know each other in an interesting way. Lu Feng was an old disciple of the Dao sect. Although his cultivation was not high, he was good at currying favor. He was fierce to the weak, but he knew how to please the strong. It was precisely because of this that he got to know Ho Qing, who had shown amazing strength not long after entering the Dao sect. After being stabbed by Feng Xing, his injuries gradually healed, but he found that he still hadn't recovered his strength. The reason was that more than a dozen of the tendons in his body had been cut by Feng Xing. Although he had spent all of his savings in the past few years, he still had to exchange them for elixirs. If he treated them seriously, he would recover sooner or later. However, it also made him hate Feng Xing to the extreme. He even wanted to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. As a result, when he learned from Qian Tong that Ho Qing planned to go out to hunt the dried python toad, he excitedly came up with an idea for Ho Qing. That was to use people as bait to fish and kill the monster toad. As a result, Ho Qing happily accepted this idea. Then Lu Feng, on behalf of Ho Qing, came to the Clear Stream Valley disciple Deacon He San, and after a secret discussion, the matter was settled. Later, everything went smoothly. Ho Qing took Feng Xing away. Presumably, the little demon would never have a chance to come back. He San also obtained some benefits, and Lu Feng also got his revenge. Everyone was really happy, and they even made friends. Counting the days, senior apprentice brother Ho should be back by now, right? Lu Feng took a sip of the wine and said happily. He San said, it's about time. Presumably, there was a delay on the road. With senior apprentice brother Ho's strength, he shouldn't have been able to guard against it. Lu Feng sneered and said, that little demon must have become monster dung by now. He San, thinking about this, my heart feels like I ate a ginseng fruit. Come, senior apprentice brother He San, I must toast you again. He San laughed, and proudly said, senior apprentice brother Lu, why are you so polite? We are all fellow apprentice brothers. He San, senior apprentice brother Ho is generous. I also have to thank you for introducing such a wonderful person to me. I hope that after he completes the decree, his cultivation will greatly improve, and he will enter the inner sect. He will remember us brothers helping him a little, and take care of us. Lu Feng laughed and said, senior apprentice brother Ho is the most sentimental person, you can rest assured about this matter. Raising his cup and drinking the wine, Lu Feng's eyes suddenly became cold, and he looked at the trembling man standing at the table and shouted, pour the wine. Yes. Yes, the man slowly came over, carefully picked up the wine jar and poured him wine. This person was the fat Taoist, but his face was bruised and swollen, as if he had been beaten out of shape. Both of his arms were trembling, and it looked like his body was also injured, so his arms were weak, and he could not even hold the wine jar steadily. Even though he was very careful, some of the wine was spilled, and flowed down the table onto Lu Feng's legs. The fat Taoist's eyes instantly widened and were filled with horror. The asterisk starred, "Did you spill my wine on purpose?" Lu Feng suddenly jumped up and slapped the fat Taoist's face. The fat Taoist was directly slapped to the ground, and his mouth was already broken, and his mouth was full of blood, but he did not dare to cry out in pain. He quickly turned over and knelt down, and kept kowtowing, "Senior apprentice brother Lu, please forgive me, I really did not do it on purpose." Lu Feng raised his leg again, and kicked the fat Taoist to the ground, then sat down, and sneered, "Since you are here to apologize, you should at least look like you are apologizing." "Humph, didn't you say that you could not endure these days, and hope that I would forgive you? It's very simple, serve me well, and if I am happy, I will let you go. But if you want to cause trouble, I promise that your days will be 10 times harder. Senior apprentice brother Lu, please forgive me, I really don't dare." The fat Taoist directly prostrated on the ground and cried, looking extremely pitiful. "Damn it, what are you crying for? How annoying!" Lu Feng hollered, and picked up a large bowl from the table, smashing it on the fat Taoist's head. The fat Taoist did not dare to circulate his spirit chi to block it, and immediately, blood flowed out. The chicken stew in the large bowl was sliced off his head. "You have made a wrong friend, so you have to be punished. Today, I will let you understand that trash will never be able to make a comeback." Lu Feng gritted his teeth, and slammed the table. "Get up and pour the wine." The fat Taoist shuddered, and without even wiping the chicken off his head, he jumped up to pour the wine. He San drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. "Senior Marshal brother Lu, you should be more lenient. You have already used your connections to remove him from his position as the miscellaneous chores supervisor and took away all his spirit stones and silver. Every 3 days you beat him up, every 2 days you beat him up. This guy has suffered enough. That's why he came here to apologize and beg for your forgiveness. Why do you have to beat him up now? If you beat him to death, it will be troublesome. Even if I beat him to death, I won't be able to vent my anger. That's why I left him alive to play with slowly." Lu Feng smiled coldly. "That kid is dead. It's a pity he didn't die by my hands. I can only vent my anger on this fat pig. Who told you that he doesn't know how to make friends?" "Humph, you Sanliang, Junior Marshal brother you, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Now, you can crawl around this little bamboo house like a turtle. Every time you crawl, you will curse Feng Xing is a little bastard. After you crawl 100 times, I will let you go. How about that?" I'll crawl. I'll crawl." The fat Taoist's face trembled. He had the urge to smash the wine jar in his hand into Lu Feng's face. However, he put down the jar in the end and walked down the bamboo house dejectedly. He knelt on the ground like a real big turtle and slowly crawled up. 1 step, 2 steps. The little building was not big. He quickly crawled 1 round. However, the fat Taoist opened his mouth but did not make a sound. There was a strange impulse in his heart. It was as if he was remembering the time he drank with Feng Xing and the way Feng Xing stuffed spirit stones into his hands. This feeling was very strange. It made the fat Taoist shout, "Feng Xing is a little bastard 2 seconds too late. Damn it, what are you standing there for? Shout." Lu Feng cursed angrily and threw a wine jar at the fat Taoist's head. The wine jar fell but did not hit the fat Taoist's head. Instead, it was caught by a small hand. "I told you to shout, so shout. Senior Marshal brother pig, if you can suffer less, don't just call me a bastard, you can call me 18 generations of ancestors," a voice rang out. The fat Taoist seemed to have been electrocuted as he turned his head away while trembling. He saw a smiling kid standing beside him. His clothes were tattered, but he was obviously a living person. He held the wine jar in his hand and shook it. Seeing that there was not much wine left, he threw it aside. "Why are you so stupid?" Little brat grumbled, "It's just scolding me a little, it's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh. You'll suffer less, so what are you hesitating for?" The fat Taoist stared blankly for a moment before his tears suddenly flowed down. He cried, "It's all because of you, you little bastard. You've caused me to end up like this. I want to scold you more than anyone else. 100 times isn't enough, I want to scold you 1,000 times. As he spoke, he opened his arms, wanting to hug Fang Xing. Fang Xing looked at his dirty clothes and frowned in disgust. He kicked him away and scolded, "Disgusting, get lost." The fat Taoist was kicked to the ground. Tears streamed down his face, but there was no longer any despair in his eyes. During this period of time, he had been bullied and suppressed. The fat Taoist was really disheartened and was close to despair. However, when he was at his most desperate, he suddenly saw this nonchalant little face. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This little devil actually came back. He actually came back alive. He was clearly just a little kid. Why did he suddenly feel like he saw a big backer? At this moment, the smile on Fang Xing's face had completely disappeared. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked up the bamboo building. Lu Feng and He San, who were upstairs, were both stunned. They rubbed their eyes a few times before they could confirm that the person in front of them was the real Fang Xing and not a ghost that had come back to seek revenge. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment before he jumped up and shouted, "Little bastard, you're not dead? Where's Senior Ho Qing? Why would he let you go?" Fang Xing clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked up the bamboo building. He lightly said, "Ho Qing is waiting for you somewhere." Lu Feng's expression softened. He immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Senior Ho wants to see me? Where is he?" Fang Xing raised his head and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He softly said, "He's in hell. You'll be going there soon." Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then an expression of disbelief appeared on his face as he angrily shouted, "Nonsense. With senior brother Ho Qing's ability and the help of third senior brother Lu and the others, how could he have lost his life?" Fang Xing said indifferently, "It's not just Ho Qing. Lu San, Qian Tong, and Zhao Ji are all dead. Completely and utterly dead." As he spoke, he pointed at his nose and said softly, "I'm the only one who came back alive because I'm a vengeful person. When I think about the few of you bastards still alive in the Tao sect, I don't want to die, so I came back to send you to hell." He was young, his stature was small, and his face was somewhat immature. But he spoke so slowly and coldly. Lu Feng and He San's backs involuntarily exuded a layer of cold sweat. Their entire bodies were wrapped up in a creepy feeling. "Ha, ha ha," Lu Feng deliberately laughed, diluting the haze in his heart. He deliberately raised the fierceness in his heart and grinned, "Little bastard, it's fine if you come back alive, but you immediately come here to seek death. I'll help you." As he said this, he did not wait for Fang Xing to go up the stairs. He roared and smashed his fist down from above. At this time, he was still doubtful about Ho Qing's death. Seeing Fang Xing's murderous aura, he decided to make the first move to gain the upper hand. He would take him down and interrogate him later. Although his injuries had not completely healed, he had recovered about 70% of his strength. Last time he was defeated by Fang Xing, it was because Fang Xing had launched a sneak attack. So this time, he was very confident. With a punch, the wind from the fist broke through the air, like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, adding to its power. The fat Taoist, who was standing below the bamboo building and looking up, saw the scene. He immediately stopped crying and looked up with concern. As for Fang Xing, he suddenly narrowed his eyes at this moment, coldly looking at Lu Feng's ferocious punch. Without saying a single word, he suddenly took a step forward, tightly clenched his small fist, and directly smashed it towards Lu Feng's fist. Bang! When the two fists collided, Lu Feng's face already showed an expression of victory. He was most afraid of this kid's nimble movement technique and extremely treacherous saber technique, yet he never imagined that Qianxia would actually go head-on against his fist. This was simply courting death. Not considering the addition of his cultivation, merely relying on his physical strength wasn't something that Xianxia could resist. However, very soon, his expression changed greatly. When the two fists collided, he suddenly felt a huge force colliding towards him, as if a 1,000-pound boulder fell from the top of a mountain and smashed into his fist. Crack, 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 in just an instant, his arm broke into several pieces. The broken bones violently rubbed against each other, and in an instant, the intense pain was like a sharp needle piercing into his brain. Ah! Lu Feng staggered backwards. He opened his mouth to scream, but Fang Xing did not wait for him to scream. His figure was like a leopard cat, chasing after him. With a ping sound, Fang Xing broke Lu Feng's nose with a punch, and also smashed his scream back into his throat. Then, he jumped up and kicked with both legs. With a few paw-paw sounds, several of Lu Feng's ribs were broken, and he lay on the ground facing the sky. After a full 2 breaths, Lu Feng finally caught his breath. His eyes were full of fear, and he opened his mouth to scream. However, he still did not scream, because Fang Xing had already raised his foot and stepped on his neck, and suddenly, he could not breathe. In the past, I have killed at least a dozen trash like you in Jianghu, and you dare to plot against me? Fang Xing said coldly, took a jar of wine from the table, opened the mud seal, and coldly poured it on Lu Feng's head. No, don't. Lu Feng was originally injured, and he urgently needed to gasp for breath. But his neck was stepped on by Fang Xing, and breathing was extremely difficult. Then, he was poured with wine, and the pain in his chest made him almost suffocate. A lot of wine was choked into his chest. Just now, he felt that the wine was mellow and delicious, but now it was like poison, making him almost crazy, almost fainting. Junior brother Fang, is this too much? Black 3, who had been sitting on the side, suddenly said coldly, looking at Fang Xing with unkind eyes. In the depths of Black 3's eyes, there was some uncertainty. He never thought that Fang Xing would come back alive while Ho Qing, Lu San, and Qian Tong, who were at the 3rd layer of spirit formation, didn't come back. Was it really like what this little brat said, that they were all dead? If they were all dead, how did this little brat survive? Could it be that he was the one who killed all of them? However, at this time, he still maintained his calm and decided to save Lu Feng first. In any case, the grudge between him and this little brat was very deep, and Lu Feng was destined to be his ally. When Fang Xing heard his voice, he turned to look at him, smiled and said, "The next one is you." Black 3 slammed the table with his left hand on his waist and coldly said, "Is that so? Big talk." At this moment, he didn't want to fight with Fang Xing face to face. He wanted to use his flying sword to injure him first. Through the few exchanges between Fang Xing and Lu Feng, he realized that Fang Xing's attacks were ruthless and ruthless. It was extremely dangerous for him to engage in close combat. Seeing this, Fang Xing narrowed his eyes and secretly mobilized his spiritual qi. At this time, suddenly, from the distant Qingxi Valley, a thin figure rushed over. It was one of He San's men. He anxiously shouted, "He San Xixiang! He San Xixiang! Not good, something big has happened." Dang 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 dang, this person ran upstairs. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Lu Feng lying on the floor of the bamboo building, violently gasping for breath, and Fang Xing and He San, 2 people who were at daggers drawn, immediately choking, unable to say a word. What happened? What are you doing? Say it. Black 3's eyes were still looking at Fang Xing, but his mouth was stern. Fang Xing had long noticed this person. He knew that his name was Lin Jian. He entered the sect half a year ago and was only at the 1st layer of spirit formation. Black 3 was a deacon disciple of Clear Stream Valley. He was responsible for all the chores in Clear Stream Valley. He had 2 disciples under him, and Lin Jian was one of them. The night before he was taken away by Ho Qing and the others, he was also sent to keep an eye on him. When Lin Jian saw Fang Xing, his heart went cold. After being shouted twice by He San, he suddenly reacted. With a bitter face, he said, "He San Xixiang, just now I was helping out in the chores department. Suddenly, senior brother Lu, who is in charge of the chores department, found me and asked me to bring you a message. He said that senior brother Xianxia sent someone to greet him. From now on, this Fang, senior brother Fang, is senior brother Xianxiao's biological younger brother. No one is allowed to offend him, or it would be the same as offending senior brother Xianxiao." At this point, Lin Jian looked as if he was about to cry. Senior brother Lu knows that junior brother Fang lives in Clear Stream Valley, so he specially asked me to tell you that you'd better not offend junior brother Fang. If you've already offended him, then hurry up and apologize to him. Otherwise, senior brother Lu will definitely not disrespect senior brother Xianxiao. You, as a deacon, should quickly take up your post." What? He San felt a little dizzy for a while. He really couldn't digest this huge amount of information and amazing facts. Let him, as a deacon, take up his post. Back then, he didn't know how many benefits he had given to the head of the miscellaneous affairs department, senior brother Lu, in order to get this position. Now, with just a few words, he wanted him to prepare to take up the post. Senior brother Xianxia, he had heard of this person before. He had entered the sect 2 years ago. Because there was an elder in the sect who was his uncle, he did not enter the sect with the other disciples. This person was also a person that the outer sect disciples knew very well in their hearts. He was someone that they absolutely could not offend. Even senior brother Lu could only greet him with a smile, but, this little kid with no power, no background, how did he get involved with senior brother Xianxia? Surprise, remorse, doubt, fear, all kinds of expressions made Xian's face look incomparably complicated. He was almost bitter, and subconsciously looked at Fangxing. Fangxing was still stepping on Lu Feng. Seeing Xian looking over, he said, "Nothing, I completed the task, so I received a stone essence powder. Seeing that senior brother Xianzhao needed it, I gave it to him. So senior brother Xianzhao planned to teach a few people a lesson for me. He was going to come personally to avenge me, but I thought it would be better to do it myself." "Stone essence powder?" Xian cried out, his heart was twitching. This kid was really willing to spend money when bribing. He even directly gave him a stone essence powder. That was how many outer sect disciples wanted to get their hands on it. If they bought it from this sect, the asking price would be 300 spirit stones. At this moment, Xian completely believed the words of Fangxing. This was a stone essence powder. If it was him, let alone kidnapping a small deacon of the Clear Stream Valley, he would even kill someone. That. Junior brother Feng. "Oh no, senior brother Feng. You. Please sit down." Xian's smile was uglier than crying. He bowed to Fangxing, begging for mercy, and asked him to sit down. "I don't want to do it now, I still have something to do." Fangxing pointed to Lu Feng on the ground and smiled. "Brother Xian, do you still want to meddle in this matter?" Xian said with a sad face, "I don't dare. I don't dare, I'm not very familiar with him." "No, not familiar at all." Fangxing chuckled and turned around, ignoring him. He waved his hand downstairs and called out, "Senior brother Zhu, come up." The fat Taoist was stunned. He trotted up the bamboo building and stared at Fangxing. Fangxing pointed to Lu Feng, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said, "This person bullied you so much, you don't plan to take revenge yourself?" The fat Taoist looked at Lu Feng, his small eyes shining with hatred. After a long time of courage, he suddenly clenched his teeth and rushed up to kick Lu Feng twice. Coincidentally, one of the kicks landed on Lu Feng's wound. Lu Feng screamed in pain. This scream was extremely miserable, but it scared the fat Taoist. He hurriedly jumped away and leaned back against the bamboo building, not daring to come forward again. "That's it?" Fangxing looked at the fat Taoist with a smile. The fat Taoist gasped twice and said, "He's hurt like this, what else can he do?" Fangxing sneered and ignored him. He slowly squatted down and looked directly into Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Feng's eyes were full of pleading. He was not afraid of Fangxing, but he was afraid of Xianzhao. In his opinion, Fangxing would at most beat him up, but Xianzhao had the ability to drive him out of the Taoist sect and cut off his path of cultivation. "You are a man of steel. Back then, when I broke your tendons, you did not beg for mercy. I rather admired you. I originally thought that after you recovered from your injuries, you would openly come to me for revenge. If that was the case, I would at most break your tendons again, and I wouldn't do anything to you. Unfortunately, I never thought that you would actually play dirty. You actually provoked Ho Qing to deal with you, and you even wanted to take my life," Fangxing said slowly, his eyes were full of hatred. "To tell you the truth, I am very afraid of dirty tricks. I have been afraid since I was a child. So I have always cut the weeds at the roots for those who do dirty tricks to me." Lu Feng was scared by Fangxing's sharp eyes and suddenly said, You can't kill me. Otherwise, you will also be in trouble. Even with Xianzhao protecting you, if you kill me, the Taoist sect will not forgive you." Fangxing smiled coldly and said, "You're very clear-headed. You're right. It wasn't easy for me to enter the gate of Tao, so how could I ruin my future for a piece of stinky meat like you? So, I only plan to teach you a lesson." As he said this, he seemed to be very magnanimous. He suddenly waved his palms and lightly patted Lu Feng's body a few times. In between these few palms, he circulated his spiritual energy and immediately injured Lu Feng's lungs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fang Xing sneered and sat down at the table. He picked up a cup and gave it to Lin Jian to wash. Lin Jian did not dare to disobey. He quickly ran downstairs and washed the cup in the clean stream 3 times. Only then did he cautiously return to the bamboo building and return the cup to Fang Xing. Fang Xing picked up the wine jug and poured a cup. Then he looked at Lu Feng and said, "Still not scram?" Lu Feng spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He was thinking about what method Fang Xing would use to deal with him. He did not expect that Fang Xing would actually let him leave. He was stunned for a moment. Even He San and the others had strange expressions on their faces. This little rascal actually wanted to let Lu Feng go after hitting him twice with his palm. They could naturally see that Fang Xing's palms had already injured Lu Feng's internal organs. But in the Taoist sect, this was only a matter of a few months of recuperation. It really could not be considered a serious injury. It was not as serious as the last time when Lu Feng's tendons were cut off. When did this little bastard's temperament change? Even the fat Taoist was somewhat unable to understand. As for Lu Feng, after confirming that Fang Xing was not joking with him, he immediately endured the pain of his broken chest. He struggled to climb up and quickly walked down the stairs. At the corner, he looked back at Fang Xing and quickly disappeared into the night. This time, Fang Xing easily let him go. He did not show any signs of backing down. In his heart, he vowed to take revenge again. As for Fang Xing, he looked in the direction where he disappeared and sneered, "Reckless thing, it is better to die cleanly." Seeing that Fang Xing had let go of Lu Feng so easily, Black Three's heart also rose a glimmer of hope. He cried and said to Fang Xing, "That Brother Fang, since you have spared Lu Feng's dog life, please let me go too. I was blinded by lard and did such a stupid thing. I only ask you to look at our previous friendship and forgive me this time." Fang Xing smiled, squinted his eyes and looked at Black Three, smiled and said, "Brother Black Three, in fact, I have always been very grateful to you. After all, when I first entered the outer sect, it was thanks to your care. Even the wooden house I lived in near the stream was arranged by you. You gave me the silver from the catering department on credit for the first 2 days, and then the dead fatty returned the silver to you." He San waited for him to talk about these things, and immediately showed a glimmer of hope. He nodded his head like a spring, and said with a smile, I should do it, Senior Brother Fang, please, for the sake of our past relationship." Fang Xing smiled and said, "Of course, you can't blame me for not knowing." Black Three listened to this sentence, was so excited that he almost knelt down, his buttocks left the bamboo stool, and repeatedly said, "Thank you Brother Fang." Fang Xing faintly smiled and suddenly said, "Before Ho Qing died, he mentioned that he gave He San Xianxia a lot of benefits." Black Three was stunned, and hurriedly said, "Yes, of course, all of them will be given to Brother Fang. I don't want to keep one." Fang Xing waved his hand and smiled, "I don't need so much, just give me these." Then he stretched out 3 fingers and shook them in front of Black Three. Black Three was stunned, and his face showed an incredible expression. "You want 3? Fang Xing suddenly pulled down his face, and said angrily, "Brother Black Three, you are too dishonest. Ho Qing that bastard gave you 100 spirit stones, but you only gave me 3? This is not a performance, right? How can there be 100, obviously only 10, Black Three cried, and suddenly saw the cold light in Fang Xing's eyes. He wasn't stupid, and he immediately understood that Fang Xing was obviously trying to extort him. 30 spirit stones. Junior brother. I will deliver them to Senior Brother Fang as soon as possible. After a while, Black Three suddenly said in a low voice. His face was full of pain. In just a moment, his savings of 4 years were all gone. Haha, since that's the case, then I won't hold back. Fang Xing laughed and jumped up, saying, "By the way, He San Xixiang, ask the people from the catering department to send me some wine and meat later. I want to have a few drinks with Brother Zhu." With a smile, Fang Xing inadvertently approached the frowning Black Three, suddenly violently slapped him in the face. "You, what do you want?" Black Three was already feeling pain because he was blackmailed, and suddenly being slapped, he immediately jumped up. Fang Xing smiled coldly, lowered his voice and said to Black Three, "You betrayed my young master. If I don't teach you a lesson, I will feel uncomfortable, but I hope you understand. I slapped you, I want you to pay 30 spirit stones, it is not too much. If you don't believe me, you can see what will happen to Lu Feng, this waste, in the next few days. After you see his fate, you can talk to me. After that, Feng Xing picked up a jar of good wine on the table and walked away. Black 3 stood in the same place, thinking, Lu Feng has been let go by you, what else can happen to him? At first, Black 3 didn't think much of it, but the development of things was beyond Black 3's expectation. Because he heard that the next day, Lu Feng was taken away. Where he was taken, Black 3 didn't know. He only knew that from that day on, Lu Feng had lost all contact. Later, after a full 7 or 8 days, the news gradually spread. It was said that the person who took away Lu Feng was brother Xianxia. It was said that he tortured Lu Feng for a long time, wanting to ask one thing, but Lu Feng didn't say anything. As a result, he was beaten to death by Meng Xianzhao, and his body was thrown into the mountains to feed the beasts. His name in the outer sect was easily deleted, and it was as if this person had never appeared in the sect. From this time on, Feng Xing's life in the Clear Stream Valley suddenly became better. He didn't need to pay a penny to the food supervisor, and every day there was good wine and meat sent to him. In the Clear Stream Valley, his acquaintances seemed to suddenly increase. Every disciple of the Clear Stream Valley would respectfully greet him when they saw him, as if he was some big shot. Of course, he was now also a big shot. Even Deacon Black 3 would respectfully greet him. How could he not be a big shot? What's more, this little devil was said to have a very good relationship with brother Xianzhao. Feng Xing had already expected these things, so he wasn't surprised at all. Once Meng Xianzhao got that clue, he would definitely take Lu Feng and interrogate him, and he would definitely use private torture on him. Lu Feng's internal organs were already injured by him, as long as Meng Xianzhao and the others used a little more force. Lu Feng was destined to be a dead man. As for what method Meng Xianzhao would use to find the smoke bandit, Feng Xing didn't care anymore. Anyway, that bandit had been found more than once or twice, it didn't matter if he was found again. In fact, in the outer sect of the Blue Cloud sect, there was already a legend of the smoke bandit. The fat Taoist had once quietly discussed this with Feng Xing. He thought that Feng Xing's courage wasn't small, but compared to the smoke bandit, he was still lacking a lot. Nowadays, there was already a secret bounty list in the outer sect, specifically for the capture of the smoke bandit. It was said that if someone exposed his identity, they would get a reward of 30 spirit stones, and if they caught him, they would get 100. If it was in the past, Feng Xing might even want to sell himself, but now, he didn't care about this small amount of money. On this trip, Feng Xing's collection was quite rich, and he had already become a millionaire. In the Demon Miasma Mountain, Ho Qing, Lu San, and the others all died at his hands. Except for Zhao Ji, the other people's magic tools were naturally accepted by him, making a small fortune. Qian Tong's inferior flying sword and a few spirit stones were fine, but Ho Qing and Lu San really had a lot of good things, especially Ho Qing. This guy actually had a storage bag with a spatial magic tool. Although the storage bag wasn't as exquisite as the Heavenly Abode ring in Feng Xing's hand, the space inside was a bit larger than the Heavenly Abode ring. Unexpectedly, there were 3 or 4 good quality flying swords, spirit pills, and treasured medicines inside. Among them, the 2 most outstanding flying swords were silver and vermilion, both of which were of extremely high quality, only slightly inferior to the 9-serpent golden flame sword. As for the 2 higher quality flying swords, Feng Xing had hidden them in his Heavenly Abode ring, while the lower quality flying swords had already been returned to the Dao sect. In addition, there were some healing and detoxification pills. Although the grade of these pills wasn't high, they were quite useful in a fight. The most valuable was the Burning Qi pill, which had the effect of reducing one's cultivation by 1 stage and allowing one to erupt with a powerful combat strength. It was a life-saving treasure. If it weren't for Feng Xing's carelessness, Ho Qing would have swallowed this pill and killed him. As such, he naturally had to keep it safe. In addition, Feng Xing also noticed that the bottom of all the porcelain bottles containing the pills was engraved with a small shui character. He had heard that some alchemists liked to engrave their own imprints at the bottom of the bottles. This meant that all of Ho Qing's pills should have been made by the same person. Besides these things, Ho Qing's most precious possession was a thin booklet in his storage pouch. It was called Capturing Dragon and Controlling Crane Technique. After studying it for a while, Feng Xing was shocked to discover that it was actually a secret technique manual. This technique was also called gravitational technique, and it was a basic technique for cultivators. After mastering it, one would be able to freely control an invisible gravitational force, and it had boundless uses. Seeing this booklet, Feng Xing also remembered that when he was in the demon miasma mountain, he had planned to use the torrential pear blossom needles and flying swords to launch a sneak attack on Ho Qing. However, they had been taken away by Ho Qing with a spread of his 5 fingers. It must have been this technique. Although this technique was a basic technique, it had an unusually wide range of uses. It could even accompany a cultivator for a lifetime. In the early stages of cultivation, this capturing dragon and controlling crane technique could only be used to grab some cups, plates, and the like from 20 to 30 feet away. It could also be used to block some hidden weapons and flying swords that attacked oneself. Its uses were not obvious. However, when cultivated to a high level, one could even use this gravitational force to fly in the air. The more powerful people could even use this technique to grab an enemy from afar. This technique was called capturing dragon and controlling crane technique. It was said that someone had once used this technique to capture a demon dragon. This caused Feng Xing to be extremely excited, because according to normal reasoning, outer court disciples were utterly unable to come into contact with this sort of technique, and only after advancing into the inner court would one have the chance to cultivate this technique. Being able to obtain it in advance was naturally a great advantage over others. Right now, Feng Xing's cultivation was only a step away from reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of spirit formation. It was time for him to consolidate his cultivation and gather enough materials to refine the rank breakthrough pill. Cultivating some spells, not only could he increase his strength, but he could also consolidate his cultivation through the consumption and use of spiritual energy. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If he entered the inner sect in the future, it would be a good thing to have more trump cards. Other than that, the most valuable thing was the jade talisman left behind by Lu San. The jade talisman looked inconspicuous, but when Feng Xing looked at it with the yin-yang demon mirror, he discovered that the jade talisman was called the shrinking talisman. It was actually a high-grade auxiliary magic tool. After filling it with spiritual energy, it could be activated once, allowing the user to teleport a certain distance in an instant. The teleportation distance was related to the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the further the distance. Back then, Lu San used this talisman to catch up to Feng Xing. It was indeed very magical. However, this talisman also had a drawback. It consumed too much spiritual energy. Back then, Lu San used a large amount of spiritual energy because of this talisman, causing him to be unable to react in time to Feng Xing's attack. That was why he was killed by Feng Xing. In addition, the material used to refine this talisman was relatively ordinary, so its lifespan shouldn't be long. Right now, it was already very worn out. Of course, even so, this was still a rare treasure. Who knows where Lu San got it from? In Meng Xuanjiao's storage bag, other than Feng Xing's stone essence powder, there were 70 spiritual stones and 2 good quality flying swords. Compared to the things he got from Ho Qing and the others, it was not worth mentioning. After counting, Feng Xing's pride increased. He felt that he had more confidence when he spoke. He specially called the fat Taoist over and threw 10 spiritual stones to the Taoist. Then, he kicked him out. The damn fatty suffered because of him, so it was only right for him to get some benefits. In this aspect, Feng Xing was not a stingy person. The fat Taoist held the spiritual stones in his hands and stood in front of Feng Xing's wooden house, silently crying. He had a look of gratitude and speechlessness. The surrounding people came and went, and when they saw the bright red pile of spirit stones in his hands, all of them were extremely envious. However, times were different now. Feng Xing and Xianxia had formed a relationship, and the fat Taoist's status had risen as well. If this was in the past, there would have been people who wanted the spiritual stones in his hands, but now, no one dared to even think about it. Junior brother Feng. Junior brother Feng. You Sanliang, and really, the fat Taoist's eyes were red as tears streamed down his cheeks. His voice was choked. Feng Xing's voice came from inside, "Take the spirit stones and get out of here." I'll deduct 1 spirit stone from you if you talk nonsense in front of my door. I'll deduct 1 spirit stone from you if you stand there for a second longer. Maybe you'll have to give me your spirit stones later. The fat Taoist was shocked. He sniffled and ran away with his tears and snot. However, the gratitude in his heart was still very deep. He hadn't expected to receive 10 spirit stones as compensation just because he had suffered a little in this half a month. Moreover, according to Fang Xing's words, these 10 spirit stones were only for his cultivation during this period of time. After a period of time, when they were all used up, he could look for Fang Xing again for more. He would have them anytime. Raising his cultivation first was the most important thing. If he had known that he would be treated like this, he would have suffered for another half a month. Hearing the fat Taoist run away, Fang Xing's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, he didn't think that the fat Taoist would treat him with such sincerity. After all, when they first met, they used each other. However, when Lu Feng asked the fat Taoist to call Fang Xing a B*****, the fat Taoist actually hesitated for a few breaths. Fang Xing actually didn't care about this. Even if the fat Taoist really scolded him, it wouldn't hurt him at all. However, since the fat Taoist didn't scold him, it was a very rare feeling. The fat Taoist probably didn't think that his 2 or 3 breaths of hesitation would be exchanged for Fang Xing's true recognition. Of course, this recognition didn't reach the stage where he could exchange life for life. However, it was enough to occupy a small place in Fang Xing's heart. This damn fatty, even a fool has a fool's fortune. Fang Xing sat in a daze for a while. He sneered and shook his head. He began to cultivate the dragon capturing crane technique. First, he silently recited the chant of the dragon capturing crane technique several times. Only after he had fully grasped it did he begin to circulate the spiritual qi within his body according to the instructions of the technique. First, he slowly circulated the spiritual qi a few times. Once he had familiarized himself with the circulation, Fang Xing suddenly sped up. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual qi traveled through his meridians and abruptly condensed on his right palm. In the wooden house, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. It spun on the ground and then disappeared 10 feet away. The gust of wind was very sudden. It appeared out of thin air and quickly dissipated. The chopsticks and bowls on the table made a messy sound. As expected, a force can appear out of thin air. It's just that it's very difficult to control. Fang Xing secretly frowned. This force was shapeless and very difficult to control. It required a long period of cultivation. Moreover, he only used it for a short while, but he realized that he had used up close to 1/10 of his spiritual energy. Even if he was familiar with it, the spiritual energy consumption of this technique would still be very shocking. It was no wonder that Blue Cloud sect didn't allow outer sect disciples to use spiritual energy. Apart from the mentality of keeping it a secret, the spiritual energy consumption of outer sect disciples was also very shocking when they used this technique. It wasn't very practical. Even if it was Ho Qing, he could at most last for 10 breaths of time if he used this technique continuously. Moreover, this was under the condition that he didn't have any techniques to control things that were too big or too heavy. For example, if he was given a huge rock that weighed 500 kilograms and was told to use this technique to control it to fly in the air, it would probably be good if he could last for 3 breaths of time. It's not practical to master one technique at a time. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll just practice more. For 4 to 5 days, Fang Xing cultivated the dragon capturing crane controlling technique. Of course, he only cultivated at night. After all, the origin of this technique could not be exposed to the public. He didn't dare to reveal it in front of others. Although there was no news from Xianxia after he framed Lu Feng, Fang Xing wasn't sure if Xianxia suspected him. Therefore, he usually kept a low profile and hid in the small wooden house to cultivate. He didn't even step out of the door. Even the number of times he drank with the fat Taoist was reduced. In other people's eyes, they all thought that Fang Xing completed the Tao sect's decree and made a fortune. He was using this fortune to redouble his efforts in cultivation. In private, there were those who envied him, those who sighed, and those who praised him for his luck. No matter what, Fang Xing had now become a small celebrity in the outer sect. After all, among the outer sect disciples, he was the first to complete the decree. This title still had some value. Of course, there were also people who secretly scolded him for being stupid. It wasn't easy to obtain the stone essence powder, yet he gave it to someone else for free. One must know that this was a rare item. Although its value wasn't high, it was rare. If it were to be sold in the Ghost City, it would be possible to sell it for at least 200 spirit stones. Moreover, this was only the current price. As time passed, there would be more and more outer sect disciples who reached the peak of the third layer of spirit formation. The number of people who needed the stone essence powder would increase and the price would increase. Of course, there were also people who thought that Feng Xing was actually a smart person. If he didn't sell the stone essence powder to senior brother Xianxia, with his ability, who knows how many times he would have been blackmailed. Not to mention the stone essence powder, the other things bestowed by the Dao sect would have been blackmailed long ago. Now that he gave away the stone essence powder, he received senior brother Xianxiao's care. No one in the outer sect dared to bully him. Isn't this the best result? Of course, the most depressed one was senior brother Xianxia. Almost the entire outer sect knew that Feng Xing gave him the stone essence powder, but he himself didn't even get to touch a single strand of the stone essence powder. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Feng Xing. After this matter spread, everyone would know that Feng Xing gave him the stone essence powder. Even if he didn't want to take care of Feng Xing, he had to pinch his nose and accept it. Otherwise, everyone would scold him for being an ungrateful person. Baby, come. In the small wooden house, Feng Xing stared at the wine jar on the square table 2 feet away from him. He used the dragon-controlling crane technique. His spiritual power revolved in his body, and a gravitational force suddenly appeared. The wine jar flew towards Feng Xing. Just as the wine jar was about to fly towards him, halfway through the air, it suddenly became exhausted. And fell to the ground with a paw sound. Hiss, this technique is really difficult. Feng Xing sucked in a breath of cold air with dissatisfaction. He had been practicing this technique for 3 days, but the success rate of this technique was still very low. This made him somewhat depressed, and he had the urge to chop off his hands. Since he was a child, he was very smart. In the bandit's den, he learned all kinds of crooked tricks. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a child prodigy. But he didn't expect that when he was learning the simplest technique of the Dao sect, he would fail repeatedly. Again, Feng Xing moved another wine jar and placed it on the table. He didn't lack this stuff. In order to flatter him, Black 3 brought over 100 jars and stuffed them under the bed. Feng Xing originally said that he couldn't drink so much, but Black 3 said that if he couldn't drink, he could just play with it, so Feng Xing really took it and played with it. He tried it 5 or 6 times in a row, but he failed every time. Feng Xing was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. When he wanted to continue cultivating, he found that the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. He could only drink a mouthful of spirit wine to replenish his spiritual power. This spirit wine was poured into the gourd by smashing the demon cores. The wine mixed with the demon cores had become an extremely precious pill wine. This was an indigenous method that he had researched in the demon miasma mountain. It could make full use of the demon cores and not waste them. He was a D-class genius. Originally, he could not absorb the overflowing spiritual energy in the world and could only rely on external spiritual energy to replenish it. Now that his cultivation level had increased, his body had already been washed twice by the spirit qi. His muscles and marrows had been cleansed, and he was gradually able to absorb some spirit qi. However, the recovery of spirit qi was still very slow. Disciples with excellent aptitude of a great aptitude would only need 4 to 6 hours to recover after their spirit qi was used up. However, Feng Xing needed 1 to 2 days to recover. However, if he used spirit stones to recover, he would only need half a day. If he used spirit wine, an hour would be enough. This characteristic also determined that disciples with lower aptitudes would need to consume far more resources than disciples with a great aptitudes in terms of cultivation. It was not unreasonable for Taoist sects to focus on aptitude. This was because in the future, unless Feng Xing succeeded in building his foundation, this gap would always exist. Regardless of whether it was practicing magic spells or daily cultivation, they all required the consumption of resources. Many a little makes a mickle, and it was a terrifying number. This was also a hard truth in the cultivation world. If one lacked talent, they would use resources to make up for it. Only after successfully building his foundation would this natural defect disappear. Of course, even now, because Fang Xing had enough resources, he did not need to consider this aspect of consumption. After using up spiritual energy, I slowly replenish it, but it feels like my spiritual energy has increased. Fang Xing's cultivation of the art of capturing the dragon and controlling the crane did not make any breakthrough, but he was keenly aware of the changes in his body's spiritual energy. He discovered that by constantly consuming and replenishing his spiritual energy, his cultivation was actually slowly increasing. Because he was about to reach his limit, his cultivation stagnated, but now it was gradually returning to its peak state. That's right. Cultivation is probably the same principle as a person's strength. When Big Uncle taught me martial arts in the past, he said that a person's strength has to be constantly exhausted and then replenished. Through this process, one will become stronger and stronger. It's actually the same principle in cultivation. It's the only way to become stronger and have a solid foundation. Fang Xing pondered over the logic of cultivation. As outer disciples, no one cared about them. These principles of cultivation had to be comprehended by themselves. After discovering this problem, Fang Xing became even more diligent in practicing the capturing dragon controlling crane technique. As time slowly passed, his cultivation that was just a step away from the peak of the third layer of spirit formation slowly rose. Finally, he reached the peak. At this point, he felt that his cultivation could no longer be increased. He had already reached his limit. And now, it had been about a month since he hit main Xianxia. In this period of time, Fang Xing took back all the treasures he had hidden outside and became a small millionaire in the outer sect. And because of this small fortune, Fang Xing prepared to get a rank-breaking Dan. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the third spirit formation realm, no matter how much he cultivated, he could not increase it any further. However, with one more step, he would be able to enter the fourth spirit formation realm. Not only would his strength increase, he would also be officially promoted to an inner disciple. At that time, the Tao Gate's vast sea of smoke would be open to him. Only then would he be able to truly cultivate spells and possess the ability to fly. However, to take this step, he would need a rank-breaking Dan. In the Tao Gate's Greenwood Pavilion, there was a complete rank-breaking Dan for sale, but the price was 1,000 spirit stones. The price of a rank-breaking pill alone was 1,000 spirit stones. 100 gold taels could only buy 1 spirit stone. 1,000 spirit stones would be 100,000 gold taels. This was gold, not silver. 100,000 gold taels could almost buy half a city in the mortal world. Back when Fang Xing lived in the Ghost Smoke Valley, when it was at its peak, it only had 30,000 gold taels and 7,000 silver taels. This was the wealth that his 9 uncles had accumulated over several decades by plundering and killing. From the looks of it, cultivation was not something that ordinary people could afford to play with. Of course, there was another option, which was to collect the various herbs needed to refine the rank-breaking Dan and ask a Vermilion Cloud Valley Pill Master to refine it. In this case, excluding the alchemist's remuneration, he only needed to buy the stone essence powder and the other 8 amidst elixirs. All the spirit stones added up would only cost 500 to 600 spirit stones, which was almost half the price of the finished product. Of course, there was a risk. If the pill master failed to refine the spiritual herbs for you, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. This risk could only be borne by the cultivator himself. Or, he could spend 1,000 spirit stones to buy the finished product. Or, he could take the risk of failure and find someone to refine it for half the price. Speaking of which, Fang Xing could not be considered a pauper. This time, he had earned 100 spirit stones from receiving the decree, and he had gotten about 200 spirit stones from Ho Qing, Lu San, and Qian Tong. In addition to the spirit stones he had robbed from Meng Xianzhao and extorted from He San, he had about 500 spirit stones in total, which was considered rare in the entire outer sect. Even so, he was still short by half if he directly bought the rank-breaking Dan. However, it would be much easier for Fang Xing if he found a pill master to refine the rank-breaking Dan. He had more than enough spirit stones now. After all, if he used a pill master to refine the rank-breaking Dan, he only needed to prepare the materials himself. The most valuable material was the stone essence powder. This alone was worth 300 spirit stones, which was more than all the other 8 samadhi spiritual herbs combined. Feng Xing already had the stone essence powder. In other words, he only needed to spend about 200 spirit stones to gather all the other materials. Of course, finding a pill master to refine the Dan meant facing the risk of failure. The only way to avoid this risk was to find a pill master of a higher rank to refine the Dan for him. The higher the rank, the smaller the risk. After staying in the Tao Gate for so long, Feng Xing had a good understanding of the situation in the cultivation world. Pill masters were divided into 5 ranks: green furnace pill apprentice, red furnace pill master, purple furnace pill king, black furnace pill grandmaster, and jade furnace pill saint. Each rank was further divided into 10 ranks. The higher the rank, the more brilliant the Dan refining technique. The Blue Cloud sect had a branch that specialized in Dan refining. It was the Vermilion Cloud Valley. It was said that the most brilliant Dan refining elder of the Vermilion Cloud Valley, Qing Niao, was a red furnace pill master. However, his exact rank was unknown. The disciples of the Vermilion Cloud Valley were all green furnace pill apprentices. However, there were hundreds of Vermilion Cloud Valley disciples, so their ranks were naturally different. The most powerful disciple was already half a step into the red furnace realm. Feng Xing had seen this disciple before. It was Su Lingyun, the one who had carried Xiao Man into the sect. The higher the rank of the pill master, the higher the success rate of refining the Dan, and the higher the price to hire them. However, there was no reference for the exact price. After all, most of the people around Feng Xing could not afford to refine the Dan. Feng Xing could only ask them about the general situation. As for the specifics, he had to verify it himself. With that thought in mind, Feng Xing decided to personally investigate and scout out the area. After making up his mind, Feng Xing made a trip to the herb essence hall for the outer sect disciples and bought some herbs to refine the qi restoring pill. This qi restoring pill was used to forcibly stabilize a cultivator's qi and blood when they felt that their qi and blood were in turmoil and they could no longer control the spiritual qi in their body. It was a type of Dan refining pill that was not of a high rank, but it was very complicated to refine. It tested the skill of the Dan refining master the most. After all, the Dan of breakthrough was very important. Feng Xing would not randomly find someone to help him refine it. Therefore, he was prepared to use the qi restoring pill to test the waters. After confirming that he had found an Dan refining pill that he could trust, he would then discuss the matter of refining the Dan of breakthrough. The qi restoring pill was more difficult than the Dan of breakthrough. A Dan refining master who could refine the qi restoring pill would not have much of a problem refining the Dan of breakthrough. With all the herbs needed to refine the qi restoring pill, Feng Xing packed them into a bundle and headed for Vermilion Cloud Valley. Vermilion Cloud Valley was located on the west side of Hidden Cloud Peak and was close to the 100,000 spirit fields. It was convenient to collect spirit herbs, and this place was basically isolated from the Blue Cloud sect. The disciples of the sect rarely interacted with the normal disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. This valley was 10 times the size of the Clear Stream Valley that Feng Xing lived in. The treatment of the disciples of Vermilion Cloud Valley was also different from that of normal disciples. Even the outer sect disciples had their own caves. These disciples who cultivated in alchemy were different from normal disciples. Their status was not determined by their cultivation, but by their mastery in alchemy. The rank of the pills they could refine would determine their status. If one wanted to enter the Vermilion Cloud Valley, they also needed to be talented. They either had to have a wood or fire spirit bloodline that was naturally suited for alchemy, or they had to have extremely high mastery in the art of medicine and spirit medicine. The reason why Su Lingyun cared so much about the Xiao Man was because the Xiao Man had a wood spirit bloodline. The wood spirit bloodline was innately close to spirit herbs, and could even alter the medicinal effects and age of spirit herbs. Cultivating alchemy would be twice the result with half the effort. After entering the Medicine Spirit Valley, the surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Medicinal clouds filled the air, and a small path led into the depths of the clouds. Who am I looking for? Feng Xing stood at the entrance of the valley and scratched his head for a while. He might as well start from the entrance. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw a young alchemy apprentice weeding in a flower field in front of a cave to his left. Feng Xing squeezed out a smile and walked up to greet him. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, the young alchemy apprentice glanced over and sized up Fangxing. He expressionlessly said, "Each time you make a move, no matter what dan it is, whether it is a successful or a failed dan, it will cost 10 spirit stones." Fangxing was stunned for a moment. How did you know I'm here to refine dan?" The alchemy apprentice glanced at Fangxing and said, "Outer sect disciples come to our Vermilion Cloud Valley to refine dan, what is it? Are these alchemists all acting like lords?" Fangxing laughed bitterly and said, "All right, I want to refine a cauldron of qi repairing pills." Before he finished speaking, the alchemy apprentice frowned and said, "Refining qi repairing pills is troublesome. It requires 3 revolutions, 12 fires and 7 tempering, 9 malevolent spirits. 10 spirit stones is too low. At least 30 spirit stones are needed for me to make a move." Fangxing was shocked by him, and asked cautiously, "Then I'll ask again, how confident are you?" The alchemy apprentice was instantly displeased and coldly scolded, "You don't know the rules at all. When refining dan, first, it depends on heaven's will. Second, it depends on the qi of the earth, and third, it depends on the alchemist's skill. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on heaven's will. How can you ask me how confident I am?" Fangxing was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, "You're taking money to refine dan, so why can't I ask you how confident you are?" The alchemy apprentice stood up and shook his head helplessly. He said, "In this world, there are more and more people who don't know the rules. Fine, I'll tell you frankly. I'm a second-tier alchemy apprentice, and I have 30% confidence in refining this qi repairing pill. F***ck. Fangxing jumped up and shouted, 30% confidence, and you're charging me 30 spirit stones? Do you think my spirit stones fall from the sky?" The pill apprentice laughed coldly, and said, "You can also find someone else. My asking price is already considered low. If you hire a level 3 pill apprentice, you will need at least 60 spirit stones, and you will only have a 40% chance of success. If it's a level 4 pill apprentice, I'm afraid it won't do for less than 100 spirit stones, and you will only have a 50% chance of success. As for level 5 pill apprentices, once they make a move," Fangxing directly waved his hand, and said, "Fine. Tell me, how much do you need for a 100% chance of success?" The pill master was stunned for a moment, then laughed coldly, and said, "Among the disciples of Vermilion Cloud Valley, the only one who has a 100% chance of success is probably Senior Sister Lingyun. She even needs 30 spirit stones for a single move." Fangxing was stunned, then laughed, and said, 30 spirit stones? Then why am I looking for you? Tell me where she lives." The pill master laughed coldly, and said, 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Middle-grade spirit stones? Fangxing was instantly stunned, then immediately became embarrassed and angry. Why doesn't she just rob others? Middle-grade spirit stones were a type of spirit ore that contained more spirit qi, and one of them was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. In other words, Su Lingyun would need 3,000 spirit stones for a single move, which was enough to buy 3-tier breakthrough pills. "Refine it if you want." The pill master turned around, no longer paying attention to this country bumpkin. F***ck, I've encountered someone even more arrogant than me, Fangxing muttered to himself as he turned around. This group of pill masters looked like dogs, but in reality, they were even more robbers than bandits. It looked like in order to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, it was necessary for him to find these bandits frequently. Of course, the other reason was that Fangxing felt that since these pill masters were earning so much money, every one of them must be very wealthy. With this kind of wicked idea in mind, Fangxing temporarily returned to Clearstream Valley, and decided to carefully consider it. However, he didn't know that not long after he left Vermilion Cloud Valley, a beautiful woman followed him out. It was a woman dressed in white. She had a beautiful face and a wonderful appearance. She was tall, but her figure was very thin. However, the places that should be fat were not the slightest bit careless. Her white dress bulged up her chest, and her buttocks suddenly protruded, drawing a shocking arc. She walked under the moonlight, and her figure seemed to be riding the wind. She was incomparably beautiful, like a soul or a fairy. However, her eyes were filled with tears, which slowly slid down her cheeks and dripped onto her white dress. "How did you die?" "I was refining pills with my master, and I thought that I would be able to see you once I came out of seclusion," but why didn't you come back, and you will never come back, you're such a smart and proud person. How could you not even complete such a simple task? Didn't you say that you wanted to enter the inner sect, and even become a true disciple, so that you could openly marry me? I've already dreamed of becoming your cultivation partner countless times, and refining pills for you alone, but you, the woman murmured as she walked, tears rolling down her cheeks. She was heartbroken. She walked in a daze, and arrived at Clear Stream Valley. She swept a glance over it, and then directly walked in. At this moment, Fangxing was lying on his bed, thinking of a wicked idea. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger, and his eyes flew open. He looked at his door with bright eyes. It was also at this moment that the wooden door was suddenly pushed open with great force. A cool breeze blew in, and a woman in white walked in with a tearful gaze. Who is this woman? Why is she looking at me like a resentful wife? Fangxing was startled. He withdrew all his wariness and revealed a very confused expression. Senior sister, you are. The woman did not speak. She stared at him for a long time and then slowly said, Did Ho Qing bring you along when he went out to kill demons? Fangxing's heart trembled, and he vaguely guessed this woman's identity. That's me. May I know who you are? Fangxing pretended to be confused, and asked curiously. The woman ignored him, and coldly said, How did he die? Tell me slowly, and don't leave out a single word. Tell your sister, do you think I'm a storyteller? Fangxing cursed in his heart, but did not dare to act rashly without knowing the woman's specific identity. He simply pretended to be confused, and said in surprise, Senior sister, so you know senior brother Ho Qing? Sigh, this is really sad. Senior brother Ho Qing was a good person. He originally wanted to bring me out to do a task, and also to help me as a junior brother. Unfortunately, that day at Demon Miasma Mountain. His voice was neither fast nor slow as Fangxing slowly recounted what he had said in the Talisman Hall. As he spoke, he observed the woman's reaction. She had already vaguely guessed who this person was. When she first obtained Ho Qing's bag of holding, she saw that he had a lot of spirit medicines. At the bottom of each spirit medicine bottle was engraved with the word Shui. From then on, Fangxing guessed that Ho Qing had a friend in the Dao sect who was proficient in alchemy. Even the demon spirit pill that he had swindled had come from this person. Now that this woman had come to find him in the middle of the night, Fangxing was vaguely certain that Ho Qing's friend was most likely this person. Sigh, that's it. Senior brother Lu San killed the demon toad, but he also died. Fangxing slowly finished telling the story. The woman only silently cried and did not interrupt him. After he finished, Fangxing did not speak and quietly looked at the woman. It would be very difficult for this woman to find fault with his story. After all, his story had even deceived the 3 elders of the Talisman Hall. I don't believe it. However, after listening to Fangxing's story, the woman suddenly spoke softly. This caused Fangxing to be stunned. The woman's expression was bleak as she murmured, I don't believe that he will die so easily. He has 2 top-notch flying swords and so many healing and detoxifying spirit medicines that I gave him. I even taught him the dragon capturing crane technique, and he has mastered it very well. How can he die so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Tell me, after he died, where did his belongings go? At the end of her words, the woman's expression suddenly became mournful and her cold gaze fell on Fangxing's face. Fangxing was startled and expressionlessly said, Most of them were lost. I have already returned the rest to the Dao sect. The woman suddenly sneered mournfully like a madwoman. After a while, she began to cry again, making people feel pity for her. This senior sister, even if you don't believe me, the matter is as it is. Senior brother Ho is indeed very powerful. I have personally seen him fight, but that python demon toad is after all a rank 4 monster, and senior brother Ho Qing does not understand its habits, so a mistake is inevitable. Fangxing tried to keep his tone steady so as not to anger this madwoman. Mistakes, how could he fail? He clearly told me that he had even prepared the bait and that it was in the bag. The woman smiled mournfully. Suddenly, her gaze became ruthless and she coldly looked at Fangxing, since even he died, why did you come back alive? You were clearly the bait he prepared. Why did you not obediently let the demon toad eat you and create an opportunity for him to kill the demon toad? Why did you hide behind the tree? It is your fault, everything is your fault. If you did not hide, how could he die? The woman seemed to have gone crazy. Suddenly, her figure closed in and she fiercely slapped Feng Xing's face. Feng Xing was abruptly shocked as well, and the rage in his heart rose abruptly. His figure moved back to avoid the slap, and then he suddenly leaped up and fiercely slapped the woman's face as he cursed. Fuck you. You dare slap your grandfather? Originally, he saw that the woman's cultivation was high and her identity was most likely a pill master. He wanted to pretend to be a grandson to fool her, but who would have thought that the woman would casually slap him? He could pretend to be a grandson, but he was not willing to take a slap. Without even thinking, his body reflexively jumped up and slapped the woman's face. Of course, he was also surprised to be able to slap her. What he didn't know was that although the woman's cultivation was at the 4th level of spirit formation, she was currently muddle-headed and full of grief. In addition, she did not put Feng Xing in her eyes. She only thought that Feng Xing would not dare to dodge her slap. She completely did not expect that Feng Xing would suddenly counterattack. In a moment of carelessness, she was immediately slapped on her face. A clear palm print immediately appeared on her fair face. Feng Xing saw that he had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so he simply stopped pretending and fiercely said, Mother **Ker, you're Ho Qing's head. If you want to cry, go cry somewhere else. Don't act so ruthlessly in front of this young master. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't kill you as well? After suffering this slap, the woman was also stunned. She looked at Feng Xing in disbelief, but after hearing Feng Xing's words, her gaze suddenly sharpened and she said coldly, my guess was right, you're not as simple as you seem. Ho Qing's death was definitely not a coincidence, it must have been you who used a crafty plot to harm him. Tell me, did you kill him? Feng Xing sneered and said, stop slandering me. Ho Qing's death was his own fault. It cannot be blamed on this young master. If you have doubts in your heart, go to the Dao sect and report me. Let's see if the Dao sect will believe you. The woman's gaze suddenly overflowed with killing intent and she said hatefully, I will personally take revenge for him. Why would I need to report it to the Dao sect? As she spoke, she suddenly waved her slender hand and a suction force surged forth, actually wanting to pull Feng Xing over. You dare to make a move in the Clearstream Valley? How dare you? Feng Xing shouted coldly. He knew that this was the dragon capturing, crane controlling technique. Immediately, the spiritual energy in his body shook and he joined his hands together, also using the dragon capturing, crane controlling technique. The two suction forces collided in the air, instantly stirring up gusts of wind that shot out in all directions. After Feng Xing finished this action, he spun his body and pulled out the short knife in his boot. With a wave of the cold wind, he was about to pounce on the woman. The woman originally thought that she would be able to capture Feng Xing with a wave of her hand, but she didn't think that her 30% strength of the dragon capturing, crane controlling technique would actually be ineffective. She was slightly startled, but soon realized that the reason for this was because Feng Xing had also used the same technique. Her gaze suddenly became cold and she shouted, you're an outer sect disciple, where did you learn the dragon capturing, crane controlling technique? I knew it when I was born, why do you care? Feng Xing shouted, but he didn't relax his vigilance at all. In reality, he had already guessed that his capturing dragon controlling crane technique might have been learned from this woman. After all, he had found this secret manual in Ho Qing's storage pouch. Moreover, the handwriting on it was graceful, as if it had been written by a woman. Of course, he would never admit it. There was no point in admitting it. Let's see if you'll talk after I chop off your hands. The woman clenched her teeth and waved her hand to cast another spell. A spot of flame flew towards Feng Xing's face at an incomparably fast speed. The flame was only the size of a candle and was very inconspicuous. However, in Feng Xing's heart, he suddenly sensed an extreme sense of danger, and he abruptly executed the dragon capturing crane technique. Boom! Feng Xing's dragon capturing crane technique had not actually been cultivated to perfection, but it was enough to set up an invisible force field in front of him. The flame flew in front of Feng Xing and was immediately blocked by the qi in front of Feng Xing. It paused in the air for a moment. The woman was already prepared and immediately used the same technique. The two invisible forces collided, and Fangxing's chi was immediately broken. The flame quickly flew towards him. Whoosh, Fangxing's reaction was extremely fast. In an instant, his body crashed into the window, and he rolled on the ground, scurrying 3 to 4 meters away. At the same time, the flame had already hit the wooden wall behind him. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and a 3 to 4 meter tall flame sprang up. The flame was bright, illuminating the night sky. The temperature was astonishing, but Fangxing's heart sank coldly. How could such a small flame be so powerful? If it hit my body, then wouldn't it be, bitch, I'll kill you. The more Fangxing thought about it, the angrier he became. His small face turned red, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whoosh! The most powerful 9-serpent golden flame sword was directly cast, and it turned into a golden light, swiftly slashing towards the woman in green. This woman's attack was a threat to his life, and it immediately made him want to fight with all his might. He could not care about anything else. At this time, the woman also walked out of the burning wooden house. Her body was covered with an invisible barrier. The amazing heat wrapped around her body, but it was blocked by the invisible barrier. Seeing the 9-serpent golden flame sword coming towards her, she seemed to ignore it. She made a hand seal, and a silver light flew out, blocking the golden sword in the air. It was also a flying sword. The two swords collided in the air, and a harsh sound was heard, and sparks flew in all directions. The woman's cultivation was slightly higher, but Fangxing's 9-serpent golden flame sword was superior in terms of quality. Therefore, the two swords were evenly matched. They were like two streams of light in the night sky, and from time to time a cold, murderous glint could be seen. The woman did not even look at the flying sword. Her eyes were only looking at Fangxing. Her face was incomparably mournful, especially terrifying, looking like a goddess of vengeance. You're really powerful, more powerful than any outer disciple I've seen. Even Ho Qing can't compare to you. No wonder, he was killed by you, but, you can also go die, just treat it as my sacrifice to him. As the woman walked, she murmured. Tears rolled down her face, and her slender fingers made a complicated hand seal. At this moment, Fangxing's body also tensed up. Although the woman's cultivation was only higher than his by 1 level, it was the difference between the 3rd and 4th level of spirit formation. Furthermore, she cultivated a spell, which was incomparably terrifying. If he were to touch even a little bit of it, he would die without a complete corpse. However, Fangxing stealthily took out his dagger as he controlled the golden flame 9-serpent sword to slash at the woman. In his mind, he was constantly plotting one plan after another. This woman's mastery of spells and flying swords was obviously much higher than his, so he could only fight her in close combat. She had just suffered a slap from him. Although part of the reason was that it was unexpected, it also showed that her martial arts skills were ordinary. If he could get close, he might not necessarily have no chance of winning. Fangxing's body tensed up when he saw that the woman's fingers were moving and another spell was about to be cast. Killing is not allowed in the valley. Who is violating the sect rules? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. On Hidden Cloud Peak, an old man in a loose robe suddenly jumped out. While he was in midair, he waved his sleeves and slowly descended from the sky, looking like a big bird. It was the shocking flame in the valley that alarmed the Dao Gates elder. Go to hell. Seeing the Dao Gates elder coming to stop her, the green-robed woman's face changed. She immediately scolded fiercely. With a flick of her hand seal, 3 shocking flames immediately flew towards Fangxing. At the same time, the invisible dragon controlling crane art suppressed Fangxing, wanting to imprison him on the spot and forcefully endure the 3 flames. She actually risked the Dao Gate's punishment to kill Fangxing before the elder arrived. Impudent. When the elder from the Dao sect saw this, he shouted in the air and waved his sleeves at the same time. So, from his left sleeve, a flying sword flew out. It was green in color and flew down like lightning. As it flew through the air, the 3 flames that the green-robed woman shot out were instantly extinguished by the sword. Then, from his right sleeve, a grass rope that didn't look very long flew out. Like a spirit snake, it quickly swept down from the sky and coiled around the white-robed woman's body. This Dao Gates elder's cultivation was at the 9th level of spirit formation. His strength was far from what the green-robed woman could contend with. So, the elder in the wide robe landed on the ground, and the green flying sword immediately flew to his feet, supporting his falling body. Even the flying swords of Feng Xing and the white-clothed woman in the air were waved by his big sleeve, and an invisible and powerful gravitational force appeared in the air, forcibly suppressing the two flying swords. It was as if they had turned from poisonous snakes into two earthworms, and obediently turned into two streams of flowing light, entering into the elder's sleeve. "You're a disciple of the Vermilion Cloud Valley? Why did you come to the Clear Stream Valley to cause trouble?" After the elder in the loose robe collected their flying swords, his eyes turned cold. He recognized the woman's clothing and her origin. He immediately asked in a stern voice, "I want to kill him. I want to kill him." The green-robed woman continued to struggle as if she didn't hear the elder's words. Feng Xing coldly looked at the woman, turned around and bowed to the elder in the sky. He said in a clear voice, "Elder, please understand. Not long ago, this disciple and the outer sect disciple, Ho Qing, received the Tao Gate's edict and went out to kill demons. In the end, Ho Qing unfortunately died. This disciple was fortunate enough to complete the edict and return. The three elders in the edict hall have already investigated the truth of this matter and judged this disciple to be innocent." "You're lying. You vicious thief, you harmed Ho Qing and you're still lying." The white-robed woman struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free from the elder's magic tool. She could only curse hysterically. Feng Xing glanced at her coldly and continued, "This woman seems to be senior brother Ho Qing's lover. Tonight, she suddenly came to our door and said something about senior brother Ho Qing bringing this disciple out was to use this disciple as bait to kill the demon toad. Senior brother Ho Qing died and this disciple survived. This means that I did not play the role of bait. This is a heinous crime. Therefore, this disciple must be beheaded and used as a sacrifice to senior brother Ho Qing." At this time, the sounds of battle between him and the green-robed woman had attracted many Clear Stream Valley disciples to peep from their rooms. There were also many elders living around Hidden Cloud Peak who were secretly paying attention to the situation. Feng Xing's loud voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, the words lover and bait were too eye-catching. When the elder heard this, his eyebrows suddenly rose and he said in a deep voice, "Enough, there is no need to continue." He had no choice but to stop Feng Xing, because what Feng Xing said was a scandal of the Tao Gate. Ho Qing used him as bait. Even if the elders understood in their hearts, saying it in public was not a good thing. Blue Cloud Sect secretly allowed its disciples to use some extreme methods, but it didn't mean that these methods could be put out in the open. A righteous sect was a righteous sect. If they didn't care about methods and only cared about results, then what difference was there between them and the devil sect? What infuriated the wide-robed elder even more was this Vermilion Cloud Valley female disciple's method of revenge. The wide-robed elder was also well-versed in the filthy affairs of the sect. From his point of view, since Ho Qing had used her as bait to fish for the demon toads, he could only blame himself for being useless if he was killed. He had lost the bet. After all, he was the one who had done it first. What else could he say if he was killed? Yet this girl had come to seek revenge despite being blinded. She had no regard for the sect's rules at all. Taking a step back, even if she wanted revenge, she shouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. With this ruckus, not only did everyone know that Feng Xing had been used as bait, but they also knew that she had colluded with Ho Qing. To the Tao sect, this was practically a scandal. After all, the Tao sect was the Tao sect. Although they did not forbid marriage, they did not restrict the disciples' love affairs. In the eyes of the Tao sect, marriage was only allowed after one had broken through to Foundation establishment or left the sect. "Woman, how dare you? If what this child said is true, then you are an accomplice to several crimes. Fine, since you're a disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley, I won't punish you. I'll just have your Vermilion Cloud Valley's imparting elder come and fetch you." The wide-robed elder said coldly. He casually tossed a spirit talisman and turned into a stream of light as he flew in the direction of Vermilion Cloud Valley. "It's actually a disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley. How dare he barge into our Clear Stream Valley to kill people? Isn't that Feng Xing who's currently in the limelight? I heard he's a good friend of senior brother Meng Xianzhao. Shoo, why would senior brother Xianzhao become enemies with a disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley because of him? This kid is going to lose his backer. That's right. No matter the reason, a disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley is not to be offended. In Clearstream Valley, everyone was whispering to each other, discussing the scene before them. To them, a disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley grasped the art of alchemy, which meant that they grasped the lifeline of their cultivation path. They could not be offended at all costs. As they discussed, a black figure suddenly flew over from the direction of the Vermilion Cloud Valley. When it got closer, everyone could see that it was an extremely large white crane. It spread its wings and flew over at an extremely fast speed. On the back of the white crane sat a woman with a cold expression. She was extremely beautiful, but her expression was as cold as ice. She wore a snow-white dress. "Ah, it's Senior Lingyun," someone called out in a low voice. Everyone immediately raised their heads and looked at the legendary true inheritor. Lingyun greets Elder Hong. "May I know what has happened?" Su Lingyun flew over on a crane and arrived at the Clearstream Valley. She bowed to the wide-robed elder and asked in a low voice. "Lingyun, why are you here? Where's your master?" The elder in the wide robe asked politely. He did not look down on Su Lingyun because of her seniority. In reality, Su Lingyun's cultivation was only one level lower than his. Moreover, she was young and had a limitless future. Once she reached foundation establishment in the future, her future would be much brighter than most of the elders of Dao sect. As a result, the elders of Dao sect never put on airs when facing true inheritors. Su Lingyun said, "Master has just finished refining a cauldron of foundation establishment pills and is resting in seclusion. As the eldest senior sister of Vermilion Cloud Valley, I received the elder's message talisman and rushed over to handle this matter in my master's stead." The elder in the wide robe nodded. "You are a Dao sect's true inheritor. You are qualified to handle this matter." As he spoke, his spiritual power moved and his voice became a thought. He told Su Lingyun everything that had happened here through the secret sound transmission technique. However, he didn't know much about the matter, so he was mostly retelling what Feng Xing had just said. Hearing that, Su Lingyun's expression gradually turned cold. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed and a bright light shot out. Her gaze landed on the girl in green who was tied up by the immortal trapping rope and she shouted, "Lin Xianxia, why did you cause such trouble as soon as you came out of seclusion?" The girl in green, Lin Xianxia, smiled foolishly and murmured, "It's because I found out about this as soon as I came out of seclusion. That's why I wanted to avenge him." Su Lingyun immediately frowned and said to the elder in the wide robe, "Elder Hong, Lin Xianxia was by master's side, taking care of the furnace for master who was in seclusion to refine pills. She was in seclusion for 49 days and has just come out. She is mentally and physically exhausted and her mind is not clear, resulting in such a huge mistake. Please forgive her, Elder Hong. Lingyun will bring her back to Vermilion Cloud Valley and discipline her strictly. What do you think?" Elder Hong frowned slightly. He naturally knew that the so-called "bring her back and discipline her strictly" was just polite words. However, the disciples of Vermilion Cloud Valley had always been like this. They were practically outside the rules of Dao sect, so there was nothing he could do. He could not offend Elder Hong Yen of Vermilion Cloud Valley for such a small disciple. He nodded lightly and said, "Thank you. Thank you, Elder Hong." Su Lingyun smiled sweetly and bowed to Elder Hong, then looked at the girl in green. Elder Hong sighed softly and waved his sleeve. The immortal trapping Lin Xianxia immediately detached itself and flew back into his sleeve. Lin Xianxia's body swayed as soon as she regained her freedom, then she steadied herself again. UB** starred. Once we return to Vermilion Cloud Valley, see how master will punish you. Hurry up and return with me. Su Lingyun patted the white crane's neck and it slowly descended, ready to take Lin Xianxia back. Lin Xianxia smiled sadly and slowly walked toward the white crane. When she passed by Feng Xing, she glanced at Feng Xing and suddenly smiled sadly. She said softly, "Since he has already broken the sect's rules, why don't we just kill him?" As she spoke, she suddenly flicked her hand seal and actually cast another fire spell towards Feng Xing. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This time, she was too close to Feng Xing. Even Elder Hong could not stop her in time. However, at this moment, Feng Xing's figure suddenly moved. Others would let their guard down around this woman, but he would not. He had been keeping an eye on her. As soon as he saw the woman raise her wrist, he rushed toward her with a whoosh. By the time the woman cast her spell, he had already arrived at Lin Xingshua's side. He jumped up high, exerted all his strength, and slapped out with a paw sound. Pfft! Lin Xingxue was caught off guard and was immediately slapped on the face by Feng Xing. Her figure directly flew out and fell 30 feet away. The spell she had cast was also immediately deflected and landed on the ground 30 feet away, burning a large pit. For a moment, Clearstream Valley was silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Even after Elder Hong and senior sister Lingyun of Vermilion Cloud Valley had arrived, such a scene could still happen. This female disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley wanted to kill Feng Xing in front of senior sister Lingyun. She was truly crazy. And this brat, Feng Xing, had actually sent this delicate little beauty flying with a single slap. He was truly ruthless. Insolence. How dare you injure a disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley? Su Lingyun frowned and suddenly snorted coldly. She leaped from the back of the white crane and approached Feng Xing like a flying immortal. She swung her delicate palm, wanting to slap Feng Xing's face and avenge Lin Xingshua's slap. As the eldest senior sister of Vermilion Cloud Valley, she directly overlooked Lin Xingshua's plot against Feng Xing. She only saw the slap that Feng Xing had sent Lin Xingxue flying. A disciple of Vermilion Cloud Valley could not be humiliated, so she planned to return Feng Xing's slap first. However, at this moment, Feng Xing suddenly turned towards her. He gritted his teeth and smiled. Senior sister Lingyun, is Xiaoman alright? It's you? Su Lingyun abruptly retracted her palm and focused her gaze on Feng Xing's face. The mention of Xiaoman immediately reminded her of the beggar-like little boy outside the mountain gates. After all, Xiaoman was the junior sister with the most potential in Vermilion Cloud Valley and was doted on by her master. Xiaoman did not know that Feng Xing had also joined a Dao sect, and Su Lingyun did not intend to tell her either. She had never thought that Feng Xing would really be able to stand out from the 100,000 children and become an outer sect disciple of Blue Cloud sect. However, she had a deep impression of this fellow called Feng Xing. After all, in Vermilion Cloud Valley, Xiaoman would constantly mention this person. In Xiaoman's heart, it was as though she, the eldest senior sister, and her master, who was at the foundation establishment stage, were not as powerful as that beggar-like young master Feng Xing. Because the name Xiaoman was too unpleasant to the ears, Su Lingyun and her master were prepared to change Xiaoman's name. However, Xiaoman firmly disagreed. She was afraid that if the young master came to Blue Cloud sect to look for her one day, he would not be able to find her without a name. Su Lingyun's expression could not help but freeze when she thought of these things. Feng Xing looked at Su Lingyun with a grin. Senior sister Lingyun, it seems like you haven't forgotten about me. Su Lingyun snapped back to her senses and said coldly, I didn't expect you to really become a disciple of Blue Cloud sect. Feng Xing smiled. It's all because you gave me this opportunity, senior sister Lingyun. I've always been grateful and wanted to look for you to thank you. However, I'm not familiar with the roads in Dao, so I didn't manage to do so. I hope you won't take offense, senior sister Lingyun. Su Lingyun's expression changed as she said coldly, you'd better not take half a step near my Lingyun Valley or I'll break your legs. Feng Xing pretended to be shocked and asked, why is that? I miss you and Xiaoman. What should I do? Su Lingyun's pupils constricted as she said in a low voice, what right do you have to miss me? As for Xiaoman, when I brought her into Dao, she no longer has anything to do with you. If you dare to pester her and mess up her Dao heart, I'll kill you. When Feng Xing heard that, he was secretly furious. Suddenly, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth. *TCH, don't be unreasonable in front of me. Su Lingyun was stunned, and her entire body was stunned. She seemed to have never imagined that someone would call her a stinking bitch. But right after that, her flames of rage blazed while her killing intent arose, and she said with a grim voice, do you think I don't dare kill you? As she said that, a murderous aura exploded from her body. Even Elder Hong, who was in the air, was shocked and almost stopped her. Feng Xing's eyes darkened and he said fiercely, who do you think you are? A deity who stands high above and controls the fate of others? Xiaoman and I depend on each other. You think you can take her away just because you say so? Even if you want to take her away, you should fulfill your promise and let me enter the Blue Cloud sect. But what did you do? You left me in the middle of nowhere to do hard labor in the herbal field. As he said that, the anger in Fang Xing's eyes intensified. You're the first one to go back on your words. Why are you still acting all high and mighty in front of me? I was polite to you and called you senior sister Lingyun. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. To tell you the truth, I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. No matter how high your cultivation base is, I'll still stab you if you provoke me. Su Lingyun frowned slightly after hearing what Fang Xing said. Initially, she did not take Fang Xing seriously. Now that she thought about it, she did go back on her words. Even in her heart, the Taoist child of the Blue Cloud sect was not considered a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. In fact, strictly speaking, the outer sect was not considered a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, let alone a Taoist child. After all, the term outer sect meant outside the sect. If one had not even entered the Blue Cloud sect, how could one be considered a disciple? At that time, she did not think too much about it and did not take Fang Xing seriously. She just said it casually. She did not expect that this guy would really enter the inner sect with his own ability. Moreover, she met him at this time and was put in a difficult position. However, Su Lingyun still had no intention of lowering her head. Her pride did not allow her to lower her head. Thus, she only slightly retracted her murderous aura and coldly said, "Do you know that killing you is like killing an ant to me?" Fang Xing clenched his teeth and sneered, "Of course I know. But I'm no fool now. Although I'm an ant, I'm certain that Xiaoman isn't an ant anymore. She has the wood spirit bloodline and is a cultivation genius. There aren't many people like her in the entire Chufeng continent, right? Hehe, I'm very sure that her future achievements will be even higher than yours, much higher." As he spoke, he looked at Su Lingyun's expression. Fang Xing saw that her expression was getting uglier and knew that he was right. "It's easy for you to kill me, but can you guarantee that you'll seal off all information?" "I can guarantee that when Xiaoman's cultivation is high enough and she knows that I was killed by you, she will definitely turn against you and even kill you to avenge me." These words caused Fang Xing's expression to turn gloomy and extremely threatening. Su Lingyun's expression changed abruptly. She shouted in a low voice, "Nonsense. Ever since Xiaoman entered the sect, she has always been taught by me on behalf of her master. She's my junior sister in name, but in reality, she's the disciple I taught single-handedly. Our relationship is the best in the entire Vermilion Cloud Valley. How can you be so sure that she will turn against me because of a young master she met by chance?" As she spoke, Fang Xing looked at her with disdain. His gaze made Su Lingyun lose confidence and she couldn't continue speaking. "You're ridiculous." Fang Xing pointed at her nose and said. "What did you say?" Su Lingyun was immediately angered. "I'm telling the truth." Fang Xing sneered. "You don't know what Xiaoman and I have experienced. How can you guess our relationship?" Su Lingyun opened her mouth but eventually fell silent. In reality, ever since Xiaoman entered the sect for a year, she had indeed understood that the beggar-like young master outside the mountain gate was indeed very important to Xiaoman. His dependence on her bloodline was far from what she could compare to. After a while, Su Lingyun suddenly said, "Don't go near Xiaoman. She'll go far away. You'll only be a burden and will mess up her Dao heart." Fang Xing was silent. After a while, he suddenly sneered. "What benefits did you give me?" Su Lingyun's gaze turned cold. "You're blackmailing me?" Fang Xing deliberately picked his nose, then casually flicked his finger to the side. Su Lingyun immediately dodged to the side in disgust, afraid that something would come into contact with her body. She actually looked a little embarrassed. Fang Xing glanced at her proudly, then slowly said, "Don't talk about extortion and the like. You should be the one who owes me. Back then outside the mountain gate, you already owed me." Su Lingyun remained calm. After a while, she suddenly said, "What do you want?" Fang Xing thought for a while and suddenly had a plan. He suddenly smiled and said, "I want you to do me a small favor." "A small favor?" Su Lingyun was slightly taken aback. She thought that Fang Xing would demand an exorbitant price and ask for cultivation resources from her. "What favor?" Fang Xing smiled and said in a low voice, help me refine a furnace of rank-breaking pills. You want me to refine pills? Su Lingyun was slightly stunned and showed a surprised expression. Fang Xing picked his nose and said, that's right. I won't treat you badly. For refining a furnace of pills, I'll give you 100 spiritual stones. How about that? As he spoke, Fang Xing looked at Su Lingyun guiltily. He knew that this woman needed 30 mid-grade spiritual stones to refine a furnace of pills. As expected, Su Lingyun sneered and said, even if the sect elders ask me to refine pills, they won't be less than 30 mid-grade spiritual stones. As she spoke, she revealed a proud expression. She was the highest-ranked pill refiner in the Blue Cloud sect after her master. She was already a half-step pill refiner, so the price for her help was naturally not low. This little brat wanted to ask her for help with 100 low-grade spiritual stones. What a joke! Fang Xing saw the disdain on her face and was instantly annoyed. He rolled his eyes and said, what's so great about it? It's just 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Anyway, I don't have any now. Are you going to refine pills for me or not? Su Lingyun said coldly, is this the price you have to pay for not seeing Xiaoman? Fang Xing thought for a while and said, this is the compensation you should give me for lying to me. Su Lingyun's eyes turned cold and she looked at Fang Xing coldly. Fang Xing knew that this woman was about to lose her temper again. He shook his head helplessly and said, forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. If you help me refine pills, I definitely won't take the initiative to look for Xiaoman. Is that okay? But if we meet in the sect in the future, and Xiaoman rushes to greet me, that doesn't count. Su Lingyun wanted to agree, but she fell silent. She thought for a while and suddenly said, I'll make a bet with you. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. He rolled up his sleeves and said, sure, I'm good at betting. Mahjong or Pai Gao? Su Lingyun ignored Fang Xing's joke and said with a cold face, bet on whether you can survive in the inner sect. Huh? Fang Xing's eyes turned cold. He looked at Su Lingyun and said, you want to deal with me? Su Lingyun smiled and said, I won't lower myself to deal with you. But since you want me to help you refine the breakthrough pill, it means that you also want to enter the inner sect, right? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Although the inner sect has strict rules, the competition is much more intense than the outer sect. A child like you with no background entering the inner sect is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Moreover, she looked at Lin Xianxia in another direction and said softly, you also offended someone you shouldn't have? Fang Xing glanced at Lin Xianxia and said, what's so great about this woman? She definitely won't have a good ending if she dares to provoke me. Su Lingyun sneered and said, junior sister Xianxia has already been in the inner sect for 3 years and is a disciple of our Vermilion Cloud Valley. Her relationships in the sect are much more complicated than you can imagine. She already hates you now. Based on her temper, she won't stop until she wants your life. If you're smart, you should ask me to plead with the Dao sect to allow you to hide your identity and leave the Dao sect, living a peaceful life. Fang Xing's eyes flashed. Are you threatening me? Su Lingyun said indifferently, I'm not threatening you, nor will I touch a single finger of yours. I'm just telling you the truth. This woman is so despicable. Fang Xing glared at Lin Xianxia who was lying on the ground not far away. At this moment, she was already tied up by the wide-robed elder's magic weapon. Otherwise, why would she be lying on the ground so obediently? Even so, she was still glaring at him fiercely. Su Lingyun saw that Fang Xing was silent and thought that he was afraid. She sneered and said, I'll report this to the public. Junior sister Xianxia has broken the sect's rules. When I return, I'll put her in confinement for half a year. However, do you think she'll let you go when she comes out after half a year? In fact, I really don't understand why she came to you alone today. If she invited someone else from the inner sect, by now, you would already be. The threat and contempt in Su Lingyun's words immediately ignited the anger in Fang Xing's heart. He suddenly spat on the ground, giving Su Lingyun a fright. She hurriedly retreated 2 feet, afraid that it would stain her dress. Fang Xing raised his head and glared at her fiercely. He said, you just want me to leave the Blue Cloud sect and never see Xiaoman again, right? Humph, I won't let you have your way. Do you really think I'm scared? Let me tell you, I'll take this bet. You can just watch the show and see if this B*TCH kills me or if I kill her. However, since you want to bet, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Su Lingyun's original intention of saying this bet was to scare Feng Xing and make him willingly withdraw from the Dao sect. However, she did not expect that Feng Xing was really different from what she had imagined. This scare had instead aroused the bravery in his heart. Anyway, he was in a hurry to gamble with her. Instantly, it made it difficult for her to step down from the stage. She could not possibly take back what she had said before. Instantly, she was in a dilemma and muttered to herself. Are you going to bet or not? Mama is like a woman. Feng Xing looked at Su Lingyun with dissatisfaction. He looked like a fighting cock. I am a woman. Su Lingyun thought to herself, but she said faintly, since you want to bet, I'll make it clear to you. We have an agreement of 3 years. Within these 3 years, if you're afraid and feel that you're about to lose your life, you can come to me. I'll plead with Xianxia on your behalf to save your life and safely withdraw from Taoism. If you can hold on for 3 years without begging me and survive on your own, I'll admit that I've underestimated you. Not only will I not stop you from seeing Xiaoman, but I'll also refine pills for you for 3 years. Feng Xing's eyes lit up. You won't charge me? Su Lingyun nodded and said, not a penny. Feng Xing said, what about this time? Will you also agree to refine the level-breaking pill for me for free? For him, the next 3 years of alchemy and so on were too empty. Anyway, he did not intend to withdraw from the Blue Cloud sect. It was the most important thing to hurry up and get some benefits for the present. First, he would set this time's breakthrough pill. Su Lingyun smiled coldly and said, 100 lower spiritual stones is nothing to me. Feng Xing suddenly became happy and said with a smile, okay, I'll bet with you. Su Lingyun said, you can't secretly look for Xiaoman for 3 years. Otherwise, it will be a breach of contract. If I find out, not only will I not stop Xiaoman from making trouble for you, but I will also break your legs and drive you out of the Taoism sect even if Xiaoman hates me. When she spoke, her expression was serious and it was obvious that she was very serious. Feng Xing patted his chest and said nonchalantly, a man should keep his word. Just don't go back on your word. Su Lingyun frowned when she heard his rude words. She turned around and left. Her voice drifted over, find me at the Spirit Cloud Valley in 3 days. Feng Xing followed behind her with a smile and said loudly, Senior Sister Lingyun, don't be in such a hurry. I'll send you off. Su Lingyun sneered and continued to walk forward. Feng Xing shouted again, Senior Sister Lingyun, don't worry. I'll remember what you said. I'll definitely cultivate hard and live up to your expectations. By the way, this Senior Sister Lin was just sad and lost her sense of propriety. Please don't punish her severely. I'm really not angry with her. Oh, right. Are we going to see you in 3 days? I'll be there on time. Su Lingyun was slightly stunned. She turned around and looked at Feng Xing with a puzzled expression. She thought, what's wrong with this little brat? However, Feng Xing stood where he was with a sincere smile on his face. He waved his hand forcefully. It's cold riding on the white crane. Senior Sister Lingyun, remember to wear more clothes next time. Although your white dress looks good, it's too thin. Under the light of the fire, hee. He wanted to say that it was almost transparent under the fire, but he was afraid that this woman would turn against him, so he held back and did not say it. Su Lingyun was full of complaints and did not reply. She reached out to pick up the muddle-headed Lin Xianxia and leaped onto the back of the white crane. After bidding farewell to Elder Hong, the white crane flapped its wings and flew away, disappearing into the night sky. Oh. That damn brat. He was pretending to be close to me on purpose. It was only when the night wind blew that Su Lingyun suddenly realized what was going on and cried out involuntarily. It was only at this moment that she finally understood the meaning of Feng Xing's last few words that seemed to be without rhyme or reason. Those words were not said to her at all. They were said to the disciples of the Clear Stream Valley. Or to put it in a more profound way, those words were basically said to all the outer disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. This little bastard was purposely acting as if he was very familiar with her so that he could borrow her power. Realizing that she had been tricked by this little bastard, Su Lingyun was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She wanted to go back and give him 2 slaps, but she could not bring herself to do it. With her status, she would not go back and explain anything to others. Su Lingyun suddenly realized that she, a direct disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, could only endure being tricked by this little bastard. Little bastard, one day when you fall into my hands, I'll definitely make you pay. Su Lingyun said hatefully. However, this voice could only be heard by the White Crane and the Night Wind. Boy, what did you two just talk about? Elder Hong had been hovering in the air, curiously watching the conversation between Fang Xing and Su Lingyun. From his angle, he could clearly see Fang Xing spitting and scratching his nose. Su Lingyun's face was full of disgust, but she still talked to him. In the end, the two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. This little bastard even respectfully sent Su Lingyun off with a face full of intimacy. It seemed that their relationship was not shallow. This made him curious, and he very much wanted to know what the two of them talked about. Fang Xing laughed mischievously, bowed to Elder Hong in the air, and said, "This is a private conversation between me and Su Lingyun. Even if I'm grateful to you for saving my little life, I can't tell you. It's offensive, haha. Little monkey, watch your words. Be careful of your words." Elder Hong laughingly scolded. With a flick of his sleeve, he threw Fang Xing's 9-serpent golden flame sword to him, and rode his sword back to Hidden Cloud Peak. With his status, he was only casually asking. Seeing that Fang Xing did not say anything, he naturally would not pursue the matter further. Fang Xing reached out and received the 9-serpent golden flame sword. With a proud expression, he looked at the Clear Stream Valley disciples who were craning their necks to look at him, and cursed with his hands on his hips, "You bunch of bastards, what are you looking at? Don't you know the relationship between this young master and senior sister Lingyun? Let me tell you, she's very good to me, just like my own mother. In the future, don't provoke this young master." The disciples had heard Fang Xing's words earlier, and they had also seen Su Lingyun and Fang Xing talking in low voices for a long time. Their hearts were already full of doubts. Now that they heard him say this, their eyes suddenly became round. A wise man does not reveal his true nature. This little rascal actually has such a deep friendship with senior sister Lingyun. Seeing that he had fooled everyone, Fang Xing was even more proud. With a flick of the 9-serpent golden flame sword, it automatically flew into the heavenly cave ring behind his head, and then he triumphantly turned around. However, when he looked at his own cabin, he suddenly frowned. Half of the cabin had been burned down by Lin Qingshua's Dao fire, and it was no longer livable. It seemed that Black 3 would have to arrange another cabin for him. "Hey San! You bastard Hey San, come out and pick the best room for me to live in." With his small hands behind his back, he strode forward, cursing as he went to the entrance of the valley to find Black 3. The other Clear Stream Valley disciples looked at each other, still immersed in the scene that had just happened. That little rascal really has such a good relationship with senior sister Lingyun? In the outer sect, countless people were secretly discussing. That's right. After that little rascal sent Lin Qingxue flying with a slap, senior sister Su Lingyun immediately rushed over. "We thought that senior sister Lingyun was going to slap him back, but it turns out that she was worried that he would get injured and was in a hurry to check on his injuries. Yes, I heard that senior sister Su Lingyun was going to punish Lin Qingxue severely. It was that little rascal who begged for mercy. Senior sister Lingyun also asked that little rascal to go to the Lingyun Valley to look for her in 3 days. I wonder what he's going to do. What else? She must be secretly giving him some cultivation resources." Amidst the discussion, the way everyone looked at Fang Xing changed once again. In the past, everyone thought that Fang Xing relied on giving the stone essence powder to Meng Xianzhao to obtain his protection. Therefore, although they did not provoke him, they still looked down on him. Until now, everyone felt that they were wrong. This little rascal did not need Meng Xuanzhao's protection at all. Meng Xuanzhao's uncle was only the lowest-ranking elder, and his future was completely incomparable to senior sister Lingyun's. Don't you think that the flying sword that the little rascal is riding is very strange? I seem to have heard of it somewhere before." Amidst the discussion, someone suddenly thought of something amiss and quietly asked. You reminded me. I felt that something was wrong just now. That flying sword's body is pure gold, and it's surrounded by spiritual flames with 9 snakes dancing around it. It's clearly the 9-serpent golden flame sword. That's right. Do you remember that Ho Qing once said that he found clues about the bewitching smoke bandit? The flying sword that the bewitching smoke bandit used was this 9-serpent golden flame sword. It said that the bewitching smoke bandit snatched it from the phantom market for the first time. It was like a stone striking 1,000 ripples. For a moment, who knew how many people were reminded, and the discussion became more and more intense. After a night, Fang Xing became famous in the outer sect. The most enviable rumor was the speculation about the relationship between Fang Xing and Su Lingyun. Being able to establish a relationship with Su Lingyun was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. One must know that in the Tao sect, there was a strict hierarchy. There was the Supreme Elder, followed by the Sect Master, the Great Elder, the Four Valleys Teaching Elders, and the Foundation Establishment Realm's Grand Elder. After the Grand Elder, the true disciples had the highest status. Meng Xuanzhao's uncle and the others, including Elder Hong who helped Fang Xing out, were the lowest-ranking executive elders in the Tao sect. Although they were elders in name, in terms of future and cultivation, they were not as good as true disciples like Su Lingyun and Xiao Jianming. After all, true disciples were extremely talented and had a high chance of reaching the Foundation Establishment realm in the future. On the other hand, they were almost at the end of their lifespans, and their hopes were slim. Therefore, with Su Lingyun's care, Fang Xing's status could be said to have skyrocketed. Of course, only he knew that he was just using the tiger's skin as an overcoat. As for the other rumor, it was quite unfavorable for Fang Xingzhan. At that time, he had taken out the 9-serpent golden flame sword to fight. Although no one had guessed anything at the time, as the news gradually spread, some people discovered that the 9-serpent golden flame sword that Fang Xing had used was extremely similar to the flying sword that the smoke bandit had lost when he first appeared in the Phantom City. Another point was that when Ho Qing had been tricked, he had also said that the smoke bandit had used a 9-serpent golden flame sword. On the evening of the second day, someone came to the Clear Stream Valley to visit Fang Xing. He called himself Luo Shi. After some pleasantries, he asked to take a look at Fang Xing's flying sword. Fang Xing understood that the other party was suspicious of him, so he admitted it openly and said that he bought the flying sword from the Phantom City. At that time, he got a great bargain and only spent 30 spirit stones. Although Luo Shi was full of doubts, he could only take his leave for the time being. He was sure that this flying sword was the one he had lost, but he wasn't sure that Fang Xing was the bewitching smoke bandit. After all, Fang Xing's age is not suitable, and he looks very different from the tall and thin adult who appeared in the Ghost City. Luo Shi, who specially came to see the sword, came empty-handed in the end. Although he was still suspicious, he did not dare to provoke Fang Xing. After all, Fang Xing was not only related to Meng Xianzhao, but he was also very close to senior sister Su Lingyun. Although Luo Shi was also from a wealthy family, he did not dare to provoke senior sister Su Lingyun's people. This also made Fang Xing a little vigilant. At that time, the situation was critical, so he didn't think too much and directly took out his most powerful flying sword. However, he didn't expect that such a sword would attract the suspicion of others. It seemed that it was true that there were fat sheep everywhere in the Tao sect, but it was obviously not correct to say that they were all fools. I must enter the inner sect as soon as possible. When I become an inner sect disciple, who would dare to provoke me, even if these people knew that he was the bewitching smoke bandit, they had to keep this secret to themselves and beat up whoever dared to say it. More importantly, Lin Xianxia would be confined for half a year. In other words, she would not have the time to cause trouble for him for half a year. After half a year, no one could tell what this crazy woman would do. I really don't have much time, so I can only enter the inner sect as soon as possible. First, I need to understand the situation in the inner sect, and second, I need to practice magic to improve my ability to protect myself. One-eyed dragon, why are you blindly squinting? Oh, senior brother Fang, I'm here to pay my respects to you. Early in the morning, Fang Xing walked out with his feet splayed. He was wearing a small Taoist robe that still looked a little fat. The corners of his pants were tied tightly with straw rope, making him look a little comical. He was not big, but he had his hands behind his back. He had a ponytail at the back of his head and a straw stick in his mouth. He looked like a little bandit, greeting everyone he saw as if everyone in the Clear Stream Valley was his acquaintance. The disciple whom he called the one-eyed dragon actually had a pair of big and small eyes. Actually, it wasn't very obvious, but somehow, Fangxing saw through it. From then on, he called him the one-eyed dragon, and he didn't dare to say no. Bull, look at your shifty-eyed face. Did you go to Vermilion Cloud Valley to peep at women bathing again? Hee hee, senior brother Fang must be joking. I just went out to practice my fist, old pimp, don't run. Where's the chick you promised to find for me last time? Hee hee, senior brother Fang, don't say it in the hall with so many people. I found the chick. I'll send her to you tonight. Fangxing walked all the way to the entrance of the clear stream valley. He scolded whoever he saw, but the disciples did not dare to say anything. They had to smile along with him. The reputation of the clear stream valley's great scourge had already spread among the disciples. However, no one dared to say it in front of Fangxing. In front of him, they all had sweet mouths, calling him senior apprentice brother Fang. Behind his back, it was unknown what they said. Of course, Fangxing did not care about this. No matter what others thought, he just had to be respectful on the surface. Senior brother Fang, where are you going so early in the morning? Black 3 was waiting at the entrance of the valley. When he saw Fangxing, he greeted him with a smile from afar. Early, your uncle. Don't you see that the sun is already high in the sky? A lazy bum like you is already up, and your little master Fang can still sleep in? Fangxing scolded him every time he saw him. Black 3 was angry but did not dare to say anything. Who told him to offend this little devil? No matter who he met, he would laugh and tease, but when he saw him, he would scold him, and he did not dare to be dissatisfied. During this period of time, Black 3 was really living a life worse than death. He deeply regretted that he had offended this little devil. Obviously, he was a poor man with no background and no relationship. But now, he suddenly had a relationship with senior sister Lingyun. This scared Black 3 a lot. Meng Xianxia wanted to deal with him, but it was easy, not to mention the high and mighty senior sister Lingyun. Therefore, Black 3 was determined to not fight back against Fangxing. What he wanted would be given to him. The result of this was that all his cultivation resources were taken away by Fangxing and given to Yu Sanliang. His face in the clear stream valley also plummeted, and he became a laughingstock. Fortunately, he did not lose his position as the deacon of the chores department. Hey, I just wanted to ask you when you will come back. I have a few bottles of good wine. I will send them to you in the evening. Drink your uncle's wine. You're an old man. You don't want to cultivate. You just want to drink. You're really useless. Fangxing unceremoniously scolded and said, I'm going to senior sister Lingyu now. She said that she would give me some pointers on my cultivation. She also gave me a few bottles of elixirs. I don't know when it will be. When you see my light turn on, you can send them over. Okay. Senior brother, take care, Black 3 said with a smile. Fangxing cursed a few more times. After satisfying his craving, he walked out along the valley entrance. He really wanted to go to the Spirit Cloud Valley. But to give pointers on cultivation, of course, he was just bragging. In the past 3 days, he had prepared the materials to refine the breakthrough pill. He was going to find Su Lingyun to fulfill her promise. The true disciples of the Emerald Cloud sect all had their own cultivation valleys. Although Su Lingyun was a disciple of the Vermilion Cloud Valley, she also had her own valley to cultivate in. It was called the Spirit Cloud Valley. Generally speaking, she would only go to the Vermilion Cloud Valley to serve her master when there were major events or when her master was preaching. She would usually stay in the Spirit Cloud Valley and receive the same treatment as the elders of the Dao sections. The Spirit Cloud Valley is located in a hidden valley on the edge of the Blue Cloud sect. It is surrounded by strange flowers, strange grasses, fragrant and beautiful streams. The environment is beautiful. The rarest thing is that every time the weather is sunny and the earth is evaporated by the hot sun, there will be clouds floating in the air, shrouding the valley. The clouds contain spiritual energy, which is helpful for cultivation. It is really a good place to go. Fangxing came here, but he did not know where to go. He knew that the Spirit Cloud Valley was nearby, but he did not know the specific path. He was thinking about whether or not to find someone to ask, but he heard the cry of a crane above his head. A strong wind swept across his face. He saw Su Lingyun's white crane swooping down from the sky. It looked at Feng Xing with a strange look, then tilted its left wing, indicating for him to sit on its back. "Are you here to pick me up? Riding this thing is really good. It is much more majestic than the dragon horse." Feng Xing praised and stepped forward. Just as he was about to ride on the back of the crane, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the white crane's tail. The white crane did not know what he was doing. It let out a cry, urging him to come up. "Is it male or female?" Feng Xing muttered and jumped on the back of the crane. However, Feng Xing suddenly remembered that Su Lingyun rode this white crane every day. It would be fine if it was a female, but it would be troublesome if it was a male. This was because as the cultivation of demons increased, they would transform into human form. When that time comes, would Su Lingyun have to ride it as well? As he thought of this, he chuckled to himself. The white crane heard his naughty laugh and turned its head to look at him. It did not know what this fellow was thinking. The white crane flew very steadily and was much more comfortable than riding a horse. Feng Xing rode on the back of the white crane and felt a cool breeze blowing against his face. The spiritual clouds blew against his face and were dispersed by him. Looking down, he saw yellow flowers and green trees forming a continuous slope. Sometimes they were blocked by the spiritual clouds, and sometimes they appeared in front of him. That kind of feeling was really incomparably beautiful. Feng Xing was a child after all, so he was very happy for a moment. When the white crane heard Feng Xing's cheers, a cold glint flashed across its beady eyes. Whoosh, just as Feng Xing was cheering, he suddenly felt the white crane he was sitting on suddenly accelerate, rushing forward like a meteor. At the same time, the white crane's body tilted to the left, causing him to lose his balance and almost fall off the white crane. But very quickly, the white crane stabilized its body, and with a crane cry, it continued to fly faster, directly flying up into the sky, and then suddenly somersaulted down. "Oh no, does that be *tch Su Lingyun want me to fall to my death?" Feng Xing was taken aback and thought to himself in horror. He had misunderstood Su Lingyun. Just as Feng Xing thought, Su Lingyun only wanted the white crane to bring Feng Xing into the valley. However, this white crane also had a cultivation base and intelligence, and it had a protective nature. Back in the Clear Stream Valley, it had seen Su Lingyun and Feng Xing talking for a while, and when Su Lingyun rode on it and left, it had been angrily cursing this little brat in a low voice. At that time, the white crane had hated this brat who had angered its master to the point that she was trembling all over. At this time, Su Lingyun had asked it to come and pick up Feng Xing, so it had the idea of scaring Feng Xing. It didn't really want to throw him to his death, but it wanted to fly to a high place, throw him down, and then quickly come back up to catch him, and watch him cry bitterly in fear. However, Feng Xing didn't care so much. When he saw the white crane's appearance, he was shocked, and then angry. He shouted, "Feathered beast, you want to fall to my death? I'll *king kill you first." As he spoke, he turned his body and used the dragon capturing and controlling crane technique to prevent himself from falling off the white crane. With his other hand, he directly pulled out a short knife from the hole in his boot and stabbed it into the back of the white crane. Although this knife was a weapon from the mortal world, it had been tempered thousands of times and could be regarded as a divine weapon. It could cut through iron like mud. It was a weapon that Feng Xing's third uncle had given to him for self-defense. Under the stimulation of Feng Xing's spiritual power, it was even more indestructible. Although the white crane's feathers were hard and smooth, the knife directly stabbed into its back. It immediately felt pain and let out a miserable cry. It flapped its wings and turned around to peck at Feng Xing. Feng Xing held the knife in one hand and stabilized his body. His body quickly turned to the left, but the white crane pecked him. Using the short knife as support, Feng Xing struggled to jump forward and directly jumped to the white crane's neck. He sat there and firmly clamped his legs together. This was the white crane's blind spot. Whether it was its sharp claws or its steel-like sharp beak, it couldn't attack Feng Xing. "Bastard, fall for me!" Feng Xing shouted, and the short knife in his hand stabbed into the white crane's neck without hesitation. The white crane let out a miserable cry and flew around in the air. It was in so much pain that it lost its mind. Feng Xing couldn't care less. Seeing that the white crane wasn't listening, He thought that it still hadn't given up on the idea of falling to its death, so he ruthlessly stabbed the knife into the white crane's neck. Twisting the handle of the knife, the intense pain immediately caused the white crane to let out an ear-piercing screech. Because the knife was stabbed on the left, it subconsciously flew to the right. However, because of the intense pain, its flight was erratic. Fangxing clamped the crane's neck, but he was not afraid that it would shake him off. He realized that he was stabbing the white crane's left neck, and the white crane flew back. He laughed aloud, pulled out his saber, and stabbed the white crane's right neck. The white crane cried miserably, and flew to the left. Haha. Great! Fangxing laughed incessantly. Using this unique method, he controlled the white crane to fly in the air. He wasn't in a hurry to land. The white crane's body was huge, and Fangxing's short knife was only less than a foot long. Even if it stabbed into its neck, it didn't hurt any vital parts. At this time, the white crane had already been completely subdued by Fangxing. In despair, it saw the location of the Spirit Cloud Valley. It suddenly clapped its hands and rushed straight towards the Spirit Cloud Valley. Even if Fangxing stabbed it with his knife, he wouldn't be able to change its direction. The distance of 1,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. The white crane landed in the flower field with a bang, and Fangxing fell down as well. What's going on? This was a small valley with a circumference of 2 to 3 miles. There were strange flowers and plants, and in the middle of the valley was a small lake. The water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. In the middle of the valley, there was a 3-story carved wooden building. It was painted with purple paint, and the building was covered with green vines. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Lingyun, who was wearing a white dress, appeared at the window. Seeing the situation, she was shocked. Crane, Su Lingyun cried out in concern. She directly flew out of the window and instantly arrived at the white crane's side to check on its injuries. At this time, the white crane was really incomparably miserable. Its back had been stabbed, and blood dyed a large area of its white feathers. There were also 4 or 5 wounds on both sides of its neck, all of which were bleeding. The white crane didn't even have the strength to turn over. When it saw Su Lingyun coming over, it weakly let out a mournful cry, looking extremely dispirited. Was it you who hurt Crane? Not far away, Fangxing, who had just fallen into the flowers, had just turned over and sat up. Before he could say anything, he was sent flying by the furious Su Lingyun with a palm strike. He slid directly into the flower field for 4 or 5 feet. Little brat, I kindly asked Crane to pick you up, but you actually did such a vicious thing to it. Su Lingyun still couldn't vent her anger. With a pinch of her fingers, a flying sword appeared in midair and was about to stab down at Fangxing *CK, you smelly old bitch. Lousy should have already guessed that you were up to no good. You actually tricked me to come here to kill me. Lousy curses you to not have a husband for the rest of your life. Sooner or later, you will be sold to a brothel and be ridden by thousands and cursed by tens of thousands of people. You will die a horrible death. Fangxing only thought that Su Lingyun lured him over to kill him. Facing an 8th stage spirit formation disciple, he knew that he wasn't her opponent. However, he wasn't willing to die in vain. He immediately jumped up and started cursing. Even if it was just a little bit of verbal advantage, it was still good. What nonsense are you talking about? I was afraid that you didn't know the way to Spirit Cloud Valley, so I specially asked Crane to pick you up. It was obviously you who had a vicious heart and injured my crane to this state. How did it turn into me having bad intentions? When Su Lingyun's sword arrived before Fangxing, it stopped in the end. At the end of the day, even though she was cold, arrogant, and emotionless, she wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Especially when she heard Fangxing's curses, even though they were vicious and caused the flames of fury in her heart to burn even more, it also imperceptibly made her feel that if Fangxing didn't have a reason, he wouldn't curse so boldly and confidently. Thus, she hesitated in her heart. Good intentions to pick me up? Bullsh *T. This feathered beast wants to throw me down from the sky. Is there anyone who picks people up like this? Fangxing directly sat up and faced Su Lingyun's flying sword. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid and started cursing. Crane wants to throw you down. Su Lingyun glanced at the white crane in astonishment. The white crane immediately let out a mournful cry and turned its head away. Su Lingyun wasn't stupid. When she saw the white crane's behavior, she immediately guessed the truth of the matter. The anger in her heart decreased slightly, but she still couldn't calm down. She scolded, "Crane was born in Blue Cloud sect. He's only 3 years old and has never killed anyone. Why would he want to throw you down from the sky? He was clearly joking with you. Why did you have to be so heavy-handed?" "Joking?" Fang Xing sneered, "Who would joke around with someone else's life?" Su Lingyun was speechless. She stomped her foot angrily and waved her hand to recall her flying sword. Then, she turned around to check on the white crane's injuries. With one look, she realized that although the white crane's injuries looked terrifying, they weren't fatal. It wasn't life-threatening. Only then did she feel slightly relieved. After applying the spiritual medicine on the white crane's injuries, Su Lingyun turned around angrily and shouted at Fang Xing, "Come with me." Fang Xing sat on the ground. He tilted his head and said angrily, "I'm not going." Su Lingyun frowned, "What are you trying to do now?" Fang Xing said, "It was clearly your feathered beast that tried to harm me first. I was only passively retaliating, but you gave me a slap without any reason. You hit me so hard that my butt hurts badly. You only care about your white crane and not me. Apologize to me." "You want me to apologize to you?" Su Lingyun was furious. Her eyes narrowed. The difference between the two of them was obvious. Fang Xing was a little afraid of her. He quickly shrank back and said vigilantly, "What? You want to kill me to silence me?" Su Lingyun really wanted to kill him to silence him. The important thing was to kill, not silence. This little brat really made her gnash her teeth. However, she only stomped her foot and threw a bottle of spiritual medicine at him. She scolded, "Where's the injury? Wipe it yourself. Wipe it yourself. Why are you so fierce?" Fang Xing muttered. He got up and took off his pants. Su Lingyun's expression changed. She shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Fang Xing said, "My butt is bruised. I have to apply medicine." Su Lingyun was so angry that she didn't know what to say. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence, "Go behind the bushes and apply it." "Behind the bushes?" Fang Xing took a look. He was too lazy to go over. He stood up and said, "Forget it. I'll apply it when I get back." As he said that, he stuffed the whole bottle of spiritual medicine directly into his arms. Su Lingyun glared at him for a long time. Fang Xing looked around indifferently. He ignored her gaze. "Come with me." Su Lingyun couldn't do anything to this troublemaker. She sighed and led the way to the small building. End of chapter 60. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.